Chapter 1. EC Cocoa West Village. Qianhe, are you setting sail today? An elderly woman called out to a young man standing at the entrance of the butcher shop. The youth, tall and strikingly handsome, stood nearly 2 meters tall with a cold demeanor. His dark hair was casually tied back, and his fair skin contrasted sharply with the black robe he wore, adorned with a pattern resembling a ping-pong ball. Brown gloves encased his hands. What was most unforgettable were his eyes' violet orbs, each encircled by intricate black markings, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. A faint smile flickered across the youth's cool visage as he nodded in acknowledgement to the woman. His name was Uchiha Qianhe. To be precise, he did not belong to this world. He originally hailed from a planet known as Blue Star. An orphan by fate, he had inadvertently traversed into the realm of the manga Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. In that world, after his second life, parents bestowed upon him the name Uchiha Qianhe. They perished on the battlefield. Drawing upon his past lives' memories, he forged a friendship with the early incarnation of Nameki's Minato. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he believed himself equipped with sufficient strength for self-preservation. Subsequently, he feigned death during a mission, choosing to linger outside of Konoha. Thus, he spent his time developing himself in secrecy, utilizing information gleaned from his memories of Blue Star to broker deals with Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's assistance, he successfully fused the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans, awakening his own Rinnegan. However, while immersed in the euphoria of awakening his eyes, he was ambushed by Orochimaru. Overextending the newly birthed ocular power, he unwittingly employed spatial abilities he had yet to master, ultimately losing consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself on a small island. His body reverted to that of a 6-year-old. He quickly assessed his condition post-transmigration. Fortunately, the precious cells of Hashirama and the Rinnegan remained intact, albeit limited in power due to his physical regression and ocular exhaustion. Having traversed realms before, he swiftly adjusted his emotions. After exploring the island for a day, he stumbled upon a village named Cocoa West. In that village, he encountered a woman with winered hair, accompanied by 2 little girls named Belmere. The distant echoes of his past life memories once again resonated within him, revealing that he had arrived in the world of One Piece. Embracing his new reality, he found the villagers to be simple and warm-hearted. Although his peculiar eyes instilled fear, the kind-hearted Lisa, the butcher's wife, took pity on the 6-year-old wanderer and offered him shelter. Thus, he settled in this village, patiently awaiting his Bodhis maturation and the adaptation to his ocular powers, which has now spanned a decade. This year, he turned 16. It is about time. Although the overexertion has delayed the manifestation of my Rinnegan's unique abilities, the peculiarities of the food and environment in the pirate world seem to have enhanced my physical development beyond what I previously experienced. The Senju cells have perfectly integrated with my body indeed. This world is akin to a bountiful treasure trove, mused Uchiha Qianhe. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power coursing through him, igniting a fervor within his heart. Based on the combat capabilities displayed in his past lives anime, he estimated that without employing any special abilities, his strength had reached that of an ordinary vice admiral within the Navy, though he still had a considerable distance to cover before rivaling an admiral. Nevertheless, he believed that with continued physical development and exposure to the pirate world's power dynamics, surpassing his previous self and ascending to the pinnacle of this realm was inevitable, and that time would not be lengthy. It was time to set sail and explore the world of One Piece. Perhaps here, he would once again break through and become a true sage of 6 paths. In this life, he intended to temporarily join the Navy. Joining the Navy appealed to him as a former inhabitant of Earth, fostering a sense of identification with the military. He harbored reservations about becoming a pirate, as while the Navy, despite its flaws, tended toward the greater good, the majority of pirates, aside from a select few protagonists, were ruthless brigands engaging in plunder and violence. Qianhe questioned whether he was a do-gooder during his time in Naruto. He dealt with threats decisively, yet he maintained his moral compass. Moreover, Joining the Navy would allow him to study this world's power structure and provide him more opportunities to encounter the unique aspects of the pirate world, notably the devil fruits. He had no intention of consuming a devil fruit possessing the Rinnegan. He already commanded 6 forms of chakra transformation, rendering the natural type of little consequence to him. Additionally, the thousands of jutsu he had copied during his time with the Sharingan rendered the superhuman type unnecessary. As for the animal type, it was of little use to him, as he had already attained Sage mode through the Senju cells. Thus, why burden himself with the disadvantages of being unable to swim? However, he held a curiosity he wished to explore. Could the hungry ghost path of his Rinnegan interact with the abilities of the devil fruits or their wielders? Furthermore, could he harness the powers of the devil fruits to further evolve his Rinnegan? He had a premonition that this might be the catalyst for his breakthrough. Setting aside his thoughts, Qianhe resolved to embark on one last fishing expedition, determined to catch a greater bounty. After all, once he departed, the supply for the kind-hearted Lisa might dwindle. Qianhe set sail in his small boat. Navigating to a bountiful fishing ground, he cast a massive net into the sea and reclined on his boat for a brief respite. The fishing resources in the One Piece world were abundant, and soon he felt his boat begin to sway. With a single hand, he tugged at the fishing net, pulling up a haul teeming with various fish and shrimp, all thrashing desperately. Raising his hand, he unleashed a minor lightning technique, lightning release, new energy fishing net technique, sending a concentrated stream of electricity cascading from his palm, enveloping the net. Instantly, the fish and shrimp succumbed to the effects of the new energy fishing net and calmed down. "Ah, a decent catch," Qianhe remarked with satisfaction, preparing to depart when suddenly, a colossal surge broke the surface of the water. A gigantic eel's head emerged, followed by its massive body, measuring dozens of meters in length, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Qianhe and his catch. "Is that a sea king? Surely it cannot be the only one in these waters," Qianhe observed impassively, contemplating the behemoth before him. In the East Sea, known for its relative weakness among the 4 seas, particularly in such a remote area, sea kings were indeed quite rare. However, despite their imposing appearance, Qianhe regarded the sea king merely as an oversized fish, having witnessed the devastating power of tailed beasts in Naruto. A mere large sea king held no significance in comparison. "Very well, this presents an opportunity to test the power of my eyes, albeit it seems somewhat excessive," Qianhe mused, raising his gaze toward the sea king. The creature, eyeing the diminutive human and the bounty he held, prepared to feast. But upon meeting Qianhe's violet Rinnegan, it instinctively felt an overwhelming dread and attempted to flee, though it was too late. A wave of intangible energy emanated from his Rinnegan, ensnaring the Sea King in an illusion. The creature paused abruptly, its eyes transforming to mirror Qianhe's Rinnegan pattern as its vitality rapidly waned. The Rinnegan's illusion technique, reminiscent of the skill once wielded by Sasuke to subdue multiple tailed beasts with a mere glance, proved to be a dimensional overpowering against the gargantuan Sea King. It was unable to withstand a mental assault, its consciousness obliterated as it flopped lifelessly onto the water's surface before sinking below. "This is far more effective than any conqueror's haki," Qianhe remarked, observing the sinking Sea King. He raised his hand once more, and a swirling vortex of black energy manifested in his palm. Universal pull. A tremendous force radiated from Qianhe's palm, drawing the massive carcass of the Sea King toward him. Positioning the body toward the rear of the boat, Qianhe turned his gaze toward the direction of the departing island, estimating the distance before widening his Rinnegan slightly. Shinra Tensei. Another powerful repulsive force emanated from Qianhe, propelling the Sea King's remains away in an instant, vanishing from sight. It is worth noting that Qianhe's Rinnegan was uniquely his own, unlike Nagato's, which required sacrifices. The fundamental abilities of the 6 paths, such as Shinra Tensei, did not suffer from a tedious cooldown, and their potency increased indefinitely with the growth of his chakra and physical strength. Here, the author establishes that in the world of One Piece, physical endurance is remarkably high. The protagonist, transformed by this world, would undoubtedly possess a body far more powerful than his previous life, facilitating the portrayal of his strength. Watching the Sea King disappear from view, Qianhe clapped his hands in satisfaction. Indeed, this is the essence of military strategy. Before engaging in battle, ensure your supplies are secured. As Chica navigated his small vessel towards the shore, following the direction indicated by the behemoth of the sea, he discovered the lifeless body of the Sea King, glistening with a pallid sheen, had already been washed ashore. A throng of villagers surrounded the carcass, chattering animatedly about the sudden appearance of this magnificent creature. Isn't this a Sea King? How could it possibly end up here? Who knows? Could it be a gift from nature? What utter nonsense! With such a massive size, it wouldn't be washed ashore so far even if it were tossed by the waves. What has happened to Chica? We must set out to find him. It's perilous out here. Indeed, those of us who are young and strong should venture out and ensure he's safe. Amidst the crowd, a girl with pink hair, Burmel, stood silently with 10-year-old Nami and 12-year-old Nochi, arms crossed as they gazed at the Sea King's remains. The lively Nami pointed at the colossal creature and exclaimed to Burmel, "Look, Burmel, what an enormous fish. This is my first time seeing one so big. I wonder how Chica is doing. He must have gone fishing today," Burmel pondered aloud. Meanwhile, the more reserved Nochi expressed his concern for Chica, prompting Burmel to gently pat their heads in silence, her own eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Having once served in the Navy, she deduced that the Sea King's demise was not a mere accident. When did such a formidable creature appear in the East Sea? Is it the Navy's doing? If it's pirates, that would spell trouble. My concerns are irrelevant, but for Nami and Nochi. Burmel clenched her fists. Whoever it is, if they dare to harm them, I will protect them with my life. At that moment, Chica approached the body, and the villagers quickly gathered around. "Chica, you're back. The Sea King has appeared, and Granny Lisa is worried sick." Yes. You shouldn't go out to sea anymore with the Sea King around. Your little boat could easily be capsized." "Chica," the two children cried in unison, emerging from the crowd to tightly embrace his legs Nami and Nochi. "Are you all right, Chica? These two little ones have been fretting over you," Burmel added as she squeezed her way in. Noki's face flushed as he clung to Chica's leg in silence, while Nami, like a lit firecracker, sprang off and shouted that she wasn't worried, but rather concerned about having no one to catch fish for her in the future. Feeling the warmth of the villagers' concern enveloping him, Chica was touched. Such care was a precious rarity after years of wariness in the world of Naruto. Shaking his head, Chica smiled at the crowd, saying, "I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern. As for the danger, there's no need to worry. This Sea King is my quarry." Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers fell silent, staring at him in disbelief. After a moment, Nochi raised his hand and leaped a few times. Chica looked at her in confusion, realizing his behavior might have seemed foolish. Blushing, Nochi stammered, "Chica, have you lost your wits, or are you running a fever?" Nami wore a similar expression, as if to say, "Me too." Just then, the villagers erupted in laughter. "Haha, Chica, even the children think you're acting strangely. You usually seem so aloof. Who knew you had a knack for telling cold jokes?" Another round of laughter ensued, but Burmel remained serious, observing the boy before her. Her instincts told her he was not merely jesting. She knew Chica was no ordinary person. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from his eyes was unmistakable. Only a fool would attribute it to mere peculiarity. The villagers had instinctively avoided his gaze in their daily interactions, or had come to overlook his uniqueness after realizing he was a good person. Chica remained unfazed, saying nothing, merely lifting his hand towards the Sea King's corpse and softly uttering 4 words, "Shinra Tensei." In an instant, the body of the Sea King was propelled several hundred meters away, leaving the onlookers speechless. "Chica, are you a fairy?" "Not all." "Chica, do you plan to eat me?" "Very unlikely." "Chica, could you teach me that technique? Once I master it, I won't have to fear Burmel's scoldings anymore." On their way back, Nami incessantly chattered, clinging to Chica, while Nochi shook his head in exasperation, tugging at Nami, who kept pressing against Chica's leg. "When you're a bit older and more ladylike, like Machiko, I might just consider teaching you," Chica replied, playfully tapping Nami on the head, satisfied with the tactile sensation. Nami pouted, hands on her head, shooting him an indignant glare. You stingy boy. I see you only like Machiko. Woe is me. Don't you treasure me at all? Nami's playful antics caused a delightful blush to rise on Makigao's cheeks, prompting her to tap Nami lightly on the head in annoyance, while she shyly stole a glance at Qianhe. However, such subtle gestures could hardly escape the keen observation of Qianhe. After all, possessing the distinguished genes of the Uchiha clan, coupled with his slightly aloof demeanor, rendered him immensely appealing to these slightly precocious young girls. His mysterious eyes exuded a dangerous yet irresistible allure. This cursed lineage and this damned excellence, while Qianhe maintained a facade of calm composure. Internally, he indulged in a shameless bout of self-admiration. Bayermeyer silently trailed behind them, her eyes fixated on Qianhe's retreating figure. What was that power? Was it the strength of a devil fruit? Yet, she had witnessed Qianhe diving into the sea to catch fish. Didn't devil fruit users typically struggle in water? A myriad of questions transformed the young man before her into an enigma she was eager to unravel. Upon entering the village and reaching a fork in the road, Bayermeyer seemed to have made a resolute decision. She urged Nokigao and Nami to return home first, claiming she had matters to attend to. Although Nami and Nokigao were puzzled, they obediently headed home. Once the two had departed, only Bayermeyer and Qianhe remained at the crossroads. Qianhe, aware of Bayermeyer's desire to inquire about something, initiated the conversation. Sister Bayermeyer, is there something you wish to ask? Taking a deep breath, Bayermeyer cautiously articulated, Qianhe, I hope you won't find my question intrusive, but I mean no harm. May I ask who exactly you are? After all, it's quite perplexing for someone with such abilities to reside in this seemingly insignificant place in the East Blue for a decade, isn't it? Those eyes of yours are not merely an unusual appearance, are they? Of course, if this question makes you uncomfortable, please feel free to disregard it. I hope you won't take it to heart. Bayermeyer unleashed a barrage of inquiries, intertwining her fingers in nervous anticipation of Qianhe's response. Qianhe gazed deeply into her eyes, then smiled. Having watched the anime, he held a great appreciation for Bayermeyer. Despite her lack of extraordinary power, her willingness to face death with a smile to protect Nami and the others had deeply moved him. He recognized her as a good person. Thus, he harbored no ill feelings towards her inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, Qianhe replied solemnly, It's quite all right. Just know that I am not a bad person. As for these eyes, you may consider them a hereditary gift of my family. Known as the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage. The technique I used earlier was a manifestation of my abilities. Regarding my lineage, I hail from the sage bloodline, the Uchiha clan, sage, Uchiha, Rinnegan, a form of ability. Bayermeyer's heart quaked with astonishment upon hearing these words, although she had never heard of the Uchiha clan. Qianhe's demeanor suggested it was an extraordinarily powerful lineage. Noticing Bayermeyer's stunned silence, Qianhe continued, Circumstances have led to gaps in my memory. However, I still recall that I am the last of my clan in this world. Have you ever pondered why I have lingered on this island for so long? When I arrived at the village, I was merely 6 years old. Where could I possibly go at that time? I suppose that makes sense, Bayermeyer replied awkwardly, scratching her head. What are your plans now? With such abilities, you surely won't remain here for the rest of your life, will you? Well, I intend to join Navy. Upon returning home, Qianhe first reported his safety to Granny Lisa, then handed over the 80 million berries he had saved up in his room. This money was earned from bounties he had collected over the years while dealing with minor pirate crews. Given the lack of substantial pirate groups nearby, he had only managed to save this amount. Nevertheless, for a woman in her 70s, it was more than sufficient for her to live comfortably for the remainder of her days. Granny Lisa stared in astonishment at the substantial sum, and as Qianhe hastily explained, Don't worry, I assure you this money comes from legitimate sources that I plan to join the Navy, and I can't bear the thought of leaving you alone at home. Please use this money. With that reassurance, she felt at ease, knowing Qianhe was a good-hearted boy who had never deceived her in their years together. She stored the money safely in a box behind her and turned to look at the child she had lived with for a decade. Having no children of her own, Granny Lisa had come to regard him as her own grandson. Now that he was leaving, her heart brimmed with reluctance. Yet, she understood that young people needed to venture out into the world. especially someone as exceptional as Qianhe. She patted his waist affectionately, her face glowing with a nurturing smile that go on. Dear child, I believe you will achieve great things. You need not worry about me. The villagers are kind, and with them around, I shall be fine. So go forth with confidence. Qianhe felt a pang of sadness as he approached Granny Lisa and embraced her. That I promise I won't let you down. Before long, the vast ocean will know my name, and I will visit you often. After bidding farewell to Granny Lisa, Qianhe quickly tidied up and made his way to the Bayermeyer household. Both Bayermeyer and Nami were among the few he had grown close to over the years. Arriving at their doorstep, he knocked gently, and soon the door swung open to reveal Noki Gao's blue-haired head peeking out. Upon recognizing Qianhe, Noki Gao beamed with joy, but her expression dimmed slightly when she noticed the small bag of belongings he held. Still, she managed to muster her brightest smile and chirped, "Brother Qianhe." Qianhe affectionately ruffled her hair in response and explained his purpose for visiting. Although she had sensed it already, hearing the news struck Noki Gao with an emotional wave, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Well then, Brother Qianhe, let me go inform Bayermeyer and the others. We should see you off. There's no need for that I'm about to leave. Just let them know. And I won't be coming in. That simply won't do. You've lived in the village for 10 years. How can you leave with such indifference?" At that moment, Bayermeyer emerged from the house with Nami. Feigning annoyance, as she declared, "Come, we're all going to see you off together." Noki Gao turned to Qianhe with hopeful eyes. What a troublesome bond this is. Though Qianhe's words hinted at inconvenience, a smile betrayed his amusement. Oof, such a tsundere. Nami had already seen through everything with her keen insight, surpassing even the Rinnegan. Shooting her a glare, Qianhe stepped forward and lifted the teary-eyed Noki Gao into his arms. Hey, Brother Qianhe." Noki Gao blushed, squirming a bit at what's wrong. "I'm leaving soon. Is it so wrong for me to want to hold you one last time?" Qianhe maintained a serious expression that, of course, it's fine. Noki Gao quickly quieted down, though her tightly clenched fists revealed her nervousness. "Humph, you biased man." Naturally, Nami couldn't resist chiming in with her usual playful banter. This time, Qianhe ignored her and prepared to set off. Let's go. Upon reaching the shore, Qianhe addressed everyone. "All right, this is where we part ways. Thank you all, and let's bid farewell here." "Right here?" Bayermeyer asked, glancing around at the empty surroundings, skepticism etched on her features. "Indeed, right here." With that, Qianhe's body began to levitate before their incredulous eyes. "So, you really are not human?" After a long silence, Bayermeyer took a deep breath and asked, while Nami and Noki Gao nodded in agreement. Choosing not to respond to that question, as Qianhe's form had already begun its evolution towards the Otsutsuki clan. It was no longer a stretch to assert he was not human. After a moment's thought, Qianhe retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai from his pocket and handed it to Noki Gao, instructing, "If anything dangerous occurs in the village while I'm away, hold on to this and call out my name in your heart. You understand." Noki Gao carefully accepted the kunai, nodding earnestly to indicate she understood. Qianhe smiled and patted her head gently. This kunai was none other than the Flying Thunder God kunai from the 4th Hokage in the Naruto series. With his immense chakra and the power of the Rinnegan, he could instantly arrive near the kunai whenever he sensed its signal. No matter the distance, he had also left one with Granny Lisa, but he preferred to take precautions, especially with the threat of the Fishman pirates looming in the future. Feeling reassured, Qianhe's body began to rise higher into the sky. So, farewell, everyone. Noki Gao, Nami, make sure to eat well. I don't want to see you both still as little kids when we meet next time. Indeed. I remember, Qianhe, you must promise to return. Nuo Chigao's face was already brimming with tears as he shouted into the sky towards Qianhe. I won't listen to you. Just go. It doesn't matter what I become. You won't care anyway. You biased Qianhe. Nami secretly wiped away a tear, defiantly raising her chin as she spoke. Go for it. Qianhe, I eagerly anticipate the day you become an admiral or even a marshal. Belmir shouted towards the heavens. Taking one last glance at the crowd on the ground and the village of Kikishiya, Qianhe's gaze was resolute. Then, with a surge of thrust, he vanished from their sight in an instant. Navy, here I come. In the East Sea, after flying over the ocean for a day, Qianhe spotted a small island and decided to take a brief respite there. As he descended gently, he surveyed his surroundings and noted the lush vegetation. Pondering that there must be some wildlife on the island, he thought to himself, I should find something to eat first. After searching the island, Qianhe successfully hunted down a massive tiger and went to an open area, igniting a fire to prepare a hearty meal. Gazing at the enormous chunk of meat in his hands and recalling the characters he had encountered in the pirate world, Qianhe quipped, the animals in the pirate world certainly share a common trait. They're enormous. The nutritional value of the meat is rich. No wonder the people here have such exaggerated physiques. After finishing his meal, Qianhe stood up, ready for a short rest. Suddenly, the sound of a cannonade piqued his interest. Are there visitors on the island? Could it be a pirate crew? If it is a pirate crew, I hope they are formidable. That would make my enlistment in the Navy much smoother. With this thought, Qianhe casually discarded the roasted meat, harnessed his thrust, and shot off in the direction of the sound on the opposite side of the island. A colossal pirate ship was anchored at the shore, where a group of pirates was jubilantly dissecting the carcass of a fierce beast. Haha, this is truly feeble. Compared to the Grand Line here, a single ordinary cannonball takes care of the animals. Indeed, the Navy had concentrated most of its forces in the Grand Line, rendering the Brand pirates invincible here. At the bow of the pirate ship stood Brand, the captain of the Brand pirates. Indeed, the crew was named after him, a testament to his arrogance that he was a devil fruit user, possessing the powers of the Dordor fruit. This very fruit had been consumed by CP9's Bruno, indicating that this fellow was also destined for a short life, ultimately unable to escape the clutches of death. Nevertheless, wielding this fruit, he had reigned supreme in his homeland, convinced of his own invincibility, and soon formed his own pirate crew, setting sail for the Grand Line. However, in the Grand Line, those with abilities like his were not only numerous but incredibly common. He quickly recognized his own insignificance, and during a naval battle with fellow pirates, he nearly faced complete annihilation. Had it not been for his exceptional escape abilities, he might have already perished at sea. Sighing, Brand composed himself. After all, he had returned from the Grand Line. Though the manner of his return was somewhat chaotic, it was still an experience to boast about, much like those from Blue Star who return from big cities. Always carrying a sense of superiority, he shouted down to his underlings, All right, you lot, bring the prey to the clearing. We shall hold a banquet tonight. Tomorrow, we will pay a visit to the nearby villages. I'm certain they will welcome us with open arms. Ha ha! The pirates below were even more exhilarated, eagerly lifting the spoils as they prepared to venture deeper into the island. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Oh, how pitiful these losers are! I hope your captain's bounty isn't too low. The pirates erupted in fury, searching frantically for the source of the voice, vowing to tear the speaker apart. Yet, after searching for a while, they could not locate the individual. Stop looking, you bunch of fools! He's in the sky. Brand, having once navigated the Grand Line, quickly discerned that the voice belonged to Qianhe, who was floating in the air with his arms crossed. Can he fly? Is he a devil fruit user as well? Damn it, flying abilities are truly troublesome, Brand thought to himself as he gazed at Qianhe. Bounty, are you a bounty hunter? Brand called out to Qianhe in the sky. A bounty hunter? Qianhe shook his head, incorrect, that I simply require your heads as a token for my enlistment in the Navy. What? You damned little brat. Don't think that just because you can fly, you're invincible. Do you dare to come down and play with us? A brash underling shouted. How noisy. Qianhe raised his hand, aiming at the most boisterous one. You can come up and play first. Universal Pull, the underling, trembling in fear, found his body being uncontrollably drawn upwards by an inexplicable force, soon reaching a height level with Qianhe. Now, I stand before you. What do you wish to do? The underling gulped nervously, about to speak when Qianhe, growing impatient, interjected, Forget it. You can go down now. You look too repulsive. With that, Qianhe released the power he had exerted on him, sending the underling plummeting from 100 meters high with a resounding thud. A crisp sound echoed as a splatter of meat paste decorated the ground below. In an instant, one of their comrades had mysteriously perished, leaving the remaining pirates in disarray. Damn it. Not only can he fly, but he can also make others fly. How do we even fight back? We can't even touch him. Why are we so unlucky to encounter such a tough opponent in the East Sea? The pirates were clearly flustered, with some even starting to stealthily retreat towards their pirate crew. Bang! One of the pirate leaders fired a shot into the air, temporarily silencing the restless crowd. The pirates turned to him. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. We've encountered all sorts of devil fruit users in the Grand Line. Let's not forget that our captain is also a user. Flying isn't insurmountable." Seeing morale plummeting before the battle even began, a leader quickly spoke up to stabilize the situation. Hearing this, the pirates felt a bit reassured, muttering to themselves, "That's right. Our captain made his name in the Grand Line, the notorious brand with a bounty of 100 million berries. He will surely have a way to deal with this flying brat." "Exactly. You damned flying brat. You better not run. Our captain will soon let you witness the terror of pirates." "Wait, where's our captain?" The pirates were momentarily taken aback, quickly turning to look towards the ship, only to find that Brand, who had been standing at the bow, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the captain has fled? The pirates couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. This moment, Qianhe remained suspended in midair, temporarily refraining from taking action. He had observed that the captain, Brand, had opened a door out of thin air and jumped through it during the commotion among the pirate crew. Suddenly, Qianhe turned his gaze towards an empty space and declared, "Come out. If you are planning to ambush me, I advise you to abandon that thought." However, there was no response, as if Qianhe was merely talking to himself. "So you want me to drag you out, huh?" Qianhe focused his attention on a particular spot, his gaze sharpening. His eyes, reminiscent of the Rinnegan, utilized a spatial ability once exhibited by Kaguya in Naruto, adept at traversing space. However, the portal could not be opened instantaneously, making it somewhat mediocre in battles against strong opponents, although it excelled in functionality. Moreover, at present, the ability being employed against a spatial manipulator is undoubtedly the most effective. Before one's eyes, a black hole materialized out of thin air, from which Brand appeared. That moment, Brand's complexion was ashen. Ever since he acquired the door fruit, he had managed to escape countless formidable foes, relying on the exceedingly overpowered abilities granted by his fruit. Just moments ago, within the realm of the door space, he heard Qianhe's voice and felt the unsettling gaze that seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, igniting a flicker of anxiety within him. Nevertheless, bolstered by his confidence in his fruit-esque capabilities, he temporarily suppressed his unease, biding his time for an opportune moment to strike. To his dismay, Qianhe opened his door space, revealing him to the world. Brand felt akin to a young maiden, unceremoniously dragged from her chamber, exposed for all to see. This was a true disaster, witnessing his once proud ability rendered insignificant before Qianhe. Thoughts of retreat began to fester in Brand's mind, but he recognized that with Qianhe's prowess, escape was no longer an option. "Could you spare my life? I will relinquish all my treasures to you. They are undoubtedly worth more than my bounty." At this juncture, pride was of no consequence. Brand was solely focused on preserving his life. Qianhe tilted his head, responding, "But if I kill you, all of it becomes mine." "No, that is not the case. If I perish, you shall never uncover them," Brand hastily retorted. His treasures were securely stored within his door space. Should he die, that realm would cease to exist. Even if a successor were to access it, they would not find the same space. This was his final resort for survival. Yet, despair washed over him as he witnessed Qianhe employing the same technique once more, extracting countless chests from a black hole, each filled with the wealth Brand had accumulated over the years. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the bitter end." With his last cards laid bare, Brand despaired and cried out, "Armament!" his right hand cloaked in a layer of dark energy. He launched a fierce strike at Qianhe's face. Smack! Brand stared in disbelief as his full force attack was effortlessly grasped within Qianhe's palm. "So this is the armament, Haki. It seems you have learned a thing or two during your time in the Grand Line." Qianhe acknowledged, eyeing Brand's darkened fist with a hint of approval, only to shake his head and declare, "Alas, it is too weak." Without granting Brand a chance to respond, Qianhe transformed his hand into a claw. Seizing Brand by the throat, the hungry ghost path of the Rinnegan activated. Brand's eyes widened in horror as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. He yearned to struggle, but his body had clearly betrayed him. In that moment, he was enveloped by an abyss of despair. Suddenly, Qianhe halted the absorption of the hungry ghost path, realizing that its effect were not aligning with his expectations. Indeed, Qianhe had anticipated that the hungry ghost path of the Rinnegan would absorb chakra, which in essence translates to energy that in the world of pirates. This equates to haki and the energy within one's body. However, Qianhe was not content with this. He theorized that the powers of devil fruits also require physical stamina. Why, then, had he not sensed this unique energy during absorption? Could it be that the source of a devil fruit's power lies beyond the physical body? But where else could it reside? Eureka! A spark of inspiration ignited in Qianhe's mind. Could it be the soul? Indeed, aside from the physical form, what remains is the soul. Upon this realization, Qianhe promptly engaged the human path ability of the Rinnegan, lifting the incapacitated Brand by the head and, with a swift motion, yanked something from him. With only his eyes left to move, Brand gazed in terror as a humanoid purple specter was drawn from his head, his body instinctively trembling. As anticipated, Qianhe discerned a writhing mass of black energy situated at the heart of Brand's soul. Directly invoking the hungry ghost path's power, the struggling mass attempted to flee but was rendered utterly powerless against the overwhelming pull swiftly drawn into Qianhe's being. Upon the energy's entry, Qianhe immediately sensed a peculiar force coursing through him, which rapidly surged towards his eyes, ultimately forming a black tomoe upon the pattern of his right eye. Noticing the anomaly, Qianhe conjured a small water screen in the air, through which he observed the newly acquired tomoe in his right eye. Isn't that Sasuke's tomoe Rinnegan? Though only a single tomoe, Qianhe was elated, never expecting that by absorbing the power of a devil fruit, his Rinnegan could evolve once more, and so effortlessly, based on Sasuke's ocular reference. A single Rinnegan can accommodate 6 tomoes. Thus, with a pair of Rinnegan, he could potentially harbor 12 tomoes, equivalent to absorbing 12 devil fruits. Qianhe was genuinely ecstatic, for discovering the method of evolution for his Rinnegan brought him one step closer to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. With a casual gesture, he opened a door in the space before him. Pleased with the emergence of a spatial door, Qianhe mused on the unexpected ease of the situation. With his capability, he could replicate Blackbeard's feats and even surpass them. This battle yielded vast rewards, and with his mind set, he turned his gaze back to the now lifeless Brand. As the soul extraction concluded, Brand's eyes glazed over, devoid of life, irrevocably dead, nonchalantly discarding Brand's corpse as one might a piece of refuse. He met the same fate as the earlier minion. With a thud, a fresh patch of humanoid charred remains appeared on the ground. As for why it hadn't been reduced to mere mush. After all, he was a pirate captain returning from the Grand Line. Surely a sturdier physique was to be expected. The transformation from Brand's assault to charred remains transpired in less than 5 minutes, during which the surrounding pirates remained in shock at the sight of their captain's demise. Silence gradually descended, and soon voices trembled among the pirates. Run! A demon! Is a demon. How can he wield our captain's power? Never mind that. If you seek revenge, go ahead. I'm fleeing first. The pirates were utterly shattered, scattering like headless flies. How grotesque! Qianhe observed the disarray below, finding it quite detrimental to his mood. Contemplating which ability to employ for cleanup, an idea struck him. With a glimmer in his eyes, he clasped his hands together, raising his index fingers, inhaling gently before exhaling slowly, fire style. Great fire annihilation. A jet of flames erupted from Qianhe's lips, swiftly transforming into an inferno that engulfed the entire pirate crew, barreling toward the fleeing scoundrels, instantly consuming the entirety of the pirate band. It's fire. It's fire. Help. It's so hot. Am I dreaming? Can someone wake me up? Please spare my life. I shall become your most loyal subordinate. No, your most devoted dog. I beg you, grant me mercy. It was over. Who would have thought that the Brand pirates, having survived the Grand Line, would meet their end in the weakest of seas, the East Blue? The desperate pleas for mercy, the cries of agony, and the deranged laughter echoed intermittently amidst the flames. Qianhe furrowed his brow, feeling he had been too lenient. Thus, he intensified his efforts, and soon, silence enveloped the art as the flames dissipated. Only heaps of charred remains remained on the ground. These must be collected. They represent my achievements, Qianhe mused, realizing he needed to tidy up the scene. With a single hand, he grasped the ground's ash, compressing it into a black sphere, while thoughtfully isolating the still recognizable remains of Brand. Satisfied with his handiwork, Qianhe opened his door space, depositing these trophies within. With a swift motion, he tore down the Jolly Roger of the Brand pirates, igniting the pirate ship in flames. Now, all was in place. Qianhe pondered whether this would garner the attention of headquarters. Regardless, he resolved to proceed without further delay. Qianhe resolutely decided to leave the small island where he had hardly rested for a day, like the naval headquarters. In Marshal Sengoku's office, Sengoku was pressed against his forehead. Gazing at the military deployment map on the table, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Following the words of the pirate king, Roger, before his demise, a large influx of pirates began to swarm into the Grand Line, leaving the Navy somewhat stretched thin. Although the high-end combat power was safeguarded by the 3 admirals of the Uchiha-type, these individuals were clearly problematic. The lazily clock-punching Kizu, the lethargic Akiji, and Akane, who, despite being relatively more diligent, exhibited excessively radical behavior that Sengoku disapproved of, as he did not favor his brand of absolute justice. Moreover, the 4 emperors of the New World loomed ominously, each possessing the capability to annihilate an entire nation at will. Not to mention the formidable pirates under their command. The Navy was in dire need of fresh blood, particularly talented individuals with exceptional abilities. Sengoku sighed again, contemplating the rarity of such talent. Knock, 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 that a soldier from the headquarters entered, saluted, and presented a den mushi, stating solemnly, "Report, Marshal. Colonel Rod of the EC Navy's 155th Division has sent a message claiming he has significant information to report to headquarters." The EC? Could it be that the Brand pirates, which had started causing chaos a few days ago? Damn those scum of the seas. Sengoku's mood worsened. He nodded for the soldier to leave and connected to Rod's den mushi. Moshi, this is the Navy headquarters. I am Marshal Sengoku. Colonel Rod, what important information do you have to report? Rod's den mushi immediately mimicked an excited expression, exclaiming, "Marshal Sengoku, this is Rod. We have a new recruit in our division who possesses extraordinary talent. His name is Uchiha Qianhe." Extraordinarily talented recruit? Sengoku felt a surge of excitement. Such news was indeed a timely blessing in these trying times. However, recalling that this was from the EC division, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. After all, it was rather unlikely for an area as weak as the EC to yield exceptionally talented recruits. He suspected that Rod, having spent too long in the EC, might be overly exhilarated by a newcomer who merely showed some potential. With this thought, Sengoku's briefly rising spirits plummeted once more. I understand. Can you describe this extraordinary talent in detail? The abilities possessed by Uchiha Qianhe are manifold. Firstly, his physical prowess is remarkably strong, and he seems to have the ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion, enabling him to fly. He can effortlessly lift the entire naval base building into the sky and then gently set it down. Nanny? Upon hearing this, Sengoku lost his composure. As the highest-ranking officer of the Navy and one of the strongest individuals in the world, he was certainly discerning. Flying and manipulating gravity, either ability was immensely powerful. Could it be a Paramecia-type devil fruit? Moreover, the fact that Uchiha Qianhe could easily lift an entire naval base building indicated that he had mastered his abilities to a remarkable degree. Had they truly stumbled upon a treasure? Sengoku found it hard to believe that moment. Rod's voice rang out again. The Brand pirates have been annihilated by him alone. The captain has been reduced to cinders, and the other pirates have been transformed into a blackened mass. That he claims he also has the ability to control fire. And Rod paused. He is only 16. Silence. Marshal Sengoku, seeing that there was no immediate response, Rod cautiously inquired, thinking that Sengoku might find his claims too exaggerated. "I'm here." Sengoku suddenly regained his focus and, with a flushed face, exclaimed loudly into the den mushi, "Colonel Rod, you have done excellently. Headquarters will promptly dispatch a warship to retrieve him. During this time, you must ensure he feels our Navy's sincerity." "Understood, Marshal Sengoku." After disconnecting the den mushi, Sengoku took a deep breath, preparing to arrange the naval vessel for the journey to the EC. Bang! The door was abruptly pushed open. "Sengoku, I want to return to the East Sea to see my grandson." The intruder was the legendary Vice Admiral Carp, who, while picking his nose, strode up to Sengoku's desk and called out boisterously. Sengoku, exasperated, looked at his friend, who not only shirked his duties but also influenced Akiji to follow suit, often coming to disturb him and pilfer his sunbae, just as he was about to reprimand this bothersome fellow. An idea struck Sengoku. He could seize this opportunity to have Carp go and pick up Uchiha Qianhe. Although Carp was typically unreliable, his reputation was stellar, and sending him would surely reflect the Navy's sincerity. Sengoku felt quite clever. A warm smile spread across his face. "Very well. I grant you permission. I haven't seen my grandson in ages. This time you, huh?" Carp was about to argue, but according to the usual pattern, he would staunchly refuse at first before Sengoku would wear him down with persuasion and threats, leading to his eventual capitulation. Yet this time, it was surprisingly smooth. Carp was momentarily bewildered by Sengoku's unusual behavior. Standing there in a daze, Sengoku, realizing his actions were somewhat out of character, awkwardly cleared his throat and then said sternly, "You may take leave, but you must also assist me in retrieving someone from the EC Navy South 155th Division." "Retrieve someone? Who?" "A new naval recruit named Uchiha Qianhe." Half a month passed in the blink of an EYT, the EC Navy's 155th base. In Colonel Rod's office, Qianhe sat on the sofa, quietly reading a newspaper. Rod remained at his desk, anxiously watching a den mushy, his expression tense. Today marked the arrival of Vice Admiral Carp at the base. Rod harbored immense respect for this legendary figure. Considering that he had once cornered the Pirate King, Roger, into a desperate situation, which was indeed impressive. However, Rod was still unfamiliar with Carp's personality and feared that he might inadvertently offend the approaching deity. Noticing Rod's distressed expression, Qianhe found it amusing. Ever since Rod had summoned him to the office that morning, he had maintained this posture, seemingly afraid of missing the den mushy's call. "You need not be so anxious. I know Carp a bit. He is quite amiable. Just act naturally." Qianhe closed the newspaper and addressed Rod. Rod's face darkened. "What? So this newcomer understands our naval leaders better than I, who have served for decades." However, he dared not show any dissatisfaction, as Qianhe was a person he could not afford to provoke. Seeing Rod's lack of response, Qianhe, feeling somewhat bored, stood up to get some fresh air. Suddenly, the den mushy rang. Breaking the morning silence, Rod immediately sprang into action, seizing the den mushy as if it were a long-sought source of water in the desert, and shouted excitedly into it, "Moshi Moshi. This is the Navy's 155th Division." "Colonel Rod, yes, this is HQ-3 warship, about to dock at your base. Please come out to welcome us." "Understood." Rod saluted and stood up, beckoning Qianhe to follow him as they hurriedly made their way to the warship's docking point. Upon arriving at the docking area, a neat row of naval personnel stood at attention, eagerly awaiting the ship's arrival. Under the gaze of the crowd, several members of the headquarters Navy first disembarked, swiftly forming ranks. Then, a robust figure wearing a dog mask appeared at the ship's entrance. Naturally, it was Carp. He glanced at the assembled crowd and, without regard for their stares, boisterously called out, "Where is Colonel Rod?" "Here, Vice Admiral Carp." "I'm here." Rod dashed up to Carp, who assessed him with a nod before inquiring, "Is Uchiha Qianhe present? I've been delayed in my hometown, and I want to linger long." "Let us take him and head straight back to headquarters. I'm here." Before Rod could respond, Qianhe called out from the crowd, stepping forward. Carp turned to see a slender youth with peculiar and striking eyes standing among the Navy, giving off a distinctly stand-out aura. "Oh, this is the exceptionally talented recruit Sengoku mentioned. He looks quite young," Carp thought, and waved at Qianhe. "Good, come over to IT's time to board the ship. We're heading back to Navy headquarters." Qianhe nodded in acknowledgement, and the surrounding Navy personnel instinctively parted to create a path for him as he advanced towards Carp. Upon closer inspection of the young boy before him, particularly his striking violet eyes, Carp sensed the extraordinary nature of Uchiha Qianhe. Quite intriguing. Upon returning to headquarters, I must thoroughly assess this young man's capabilities. Resolute in his decision, Carp waved to the subordinate Navy officers below and, accompanied by Qianhe, turned to head back to the warship. Standing at the bow of Carp's vessel, Qianhe waved to the subordinate Navy personnel and Rod below, expressing his gratitude for their care over the past few days. The subordinate officers, including Rod, were somewhat moved. It was indeed rare for such a prodigy, on the cusp of soaring to greatness, to remember these ordinary individuals that go for it. Qianhe, I look forward to hearing your name again here. Rod called out with excitement, to which Qianhe responded with a thumbs up. Witnessing Qianhe's actions, Carp's regard for him rose again. To him, the ability to connect with others and show respect was sometimes a more invaluable trait than mere strength. This was perhaps why he had taken Kobe as his apprentice, recognizing the same quality that, of course. Qianhe held little interest in Kobe as a person in a buoyant mood. Carp waved his hand, commanding the ship to set sail, and the warship adjusted its course towards the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Marine warship docked at Marineford, and Carp led Qianhe and a group of Navy soldiers off the ship. After waving his hand to disperse the soldiers, Carp turned to Qianhe and said, "Follow me. I will take you to meet Sengoku. You are someone he specifically wishes to see." Qianhe nodded in affirmation, trailing behind Carp towards the marshal's office. Along the way, Qianhe reflected on how unexpected the response to his performance at the East Blue Navy branch had been. This treatment truly surpassed his expectations. Arriving at the door of Sengoku's office, Carp did not bother to knock. With a loud bang, he pushed the door open and shouted, "Sengoku, I brought you the person you wanted. Got any senbei?" "I am starving." Qianhe looked at Carp's antics with some exasperation, thinking he truly resembled the one-track-minded characters from the comics of Blue Star. However, Qianhe did not harbor any dislike. Such individuals were often the easiest to get along with. Possessing no ulterior motives, having interacted with the upper echelons of Konoha and heads of various clans during his time in Naruto, he knew that most were riddled with ulterior motives. The constant scheming was exhausting, especially since, as a Uchiha, he was not particularly favored among the elite, and one misstep could cost him his life. In contrast, Carp was someone who would not treat you poorly if you were sincere with him. Not only Carp, but many high-ranking officers in the Navy were also quite amiable. Regardless of how skewed their sense of justice might be, they still leaned towards the good side, a significant reason why Qianhe preferred the Navy over pirates. Inside the office chair, a vexed expression appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He had initially intended to make a wise and dignified impression on Qianhe during their first encounter, but that plan was now thoroughly ruined. Struggling to maintain his composure, Sengoku somewhat irritably instructed Carp to sit aside. However, Carp was unfazed. He picked his nose, flicking a shiny black booger that landed on the face of Sengoku's small pet goat, instantly adorning the creature's pristine visage with an unsightly beauty mark. Carp. Upon witnessing the unfortunate plight of his beloved pet, Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration. Just as he was about to erupt, a calm female voice interjected, "All right, you two, how old are you? Settle down and don't embarrass this young man." Qianhe. Curious, Qianhe peeked out to see an elderly lady with graying hair seated on the sofa, accompanied by a tall and alluring woman. The latter had her long black hair casually tied back, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that glimmered with a hint of crimson, a delicate nose, and a perfectly placed beauty mark enhancing her allure to perfection. Quite beautiful, Qianhe silently rated in his heart, soon realizing that these two were likely Vice Admiral Tsuru and her adopted sister, the future candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit. These two were indeed significant figures within the Navy. As Qianhe observed the two women, Tsuru and Peach Rabbit also noticed him peeking out, in an instant. Both were captivated by the unique allure of Qianhe's eyes, which were adorned with concentric black ripples resembling swirling vortices, occasionally sparkling with violet luminescence. In unison, they unleashed their observation haki, sensing a formidable energy wave and a pressure akin to Conqueror's haki emanating from his gaze. Terrifying newcomer, both women simultaneously assessed Qianhe in their minds. Notably, Peach Rabbit's gaze lingered on Qianhe's face for a moment longer before she subtly nodded and shifted her focus away. Qianhe, acutely aware of their scrutiny, did not mind. He stepped out from behind Carp and approached Sengoku's desk, reporting his arrival with the decorum befitting a soldier, a reflection of his upbringing in Blue Star. "Excellent. Very good." Sengoku expressed his satisfaction. "What is a model Marine?" "This is a model Marine. Gifted, powerful, courteous, respectful of superiors." and knows how to deal with pirates. In contrast, what was that earlier individual who only knew how to pick his nose? Sengoku declared himself unfamiliar with such a disgrace. Now, new recruit Qianhe, given your intrinsic capabilities, I am prepared to make an exception and arrange for you to enter the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp, where you will receive the most rigorous and elite education the Navy has to offer. At this point, Sengoku paused, locking his gaze on Qianhe, and inquired, word by word, "So, are you ready, Uchiha Qianhe?" Feeling quite optimistic, Qianhe had initially come here with the intention of engaging with the power structure of the pirate world, and the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp was undoubtedly conducive to achieving that goal. Moreover, becoming an officer would also be an intriguing experience. "Yes, I am ready, Marshal Sengoku." Without hesitation, Qianhe replied affirmatively. "Very well, then I will arrange for someone to familiarize you with the headquarters." "I'll do it, Marshal Sengoku. I have nothing pressing on my schedule." Sengoku's surprise. Peach Rabbit suddenly volunteered for the task. Sengoku cast an astonished glance her way. Truthfully, Peach Rabbit held a significant position within the headquarters as Tsuru's sister. This request for Carp to fetch Qianhe, under the pretense of granting him leave, was already a bit beyond the norm. Sengoku had initially intended to assign a mid-level officer familiar with the environment for the task. Tsuru exchanged a knowing glance with her adopted sister, thinking to herself that the old girl couldn't resist any longer. Carp, still engrossed in his nose-picking, remained indifferent. Such matters were of no concern to him. Ignoring the gazes in the office, Peach Rabbit confidently stated, "I find this young man, Qianhe, quite appealing and would like to get to know him better. Surely, there will be opportunities to work together in the future." If you're volunteering, then go ahead. It's no big deal," Sengoku conceded. Peach Rabbit elegantly approached Qianhe, placing her hands on her hips and smiling teasingly. "Well then, let us get going. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Gion, and I look forward to working with you, Qianhe." Qianhe couldn't help but mentally berate, "This Peach Rabbit is like a fairy. Just call her Pink Fox." Nevertheless, he maintained a polite smile on his face. "Then I shall trouble you, Gion, in the Navy Headquarters living area." As Qianhe walked alongside Gion down the street, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. The streets were lined with various shops, mostly selling daily necessities. Reminiscent of the commercial streets of Blue Star, albeit with a touch more modern flair. Being a Navy base, the signs and decorations predominantly featured blue and white hues. When you have some free time, you can come here to stroll around, buy some fruit, or treat yourself. That is how you'll grow taller, Gion casually remarked. Qianhe felt slightly speechless. At 16, he already stood nearly 1.9 meters tall. Yet in her eyes, was he still not tall enough? However, noticing Gion's height of over 2 meters, he found it understandable, just a matter of local characteristics. Seeing Qianhe remain silent, Gion assumed he thought her tallness was an issue and quickly adjusted. "Actually, you don't need to be too tall. Your current height is quite sufficient, especially since you're only 16. I'm not concerned about that, Gion. There's a man over there who has been staring at you," Qianhe pointed out, noticing a sleazy man in a brown leisure outfit standing at the entrance of a tavern, who had been watching them intently. Gion turned her head and immediately spotted the uncle that Qianhe mentioned. There was no escape. That so-called uncle was simply too conspicuous, albeit not in the handsome way that Qianhe was. His prominence stemmed from an unfortunate lack of attractiveness that bordered on the grotesque. The man had his hands shoved into his pockets, a lopsided grin on his face, and a cigarette dangling from his lips. His large visage was accentuated by 2 squinty eyes that, even when fully opened, would hardly be large, akin to the character Zhu Beiji from Blue Star. "Oh, I recognize that man. His name is Jiaki, and he is quite detestable. You should keep your distance from him." "Jiaki, isn't he the one who will, alongside Gion, become a candidate for the vice admiral position?" Qianhe pondered as he stroked his chin to at that moment. Jiaki noticed Gion casting a glance in his direction and immediately ambled over with his lewd gait. "Miss Gion, it has been a whole month since I last laid eyes on you. You are as beautiful as ever. Please accept my 88th confession," Jiaki declared as he approached Gion and Qianhe, producing a bouquet of flowers from seemingly nowhere, wearing an expression of faux deep affection. However, Gion didn't even spare him a glance, instead reaching for Qianhe's hand to leave. "Hey, Miss Gion, don't go. You haven't rejected me this time. Jiaki hurriedly pursued them, eager to receive Ji Yuan's 88th rejection. I'm tired of turning you down. Just give up already, Ji Yuan replied, her face one of disdain. Why? Is it because I'm not handsome enough or not good enough? Jiaki exclaimed incredulously, voicing the doubts he kept buried in his heart. Qianhe silently observed from the side, wondering where Jiaki's misplaced confidence stemmed from, given his appearance and behavior. Noticing Ji Yuan's disinterest, Jiaki lowered his head in disappointment, only to finally notice Qianhe, who had been a bystander. Who is this young man? With Jiaki now aware of the onlooker, Qianhe ceased his idle observation and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I'm a new recruit in the Navy. My name is Uchiha Qianhe. Oh, hello. I'm Jiaki, he replied, offering a simple introduction in return. Jiaki thought, where did this newcomer come from, to have Ji Yuan personally accompanying him? And he is quite handsome too. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. Could it be? Ji Yuan has feelings for him. Recalling the sight of the two of them walking side by side on the street, Jiaki shivered and froze in place. Qianhe, noticing Jiaki's sudden, thunderstruck demeanor, approached to check on him, but Jiaki suddenly lifted his head, startling Qianhe. Jiaki gazed intensely at Qianhe's face for quite some time, making Qianhe think he might be challenging him for affection. Then, glancing between Ji Yuan and Qianhe, Jiaki took a deep breath and spoke in a tone that suggested he had come to a profound realization. All right, I understand now. I wish you happiness. Ji Yuan, with that, he turned on his heel and walked away, exhibiting a hint of nonchalance. Where did that water come from? Did it rain? Qianhe wondered, observing the puddle left in Jiaki's wake. Don't mind him. He'll figure it out, Ji Yuan remarked, entirely unfazed by Jiaki's antics. Oh, Qianhe shrugged and turned to follow Ji Yuan as they departed. Upon reaching a residential area, Ji Yuan pointed to a small building and said to Qianhe, that will be your temporary residence for the next few days. Once you graduate, you will be assigned to permanent housing. She then gestured toward the nearby villa with a garden, adding, that's where I and Sister Crane live. Feel free to come find me if you need anything, as I will be at headquarters for the next few days. Qianhe nodded, acknowledging her words, seeing that Qianhe had no objections to his accommodation. Ji Yuan offered a few final reminders before taking her leave. Qianhe then entered his small building, preparing to rest and await news from the training camp, after spending 3 days in his quarters, during which he also shared a dinner with Ji Yuan. He fortuitously encountered Jiaki again at the restaurant. The unfortunate fellow, upon seeing his goddess in the company of another man, acting intimately as he perceived it, promptly abandoned his meal, weeping openly as he dashed for the exit. Of course, Qianhe was unfazed by such antics. Ji Yuan had said nothing, so he felt no need to be concerned. On the fourth morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Ji Yuan arrived at his door to inform him that the date for his enrollment had arrived, urging him to accompany her immediately to the training camp for registration. Upon their arrival at the training camp, Qianhe observed that a considerable number of new recruits had gathered. In the center of a vacant lot stood a machine resembling the strength testing device from Blue Star, used in one piece to measure combat power. The officer responsible for the testing had yet to arrive, and the recruits were clustered together in small groups, discussing the forthcoming assessments. Each face bore a hint of anxiety. After all, they had finally reached the Navy headquarters and earned a chance to participate in the elite training camp. And one wished to falter at the first hurdle of the combat power test. Yet, the test was fair. It did not consider connections, and if one reached the passing mark, they would enter the training camp. However, it was also merciless, as many present were not newcomers to this process. Regardless of their training, they simply could not meet the standards for them. That line seemed an insurmountable chasm. That moment, Ji Yuan was explaining the testing procedure to Qianhe. When it's your turn, simply punch the soft pad of that machine with all your strength. If the display shows a value above 300, you will pass. Qianhe expressed his confidence in reaching that figure, but Ji Yuan shook her head, her gaze locking onto his with seriousness. The chief instructor of the training camp is the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Many of the current 3 admirals and several vice admirals were his students. Admiral Sengoku has already recommended you to him. Therefore, you must give it your all. Do not disappoint him. Upon hearing this, Qianhe felt a surge of emotion. Since arriving at the headquarters, he had received considerable support from Sengoku. And he was not an ungrateful wretch. This time, he was determined to showcase his abilities. Don't worry, Sister Gion. Just watch me, Qianhe replied confidently, offering her his assurance. Gion ceased her remarks, slightly bending down to tidy Qianhe's attire, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to wave his hand in refusal. Gion chuckled behind her hand. Oh, you can feel shy, but when it's your time to shine, you cannot look disheveled. There will be many eyes upon you. Qianhe rolled his eyes, then suddenly pinched Giyuan's hand resting on his clothing. Seizing the moment while she was momentarily dazed, he executed a swift movement and vanished from her sight. You little brat, if you have the guts to touch me, don't run away, Giyuan called out, shaking her fist at the empty space. Laughing and scolding, if you make me lose face later, I will hold you accountable. Emerging from Giyuan's presence, Qianhe found himself among the crowd awaiting the test, ready for the proceedings to commence. Shortly thereafter, the testing officer arrived, briefly outlining the rules and announcing the commencement of the test, calling forward the names of the recruits one by one. The first recruit stepped up, visibly nervous, recording a combat power value of 280. Fortunately, he was granted a second chance, during which he managed to adjust his mindset and achieved a score of 318, successfully passing. This initial success served as a morale booster for the subsequent recruits, who followed suit and also passed. Among them, one male and one female caught Qianhe's attention. The male, named Binzi, and the female, named Ein, both displayed commendable prowess, scoring 410 and 520 respectively, remarkably higher than the majority who barely reached the passing mark. However, such performance was not enough for Qianhe to remember their names. What truly piqued his interest was that their names reminded him of a particular One Piece film. Zeta, this film primarily depicted Zephyr's reckless actions after leaving the Navy, with Binzi and Ein at his side. Moreover, these two were among Zephyr's last batch of students, indicating that the incident which led to Zephyr's disillusionment with the Navy, the slaughter by Whitebeard II, would transpire during this cohort's training at sea. Qianhe felt no fear regarding Whitebeard II. He was confident that once his training concluded, preventing such an occurrence would be a trivial matter. Nonetheless, it was prudent to be mentally prepared. Gradually, all the recruits completed their tests, leaving Qianhe as the last to go. The testing officer glanced at Qianhe, who stood alone in the testing area. It is well known that among those who present on stage, the first and last individuals often attract the most attention from the audience, making them more susceptible to nerves. However, the test officer noted the calm demeanor of Uchiha Qianhe, who displayed not a trace of anxiety. Internally, he nodded, acknowledging that Qianhe was indeed the individual the Warring States had instructed him to observe closely. The decision to position Uchiha Qianhe as the final presenter was a strategy by the Warring States. With the Navy currently suffering from a shortage of military strength, it was only natural to expedite the growth of such a promising talent. This approach aimed to garner greater attention for him, thereby enabling him to accumulate a more substantial reputation, which would facilitate future appointments to positions of responsibility and eliminate unnecessary formalities. It must be said that the current extraordinary circumstances had rendered the Warring States somewhat impatient. Uchiha Qianhe, the test officer proclaimed loudly, announcing the final name on the list. Present. In an instant, Qianhe used the body flicker technique to appear before the testing device. This display left everyone at the testing venue utterly astonished. His speed had already made him the focal point of attention, while the test officer gaped in disbelief. This speed? Is that the shave technique? Where did he learn that? The officer was astonished to find that Qianhe's instantaneous movement bore a striking resemblance to the shave from the Navy's Six Powers. May I begin? Qianhe inquired, ignoring the reactions around him and addressing the test officer to, yes, if you're ready, we can commence, Uchiha Qianhe. Upon receiving the signal to start, Qianhe closed his eyes. The value of his physical energy was intrinsically linked to his bodily strength. And to maximize this strength, Qianhe intended to utilize the Sage Mode he had learned in the world of Naruto. His Sage Mode was derived from the Dragon Cave, where he had spent time with Orochimaru outside of Konoha. Following Orochimaru's guidance, he had traveled to the Dragon Cave to master its Sage Mode and even achieved a breakthrough. Evolving towards the dragon's essence, in Sage Mode, Qianhe's physical and sensory abilities were significantly enhanced. amplifying the power of his ninjutsu and even the ocular techniques of his Rinnegan to several times their original potency. As he reopened his eyes, a faint purple hue adorned his eyelids, accentuating the depth of his purple Rinnegan, while his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, as though he had merged with his surroundings. Natural energy surged violently towards Qianhe's right hand as he assumed a poised stance. Murmuring, "Sage art, dragon fist," there was no grand display of power. What appeared to be a simple punch struck the testing device. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and the entire venue was engulfed in dust and debris as the testing device was propelled from the cloud of smoke. With a thud, the device hit the ground, prompting the test officer to rush forward for inspection. The device, crafted from sea stone, now bore countless cracks, but fortunately, the display screen remained intact under Qianhe's careful protection. Gazing at the numbers on the display screen, the test officer stood frozen, and after a lengthy pause, he stammered, 72,000. Uchiha Qianhe's score is 7,200. His voice rose to a shout, igniting a frenzy among those present at the testing venue. 7,200? What kind of number is that? Even some high-ranking officers can't achieve that, can they? Is the testing device malfunctioning? How is this possible? Ridiculous! Did you not see how the device was damaged? It's made of sea stone. The remaining trainees in the venue engaged in fervent discussions about Qianhe's performance. Gion, hearing the commotion from outside, assumed a crisis had arisen and swiftly activated the shave technique to rush inside. She approached the somewhat dazed test officer and inquired about the situation. Upon recognizing it was Vice Admiral Gion, the officer hastily recounted the events. Gion, upon hearing the news, wore an expression of disbelief, staring at Qianhe, who stood in the center of the arena at that moment. Qianhe had exited sage mode. Seeing Gion enter, he approached her with a smile, saying, "Sister Gion, I hope I've lived up to expectations. My score should be quite commendable." Commendable? Don't flatter yourself. This is beyond mere commendation, Gion mentally scoffed, forming a new perception of her newly acquainted younger brother. Realizing he was quite the show-off, Gion cast a deep glance at Qianhe, understanding that his remarkable score would surely stir quite a reaction among those at headquarters. Indeed, news of Qianhe's performance swiftly reached the higher-ups. Sengoku, engaged in a playful yet competitive exchange with his old friend Garp in the office, received word from the training camp and was left momentarily stunned, even failing to notice when he was hit with Garp's affectionate booger. Garp looked at his old comrade in confusion, unable to fathom Sengoku's sudden stupor. Sengoku abruptly turned to Garp, startling him into jumping from the sofa. Just as Garp braced himself for retaliation, Sengoku slowly spoke. "Uchiha Qianhe has achieved a score of 7,200 in the physical energy test." Nanny? Even Garp, typically carefree, could not contain his astonishment at such a score. Dismissing his jovial demeanor, Garp regarded Sengoku with seriousness, stating, "Sengoku, you've truly found a monster for the Navy this time." Sengoku nodded in agreement, contemplating how Zephyr would react upon learning this news in the chief instructor's office. Zephyr had also been informed of Uchiha Qianhe's score. Upon seeing the numbers on the documents before him, he lifted his gaze towards the soldier delivering the report, wearing a distinctly incredulous expression. The soldier swallowed hard, reiterating his sincerity. Only then did Zephyr reluctantly accept the news. "That I understand. You may leave," he waved, dismissing the soldier as he massaged his temples, reflecting on the information presented, a 16-year-old Navy recruit. Uchiha Qianhe, who had not consumed a devil fruit, possessed a physical energy value of 7,200. This amalgamation of details left Zephyr momentarily dazed. "This is the talented recruit Sengoku mentioned? You call this talent? This is a veritable monster." Zephyr suspected Sengoku was playing a prank on him. Ever since his wife and child were slain by pirates, Zephyr had contemplated retiring from the Navy, and Sengoku, upon learning of this, had fervently dissuaded him. Zephyr, recognizing the Navy's recent struggles, had temporarily shelved the idea. What a mischievous fellow! Zephyr internally cursed Sengoku. Truth be told, Sengoku had been unjustly accused. He had merely wished for Zephyr to be aware of this talented individual, hoping to guide Qianhe properly in the training camp and not squander his potential. Fearing that his words might imply favoritism, he had opted for a more subtle approach. Who would have anticipated that Qianhe would be such an anomaly? Since the graduation of Akainu and his peers, it seemed there was still hope for the Navy's future. Gazing at Qianhe's photograph on the document, Zephyr resolved to focus on nurturing this Uchiha Qianhe in the training camp, ensuring that his talent would not go to waste. Particularly regarding his character, he could not allow a second Pagliusolino to emerge. With this thought, Zephyr rose to head to the training camp, eager to observe this prodigious newcomer. Uchiha Qianhe could see that moment. Qianhe had already secured the top admission score to the elite training camp, blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a purple-haired elder. As he walked, a group of new recruits discussed him animatedly. Look, that's Uchiha Qianhe, the one with a physical energy value of 7,200. What unique eyes he has. Could he belong to a rare race? So handsome. Stop drooling. Look at the stunning beauty beside him, and then at yourself. Do you think he would ever notice you? Shut up. Various remarks reached Qianhe's ears, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation. Whether in the world of Naruto or One Piece, the presence of admirers and fanatics was ever constant. What is the matter? With so many people adoring you, why the glum expression? Are you feeling a bit too proud of yourself, you aloof and brooding boy? The speaker was Gion, who had entered alongside Qianhe under the pretense of escorting him to the final destination. Certainly not to prevent some infatuated girls from making a move on him. Enough with the teasing. It's not like I intended to steal the spotlight. Now it seems I can't even maintain a low profile. Gold will shine regardless. Talent cannot be concealed. Stop complaining. As they conversed, the two arrived at the training camp dormitory. Shigyuki came to a halt and said, "This is where I shall leave you, that I must take my leave now. For we shall not see each other for a while. Do not miss me too much. Chika." "Enough, enough," Chika replied. "It's not as if we won't meet again. Once I am out, let us enjoy a hearty meal together." Suddenly, Shigyuki's expression shifted, and with a fierce tone, he remarked, "Have you forgotten something?" "Huh?" Chika responded, bewildered. "You were quite forceful during the test, weren't you?" Chika felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that he had acted on impulse and applied too much strength. With a chuckle, Shigyuki covered his mouth, amused by Chika's flustered demeanor. "All right, look at how scared you are. I won't do anything to you." He then playfully pinched Chika's cheek. Caught off guard, Chika quickly sidestepped, prompting another round of laughter from Shigyuki. "You were quick to dodge. I thought you wouldn't mind such things." Shigyuki stifled his laughter, adjusting his demeanor to the serious tone of their earlier test, and tidied up Chika's attire. This time, Chika remained silent, understanding that Shigyuki wished to approach their impending separation with a cheerful disposition. "When you graduate from the training camp, if you manage to become a brigadier general, I shall grant you one condition." "What do you think?" Shigyuki suddenly declared. Chika gazed silently at Shigyuki, the unspoken words lingering in the air. "Huh. That is nearly impossible. Isn't it, Chika?" Shigyuki seemed to muse to himself, halting his actions of adjusting Chika's clothing. Chika stepped forward and embraced Shigyuki, whispering softly in her ear, "Is it really that simple?" There is hardly any challenge involved as Shigyuki's face flushed, and she hastily pushed Chika away, exclaiming, "Stop boasting," before fleeing the scene. Chika watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. "Let us wait and see." After Shigyuki departed, Chika turned and headed to his own dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found his three roommates already assembled, making him the last to arrive. Among them was a familiar face, Ben's, while the other two were strangers, not appearing in the original narrative. The three were startled to see Chika enter, astonished that their roommate was the top scorer of the entrance exam. A true celebrity, they all rose to greet him, and Chika responded to each warmly. Following this, the four began the self-introduction segment. The first to speak was a short, chubby boy with yellow hair. "Hello, everyone. My name is Bridge. I hail from the West Sea, and I'm a user of the demon fruit, the hook fruit. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Isn't that a character from a game?" Chika thought, recalling a character from a game in Blue Star. After Bridge concluded, a rugged young man with a scruffy beard introduced himself with an air of bravado. "I am Griefus, also from the West Sea, skilled in heavy firearms." He then nonchalantly plopped back on his bed. Goodness, have I stumbled into a game world? Chika felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Next was Benz, who spoke in a somewhat awkward manner. I am Benz from the North Sea, a user of the demon fruit, the abundant fruit, that I look forward to your guidance. Aikati last, a character fitting the atmosphere. Chika thought with some relief, before introducing himself. I am Uchiha Qianhe. From the EC. I possess various abilities, with a particular fondness for manipulating repulsion and attraction that I have not consumed a demon fruit. To control repulsion and attraction without having consumed a demon fruit. The three pondered simultaneously, but recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets, no one dared to inquire further. Once the introductions concluded, the four returned to their respective beds to rest, for tomorrow heralded the commencement ceremony and their first training session. The next day, the four set off for the training ground, joining others in formation while awaiting the arrival of their instructor. After 5 minutes, a man with violet hair, Zephyr, appeared before them. His serious expression commanded attention as he ascended the platform, scanning the gathered trainees, lingering a moment longer on Chika's position. With those unique eyes, he must be Uchiha Qianhe, he concluded, having identified his key pupil for the session. Greetings, I am Zephyr, the chief instructor of the elite training camp. I trust you have heard my name before, so I shall refrain from further introduction, that I believe that all those present here are elite among elites. This, the trainees instinctively raised their heads, pride evident in their demeanor. However, Zephyr's tone shifted. Do not assume that your presence here guarantees an easy graduation. I must inform you in advance. This place does not accommodate the complacent. Next, you will endure the most rigorous and demanding training. Those who cannot persevere will have their qualifications revoked. Do you understand? Understood. The gathered elites were undeterred by his words. Very well. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Now, we shall commence training. Today's focus will be on the 6 styles. In a blink, Zephyr, who had been on the platform, now stood right before the students. Most of the unprepared trainees were taken aback, while only Chika and a few others remained unfazed. What I just demonstrated was the Saru from the 6 styles, a technique that enhances your speed. Mastering it will enable you to approach your enemies or evade attacks more effectively. With that, Zephyr leaped into the air, explaining, this is Jeppo. Once you have mastered to, you may attempt to tread upon the air, granting you a semblance of flight. The duration of such ability will depend on your physical endurance. Then, lifting one leg, he unleashed a swift azure slash that struck a distant boulder, splitting it in two and leaving a smooth surface where it had been severed. This is Rinnegan. It requires substantial leg strength to deliver a tangible slash through sheer speed. Having landed, Zephyr extended a robust finger and, in an instant, thrust it toward Chika's face with blinding speed. Chika maintained his composure, staring at the finger before looking up at Zephyr. Very good. You remain calm. Zephyr nodded in approval, continuing, this is Gion. As the name implies, its power is akin to a bullet. The key lies in concentrating your strength and delivering a fast, precise, and ruthless strike with your finger. The trainees were left in awe, as these moves seemed to belong solely to those with the powers of a demon fruit user. Zephyr relaxed his stance, slightly bending his legs. Next, I shall introduce you to the defensive technique of the 6 styles, Tekai. Here it comes. The only illusion technique among the 6 styles, which creates an overwhelming illusion of I can withstand this. Its potency rivals that of Sakura's ultimate illusion from the Naruto series. Chika mused maliciously, only for Zephyr to catch his eye, promptly calling him forward. Chika complied, secretly wondering if he had inadvertently revealed something in his expression that caught Zephyr's attention. Now, observe as I demonstrate Tekai. Its effect is quite simple. It hardens your body. The downside is that using it will render you cumbersome, and once activated, evasion is out of the question. Uchiha Qianhe, you shall attack me now to showcase the efficacy of Tekai to everyone. Zephyr had chosen Chika as a sparring partner due to his impressive power level, believing Chika's attack would best illustrate the strength of Tekai while allowing him to assess Chika's capabilities firsthand. Without further ado, Chika instantly entered Sage mode and unleashed the Sage art, Dragon Fist, striking Zephyr squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Zephyr's body trembled slightly before he composed himself and straightened his suit, remarking, impressive force. I would say even upperclassmen would struggle to match your strength. While he spoke, Zephyr's heart was tumultuous. My goodness, this young man, That punch had the force of a mid-ranking officer, and he hasn't even learned Haki or undergone basic training. With a deep gaze fixed upon Chika, Zephyr prompted him to continue his assault. Below, he was about to demonstrate the final technique of the 6 powers, paper drawing. Chika assumed a stance and launched a direct punch at Zephyr, whose body swayed like paper in the wind, effortlessly evading the attack with a nonchalant grace. This was the essence of paper drawing. By completely relaxing one's body, one could evade the majority of physical attacks. Zephyr explained while dodging. The punch that Chika had thrown was not the Dragon Fist, as the Dragon Fist in Sage mode resembled Naruto's Frog Fist technique. Even if the punch did not land directly, the Senjutsu energy surrounding it could still inflict damage, akin to the Haki of flowing cherry blossoms in the pirate world. To align with Zephyr, Chika refrained from using such ostentation. Realizing that his probing punch had indeed failed, Chika quickly created distance, then raised his right hand, revealing a black vortex in his palm. This was the ability of the Rinnegan's Deva Path. Universal Pull. Chika thought to himself that the effects of paper drawing had been demonstrated, and now it was time to get serious. Zephyr-sensei, you wish to shed all your strength, did you? Allow me to draw you closer with gravity and see how you resist. Sudden and unexpected, the universal pull caused Zephyr, still in the state of paper drawing, to be drawn towards Chika like a piece of paper caught in a gust of wind. Nanny. Zephyr, witnessing Chika's use of the Deva Path's ability for the first time, found himself in a state of complete relaxation, which allowed Chika to gain the upper hand. Just as he was about to be seized by Chika, he abandoned the display of paper drawing and swiftly shifted to the state of iron block. However, Chika, noticing Zephyr's sudden rigidity mid-flight, understood that he had switched states and promptly canceled the universal pull, countering with a Shinra Tensei. Thus, Zephyr, maintaining the iron block posture, was propelled away, crashing through the training camp's walls. Disappearing into a cloud of dust, surrounding students stared in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Who am I? Where am I? Is that Uchiha Chika truly just another student like us? Is this the ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion that Chikadai said he possesses? Remarkably impressive. Among the crowd, one of Chika's roommates, the plump blonde Bridge, exclaimed with excitement. Even the hardened face of Grievous could not conceal his astonishment. He wiped the sweat from his brow, ignoring Bridge's shameless declaration of Chika as their leader. Binz contemplated his fruit ability, wondering if he had unwittingly consumed a fake devil fruit. That power you displayed just now. Are you a devil fruit user? Zephyr returned to the field, and scathed save for a bit of dust on his clothing. Truly, he was an admiral of the Navy. One must remember that an ordinary pirate would be gravely injured or even perish from the combined onslaught of Universal Pull and Shinra Tensei. Although Chika had only exerted less than half of his strength, it was evident from Zephyr's state that he still held a considerable gap in power compared to the Admiral. After all, Admirals represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the pirate world. There remained a journey ahead for him, a need to enhance his physical strength rapidly. Regardless of any abilities, physical strength remained the foundation. Exiting Sage mode, Chika briefly explained that his abilities stemmed from a racial gift, as the Uchiha clan was, after all, a lineage of sages, and in terms of bloodline, he truly stood unchallenged. Racial gift. There exists such a lineage upon the seas? Are your kin similar to you? Zephyr inquired eagerly. No, there are none left. Certain events transpired, and I am now the last of the Uchiha bloodline. Such a pity, Zephyr expressed with a hint of disappointment. However, he quickly considered that should such a lineage grow in number, what might be the cost of winning them over? Moreover, not everyone would wish to join the Navy like Chika. Should some individuals similar to Chika choose the path of piracy, the situation would become even more perilous. At least the Navy now had a talent like Chika. Zephyr believed that with Chika's potential, he would undoubtedly be a prodigy among his kin. Otherwise, the world would have long been dominated by the Uchiha clan. Sengoku, you have executed this matter splendidly. Zephyr silently praised Sengoku, and upon observing Chika, his satisfaction grew. Delighted, Zephyr decided not to further bother the new recruits today. All right, I have demonstrated the 6 powers. You all should review them thoroughly. Tomorrow, we will commence physical training. Without a solid physique, The 6 powers are merely for show. With that, he dismissed the group and returned to contemplate the surprises that Chica had brought him today. Initially, the recruits had anticipated a day of grueling training, yet they found themselves having coasted through the first day. With a mix of awe and reverence, they cast a glance at Chica before cheering and departing in pairs towards their dormitories. Chica too left the training ground surrounded by his 3 roommates, but on the way back, Bridge was exceedingly excited, declaring that Chikadai was indeed not to be underestimated, having even bested the esteemed Zephyr sensei. Chica corrected him, stating that Zephyr sensei had been completely unprepared, and even if he had been struck, it would be of little consequence. After all, he was a former admiral of the Navy. On the other hand, Griefus remarked that it was already quite impressive, yet he still admired someone else's audacity, comparable to a fortress wall. Bridge understood Griefus was mocking him and retorted with a hint of sarcasm, asserting that indeed, the walls were overgrown with grass. This was a jab at Griefus's scruffy beard. Bridge had always felt that Griefus, despite being in his early 20s, sported an abundance of facial hair, which, combined with his haughty demeanor, made him appear quite ridiculous. The two seemed to be at odds from the very start, having developed an unintentional rivalry since they met, to the point where Chica and Binns had become accustomed to their bickering. Speaking of Binns, he was like a silent observer, rarely speaking and preferring to communicate through glances. Binns silently cast an admiring look at Chica, who acknowledged it, thinking to himself that his 3 roommates were truly remarkable. It seemed that the days ahead would not be dull at all. The following day, everyone rose early once more, only to find Zephyr already awaiting them at the training grounds. Not bad. You didn't keep me waiting too long. Zephyr crossed his arms, gazing at the students below as one would observe a flock of docile sheep. Today, I shall say little. We will commence training immediately. First, line up and run 50 laps around the field. Both men and women alike. The students gasped. The training camp's field was essentially a large square, with each lap measuring over a kilometer. Yet, since Zephyr had issued the order, no one dared to complain. And one by one, they began to run. Chica was the first to sprint ahead, fully aware of the importance of stamina. Most battles in the world of Naruto primarily revolved around physical combat. Even when everyone eventually summoned their mechs, the outcome would inevitably revert to close-quarters brawling. Although the first 10, 20 laps were manageable, the superior physicality of the people in the pirate world could only last so long. And soon some began to lag behind, falling out of the formation by the 30th lap. Individuals had already collapsed from exhaustion along the way, prompting a rush of medical personnel to carry the fainted students away on stretchers. Huff, huff, Ayn grit her teeth in determination. As the only female still persevering on the field, she inherently faced a disadvantage in terms of stamina compared to most students that have persisted through 30 laps was already commendable. Catching even Zephyr's attention. That girl. Her name is Ayn, right? Setting aside everything else, just this willpower indicates she could become an excellent Navy officer in the future. Zephyr admired her internally and signaled the nearby medical staff to keep an eye on her. Ready to assist as soon as she faltered, I can't give up. I haven't even completed half the distance yet. Ayn was a fiercely competitive girl. She did not want to feel justified in running fewer laps simply because she was a girl. At last, her stamina reached its limits, and she stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, a hand steadied her. She managed to turn her head to express her gratitude, only to find that the person supporting her was none other than Uchiha Qianhe, who was just 2 laps away from completing his 50. Seeing a girl struggling yet determined, he couldn't help but feel admiration. There is no one who disrespects those who strive. Noticing her imminent collapse, he rushed over to support her. Are you all right? Don't push yourself too hard. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by everyone. That if you've reached your limit, it's best to rest now. Overexerting yourself could lead to injury. Chica's concerned words brought a warm sensation to Ayn's heart. Thank you. I understand now. You must be Uchiha Qianhe. You are truly impressive. After running for so long, you still show no signs of fatigue. Haha, not at all. I am utterly exhausted, yet I must uphold the reputation of being the top scorer in the entrance examination. No matter what, I have longed to faint and visit the infirmary to gaze upon the beautiful nurse. Qianhe intentionally covered his mouth, resembling a mischievous little thief who has committed a wrongdoing, but a playful chuckle escaped Ayn's lips, alleviating some of her fatigue. She recognized that Qianhe was attempting to comfort her in his own whimsical manner. And surprisingly, she found it quite endearing. "Thank you, Qianhe," Ein said earnestly, expressing her gratitude before conceding and heading off to rest. Qianhe waved his hand dismissively and continued his laps, determined to complete the two he had yet to finish. On the sidelines, Ein sat on the ground, momentarily entranced by the sight of Qianhe sprinting across the playground when suddenly her roommate approached and tapped her shoulder. "Stop staring. He has quite the catch. You might not be able to hold on to him," her roommate teased with a grin. Ein felt her cheeks flush, playfully nudging her roommate before rising to follow her out, just before they departed. She cast one last glance at Qianhe on the track. Noticing her, he waved as he ran, prompting her to quickly turn away and leave with her roommate. As they walked back, Ein reflected on the day's events, her lips curling into an involuntary smile as she murmured, "Uchiha Qianhe, indeed a remarkable person." Her roommate, overhearing her musing, asked, "Ein, are you feeling unwell? Was it the training that wore you out?" Ein waved her hand dismissively, assuring her friend she was fine, and with a playful smile, she grasped her roommate's hand to quicken their pace. Her roommate, bewildered, protested, Hey, what's with you? You're acting a bit crazy. I guess you've really lost your mind from running." The days passed swiftly, and before long, Qianhe had spent 2 months at the training camp. During this time, the name Uchiha Qianhe had become well known throughout the camp. Regardless of the training, he completed all tasks with flying colors and shattered numerous records. His initial encounter with Zephyr particularly elevated his reputation, making his name resonate even among the senior students. One day, in the training camp cafeteria, a group of upperclassmen were engaged in a lively discussion about Uchiha Qianhe. "Have you heard? Uchiha Qianhe has broken yet another record. He mastered the shave technique in less than a day." "What? Good heavens! I spent an entire year just barely grasping it." "Your information is outdated. It has said he has even improved the shave, making it faster and covering greater distances." Sigh, such despairing talent at this rate. Even we upperclassmen might not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing this, one individual grew irate, retorting, "That's just you, a newcomer who has barely been in the camp for less than half a year. How strong can you possibly be? You're just full of hot air." After saying this, he disregarded the disapproving looks from others and turned to a white-haired youth with a sycophantic expression, adding, "And if we're discussing talent, who can rival Smoker? He is the only user of a Logia-type devil fruit in the entire camp." Smoker sat silently, head bowed, ignoring the flattery being directed at him. The flatterer, realizing he was being ignored, awkwardly fell silent, and the table lapsed into quietude. "Look, Uchiha Qianhe is here," someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone at the table toward the entrance. Leading the way, Qianhe entered the cafeteria, flanked by his 3 roommates, all engaged in cheerful banter as they prepared to get their meals. Unbeknownst to him, he had just become the focal point of the earlier debate. At that moment, he was listening to Bridge enthusiastically recounting Qianhe's impressive performance on the training field. "I tell you, Qianhe's shave speed was astonishing. Even teacher Zephyr couldn't stop praising him. From now on, you're my idol, Qianhe. Whatever you need, just say the word and I'll be there." On the other side, Griefus looked down on Bridge's behavior, mocking, "That's Qianhe's prowess. Why do I feel like you were the one using shave just now?" "Of course, I'm thrilled that Qianhe is impressive. He is recognized as my leader," Bridge defended passionately. "Did I tell you? Qianhe's abilities are already enough for graduation. Spending time here with fools like you is just a waste." "What did you say?" Before Griefus could respond, the individual who had earlier boasted about Smoker could no longer contain himself. This person was Barton, a fellow fan of Smoker, a mere freshman, acting all high and mighty. "I heard that Uchiha Qianhe hails from the East Blue, right? People from small places are just so sheltered. Ha ha ha." His words crossed a line, causing Smoker, who had been quietly eating, to furrow his brow. "What did you say? Just because you serve a year or 2 in the military makes you special. How could a genius like Qianhe be compared to worthless scum like you?" Bridge retorted defiantly. "I think you've got a problem. A rookie should act like a rookie, and that Uchiha Qianhe, doesn't he know how to control his dog? He should hurry and apologize to his seniors." In a corner of the cafeteria, Ein and her roommate observed the unfolding situation. "Hey, Ein, isn't that the Uchiha Qianhe who helped you last time? He seems to be in trouble. Yes, that upperclassman is far too arrogant. What's wrong with being a freshman? Didn't they all start from that point? Ein responded that I know Uchiha Qianhe. He is the most talented in our cohort. He is kind-hearted and easy to talk to. Plus he is quite handsome that I believe they're just envious. Regardless, Ein's roommate noted, nevertheless, Uchiha Qianhe is in a predicament. After all, those are upperclassmen, and their strength surpasses that of us newcomers. Ein's roommates chattered away, some expressing concern for her, while others defended Qianhe. Ein remained silent, her gaze anxiously fixed on Qianhe, contemplating whether she should intervene if a conflict erupted. Even if she wasn't a match for the upperclassmen, she felt compelled to offer her assistance. After all, it was her way of repaying Qianhe for his earlier support and comforting words. Barton grew increasingly boastful, his nose in the air as he pointed at Qianhe. He drew the attention of the entire cafeteria. Once he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed an unsettling silence enveloping the room, noticing his companions staring fixedly at him. Sensing something amiss, he turned abruptly to find Uchiha Qianhe standing right before him. When did you? Both he and Smoker, seated at the same table, thought simultaneously. You were quite arrogant just now, Qianhe remarked before delivering a resounding slap across Barton's face. The sound echoed throughout the spacious cafeteria. You bastard! How dare you hit a senior? Barton exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his face. His companions, unable to remain passive, felt discomfort at Qianhe's actions. Witnessing this, Qianhe's roommates rushed over, ready to confront the situation without a hint of fear. Several classmates, including Ein and other girls, gathered around, having witnessed the earlier provocation by the upperclassmen. With Qianhe's esteemed reputation among his peers, many students who had benefited from his kindness during training could not simply stand by. Oh, what's the matter? Do all upperclassmen make one feel nauseous like you? Noxious beings deserve a beating, Qianhe stated, scanning the rising upperclassman with a calm demeanor. You bastard! I'll kill you, Barton shouted, furious, and leapt to his feet. Launching a wind leg kick, a pale blue blade of air sliced through the cafeteria, heading straight for Qianhe, causing the onlookers to pale. Not good. It's a wind leg. Damn it, we're all students. Isn't this going too far? This could be disastrous. The destructive power of a wind leg could leave one dead or severely injured. Despite the impending attack, Qianhe's expression remained unchanged as he raised his left hand to shield his chest. A piercing sound, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, erupted as Qianhe firmly grasped the foot of the Tempest, preventing any further advance. Within mere moments, that tempestuous foot dissipated within Qianhe's hold. How could this be? Barton's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qianhe executed a swift arc with one leg that a deep blue air blade, broader and longer than before, emerged, representing Qianhe's tempestuous kick that it was over. With such a formidable tempest, Barton knew he could not withstand it and despairingly closed his eyes. After a moment, sensing no immediate danger, he opened his eyes to find that Qianhe's tempest had been intercepted by a figure with white hair. The white-haired figure was Smoker, who, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, finally resolved to intervene and put an end to this farce. However, even as Smoker blocked the tempest, he found himself straining. Qianhe's tempest did not dissipate like Barton's inferior variant had moments before. Thus, an unusual spectacle unfolded in the center of the vast cafeteria, with Smoker, drenched in sweat, bracing himself against the deep blue air blade, gradually retreating. Smoker was struggling to maintain his position and urgently turned to the still-dazed Barton, shouting for him to get out of the way. Coming to his senses, Barton scrambled to escape the scene. Suddenly, Smoker's body was cleaved in two as Qianhe's attack surged past him, crashing into the far wall of the cafeteria, creating a new entrance before vanishing entirely. Such power was indeed formidable. Observing the destruction wrought by the tempest, Smoker felt a deep-seated apprehension. As a user of the natural type smoke fruit, he had not truly been split in two. He had entered an elemental state to evade the tempest strike. Elementalization of the natural type. It bears a striking resemblance to the water transformation technique of that cursed lantern, Sujetsu. Qianhe pondered, observing Smoker's body, now emitting wisps of white smoke. Gradually, the white smoke coalesced, and Smoker returned to his complete form. He gazed at Qianhe and spoke. "This ends here. It was my fault, and I have paid the price. As fellow students, let us cease this commotion." Qianhe chuckled softly, a mocking smile gracing his features as he regarded Smoker. You hold yourself in such high esteem. If you truly wish to intervene. Where were you moments ago? Now you appear, playing the savior. Do you believe yourself worthy? Smoker's expression darkened. He realized that today's affair had become quite complicated. Must it truly come to this? He mused, his brow furrowed. He had no desire to fight, for the motive behind this confrontation was not only dishonorable, but also somewhat absurd. Simultaneously, he regretted failing to halt Barton's foolish actions earlier, which had incited the wrath of Uchiha Qianhe. To think he could conclude this matter without so much as an apology. What gives you such confidence? Is it merely your so-called natural-type smoke fruit? Qianhe clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. Today, he sought a confrontation with Smoker, the strongest among the upperclassmen, thereby alleviating future complications. Smoker, too, possessed his pride. Being repeatedly ridiculed by Qianhe in front of so many people ignited his temper. If that is the case, let us engage in battle. Uchiha Qianhe. Smoker could no longer contain himself and issued a challenge. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this, Qianhe replied, stretching his body and beckoning Smoker to commence. You think yourself above all others. White smoke launcher. Smoker unleashed his full fury, his lower body transforming into a thick cloud of white smoke as he charged toward Qianhe. White punch as he advanced. Smoker's arms also transformed into smoke, his fists elongating rapidly, propelled by the force of the air, aimed directly at Qianhe. Qianhe's body swayed slightly, effortlessly evading Smoker's attack. Not done yet. Smoker remained unfazed, as his previously missed fist swiftly reversed course, aiming for Qianhe's back. Qianhe, watch out behind you! A shout rang out from the crowd as Ein, witnessing the bizarre nature of Smoker's assault, hurriedly warned him that a friend beside her tugged at her sleeve, silently urging her not to meddle in the affairs of these formidable opponents. Qianhe remained unmoved, his Rinnegan eyes widening as he invoked the universal pull. With a resounding boom, Smoker's fist disintegrated into scattered wisps of smoke before they could make contact with Qianhe's body. After a brief moment, the remnants of smoke gradually converged back to Smoker's wrist, solidifying in a fist form once more. A superhuman-type devil fruit user, Smoker thought, finding Qianhe increasingly troublesome, especially as he recognized the previous wave of force as a clear counter to his smoke fruit abilities. You believe what you wish, Qianhe retorted, uninterested in elucidating further, as a black vortex materialized in his palm, aimed at Smoker. Smoker's body jolted as he was suddenly yanked toward Qianhe. What the hell is this? This time, unlike those who had been drawn in by Qianhe before, Smoker did not suffer the same fate, as Qianhe did not grasp his neck. As Qianhe reached for him, Smoker elementalized, separating his head from his body in a display of evasive maneuvering. Anticipating Smoker's elementalization, Qianhe remained composed, swiftly forming hand signs and unleashing wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent gust erupted from his mouth, sending cafeteria furniture toppling and causing some onlookers to lose their footing. As the primary target of the assault, Smoker was dispersed into countless strands of white smoke, scattering in every direction. After a considerable time, the smoke coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing Smoker's ashen visage. Glaring at Qianhe with suspicion. This time, it's wind. This is not the same force as before. Have you consumed more than one devil fruit? Smoker felt a sense of unease as he struggled to reconstitute his form, the effects of the great breakthrough having taken their toll on him. You could consider that a form of ninjutsu, Qianhe replied, watching as Smoker reconstructed his body without taking the opportunity to strike. Ninjutsu. You are a ninja from a land of Wano? The land of Wano? Huh. What a joke. Who dares to claim such a title? Qianhe scoffed dismissively before his expression shifted to one of danger. I've had my fun. Now, I have a question for you. What is it? Can natural type bleed? Upon hearing this, Smoker instinctively retreated frantically, yet Qianhe was swifter. Without warning, Qianhe appeared behind Smoker and reached for him. Useless. Without Haki, no amount of offensive strength can prevail. Smoker noted that Qianhe made no unusual movements and allowed himself to relax slightly. Mocking, "Is that so?" Just then, Qianhe's hand made contact with Smoker's shoulder, and a transparent, circular shield enveloped both of them. The Rinnegan's hungry ghost path. Sealing technique revealed to Smoker, in horror, that he could no longer utilize the powers of the smoke fruit. It felt akin to severed limbs, devoid of neural connections. "Release me." The absurdity of the situation sent Smoker into a panic, his voice rising in desperation to quell his fear. The sealing technique, absorption, as another application of the hungry ghost path, differed from merely absorbing an opponent's physical strength or chakra. It could absorb their techniques and impose a sealing effect that Qianhe's hungry ghost path, without the human path's assistance to eliminate the user, could not directly extract abilities from them. However, through close contact, it could temporarily seal an opponent's powers. With one hand pinning Smoker to the ground, Qianhe produced a black rod in his other hand and plunged it into Smoker's right shoulder. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth, and the pain ignited Smoker's instinct to activate his smoke fruit abilities. Yet despair washed over him. Although Qianhe had dispelled that accursed shield, he remained unable to utilize his powers. In truth, most of his body had already elementalized. However, the shoulder area did not respond as his did. It remained utterly unresponsive. When he attempted to pull with his other hand, the moment he made contact with the black rod, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged forth, rendering him incapable of extracting the rod embedded in his shoulder. The black rod, a creation of the Rinnegan wielder utilizing yin-yang release, serves to block or disrupt the flow of energy within the opponent's body. The Rinnegan holder can even manipulate corpses with it, akin to Nagato's formidable six paths abilities. To be honest, struggling like this will only exacerbate your wounds, Chika observed, glancing at the pitiful sight of Smoker on the ground. Offering a kind reminder, what on earth happened? "Everyone, cease this at once," came a commanding voice as Zephyr arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the devastated cafeteria and the sight of Chika standing alongside the prostrate Smoker, Zephyr felt a throbbing headache. "Someone explain to me what transpired here." Ayn, shaking off her roommate's hand, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Instructor Zephyr." It was the upperclassman who instigated the provocation, and it was that Burton who initiated the conflict. It was only after that Chika retaliated. Zephyr nodded slightly, casting another glance at the fallen Smoker. "And what about him?" "Teacher, I am fine. It was merely a normal sparring session with Chika. I sincerely apologize for the destruction caused." Smoker articulated through gritted teeth, suppressing intense pain. Chika looked at Smoker in surprise, having significantly altered his perception of him. Retrieving the black rod, Chika assisted Smoker to his feet, addressing Zephyr. "Yes, Instructor Zephyr, it was my fault for not controlling my strength and striking too hard." Zephyr exhaled a sigh of relief. Truth be told, both were his most prized disciples, and he was reluctant to reprimand either. "You will personally escort Smoker to the infirmary. Furthermore, the damages incurred during this incident will be your responsibility." "Understood." Both Chika and Smoker responded promptly. "Burton, as the instigator, I sentence you to run 100 laps around the playground. You are not to leave until you complete them." Burton, who had long been hiding in the crowd, wore a despondent expression, daring not to utter a word as he dragged his exhausted body to commence his punishment. Casting a glare at Chika and Smoker, Zephyr dispersed the crowd and strode away with a flick of his sleeve. Once the two departed, the cafeteria erupted in fervent chatter. "That Uchiha Chika is simply a monster." Smoker looked like a mere child in his presence. "What is his ability, summoning both wind and shockwaves? Did you notice his eyes? They are so eerie. Simply gazing at them feels like surrendering all will to resist." Regardless, Uchiha Chika will undoubtedly be recognized as the unrivaled champion of the training camp. Ayn stood amidst her roommates, somewhat dazed. While she had anticipated Chika's victory, she had not expected it to be so effortless. "He is on an entirely different level from us," one roommate remarked, casting a glance at the silent Ayn, who sighed quietly. "It's commendable when someone you admire excels, but when their excellence surpasses reason, it becomes another matter entirely." Biting her lip, Ayn refrained from calling her roommates and turned to leave the cafeteria alone. Meanwhile, Chika supported Smoker, who kept his head down, revealing no expression, and why earlier words and actions may have been excessive. However, your final remarks made me realize you are quite commendable. Chika attempted to break the awkward silence. No, you are not at fault. The responsibility lies with me. I failed to intervene promptly when Burton initiated the conflict, and I had no right to prevent you from retaliating. Moreover, I acknowledge my inferiority. I bear no grievances for being bested, Smoker replied, finally lifting his gaze to face forward. Chika found Smoker increasingly intriguing. Extending a hand toward him, Smoker regarded him curiously as Chika smiled and said, "Let us be friends and get to know each other anew. My name is Uchiha Qianhe. I look forward to your guidance." Smoker was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Chika's outstretched hand. "Smoker, I am not worthy of your guidance. Next time we meet, just remember to go easy on me." With that, the two exchanged smiles, and the previous tensions dissipated. Sometimes, the manner in which men forge friendships is both peculiar and simple. After escorting Smoker to the infirmary, Chika returned to the dormitory, where his 3 roommates rushed to him, encircling him with excitement. Even Grelfoss, who usually looked down on others, and the dull-witted Bins joined in with fervor. "Chika, you were magnificent today, truly deserving of my respect. Indeed, I am thoroughly impressed. You shall henceforth be my leader." "Me too." Chika smiled wryly at his overly enthusiastic roommates, feeling a sense of nostalgia as their antics reminded him of his dormitory days back on Blue Star. Just as the 4 engaged in jovial banter, an officer knocked and entered. After surveying the group, the officer's gaze settled on Chika. It was unavoidable. Those distinctive purple Rinnegan eyes left a lasting impression. The officer politely confirmed, "Are you Chika? Instructor Zephyr requests your presence in his office." "Instructor Zephyr is looking for me." "All right, I shall head there at once." Chika followed the officer out, leaving his remaining 3 roommates in a state of concern. "Chika might be in trouble for punishment," Bridge remarked. "This incident was partly my fault. I should accompany him to see." Bins added, "It is possible." The destruction caused during Chika and Smoker's battle was considerable. Instructor Zephyr may be preparing to settle accounts. Grelfoss chimed in, surprisingly not arguing with Bridge this time. "That cannot be. If Instructor Zephyr intended to punish Chika, he would have done so in the cafeteria. Calling him to his office must imply something more significant. We should refrain from causing him any further trouble." When Ben spoke up, Bridge and Grelfoss exchanged shocked glances, astonished that the usually reticent Bins had offered such a reasonable perspective. Feeling a bit bashful under their scrutiny, Ben stood up to help Chika tidy his bed. Bridge and Grelfoss stared at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. After a while, Bridge exclaimed, "Bins, how dare you do my chores? Step aside. There's a proper way to make a bed." "What a disgrace!" Grelfoss reiterated his disdain for Bridge, then rummaged through his belongings until he produced a box of cigars, heading to the restroom to indulge. After finishing making the bed, Bridge's nose twitched, realizing Grelfoss had likely gone to smoke again. He felt a twinge of temptation. He had developed a taste for it himself. Since arriving here, he had discovered that smoking Grelfoss's cigars was far more exhilarating. Secretly activating his hook fruit ability, Bridge's left hand transformed into a yellow hook, which then detached from his wrist, connected by a sturdy iron chain. The hook fruit, a Paramecia-type ability, allows him to transform any part of his body into a hook and extend it indefinitely using the chains created by his power. Objects he touches leave an invisible mark, allowing him to track and capture his target with certainty during future uses of his ability. He had already seized Grelfoss's cigar box. Bridge savored the aroma, grinning as his left hand hook slowly crept along the wall and into the restroom. Moments later, Grelfoss, satisfied, lifted his pants with one hand while reaching for the cigar box on the floor with the other, only to grasp the cold ground instead. Infuriated with his pants still unfastened, he shouted, "Damn it! Where's my entire box of cigars?" Meanwhile, Chika had arrived at the door of Zephyr's office and knocked. "Knock, knock. Come in." Zephyr's tone was calm, devoid of anger. Chika entered, performing a simple military salute before casually plopping down onto a sofa, waiting for Zephyr to speak. After 2 months of focused attention from Zephyr, Chika had become quite familiar with him. Despite his somewhat disrespectful demeanor, Chika held great respect for Zephyr, who reciprocated this affection for his disciple. Zephyr shot him a bemused glance, internally amused by Chika, as if he were not the same person who had just engaged in a brawl in the cafeteria. Setting aside his current task, Zephyr rubbed his temples and looked up at Chica, casually inquiring, "What insights did you gain from today's battle with Smoker?" If the other trainees were to witness Zephyr in such a demeanor, they would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. Who would have imagined that the usually stern and austere Zephyr could exhibit such a relaxed disposition? Furthermore, Uchiha Qianhe was engaged in a brawl in broad daylight. He was even assaulting others unilaterally. It is inconceivable that he would not face severe punishment. Is this a mere inquiry into his combat experience? One can only conclude that those who are favored tend to act with impunity. Qianhe, in a contemplative stance, pondered for a moment before stating that his primary observation was that handling the elemental manipulation of natural type abilities was indeed somewhat troublesome. Zephyr nodded with a faint smile, which was precisely why he had summoned Qianhe. He intended to provide him with special guidance. The curriculum at the Naval Training Camp is methodical and progressive. Although 2 months have elapsed, many trainees still struggle to master even one of the 6 styles. Transitioning to the teaching of Haki typically awaits the conclusion of the 2nd academic year. Zephyr frequently took the time to assess Qianhe's progress with the 6 styles and was aware that it had already attained a level of proficiency surpassing that of some graduates who had become mid-ranking officers. To have him follow the same pace as ordinary trainees would evidently be a waste of Qianhe's time, and indeed, a waste of the Navy's resources. Hence, Zephyr believed that his decision to provide individual instruction was not only justified, but indeed the most prudent choice. Simply put, it was for the sake of justice. Very well, do you know the most effective method to counter natural types? Zephyr posed, setting the stage slightly. Yes, it's the armament Haki, as mentioned by Smoker during combat. Qianhe promptly responded with the correct answer. Splendid. The purpose of my visit today is to teach you the methods of cultivating Haki. Now that Zephyr realized Qianhe was already familiar with armament Haki, he wasted no time and got straight to the point. Follow me to the barren land behind, and I shall demonstrate Haki. Upon arriving at a spacious area behind the training camp, Zephyr found a relatively open spot and dramatically flung his coat of justice. With a flourish, the coat billowed away, landing atop a protruding boulder. What a show-off! Qianhe discreetly scoffed, though envy stirred within him. Whether it was the 4th Hokage in his ceremonial robe or the admirals in one piece casting their coats of justice, both could only be described with one phrase: dashing. Once I graduate, I shall certainly get myself one to flaunt as well. Truth be told, Qianhe felt a tinge of jealousy, although he would never admit it. Meanwhile, Zephyr remained oblivious to Qianhe's contempt. He adjusted his collar and extended a fist towards Qianhe. Pay attention. Haki is divided into 3 types, and what I'm about to use is armament Haki. With that, Zephyr's fist was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black energy, and he struck the ground with tremendous force. A deafening crack echoed as the earth shattered in concentric circles from Zephyr's epicenter, fissures extending towards the distant coastline. Qianhe, witnessing the destruction wrought by Zephyr, could not help but marvel. The potency was undoubtedly more formidable than Tsunade's monstrous strength. This is armament Haki, a power innate to every individual, utilized for both offense and defense. Most importantly, it allows one to strike at the physical form of natural type users. Withdrawing his fist, Zephyr elucidated the essence and functions of armament Haki to Qianhe. Next, he instructed Qianhe to attack him, wishing to demonstrate observation Haki. Qianhe promptly lunged forward, executing a flurry of martial arts strikes, but Zephyr deftly evaded with fluid movements, rendering all of Qianhe's attacks futile. In fact, Zephyr was able to predict his actions and counter with ease. This is observation Haki. It grants the ability to sense an opponent's position and anticipate their movements, when mastered to perfection. One can even foresee the future. Zephyr signaled for Qianhe to halt, and then spoke of the final type of Haki, Conqueror's Haki. The last type is Conqueror's Haki, which I cannot teach you. This Haki, unlike the other 2, can only be possessed by those with the inherent qualities of a king. As he spoke of Conqueror's Haki, Zephyr expressed a hint of regret. To this day, he had yet to awaken such power, seemingly resigned to the fact that it would elude him for life. Qianhe speculated that Zephyr's lack of Conqueror's Haki might be linked to his unwavering principle of no killing. Such mercy seemed too gentle. Far removed from the essence of Dominion AS for whether he himself would awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future, Qianhe did not dwell on it excessively. First and foremost, he did not believe he could be rendered unconscious by it. If that were the case, he would rather find a way to return to the East Blue and cultivate orange trees, even if Conqueror's Haki could later enhance his attacks, potentially becoming an answer to various challenges. His Rinnegan was an anomaly that transcended the norm at T present. His Rinnegan had yet to be fully developed, yet he already possessed numerous powerful offensive techniques, rendering the so-called Conqueror's Haki entanglement unnecessary. Once his Rinnegan underwent complete evolution, perhaps even entering the Six Paths mode, a single chakra ball would suffice to remedy all flamboyant matters. After demonstrating the two types of Haki, Zephyr imparted the specific cultivation methods to Qianhe, cautioning him not to rush and risk injury before elegantly donning his coat and departing. Zephyr-sensei, your coat is quite dirty at the back, Qianhe called out to the already distant Zephyr. Zephyr stumbled slightly, turning back to glare at Qianhe before patting down his coat and vanishing in an instant. Huh. Despite your age, you still choose to show off. Do you think I like a coat to flaunt? Qianhe chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. After laughing, he reflected on the teachings and favoritism Zephyr had shown him over the past few months. Feeling a swell of emotion, he gazed in the direction Zephyr had departed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rest assured, Zephyr-sensei, there are certain matters I shall not allow to resurface in this world. Recalling the principles of Haki cultivation imparted by Zephyr, Qianhe endeavored to channel the latent power within him. Having spent 2.5 years training in the Dragon Cave, he was intimately familiar with sensing both himself and the forces of nature. Gradually, a layer of black energy enveloped his hands up to his wrists. Observing his pitch-black hands, Qianhe distinctly felt an augmentation of power. Even in his current state, he could unleash strength akin to that of Sage Mode without actually entering it. Yet, Qianhe was not content. There were still uncharted territories he wished to explore, particularly the fusion of chakra and natural energy. What transformations might occur if I enter Sage Mode and combine natural energy with chakra to enhance armament Haki? Contemplating this, Qianhe activated the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, a violet hue shimmering around his eyes. He attempted to inject the Sage Chakra within him into the armament Haki enveloping his hands. However, as he did so, an excruciating pain surged through his hands, as if they were about to split apart. Beads of sweat cascaded down Qianhe's face, and he struggled to maintain the infusion of Sage Chakra. He realized he had been too impatient. After all, every endeavor requires a step-by-step approach, and simultaneously enhancing both hands was still too ambitious for him, a novice in armament Haki, taking a moment to recover. Once the pain subsided somewhat, Qianhe resumed injecting Sage Chakra, this time focusing solely on his often-used right hand. Though still painful, the process was more manageable since he was concentrating on just one hand. Gradually, the black armament Haki began to coalesce towards the center of the back of his hand. With his Rinnegan glowing intensely, Qianhe shouted, "Armament Haki, transcend!" In the next instant, the armament Haki on his entire right hand crystallized into a black circular pattern, resembling a black sun. Gazing at the circular design on the back of his hand, Qianhe murmured, "The transcended armament Haki is stored here. It serves as my second heart, and I shall name it Dominion Heart." With a thought, the circular pattern on the back of his hand radiated 5 thick black lines towards the tips of his fingers. These 5 thick black lines resembled veins, continuously infusing a destructive power throughout Qianhe's entire right hand. Qianhe clenched his fist and struck out into the I in that moment. The circular pattern on his hand pulsed as if a heart was beating, expanding and contracting in rhythm, while the 5 black lines surged with energy. A fist-shaped shockwave erupted, hurtling toward a distant hill. Boom! With a resounding crash, the small hill, towering several meters high, was instantly reduced to rubble, sending fragments flying in all directions. Qianhe felt a deep satisfaction with the power of his recent strike. However, upon noticing the noticeably diminished size of his domineering aura around his arm, he couldn't shake off a sense of incompleteness. He mused internally that the consumption of his Haki was somewhat excessive, and that his newly mastered armament Haki was still inadequate for basic attacks. Reflecting on the attack form of this punch, Qianhe recalled Kagaya's technique, the 80 divine airstrikes, although there remained a disparity in power. He brazenly decided to name his version the Divine Airstrike, akin to a youthful rendition of the original Dove course. He anticipated that it would eventually evolve into the flagship version, with the preliminary success of his armament Haki's elevation. Qianhe reverted from his sage mode, the patterns on his hands vanishing as well. The moment he returned to his normal state, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, shaking his head to dispel the fatigue. He utilized his powers to float upwards, gradually making his way back to the dormitory. Qianhe, you're back. Upon opening the dormitory door, he was greeted by the sight of Brig, whose face bore an array of bruises. Curiously, he inquired, Brig, what happened to your face? Did an upperclassman beat you up? Ah, I was just fooling around with Griefus and accidentally bumped into a table. Sigh, I guess I'm just unlucky. Griefus, cigar in mouth, approached with a grin, wrapping an arm around Brig's shoulders and leaning in to whisper, you really need to be more careful. How about a cigar? It'll ease the pain. Brig forced a smile that was more pitiful than a frown. Hastily waving his hands, no, I can't handle cigars. I won't smoke them in the future either. Come on, don't be shy. I'll light one for you. We're practically family. No, really, I can't. Not giving me face. Light it. All right, just one. What are you craning your neck for? Aren't you supposed to light it for me? What I meant was, you should light it for me. These two amusing characters left Qianhe shaking his head in exasperation as he walked to his bed, discovering that his blankets had been neatly folded. Such considerate roommates. If this were on Blue Star, I would definitely bestow the title of good son upon them. Feeling a wave of gratitude, Qianhe plopped down on his bed, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Qianhe, this is the bento I prepared for you. On his way from the dormitory to the training ground, Qianhe was intercepted. He smiled as he received a bento from a female student, who, upon noticing him accept it, covered her face and hurried away. After she left, Qianhe opened his dimensional space and placed the bento inside, observing the various bentos and gifts occupying a significant portion of space. Rubbing his temples, he pondered how much more Brig and the others could consume. Just as he was about to close the dimensional space, another female student approached, this time a familiar face, Ein, whom he had met on the playground. Ein glanced at the still open dimensional space, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes. She hid the bento behind her back and teased, You are quite popular. Qianhe, I take it I've arrived too late? Upon recognizing Ein, Qianhe's smile faded as he adopted a wronged expression, saying, I don't want this either. Ever since my fight with Smoker, I seem to have become a celebrity. After speaking, he extended his hand toward Ein, who looked at him with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Your bento looks delicious, and I haven't eaten yet. How about sharing it with me? Qianhe had keenly observed Ein's earlier expressions and actions, admiring her tenacity and naturally wished to avoid making her feel disheartened. Ein appeared flustered. But you have so many bentos, don't you? I don't know those people, so I'm hesitant to eat from their bentos. I prefer yours. Seeing Ein still hesitating, Qianhe snatched the bento from her hands and swiftly dashed away, a distant voice echoing, Give it back. Watching Qianhe's figure fade from sight, a smile blossomed on Ein's face. Akin to a blooming white orchid that today, as training concluded, Zephyr did not immediately announce dismissal, but instead gathered all the trainees to deliver an important message. Your first-year training is about to conclude. Next month, we will conduct the year-end assessments, which will be practical evaluations. The top 3 students will receive rewards such as devil fruits and fine swords. This announcement, the trainees erupted in excitement. While they had anticipated the year-end assessments, the prospect of rewards, particularly the possibility of obtaining a devil fruit or a fine sword, was utterly exhilarating. What exactly was a devil fruit? Eating one could be the fastest way to enhance one's strength in this world. Moreover, consuming a powerful devil fruit could potentially catapult an ordinary soldier to greatness. As for the fine sword, for those specializing in swordsmanship, it was an even more tempting reward. What swordsman wouldn't dream of wielding a quality blade? Everyone was filled with fervor, silently vowing to secure either the second or third place. As for the first place, that was surely reserved for Uchiha Qianhe, or so they all assumed, including Zephyr. Zephyr had anticipated the crowd's reaction. While there had been rewards in previous years, They had never been so extravagant. After all, even the Navy did not consider treasures like devil fruits and fine swords to be commonplace. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that Sengoku was trying to devise a way to reward Uchiha Qianhe. Qianhe's stunning performances over the past few months had clearly caught Sengoku's attention. And with the connections to Gion and Crane, Sengoku had completely embraced Qianhe as a potential candidate for the next admiral. However, this was a positive development. For talented individuals, it was essential to recognize and support their growth as much as possible. Otherwise, when they had matured, it would merely be a matter of embellishing their success. Zephyr was undoubtedly a traditional and upright member of the Navy. However, this did not imply he was inflexible. After experiencing the murder of his wife and child, his perspective had gradually shifted. That it was important to note that when Qianhe joined the Navy, he had managed to capture all the pirates from the Brand Pirates, which directly contradicted his previous ideology of not killing. In the past, he would have held some biases against Qianhe, but now, he felt no emotional turmoil and even quietly supported Qianhe's actions, offering him all his guidance. Zephyr believed that Qianhe would undoubtedly become an admiral or even achieve greater heights in the future. Having stepped back from the front lines, he watched Qianhe continuously grow, feeling a sense of long-lost fulfillment. At this moment, Zephyr regarded Qianhe as a source of hope. Qianhe, feeling exhilarated, found that he did not particularly need the fine sword at the moment. However, the devil fruit would significantly enhance his abilities. Since absorbing the Dordor fruit, he had yet to encounter any new powers to absorb. The devil fruit offered as a reward was likely to be exceptional, potentially unlocking the second tomoe of his Rinnegan. Each new tomoe would enhance the ocular power of his Rinnegan, and Qianhe sensed that once he achieved 3 tomoe, his Rinnegan could unlock exclusive skills akin to those of Madara's Rinne, Sharingan, or Sasuke's Heavenly Hand power. Having been ambushed by Orochimaru, which caused his Rinnegan to deplete its power the moment it awakened, the absence of a unique skill had long been a regret for Qianhe. He was determined to obtain this devil fruit. In the time that followed, Qianhe helped his roommates train during the day and spent his afternoons alone in the wilderness behind the mountain, honing his haki. After executing the divine air strike 12 times in succession, Qianhe collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The divine air strike was currently Qianhe's strongest single-target martial arts attack. With less than a week remaining until the assessment, he had already reached the point of executing 12 strikes. That is sufficient. No one in this cohort could withstand even one of these punches, and given that the divine air strike is executed with haki, even a Logia user 1T be able to endure it. Lying on the ground, Qianhe reflected on his training achievements and felt confident in his ability to handle the upcoming assessment. Thus, he stood up, dusted himself off, and prepared to return to the dormitory early. Just as he got to his feet, he spotted Brig rushing toward him, shouting, "Qianhe, a beautiful female officer is looking for you." Startled, Qianhe asked, "A beautiful officer?" "Yes. She said her name is Gion." "Well, it has been nearly a year since Gion last visited." Qianhe thought that this sister from Gion would only come to see him upon his graduation. However, since she is here now, Qianhe cannot let her wait indefinitely. He swiftly grabbed Burihi, and before Burihi could comprehend the situation, he found himself airborne, letting out a terrified scream. "Qianhe, you must hold on tight. I haven't mastered the moonwalk yet." They landed smoothly, and Qianhe set the exhausted Burihi aside. His gaze immediately fell upon Gion, who stood at the entrance of the dormitory area. Gion had also spotted Qianhe, and a flicker of joy danced in her eyes, though her expression feigned irritation as she hurriedly approached him, her high heels clicking on the ground. Coming to a halt before Qianhe, Gion pinched his ear and leaned in close, feigning anger as she said, "Qianhe, you really are a busy person. Do you know I've been waiting for you here for ages?" Unfazed by her grip on his ear, Qianhe replied nonchalantly, "Sister Gon, I received your message about coming to see me and rushed over as fast as I could. You are unjustly accusing me." Gion glanced at Buri, who was sprawled on the ground, rolling his eyes, and finally dropped her act. She softened her expression, released Qianhe's ear, and gazed at him intently, whispering, "It's been a long time, Qianhe." Qianhe smiled slightly and opened his arms, saying, "It's been too long, Sister Gon." However, recalling their last embrace when they parted, Gion's face flushed, and she shot a glance at Qianhe. crossing her arms and remaining rooted in place. Qianhe, maintaining his posture, appeared somewhat comical, prompting him to quickly lower his arms and scratch his nose, attempting to mask the brief awkwardness. Gion playfully poked his forehead and said with a laugh, "Was our previous hug not enough? Don't forget what I told you. Once you graduate and achieve your goals, I shall grant you one condition." Qianhe assured her that he had not forgotten and was continually striving for it. Seeing his resolute expression, Gion covered her mouth and chuckled, then pinched his cheek before addressing the matter at hand. "That I heard from Sister that you are about to undergo the year-end assessment. The reward for the top 3 are quite appealing. Do you feel confident?" Qianhe shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, "I am determined to succeed." Gion, noticing his bravado, squeezed his cheek harder, teasing, "Oh, so confident. I will be there to witness it." "Just don't embarrass yourself." Qianhe, unperturbed, continued, "I've already decided on my reward. I want a devil fruit. A devil fruit. What do you need that for? With your already peculiar abilities, is it really necessary? Besides, eating one means you can't swim." Gion expressed her disbelief, emphasizing the drawbacks of the devil fruit. "Rest assured, Sister Gion, I am fully aware. Moreover, I want the devil fruit not to consume. My eyes still possess certain deficiencies. The power of the devil fruit can not only repair them, but also allow them to evolve further." Upon hearing this, Gion looked incredulous. She believed Qianhe's eyes were already extraordinary, with abilities that left many envious. But now, it seemed that his eyes still had flaws and the potential for evolution. Observing Qianhe's Rinnegan, Gion noticed an additional tomoe in his right is the pattern in your right eye related to the evolution you mentioned. Was it caused by a devil fruit? Qianhe nodded, unreserved in sharing this with her, as she was someone he held dear. Gion processed the astonishing information. The notion of evolving one's eyes using the power of a devil fruit was indeed far-fetched. Did this not imply that Qianhe could possess the powers of more than one devil fruit? His willingness to share such information indicated a deep trust in her, which filled Gion's heart with joy. Setting aside her thoughts, Gion looked at Qianhe and said, "So, you really do need a devil fruit, right?" "Indeed, and the ability of the devil fruit must not be subpar." Qianhe had never subscribed to the belief that any fruit was devoid of worth. Rather, it was the abilities of the user that determined its value. Take the ordinary Zoan and mythical Zoan fruits. Can they truly compare? For instance, the string fruit appears formidable in the hands of Don Quixote da Flamingo, but that is merely due to his strength that a regular person consuming that fruit might only end up sowing. If da Flamingo had consumed a slightly more powerful fruit, even one of his subordinates' weapon fruits, or the snow fruit, he wouldn't have fallen from grace so swiftly and ended up as a newsreader in prison. Gion nodded slightly. She had refrained from consuming a devil fruit, partly due to her focus on swordsmanship, and partly because she had yet to find one that suited her. However, since Qianhe required it, she resolved to assist him. "All right, I understand. Sister, he has a few on hand, all recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Once you graduate, you can come and select a few." Qianhe was genuinely taken aback. Select a few? Was this truly something a person would say? It seemed Gion was a little rich girl. What did that make him? A kept man? He never imagined he would have a day as a kept man. Nevertheless, it was delightful. Upon returning, Gion had not even greeted he. She had rushed to find Qianhe the moment she disembarked. Naturally, she would never divulge such matters to him. When Qianhe returned to the dormitory and opened the door, he was met with 3 pairs of eager eyes staring at him. "Welcome back, Qianhe. Who was that beautiful officer just now? Can you tell us about her?" "Yeah, it was truly an eye-opener. Those female soldiers are simply incomparable." Qianhe casually explained Gion's identity, prompting another round of commotion from the 3. What? A vice admiral. Good heavens, she looks so young. Wow, Qianhe actually knows such a beautiful officer. No wonder you're so impressive. Qianhe, what is your relationship with her? Should we call her sister-in-law next time we see her? Qianhe, have a cigar. I have a friend who wants to know if she has any sisters or younger siblings. Qianhe stared speechlessly at the obsequious Gyurfusu. Suddenly struck by an amusing idea, he nodded earnestly and said, "Well, she does have an older sister who is not only a high-ranking official, but also single." "Nanny." Gyurfusu nearly drooled, rushing to dig out a large box of cigars from under the bed. Leaving Burihi wide-eyed, he handed the entire box of cigars to Qianhe, rubbing his hands together and leaning closer, inquiring, Qianhe, I think, my friend has been single for many years and is eager to find a soulmate. Do you think you can introduce them? Rest assured, if this works out, I will give you a whole box of rare cigars. Qianhe patted his shoulder solemnly, assuring him, don't worry, I've got this covered. Qianhe, Gion was so moved by Qianhe's word that he nearly declared him his father. Burihi, noticing the scene, also approached. Gion, actually I have a sister too. What do you think? Get lost. You should take a look in the mirror first. Gion replied disdainfully, scrutinizing Burihi's short stature and large hands. Puffed. What kind of taste is that? Burihi felt disheartened, retreating to his bed without a word, realizing he couldn't win this argument. Binzi, on the other hand, seemed unfazed that moment. He was twisting his body in front of a pot of cacti, creating a rather awkward scene. The cacti in the pot expanded with his movements, the spikes becoming increasingly sharp. This was the power of Binzi's bloom fruit, which allowed him to manipulate nearby plants and accelerate their growth. However, this ability appeared to require physical movement to activate. The faster he twisted, the more potent the effect. Qianhe wondered if every bloom fruit user had to activate their powers in this manner. He found it amusing to imagine a socially anxious person consuming the bloom fruit. Under the scrutiny of others, they might never activate their powers, even if they were beaten to death. After sweating profusely from twisting, Binzi stopped and sat down to rest. Qianhe approached him, asking, Binzi, do you feel confident this time? I've noticed you've been the most diligent lately. If you place, what reward would you like? Binzi pondered for a moment before responding. To be honest, I don't feel confident, especially with Qianhe here. There are only 2 actual spots. But if by some chance I manage to secure one, I would like a good quality sword. A good quality sword? Qianhe recalled the scene in the movie where Binzi was seen carrying a knife with a green handle on his back. Could it be that he obtained it during one of the assessments? Perhaps Binzi will indeed achieve a commendable result this time. Qianhe patted Binzi on the shoulder and said, you must have confidence in yourself. I believe you will certainly secure a respectable position this time. Binzi, somewhat taken aback, rose to his feet, astonished that Qianhe had such faith in him. Moved, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Qianhe. Qianhe urged him to relax, noting that among the 3 roommates, Binzi was the most honest. Fortunately, the others were decent and did not bully him because of it. Even Griefus, who resembled a bully, only occasionally dealt with Bridge, and that was always due to Bridge's own provocation. After reassuring Binzi, Qianhe turned to the other 2 and said, you 2 should also put in more effort during this time. Who knows, we might end up on the same ship after graduation. Bridge and Griefus exchanged confused glances, for since entering the training camp, one had been focused on smoking cigars while the other discreetly indulged in the same vice. They were not as concerned about improving their skills compared to Qianhe and Binzi. Qianhe suspected that aside from himself, the strongest among them might actually be the usually taciturn Binzi. The seas were no longer safe. The number of pirates was increasing, and the Navy's casualties have been rising over the past few years. If we can be assigned to the same ship after graduation, we can look out for each other. I certainly do not wish to see any of our names on a list in the future. The weight of his words silenced Bridge and Griefus, while Binzi contemplated Qianhe's statement earnestly. Eventually, it was Bridge, typically the least serious, who broke the silence, saying, I understand now. Qianhe, thank you. From now on, I will definitely work hard and smoke fewer cigars. Griefus shot a glare at Bridge, thinking, where did you get those cigars? Aren't they all mine? With a threatening glance at Bridge, Griefus added, rest assured, Qianhe, although I know it will be difficult to keep pace with your strength. I do have a knack for handling firearms. IT would suffice for me to serve as a gunner on your ship. Griefus had long accepted in his heart that Qianhe would undoubtedly hold a rank above Rear Admiral in the future. And possessing his own warship was only natural. Binzi said nothing, merely nodding resolutely. Qianhe felt a sense of satisfaction at their responses. If they could not grasp this, they could only blame themselves for being cast aside by the sea in the future. He also believed he would surely possess his own warship one day, and the first crew members aboard would certainly be his own, strong individuals who could contribute in their own ways. The current roommates were excellent candidates, both in terms of camaraderie and capability. Extending his hand, Qianhe looked at everyone and said, "Very well, let us strive together from now on and not fall behind." Bridge and the others placed their hands atop his in unison, exclaiming, "Let us work hard together. We cannot let Qianhe fall behind." Qianhe looked at the three with surprise, while they chuckled, saying, "After all, Qianhe is truly remarkable. As long as we can keep up with you, that will be enough to excel in the training camp." Qianhe couldn't help but laugh at their words, and soon the laughter echoed throughout the dormitory, growing louder and spilling out into the evening. As night fell, some dormitories began to prepare for rest. Someone shouted, "Mater, is it your mating call in the middle of the night? Are you trying to keep everyone awake?" The year-end assessments were approaching, and the examination grounds were set in the central plaza of Marineford, the future battlefield of the Marineford War, that on the morning of the assessment day, the venue was already bustling with noise. With high-ranking officials from the headquarters on the platform, including Sengoku, Garp-Tsuru, and several other rear admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizuru also arrived at the assessment site that day. Akainu sat in his seat, coldly observing the raucous crowd below, appearing somewhat out of place among his surroundings. Logically, given his status and temperament, he would not have participated in such a new recruit assessment in the past. Since becoming an admiral, he had subtly emerged as the leader of the Navy's hawkish faction, consumed with executing his own brand of justice, boasting an attendance record that could be deemed exemplary. Yet, even he, with his extraordinary power, felt somewhat overwhelmed. The number of pirates was simply too great, and he understood that it was impossible for him to eradicate them all single-handedly. This cohort of new recruits might very well be the last batch personally trained by Zephyr. Despite not fully endorsing Zephyr's philosophy of non-lethal justice, Akainu held absolute respect for his teaching abilities. Therefore, he wished to scout out a few outstanding talents to join his ranks. In particular, he had heard the name Uchiha Qianhe more than once, from both subordinates and superiors, glancing at Kizuru and Aokiji on either side. He slowly spoke, "I did not expect you two to attend as well. A mere new recruit assessment of such interest to you." Kizuru, reclining with his legs crossed and lazily trimming his nails with a nail clipper, replied nonchalantly, "After sitting in the office for too long, one ought to come out and enjoy the festivities." The only one not reclining was Aokiji, who rested his chin on his hand and said, "Since you both are here, I suppose my presence is not an issue." Akainu snorted disdainfully, falling silent, as the temperature around him began to rise. Aokiji sat quietly to Akainu's right, seemingly unfazed by the temperature shift. From a distance, the space they occupied appeared tinted in contrasting shades of red and blue. Sengoku, seated between them, noticed their discord and furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, prompting the two to quiet down as if nothing had transpired. With a slight sigh, Sengoku understood that the animosity between Akainu and Aokiji stemmed from the previous incident involving the buster call on O'Hara. Ordinarily, it would not have been a significant issue. Although Aokiji was not particularly invested in the matter, he was merely acting on orders. The real problem arose when Akainu ordered the bombardment of a ship laden with civilians. Aokiji had watched helplessly as the vessel sank, a situation he could not ignore. On their return journey, the tension between the two escalated to the point of near violence, and it was only through Sengoku's intervention that the matter was temporarily quelled. Following this incident, Akainu's actions garnered the approval of the world government, marking a significant milestone in his ascent to the rank of admiral. Subsequently, Aokiji also became an admiral, and the differing philosophies of justice they each bore created a rift between them. If this division could not be mended, it would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. However, contemplating the difficulty of repairing such a rift gave Sengoku a headache. The friction above did not dampen the enthusiasm below, as not only the recruits participating in the assessments, but also numerous officers and soldiers from the headquarters had come to witness the event, eagerly discussing it. "Have you heard? The reward for this assessment include great swords and even devil fruits." "I've heard. A devil fruit is a treasure of the sea, worth over 100 million berries. I could never afford one in my lifetime as a navy." Who could argue with that? The reward for this assessment include a devil fruit. I might as well join the training camp for fun. Oh, come on. Only geniuses can enter the training camp, and those in the elite training camp are the best of the best. You think you could just waltz in? Enough with the nonsense. You know who the favorites to win this assessment are? Uchiha Qianhe, of course. I've heard that name so often, my ears are practically sore. Not so fast. Many upperclassmen have already seen real combat have returned to participate in this assessment due to the rewards. No matter how strong Uchiha Qianhe is, he is still a sheltered flower, lacking in experience. Upperclassmen are participating too. ISNT that a bit unfair to those who have only been here for a year. Who knows? The headquarters approved it. So perhaps the overall skill level of this year's recruits has improved significantly. Well, whoever ends up with the rewards has nothing to do with us. But it would be nice to observe these geniuses and broaden our horizons. Indeed, the battles will surely be spectacular. The groups were formed, and the assessment was about to commence, urging everyone to focus on the competition. Qianhe donned his favorite black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem. As the assessment allowed participants to wear whatever they felt most comfortable in, he had already received information about his first opponent. Glancing at the document in his hand, he casually tossed it into the trash can. Bridge, witnessing Qianhe's action, leaned in with curiosity and asked, "Qianhe, who is your opponent?" Qianhe shrugged and replied, "I don't know him. I only know his name is Kuris." Upon witnessing Qianhe's nonchalant demeanor, Bridge immediately began to flatter him, remarking that he truly was the formidable Qianhe, unfazed by any adversary. Meanwhile, Grafus chimed in with a sharp retort. Indeed, just moments earlier, someone had scrutinized the tattered watch no less than 10 times, probably even memorizing the color of the underwear the other wore today. Bridge, fuming with indignation, felt steam rising from his forehead as he glared menacingly at Grafus, declaring, "You know nothing. This is called caution. Do you understand caution? Pray that you are not grouped with me. This time, I shall show you why the flowers bloom so red." Ever since being inundated with a bowl of motivational soup from Qianhe in the dormitory, Bridge had been training fervently, currently in a phase of inflated confidence. Believing himself superior to anyone but Qianhe, Grafus raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile spreading across his rugged face as he disdainfully replied, "Very well, I shall await that moment. But let me make myself clear. Should you lose, you owe me a year's worth of cigars. And when you light one, you must say, 'Boss, allow me to light this for you.'" Bridge, equally unwilling to concede, countered that Grafus would have to do the same should he lose, and that the cigars would be on Grafus's tab. A gunshot suddenly interrupted their playful banter, signaling the official commencement of the year-end evaluations. The host appeared at the center of the arena, and Qianhe was taken aback to discover that the host was none other than the long-unseen Kaji. Kaji had finally shed his eternally unchanged brown attire in favor of a sleek black suit. Albeit due to his physique and looks, he resembled a large black pig. Striking what he believed to be a charming pose, Kaji eloquently recited the competition rules, casting a glance at the platform where Gion stood. However, the audience, lacking respect, became impatient with Kaji's lengthy delay in announcing the start of the competition, neglecting the fact that he was a vice admiral. They began to shout for him to exit the stage. Kaji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily declared the competition open before retreating in a flustered manner. The rules of the contest were simple. Due to the limited number of trainees in the camp, participants were divided into 4 large groups: B, C, and D, with 2 competitors per group facing off. The arena was divided into 4 sections, and ultimately, for victors would emerge to draw lots for subsequent matchups. The winners from each group would proceed to the finals, while the 2 losers would compete for 3rd place. Qianhe and Bridge, along with 2 others, were fortuitously distributed across the 4 groups, thus avoiding the awkwardness of eliminating their own from the onset. Qianhe was the first competitor in Group A, summoned to the stage as soon as the match commenced. Calmly, he ascended the platform, standing resolutely at its center, his eyes glimmering like stars under the sunlight. He glanced at the elevated platform, offering a gentle, reassuring gesture. The naval high-ranking officials turned their attention towards Gion, recognizing that Qianhe was looking at her. Gion, undeterred by the surrounding reactions, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Qianhe on stage. Instinctively leaning forward, her brother, Tsurugi, cast her a sidelong glance, pondering that his sister was indeed serious this time, especially after she had approached him days earlier requesting several devil fruits for that Uchiha Qianhe. Goodness, preparing devil fruits, and asking for several at that. Shouldn't she consider the absurdity of her statements? Was she treating devil fruits like cabbages? Nevertheless, as he was her brother, he had little choice but to acquiesce, considering it a form of dowry. Yet, he resolved to observe Uchiha Qianhe closely, assessing both his strength and character on the platform. Qianhe shifted his gaze to his opponent. Kuri's wore a grim expression, as a fellow trainee. He was acutely aware of Qianhe's prowess, vividly recalling the dismal fate of Smoker in the cafeteria. How had he drawn such a monstrous opponent? Kuri's lamented internally. Unbeknownst to him, Qianhe remained oblivious to Kuri's troubled thoughts, quietly awaiting the signal to commence the match. At last, the gunshot rang out, and the competition began in that instant. Qianhe remained motionless, merely lifting his gaze, unleashing a minuscule yet potent gravitational force. The next moment, Kuri's found himself embedded in the wall beneath the audience seats. This match spanned merely a second from start to finish, while competitors in other areas had yet to launch their first attacks. The audience was still bewildered, searching for Kuri's figure, unaware that the contest had already concluded on the elevated platform. Gion, witnessing Qianhe's swift and decisive victory, felt a surge of joy and was the first to applaud, prompting the audience to join in, gradually filling the arena with resounding applause. Although there had been no fierce combat, the sheer impact of Qianhe's overwhelming strength left an indelible impression on all present, affirming that his prowess was indeed commensurate with his reputation. Not in haste to depart, Qianhe employed a gravitational technique to gently extract Kuri's from the wall, allowing him to land safely on the ground. Kuri's, having sustained no serious injuries but feeling slightly dazed from the force, soon regained his composure. Noticing Qianhe's considerate act of lowering him, he felt a semblance of dignity restored, and his earlier grievances dissipated. Casting a grateful glance at Qianhe before departing on the elevated platform, Tsurugi nodded slightly at Qianhe's gesture. Regardless of the disparity in strength, he understood the importance of respecting one as comrades, a sentiment he appreciated, considering his inclination towards a more pacifist stance. Meanwhile, others were more focused on Qianhe's displayed strength. Sengoku, grinning, stroked his sparse beard. The more dazzling Qianhe's performance, the more it validated his keen judgment and decisions. Kizaru paused his nail trimming, exclaiming in a peculiar manner, "Koa, inai, how terrifying," remarking on the newcomer Uchiha Qianhe, who despite not consuming a devil fruit, exhibited multiple abilities, a true anomaly. Gion shot Kizaru a glare, thinking, "You're the real monster. You perverted fruit-eating yellow monkey." Akainu adjusted his hat, showing little interest in Qianhe's methods of attack. To him, any offensive technique was merely a reflection of strength, as long as one possessed sufficient power. The specifics mattered little. Akainu had already formed a preliminary understanding of Qianhe's capabilities. Although Kuri's had been taken down in a single strike, it did not imply he was weak. Akainu, having also trained in the elite camp, understood that even the least skilled there were not to be underestimated, often possessing at least the strength of a captain. The fact that someone of Kuri's caliber was dispatched so effortlessly by Qianhe spoke volumes. Uchiha Qianhe undoubtedly possessed the combat prowess of a junior admiral, and he was not yet 18. Akainu resolved to recruit this Uchiha Qianhe, eager to instill in him his sense of justice, for he could not allow him to fall under Kizaru's influence. How could leniency ever eradicate evil? Kizaru remained seated, quietly observing Akainu, recognizing his interest in Uchiha Qianhe, wishing to bring him under his command. Before the O'Hara incident, he would have been indifferent to such matters. However, following that event, he found Akainu's brand of justice increasingly unpalatable. Thus, if Akainu truly attempted to recruit Qianhe, Kizaru would not stand idly by. A talent like Qianhe must not fall into Akainu's hands, lest he become a second Akainu. With the naval high-ranking officials lost in their thoughts, they silently watched the remainder of the competition unfold. Meanwhile, Bridge's battle commenced. His opponent was Ein, and he found himself in a precarious situation. Ein wielded the power of the repel fruit, capable of launching attacks through purple flames that could revert any being or object struck back to a state from years past, an exceedingly overpowered Paramecia-type devil fruit. This ability naturally countered Bridge's close combat fighting style. Fortunately, Ein had yet to reach the level of mastery seen in later films, unable to launch her purple flames at a distance, even if struck. The reversion would only be by 5 years. At the onset of the battle, Bridge inadvertently fell victim to her attack, regressing to a 17-year-old state, which, while not severely detrimental, forced him to refrain from reckless offensives. Now, he retreated to a corner of the platform, seeking an opportunity to strike. Ein stood across from Bridge, each hand cradling a ball of purple flames, equally vigilant against any assault from him. Her shoulder had been grazed during their earlier exchange, and should she let her guard down, Bridge's attack would surely land. However, this war of attrition was decidedly unfavorable for Ein. Regardless of her physical prowess or combat skills, she pales in comparison to Bridge, relying solely on the powers of her devil fruit to seize the opportunity to decisively end the battle. Bridge has already endured one strike, and if he suffers another, he will regress to his 12-year-old self. No matter how strong his physical attributes may be, at that age, he would hardly make an impact. Bridge, feeling the pressure, activated the abilities of the hook fruit once more, his right hand morphing into a swift, curved hook aimed at Ein. She dared not confront it directly and quickly employed the shave technique to evade. Mastering the 6 styles, particularly the finger gun, Bridge was adept at combining these techniques with the hook strike. Should he touch her with the ability to regress, it would surely result in severe injury, potentially incapacitating him entirely. Ein appeared on the opposite side of the arena, as Bridge's attack followed closely behind. This time, Bridge intended to go all in, willing to risk another regression to conclude the fight. The repeated use of the shave technique was taxing on her stamina, narrowly avoiding the claw once more. Ein stumbled, nearly losing her footing. Gasping for breath, she gazed at the imminent threat of the hook, making a decisive choice. This time, she did not evade but instead thrust her shoulder forward. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed forth as the curved hook pierced her shoulder, binding her in place. She pressed her other hand against the hook, letting out a pained groan as her head lowered, seemingly on the brink of unconsciousness. Bridge was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ein, as a woman, would possess such tenacity to withstand his attack with her shoulder. However, hesitation had no place in battle. In future skirmishes, no one would show mercy simply because the opponent was female. In his estimation, the severely injured Ein could scarcely move, much less activate her devil fruit ability. With renewed strength, he pulled the hook, drawing her body closer to him. Once she was within reach, he was confident he could deliver a final blow. Yet, events unfolded contrary to Bridge's expectations. Instead of being dragged towards him, Ein, nearly unconscious, suddenly lifted her head. A violet flame ignited from her hand resting on the hook, activating the powers of her regression fruit. The purple flames swiftly spread from Bridge's hooked hand, enveloping his entire body. Damn! Bridge exclaimed as he attempted to relinquish his ability upon witnessing the violet flames. But it was too late. His form shimmered with purple light, emitting a series of awkward cries before he transformed into a chubby, blonde child. Bridge stared at Ein with eyes that had shrunk even further than before, despite reverting to his 12-year-old state. He did not concede defeat. After all, Ein was in a dire state as well. However, the next scene filled him with despair. Ein, sensing Bridge's thoughts, managed a faint smile on her pallid face, with trembling determination. She raised her uninjured arm, summoning a smaller, light purple flame, which she pressed against her body. Within mere seconds, the gaping wound in her shoulder vanished, yet her overall appearance remained largely unchanged. Although she could not extend the duration of her regression, she could reduce it, allowing her to restore herself to a state unscathed, a testament to the extraordinary powers of her time-related devil fruit. A.S. Bridge observed Ein returning to her former self. He glanced down at his own diminutive stature, a bitter smile escaping his lips. It was clear to him that he had lost this encounter, primarily due to his underestimation of Ein's resolve based on her gender. He had also failed to fully analyze the intricacies of her devil fruit ability. In summary, his defeat was not unjust. In truth, he was not as fixated on the rewards of the competition as others. Having already consumed a devil fruit and not being a swordsman, what he truly yearned for was an opportunity to confront Grelfors and teach him a lesson while claiming a year's worth of cigar privileges. All while relishing the sight of Grelfors, with his constipated expression, calling him brother and lighting his smoke. Alas, that would remain an unfulfilled desire. Bridge shook his head and, with a sense of resignation, raised his hand to concede. Upon witnessing his surrender, Ein released her fruit's ability, and Bridge returned to his original form. Back in the lounge, Ein slumped into a chair, utterly drained from the ordeal. Her physical stamina and condition had been thoroughly depleted. At that moment, a fellow student who had just finished competing returned to the lounge and rushed to her side upon seeing her state. As her comrade approached, they noticed Ein's pallor, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and the blood oozing from the wound in her shoulder, evidence of her exhaustion and the automatic cessation of her devil fruit powers. Her friend quickly called for medical personnel and, turning to Ein with concern, remarked, "It was merely a match. Was it truly necessary to push yourself this hard?" Summoning her last reserves of strength, Ein recalled a tall figure that lingered in her mind, murmuring absently, "If I cannot achieve even this, how can I ever stand by his side?" Meanwhile, Chica sat bored in the spectators' area, his eyes half closed as if asleep, for he no longer needed to compete in the upcoming matches. Do not misunderstand. It was not that he had been eliminated, but rather that the rules of the assessment had changed, due to Chica's abilities being on an entirely different level from the other participants. The higher-ups decided to segregate him from the competition entirely, allowing the unfortunate soul who faced him in the first round, Curries, to re-enter the fray. The assessment for Chica would transition from peer practice to a test conducted by a rear admiral from headquarters. And prior to this, the headquarters had consulted Chica's opinion, recognizing the potential unfairness of the arrangement. Nevertheless, the headquarters decided that regardless of how Chica performed against the admiral, a devil fruit would be awarded to him without fail. Chica had no objections to this arrangement. It simplified matters and spared him the awkwardness of eliminating acquaintances that on the third day of the competition, the final 4 participants from groups A, B, C, and D emerged: Ein, Smoker, Binz, and Grelfors. Ultimately, Grelfors was eliminated, leaving Smoker, Binz, and Ein in first, second, and third place, respectively. Smoker opted not for a devil fruit or a large blade, instead requesting a 10-handed weapon embedded with sea prism stone. The naval headquarters acquiesced. As Smoker was a natural type user and the first-place winner of the competition, despite Chica's absence from the final matches, Binz selected a large blade with a green hilt named Green Vine Luo. Surprisingly, Ein, as a user, chose a devil fruit, and due to her third-place finish, she could only select an unknown fruit that was not listed in the catalog. Cradling the devil fruit, Ein silently returned to the spectators' area, where her friend immediately inquired about her choice. Ein pursed her lips, recalling a conversation with Chica prior to the assessment. "What kind of reward would you desire for this evaluation?" "Honestly, aside from you, I can't think of anyone else who would come in first than a devil fruit, as it holds special significance for me." "Special significance? Sure, it's a secret. I can only say it greatly enhances my abilities." "Are you going to eat it?" "No, if I do, I do become a sitting duck." "Who are you referring to?" Sorry, forget it. It's her secret. But I know. What do you know?" Giggle is secret, with her thoughts tucked away. Ein turned to her friend and smiled. "I don't really have anything else I desire. Perhaps the devil fruit could be exchanged for money later." Her friend pondered briefly and agreed, not pressing the matter further. "All right, you little money grubber. Let us watch the next match. It's the main event, the showdown between Uchiha Chica and the Rear Admiral." Wow, this is unprecedented. Uchiha Chica is truly a monster, operating on a completely different level from us. Hearing her friend refer to Chica as a monster, Ein shot her a playful glance of reproach, and her friend quickly remembered that she was practically a little fan of Uchiha Chica. Feeling caught in the act, embarrassed, she chuckled nervously. Let us focus on the match. It's about to begin." Ein was not genuinely upset. She tucked away the devil fruit and sat quietly, awaiting the upcoming competition. The arena had been nearly restored and cleared, where the figure of Kaki, clad in a coat of justice, appeared on stage, this time not wearing the black suit, but rather the comfortable brown attire he preferred. Kaki grasped the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced to the crowd, "Now, we shall witness the battle between Uchiha Chica and the Rear Admiral from headquarters, given the considerable disparity in strength between Uchiha Chica and the other participants. This arrangement has been made with his consent." The news had already circulated among all present, eliciting no particularly noteworthy reactions. Observing the calm atmosphere, Kaji continued, stating that, regardless of the outcome of the contest, The candidate Chika would be rewarded with a devil fruit. He then paused deliberately, seemingly to heighten the audience's anticipation. However, the audience was unimpressed, and soon, a flurry of banana peels and eggshells appeared around him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Kaji hastily added, "If Chika emerges victorious, he will at least attain the rank of Rear Admiral upon his graduation." This declaration caused an uproar in the arena. For even the top performer from the elite training camp would typically only achieve the rank of colonel. The chasm between a colonel and a rear admiral is vast. After all, a rear admiral is already on the threshold of the higher echelons of the Navy headquarters. Chika, at merely 17 years of age, a rear admiral? Yet, upon reflection, the premise hinges on defeating a vice admiral, which seemed even more absurd. The rewards from the Navy headquarters were indeed a significant entry into the ranks of its upper echelons. Although the anime portrayed them somewhat lacklusterly, their strength was undeniably formidable. Perhaps this was merely a grandiose promise concocted by the higher-ups to create a spectacle, many in the audience speculated. Not only were the spectators thinking this way, but many high-ranking Navy officials on the platform shared similar sentiments, with the exception of Zephyr and Sengoku. Hearing the announcement, Tsuruo turned to Sengoku in surprise, asking Sengoku, "What is the purpose of this? Is it merely to add some flair?" Other high-ranking officers also glanced at Garp, as this was a question they all harbored. Sengoku shook his head, his gaze fixed on the crowd below, and stated, "I have received confirmation from Zephyr that Uchiha Qianhe currently possesses at least the combat prowess of a vice admiral." Sengoku's words landed like a bombshell, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. They turned to Zephyr, who nodded gravely in affirmation. The speed of this growth was astonishing. Zephyr, with his character, would never jest about such matters. So, Chika, at the tender age of 17, had already attained the strength of a rear admiral. Sitting beside Tsu, Gion sat with her legs crossed, hands clasped on her thighs, her charming eyes fixed on Chika in the spectators' area. Her expression complex. Chika seemed to sense her gaze, lifting his head to meet her eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he formed a few words with his mouth. Gion blushed, fully understanding his message. "Don't forget our promise." Sister God, of course, Gion would not forget. She recalled it all too well. She responded with her own lip movements, conveying, "I haven't forgotten, but are you perhaps becoming overconfident? Are you so certain of defeating that vice admiral?" Chika offered no further explanation, simply reiterating with his lips, "Trust me." Receiving Chika's response, Gion ceased her communication. She had obtained the answer she sought. While she was uncertain of Chika's exact strength, she felt an undeniable sense of security emanating from him, a feeling that left her enraptured. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "You truly intend to see this through, Chika." The subtle exchange between Chika and Gion did not go unnoticed by Kaji on the platform. Observing the emotional connection in Gion's eyes, Kaji swiftly seized the microphone and proclaimed, "I hereby announce the commencement of the assessment." His interruption caused Chika to divert his gaze. In the next moment, he appeared on the stage. The sudden interruption left Gion feeling somewhat unfulfilled, and she licked her lips, casting a fierce glare at Kaji, blaming him for the disruption, sensing the piercing gaze of Gion behind him. Chibuta felt a shiver down his spine, but dared not look back, focusing all his attention on Chika before him. Noting that the host was yet to depart, Chika inquired, "May I ask where my opponent is?" Kaji smirked, gripping his collar with one hand and dramatically tossing aside a coat of justice. However, his force was excessive, sending the coat flying into the audience, which stirred a commotion, followed by a chorus of jeers. "What the heck? What's the point of throwing a ragged coat?" "Exactly. Almost hit me. Why not donate it to someone in need? Just a suggestion. What has gotten into that guy, suddenly stripping? Who knows, perhaps a case of hyperthyroidism." Kaji paid little heed to the audience's reaction, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Chika's Sharingan as he declared, "I'm the Vice Admiral appointed by the headquarters to assess you, Uchiha Qianhe. Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Kaji." With this proclamation, both the high-ranking officials and the onlookers could no longer contain their reactions. Anyone familiar with Kaji knew that, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he was among the most formidable of the vice admirals. His prowess was widely acknowledged, particularly by Gion that moment, she glanced at her sister Tsuru with a look of reproach. Feeling that Tsuru was deliberately making things difficult for Chika, raising the stakes, can't my feelings have a smoother path? Tsuru appeared innocent, agreeing that the difficulty was indeed excessive. After all, was it reasonable to compare someone like Mihawk to Moria? Yet, the arrangement was beyond her control. The high-ranking officials on the platform, to varying degrees, shared the sentiment that the challenge was overly daunting, except for Zephyr and Sengoku, who remained as unperturbed as ever, arms crossed and observing like seasoned monks in meditation, showing no inclination to respond to the crowd's concerns. The architect of this challenge was already evident. Down below, upon learning that his opponent was the very Kaji before him, Chika felt a rare thrill. Since entering the pirate world, he had yet to unleash his full potential, and he himself was uncertain of the extent of his strength. Thus, when the higher-ups approached him to inquire if he would be willing to engage in a different style of assessment, he agreed without hesitation. Moreover, Chika held little regard for most Navy vice admirals. From the anime's portrayal, the vice admirals worthy of his attention were merely those like Mole, Fire Fist, and Spider Demon, AS for Garp. He did not even qualify as a contender among vice admirals. Initially expecting his opponents to be limited to those previously mentioned, he was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected challenge. What manner of individual was Kaji? He was a character who appeared later in the series, already recognized as a candidate for admiral, his strength second only to that of the admirals. Such prowess was indeed exhilarating to Chika. It seemed this would be an exceedingly intriguing battle. Chika brushed his hair from his forehead, his Sharingan fully revealing itself. As his battle spirit surged, the ripples in his eyes began to move, reminiscent of a stone cast into water, sending concentric waves outward. Noticing the peculiar phenomenon in Chika's eyes, Kaji's expression turned serious. As a fellow high-ranking Navy officer, he was not oblivious to the peculiarities of Chika's eyes. The myriad abilities associated with them were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Thus, he would not underestimate Chika simply because he was still a trainee. Chika raised one hand, forming a seal and inquiring. "May we begin?" Kaji nodded, and after a brief silence, the battle erupted. Kaji's entire right arm was instantly enveloped in a pitch-black layer of haki as he executed a shave, launching a powerful punch towards Chika's abdomen. Chika, in turn, unleashed his Shinra Tensei. However, this time, it did not immediately propel his opponent away as it typically would, merely slowing Kaji's movements. It must be said that for an elite vice admiral like Kaji, Chika's current ocular prowess was insufficient to push him away instantaneously, yet it would suffice. Seizing the moment Kaji's action slowed, Chika vanished from his position. Kaji, recognizing his attack had missed, remained unfazed and swiftly retaliated with a reverse strike aimed at the space behind him. The sound of impact echoed as Chika, having reappeared behind Kaji, intercepted the attack with his palm, but a smile crept onto Kaji's lips as he felt Chika's hand tremble slightly against his fist. Sensing the change, Chika's expression shifted, and he quickly released his grip, activating his Tensei ability to propel himself into the air. Suspended mid-air, Chika examined his hand, which had just caught Kaji's fist, and noticed it was slightly bruised. Even his entire arm throbbed with a dull ache, and despite possessing Hashirama cells, he found himself unable to recover in the short term. Shaking out his tingling arm, he looked down at Kaji and asked, "This effect, it isn't ordinary haki, is it?" With a sly grin, he chose not to respond, instead gracefully advancing towards Qianhe with swift, measured steps. Boom! Boom! A terrifying cacophony echoed from above, and soon the clouds enveloping the assessment arena were scattered, leaving only a vast expanse of azure sky. The spectators surrounding the venue, having witnessed countless displays, were struck by a singular thought. Is this Uchiha Qianhe truly just a student? The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The aerial clash persisted for nearly 10 minutes, culminating in Qianhe's appearance on the ground. This moment, Qianhe's appearance was somewhat disheveled. Both sleeves had vanished. The collar of his attire was torn, revealing a slight glimpse of his chest. However, the exposed skin indicated he had sustained no significant injuries. Following closely behind, Jiajia appeared opposite Qianhe, his condition appearing considerably better despite minor wrinkles in his clothing, and a comparative assessment of their appearances suggested that Jiajia had the upper hand in their recent skirmish. Yet, Jiajia harbored a different perspective. He recognized that Qianhe had not exerted his full power, and he himself had also held back. Their previous encounter, though seemingly fierce, was merely a warm-up. The true battle was only just beginning. Jiajia and Qianhe stood on opposite sides of the platform, both adjusting their stances. An unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere, with the spectators beside the arena holding their breath, fearful of missing any thrilling moments. After a brief stalemate, Qianhe made the first move. Having entered Sage mode, his speed multiplied several times over. Caught unprepared, Jiajia was sent flying by Qianhe's strike, barely managing to halt at the edge of the platform. Qianhe offered no respite, launching a subsequent wave of attacks. This time, Jiajia anticipated the strike and seemingly dodged it. Yet in the next instant, he was again propelled away, spitting a small amount of blood. Jiajia wiped the corner of his mouth, perplexed. He had clearly evaded the earlier attack. How had he still been hit? Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he looked up at Qianhe and asked, "High-level armament haki? You could do that too?" High-level armament haki, akin to the Conqueror's haki scene in the One Piece anime, allows one to strike their opponent without physical contact. There exists an even more formidable variant capable of internal damage. Wielded only by the most elite of sea warriors, Jiajia's verbal query amassed his firm conviction that Qianhe's recent attack was indeed a manifestation of high-level armament haki, that he was not alone in this belief. The high-ranking officials in the stand shared this sentiment. Those seated here were the Navy's elite forces, well acquainted with high-level armament haki. Yet, could such a technique truly be mastered by a mere naval trainee? Kizuru glanced at Zephyr, snidely remarking, "When did high-level armament haki become part of the training camp curriculum? These newcomers are something else. Aren't they, Zephyr-sensei?" Zephyr remained notably silent. He understood Kizuru's veiled criticism of his preferential treatment towards Qianhe. While it was true, he had little to defend. However, regarding Qianhe's recent attack, he was certain it was not high-level armament haki, as he had yet to teach him that technique. After a moment's contemplation, Zephyr slowly spoke. That was not high-level armament haki. The attack was a technique unique to Qianhe, which he refers to as Sage mode. In that state, he can harness natural energy and envelop it around his limbs, resembling high-level armament haki to some degree. Sengoku chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, there's a distinction. Uchiha Qianhe did not employ haki at all. His arms remained unchanged." Kizuru, faced with two rebuttals, fell silent. After all, seeking trouble was not his style, particularly when one of the individuals was responsible for his paycheck on the platform. Qianhe did not waste time explaining. Seizing the moment while Jiajia was still recovering from the previous blow, he raised his hand and unleashed his most powerful technique. Universal pulled, a massive gravitational force emerged, and as Qianhe directed his palm, the stone slabs of the arena shattered. Even the spectators behind Jiajia struggled against the overwhelming pull. This was all while Qianhe had controlled the range of his universal pull attack. Having just sustained an injury, Jiajia found himself unexpectedly drawn towards Qianhe. "Damn it! Don't get too cocky, rookie!" Jiajia, infuriated from consecutive setbacks, once again enveloped his right hand in armament haki. However, this time the color was markedly different, exhibiting a reddish hue, indicating true high-level armament haki. With a fierce swing in midair, he unleashed a far more potent wave, hurtling directly at Qianhe. Sensing the imminent danger, Qianhe deployed a countering technique, Heavenly Reversal. But its effect was minimal. Without hesitation, he swiftly conjured a black stick of yin-yang to shield himself. Crack! The black stick shattered upon impact, and this time, it was Qianhe who was sent flying, forcibly activating the power of the deity. After being propelled several meters away, he finally regained his footing. Jiajia had managed to even the score, feeling somewhat relieved, yet he wasted no time, bringing his arms together at his waist, gathering energy before propelling them towards Qianhe. Impact of the boar, a transparent wave, resembling a wild boar, materialized in the arena, even letting out a fierce roar before charging straight at Qianhe. Just as Qianhe steadied himself, he realized he was on the verge of being struck. In the stands, Gion nervously dug her nails in her thigh, while Ain, seated below, bit her lip in anticipation. Everyone understood the potency of Jiajia's assault. Anyone caught in its path would surely suffer. Boom! The center of the arena became engulfed in smoke, shattered stone fragments flying in every direction as naval officers surrounding the arena sprang into action to prevent casualties among the spectators. Qianhe! A cry rang out, though others paid little heed. Instead, Gion on the high platform turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. The shout had come from mine, who, witnessing Qianhe vanish within the smoke, struggled to contain her emotions. Observing a naval trainee, particularly a strikingly beautiful female one, Gion couldn't help but sneer, thinking that Qianhe had certainly captured the attention of more than just her. However, at that moment, Qianhe remained unaware of the situation, quickly casting aside her scattered thoughts to focus intently on the center of the arena. After a considerable time, as the smoke dissipated, Qianhe's figure emerged into view. Head bowed, right hand aimed towards the direction of the earlier shockwave, still emitting wisps of smoke. Yet, what drew attention was the black circular pattern that had appeared on the back of his hand. With 5 thick black lines extending toward his fingertips, the circular emblem pulsated rhythmically, reminiscent of a dark heart. Slowly lifting his head, Qianhe softly uttered, "Armament. Ascend." Armament ascend? What is that? Jiajia pondered, perplexed, as this had not been taught by their instructor. Lowering his arms and relaxing slightly, the intensity in Qianhe's gaze began to intensify, an aura of dread emanating from his right hand. Jiajia dared not underestimate him, tensing his body in preparation for the impending onslaught. As Qianhe harnessed explosive power within his right hand, he swiftly unleashed 12 strikes. The 12 divine sky blows. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves formed a wall of air, covering an immense area, nearly impossible to evade. And the speed was such that the surrounding space itself began to warp. Aware that there was no escaping this attack, Jiajia planted his feet firmly and resolutely shouted, "Iron block." Hearing Jiajia's declaration, Qianhe swiftly retrieved a new outfit from his dimensional space and donned it. As the sound of a thud resonated, the referee appeared beside Jiajia, who was now unconscious, eyes rolled back. Turning, the referee raised his hand and declared, "Major Jiajia has lost consciousness. I hereby announce the winner of this match is..." Pausing to swallow, the referee steadied his emotions before shouting with all his might, "Uchiha Qianhe." The referee's words reverberated throughout the arena. And after a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Well done. Truly spectacular. It is battles like this that are exhilarating to witness. This Uchiha Qianhe has genuinely defeated Major Jiajia. Could that major have been an imposter? Nonsense. I know that major. Even among the ranks of majors, he is among the elite. Regardless of the discourse, we have witnessed the birth of a legend. Qianhe, I shall bear your children. In contrast to the audience below, the naval high-ranking officials on stage appeared rather composed, though it was merely an appearance. Akainu abruptly struck the armrest of his chair and declared in an undeniable tone, "I want this Uchiha Chika." Akiji, however, was unimpressed by this approach and rested his chin on his hand, coolly uttering 2 words, "Reason." Akainu's right arm transformed into magma, with sizzling drops hitting the ground, releasing thick black smoke that he coldly stated, "Simply because I am a Marine Admiral." Akiji scoffed disdainfully, also elementalizing his arm, emanating a bone-chilling aura, showing no intention of indulging Akainu. He looked at Akainu and said word by word, "I am also a Marine Admiral. You think I will just hand him over because you say so? It seems you are deliberately seeking conflict with me. How could I dare to oppose you? After all, you can execute an entire ship of civilians at your whim. Can you not? Navi. Sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of justice. Absurd. How can indiscriminate slaughter be considered justice?" As their argument escalated, the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control. Kizuru, standing closest, showed no intention of intervening, even beginning to photonize. If a fight broke out, he would likely be the first to escape the scene. Sengoku, of course, could not allow such a situation to unfold. What would the trainees think if they witnessed this? Where would the honor of the Marine Corps be? His expression darkened as he admonished in a low, furious voice, "Enough. Do you wish to bring shame upon the Marine Corps?" Upon finishing his statement, a formidable aura laced with black lightning erupted from Sengoku, employing his conqueror's haki to quickly restore order. As the Supreme Commander of the Marine Corps, Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki was undoubtedly formidable, causing both Akainu and Akiji to change their expressions dramatically and fall silent once more. Seeing the two quiet down, Sengoku retracted his Haki and coldly remarked, "The path Uchiha Chika chooses after graduation is his own affair. No one shall interfere." Akainu had more to say, but the ever-silent Tsuru shot him a cold glance, prompting him to swallow his words. And no matter how obstinate he was, he could not contend with Sengoku and Tsuru. Ultimately, the Marine Corps was still dominated by the pacifist faction, and he had no choice but to endure this time. Clenching his fists in frustration, he thought, "Damn it, if only I were the Marine commander." The near explosion of conflict between the two Marine admirals did not impact Gion, who was solely focused on Chika at the center of the arena. She longed to rush down and embrace him tightly, rendering any conditions moot. She had already determined that this younger brother, who was more than a decade her junior, yet constantly brought her surprises and a sense of security, was special to her. However, age had never been an issue. Strictly speaking, Chika was not merely 17. In the audience, Ayn covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For her, Chika's ultimate victory and the miracle he created for the Marine Corps stirred emotions far greater than any achievement she could attain herself. At that moment, she felt nothing but joy for the boy in her heart. Chika, standing on the stage, could naturally sense the fervent gazes coming from opposite directions. He knew precisely who they belonged to. He had heard Ayn's voice amidst the smoke earlier, and even a blockhead would grasp the girl's intentions. However, he was already involved with Gion. Well, not quite yet, but it was a matter of time. Wasn't it? Chika held great admiration for Ayn, the strong and outspoken girl who bravely voiced her opinions in the cafeteria, leaving an indelible impression on him. What a pity! Chika sighed softly, raising his thumb toward the platform. Gion flashed a charming smile, her red lips parting as she mouthed, "The match is over. Wait for me at the dormitory entrance." She must have received the wrong title. She should be the Pink Fox. Chika silently exclaimed, though he was also eager to collect his rewards and return to the dormitory. Realizing that the true rewards awaited him ahead, it must be said that the evaluation from a certain orange-haired lowly was indeed accurate, fair, and to the point. Ayn, witnessing this scene from below, felt her heart constrict as if she had lost something vital. Her complexion paled instantly, prompting her roommate to inquire, "Ayn, what's wrong? Is your old injury from that battle acting up again? Shall I help you back to rest?" Ayn forced a smile, waving her hand weakly, assuring her roommate that she was fine and to not worry. She then fell silent, staring blankly at Chika, who had his back to her, tears streaming down her cheeks. And no matter how hard she tried, the gap between her and Chika remained vast. Her, only someone as powerful and well-connected as Rear Admiral Gion seemed worthy of Chika. The year-end assessment concluded successfully after Sengoku delivered a speech. Chika was subsequently taken to Sengoku's office by the judges. The other high-ranking officials of the Marine Corps had been dismissed by Sengoku, particularly Akainu and Akiji, who knew whether those two would squabble upon meeting Chika in person. Setting aside those troublesome individuals, Sengoku's fondness for Chika grew as he observed the young man who had brought him so many surprises in less than a year. He had heard that Gion had a special affection for this boy. Perhaps it was time to take action. Surely, the person I have my eye on won't disappoint. Sengoku mused internally, though he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Not because of Tsuru. Of course, absolutely not. Noticing Sengoku's prolonged silence, Chika feigned a cough to prompt him. Sengoku snapped back to reality, also coughing twice to ease the awkwardness. It must be said that a couple of coughs could effectively diffuse a tense atmosphere. Restoring his usual serious demeanor, Sengoku retrieved 3 exquisite boxes from the cabinet and pushed them toward Chika. These boxes contained the rewards prepared by the Marine headquarters for Chika. 3 powerful devil fruits to choose from. In the Marine headquarters, within the marshal's office, Chika gazed at the 3 boxes before him, thinking, "These must be the devil fruits I have been rewarded for my achievements." Sengoku wasted no time, directly introducing the contents of the boxes. These 3 boxes contain the rewards for your first-place assessment. 3 devil fruits for you to choose from. Upon confirmation, Chika nodded, eager for the information regarding the 3 fruits, according to prior knowledge. The fruits awarded for first place were all recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to prevent any subpar fruits from ruining an individual's future. Seeing Chika's calm reaction, Sengoku assumed he was concerned about the quality of the fruits and continued. Rest assured, these abilities are all documented in the encyclopedia, and I have also done a bit of selection for you. You should not be disappointed. Chika glanced at Sengoku in surprise, as the Marine commander. He had taken the time to select for him. Was he truly worried that the door he opened for him wasn't wide enough? Regardless, Chika was grateful for the assistance Sengoku had provided, as well as that of Zephyr. Although their help stemmed largely from Chika's talent and strength, the fact remained that they had indeed supported him, but a gentleman does not dwell on intentions, does he? He needed to offer something in return. It would not be right to continuously rely on their goodwill. He wondered how Corazon was faring now. Chika knew that Sengoku held deep feelings for Corazon, as evidenced by his outcry upon receiving news of Corazon's death in the anime, showcasing his profound sorrow. Thus, if the opportunity arose, he would intervene to protect Corazon. Sengoku, unaware of Chika's thoughts, continued with the introduction of the devil fruits. The one on the far right is a Paramecia-type scythe fruit, capable of generating air slashes akin to razor-sharp scythes. Boasting considerable offensive power, he continued. The one in the middle is a Zoan-type cat fruit. Ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form, which will enhance your physical abilities more evenly. However, it may influence your temperament somewhat. When discussing the final fruit, Sengoku glanced at Chika, noting his lack of reaction to the first two fruits. He thought to himself, I knew this kid had high standards. These two fruits would have already caused a frenzy outside, yet he remains unfazed. However, no matter how high his standards were, he was confident that the last fruit would elicit a response. This fruit was a treasure gem within the Marine Corps, rendering the previous two merely appetizers in comparison. With that in mind, Sengoku maintained his usual tone as he introduced the final fruit. This one is also a Zoan-type, but it is a rarer mythical beast type, known as the cat fruit model. Sure, upon hearing this name, Chika's expression finally shifted, not merely because this last fruit was a precious mythical beast type, but more so due to its name. Isn't this the tailed beast from my previous life? Qianhe felt somewhat disheveled. However, upon reflection, he realized that there indeed existed a creature known as Yu within Japanese mythology, suggesting the presence of two distinct beings. Sengoku observed Qianhe's expression transform, thinking to himself, this little brat must be awestruck by my prowess. Does he not comprehend the significance of a fleet admiral? After all, this fruit was personally retrieved by him, indicating that Qianhe possessed a discerning, that I shall claim this Yu fruit. Qianhe decided without further hesitation. Noticing Qianhe's resolute choice of the Yu fruit, Sengoku felt a sense of satisfaction as he stroked his sparse beard. Pushing the box containing the fruit towards Qianhe while casually inquiring, will you consume this fruit now, or do you require some preparation? Now. Qianhe was not inclined to dawdle, as the box was pushed before him. He felt a surge of heat in his eyes, an uncontrollable craving surging within him. His astonishment. Ever since he had absorbed the fruit, the allure of devil fruits had grown increasingly irresistible. Sengoku, witnessing Qianhe's impatience, mused to himself that youth often breeds such eagerness. Yet he could empathize, consuming a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, as long as one was not excessively weak, could secure a place in the vast ocean. However, he knew well that consuming a devil fruit was no simple feat. Sengoku had tasted one himself, and the memory of its flavor lingered. It was said to be more repulsive than excrement, though he had never experienced the latter himself. He was confident that such a statement was not an exaggeration. Thus, upon hearing Qianhe's intention to consume the devil fruit immediately, Sengoku fixed his gaze upon him, anticipating the expression of one who had just tasted something unspeakable. Yet, the ensuing events were destined to disappoint Sengoku as Qianhe opened the box, revealing a black fruit resembling an apple. He slapped it with his hand, invoking the ability of the hungry ghost path. In an instant, the fruit transformed into an ordinary red apple. Qianhe, a complete devil fruit, was merely a special energy source. He could extract its abilities using the hungry ghost path without needing the assistance of the human path, thus saving time and effort. Having completed the absorption, Qianhe clapped his hands and pushed the box back to Sengoku, indicating that he was done. Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He gazed at the large red apple on the table, then looked back at Qianhe, asking, "Is it over?" "Yes, just like that." What about the anticipated expression of disgust? Moreover, what method was Qianhe employing? How was it so different from his own experience? Sengoku found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Qianhe touched his right eye, noticing that another tomoe had appeared in his Rinnegan. Sensing something peculiar about it, as if it possessed a life of its own, he attempted to activate the fruit's ability. And in the next moment, black flames erupted from his exposed hands. Surprisingly, there was no sensation of burning. Instead, a chilling aura emanated from the flames, and black fur began to appear on his skin, with his nails growing sharp. This was a form of partial beastification, one of Qianhe's preferred battle states. In this form, his attack power, recovery rate, and physical abilities would see a significant enhancement, particularly his speed, which would be most pronounced. Even while utilizing this ability, the newly formed tomoe in his right eye continued to pulsate as if trying to break free, a sensation that left him feeling uncomfortable and uncertain of how to resolve it. He could only close his right eye temporarily. Sengoku, observing his actions, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that something had gone awry with Qianhe's unique method of absorbing the devil fruit, especially if it pertained to his eyes. That could not be allowed. Qianhe's eyes were far more precious to the Navy than any mythical Zoan devil fruit. He hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong? Is there something amiss with your eyes? Do you need a doctor?" Qianhe waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. Yet Sengoku remained unconvinced and pressed on. "Is it possible that something went wrong with your absorption method? Could you explain this approach?" To be honest, he had not intended to pry into Qianhe's secrets, as everyone possessed their own mysteries, especially concerning their abilities. Nevertheless, his concern for Qianhe prompted him to ask, as aside from Corazon, Qianhe was currently his most cherished junior. Reflecting on Sengoku's inquiry, Qianhe contemplated a concise response. Covering his right eye, he addressed Sengoku. "I am well, Fleet Admiral. Thank you for your concern. You can think of my absorption method as my eye consuming the devil fruit." Qianhe was not afraid that revealing this secret would lead to him being subjected to governmental experiments. He was well protected by Sengoku, Zephyr, and others within the Navy, and his strength was sufficient for self-defense. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the fruit, and the Yomi no Mi all at his disposal, he felt confident that few could impede his escape should he desire it. However, upon receiving such a response, Sengoku was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering, can eyes consume devil fruits? Does that mean ears, noses, and such can also partake? So it turns out only the mouth is limited, allowing for just one consumption? Understanding Sengoku's likely reaction, Qianhe added, "Only my Rinnegan can do so." At this point, Sengoku had no choice but to accept this peculiar premise. However, even in acceptance, he could not help but internally lament the absurdity of Qianhe's lineage. It was said that he was the last of his family. Could it be that heaven itself could no longer bear to witness such a fate? "All right, Fleet Admiral, something feels off with my right eye. I will return to rest for a while. Farewell." The peculiarity in his right eye intensified, and Qianhe felt compelled to leave, seeking a secluded place to investigate further. If it becomes unbearable, make sure to visit the infirmary. Understood? Yes, understood. With that, Qianhe vanished, leaving behind a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique in the wilderness behind the training camp. His mastery of the technique was not yet on par with the fourth Hokage, preventing him from marking objects at will. However, it was still quite effective for fixed-point teleportation to in the desolate area behind the training camp. Whoosh! Qianhe's figure materialized beside the kunai. Upon arriving, he heard a sultry voice in his mind. "Master, let me out." Startled, Qianhe found the sensation to be exceedingly strange. He attempted to communicate with the voice in his mind. "Who are you? How did you come to reside within my body?" The sultry voice responded. "As per that human's words, I am you. You created me." Nanny, Qianhe was utterly baffled. This was a phenomenon associated with Zoan-type fruits, but the pressing matter was to release this entity. Having a voice echoing in his mind felt exceedingly peculiar. "How do I release you?" "I do not know. I am trapped within your eye, beside a three-headed dog and a chameleon." Was this not the summoning beast of the beast path? Qianhe had yet to utilize the Beast Path's abilities since awakening his Rinnegan, nearly forgetting about it entirely. He had not found it particularly necessary, as the size advantages of animals were not especially significant in the world of pirates, while the chameleon's invisibility was completely countered by observation haki. Besides, he had no desire to be consumed by a chameleon. However, since you had manifested within his beast path, this could be easily resolved. Qianhe bit his finger and slammed it down to the ground. Declaring, summoning jutsu, boom! A large cloud of smoke erupted, and with a piercing cry, you instantly emerged, a massive black creature with flickering black flames on its back standing before Qianhe. Upon seeing Qianhe, you immediately lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against him with its enormous head. Its fur was smooth and cool to the touch, causing Qianhe to shudder involuntarily. Reaching out to stroke Yu's head, it displayed an expression of delight. Qianhe, observing the imposing presence of Yu, confirmed that it was indeed a distinctly different being from the tailed beasts in Naruto. After pondering for a moment, Qianhe posed two questions of particular interest to him. Do you possess any special abilities? And if you have emerged from my eye, can I still utilize your powers? Yu respectfully replied, the black flames I generate possess an extremely low temperature, capable of freezing targets that I can also manipulate corpses engulfed in my black flames, allowing them to exert 50% of their original strength. Rest assured, Master, even while I am outside, you can still utilize my full abilities, including beastification. Hearing Yu's response, Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, not to mention the aggressive nature of the black flames. The ability to manipulate corpses is exceptionally practical, undoubtedly superior to the technique of impure reincarnation without the body of white absolute. Although I can also control corpses using the black rods, the effectiveness pales in comparison to the black flames possessed by you, who can also serve as a formidable summoned beast to aid me in battle. In summary, regarding the reward obtained from this assessment, Chica readily bestowed a 5-star rating. In high spirits, Chica found you increasingly pleasing to the eye. However, as the hour grew late, he prepared to return to his dormitory, but with such a large form, he certainly could not take you back like this to if sensing Chica's thoughts, Yu's sultry voice resonated in his mind. Master, I can change my size. May I sleep beside you tonight? That space in your eyes seems rather uncomfortable. Is that all right, Master? As she spoke, Yu's face surprisingly adopted a pitiable expression, even bearing a hint of allure. How could anyone bear to refuse such a sight? Without hesitation, Chica agreed, delighted by her master's consent. You let out a cheerful meow, then gradually shrank in size, eventually transforming into a creature of ordinary proportions, leaping onto Chica's shoulder and affectionately licking his cheek. Chica, gently stroking Yu's head, reached her tail, which caused her to puff up slightly, yet she did not resist. Interestingly, despite being entirely black, her face still exhibited a blush. Chica found the sensation delightful, akin to extending a clawed hand out of a car window on a highway, grasping something intangible. Unbeknownst to him, as this thought crossed his mind, Yu's face reddened further, and she cast a furtive glance at Chica. With the matter of the Rinnegan resolved, Chica prepared to head back to the dormitory. Before departing, he decided to name Yu, calling her Modis. Yu was quite fond of this name, wrapping her tiny paws tightly around Chica's neck. The duo appeared remarkably harmonious beneath the setting sun. Chica did not leave behind any flying thunder god Qianhe near the dormitory, as he preferred to walk slowly and alone after training. However, today he was not alone, that a small black creature now accompanied him on his shoulder, and the two wandered leisurely along the path in serene silence. Yet this was merely a facade. In Chica's mind, Yu's sultry voice chattered incessantly. Master, may I stay by your side forever? Of course. I adore you. Master, by the way, I'm actually a girl that I know. Not in the way you might think. Though. Well, you'll find out later. Huh. I noticed earlier. Can you hear my inner thoughts? I can hear part of them. If your thoughts pertain to me, I can hear them. That s not be a d-s. Chica engaged in lively conversation with you. A spherical figure appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching him. You immediately became alert, wary of any being other than Chica. Master, someone is coming. That I see them. Don't worry, it's fine. Chica extended a hand to reassure you, indicating that the approaching figure was an ally. The figure drew closer. Chika quickly recognized who it was, Bridge. Upon spotting Chika, Bridge's face lit up with joy as he waved and shouted, "Boss, that beautiful officer is back. She is waiting for you at the dorm." "Ah, I almost forgot about Gion," Chika exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Just like last time, he hoisted Bridge into the air. Experiencing flight once again, Bridge had given up on resisting, resigning himself to the moment. After all, life often resembles a ride. If you cannot fight it, you might as well enjoy it. Upon landing, a figure leaped into Chika's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. The one who had thrown herself at Chika was none other than the beautiful officer Bridge had mentioned, Gion. Despite having waited all day for Chika and even being stood up earlier, she bore no ill will. Having heard from Sengoku about the issues with Chika's eyes, she hurried over to ensure his safety, even recruiting a sturdy companion to locate him. Now that she saw Chika unharmed before her, she finally felt at ease. Chika gazed at Gion in his arms, his expression softening as he reciprocated the embrace without hesitation. Gion straightened herself, but since Chika was still shorter than her, his face became buried in her soft bosom. Feeling Chika's warm breath against her chest, Gion's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, prompting Bridge, witnessing the scene, to hastily retreat. Yet, amidst the unfolding drama, no one remembered the small black creature that was relishing the moment. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chika's mind. "Master, are you about to mate with that human?" Chika spluttered, nearly choking, causing Gion to worry that something was still wrong with his eyes, ignoring her dampened clothing from Chika's reaction. She quickly cupped his face with her hands, scrutinizing his Rinnegan closely. Aside from the additional tomoe, it seems fine that I'm all right. Just choked a bit." Chika coughed, attempting to reassure her. Phone's grip was rather firm, causing his lips to pucker, and he gently patted her hands, signaling her to relax. Seizing the opportunity to extricate his face and tea this moment, Gion noticed you perched on Chika's shoulder. It was getting late, and Yu's dark fur blended into the evening shadows. She had not previously noticed the small creature. Upon seeing you, Gion clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "When did you get a pet? It's quite adorable." As she reached out to embrace you, the creature vanished in an instant, only to reappear on Chika's other shoulder, casting a taunting glance at Gion. This startled Gion, for Yu's speed had surpassed even that of Bridge, indicating that this was no ordinary creature. Ignoring Yu's provocation, she turned her curious gaze back to Chika. Chika had nothing to hide from her. After all, Gion was the person closest to him in the Navy, and he briefly recounted the birth and identity of you. After a considerable pause, Gion took a deep breath, trying to process the information. Had it been anyone else, she would have sent them packing for such an implausible tale. So, you're saying this little black one is the embodiment of that mythical beast fruit? Yes, I named her Modi's. Modi's? That is a lovely name. So, she is still a female? Yes. Chika regarded Gion with confusion. Did it matter whether Modi's was male or female? Gion, however, did not share the same sentiment. The anthropomorphic expressions and gestures of Modi's had instilled a sense of unease within her, a feeling that was not rooted in combat. But she certainly could not engage in a rivalry with a creature. Shaking her head, Gion playfully poked Chika's chest, saying enticingly, "All right, Chika, do you remember what I promised you?" "Of course, the final reward is here," Chika exclaimed, tightening his grip on Gion's arm out of instinctive excitement. "That you're hurting me." Gion laughed, lightly swatting at Chika's arm, realizing he had been a bit overzealous. Chika quickly loosened his grip. This eagerness was understandable. After all, Chika had lived 3 lifetimes, and this was his first genuine experience as an orphan on Blue Star. Even basic sustenance was a struggle, and in the world of Naruto, he constantly faced life-threatening situations, leaving little room to ponder such matters. Gion, of course, held no real grievances against him and continued, "Just remember, you fulfilled your end of the bargain, so whatever conditions you have, feel free to express them." With that, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Chika's eyes. Chika released Gion's embrace, gently grasping her chin to turn her face towards him, then earnestly stated, "My condition is that I want you to become mine. Is that acceptable?" Gion gazed at him in a daze, utterly convinced that this was the very condition she longed to hear. In truth, when she had proposed that goal to Chika at the dormitory entrance. It was merely to ascertain his feelings. After all, she had already developed feelings for him by that time. Yet, uncertain of Chika's emotions, she impulsively suggested a target that she considered rather daunting, to her astonishment. Chika accomplished this goal in a mere year and now, in turn, articulated the very condition she had yearned for. That moment, Gion was enveloped in sheer bliss. Shyness was not in her nature. After stating the condition, Chika was suddenly met with a kiss from her crimson lips. Following a brief moment of astonishment, Chika reciprocated with fervor. The only witness to this moment was a certain Meredith perched upon someone's shoulder. Her tiny claws shielding her eyes, the slight gap between them suggesting the mischief of this little one. The next day, Chika appeared at the training ground, looking refreshed. Beside him, Bridge whispered to Grafus, "Looks like Chika has finally blossomed. Just look at his splendid mood today." Grafus shot a sidelong glance at Bridge, saying nothing. He dared not comment on Chika's situation, as he remembered Chika's promise to introduce him to the beautiful officeress sister. Good heavens, considering Miss Gion's stunning appearance, how could her sister possibly be any less remarkable? Just the thought stirred excitement, so he felt it imperative to distance himself from Bridge at such a moment. Seeing that Grafus was unwilling to engage, Bridge reluctantly silenced himself and turned to Binns, silently urging him to inquire about the events of the previous night. Yet, predictably, Binns remained silent. "Very well, you all are impressive and aloof. Refusing to indulge in gossip, I shall privately savor my thoughts." Zephyr, as always, appeared on the platform, scanning the crowd below before speaking. "Today, I have two announcements. The first is to congratulate Chika for achieving first place in the year-end assessments." Upon this declaration, thunderous applause erupted. Many students' faces flushed as if they themselves were the victors. It is worth noting that participants included not only their cohort, but also many from higher years. And yet the top position was still claimed by their class, an undoubtedly glorious feat. At least they would not have to endure the classic remarks of being the worst cohort he ever taught. Once the applause subsided, Zephyr continued. "The second announcement is that student Chika will be temporarily leaving our training camp, as per the decision of the headquarters. Given his remarkable abilities, he will be assigned to another post for the next year." As he delivered this final piece of news, Zephyr cast a proud yet bittersweet glance at Chika, filled with appreciation and a touch of sorrow. Chika was his most esteemed student, now fully ready to spread his wings and soar into the vastness of the sea. As a teacher, all he could offer was encouragement and support. Chika's roommates were overwhelmed with emotion. Bridge immediately enveloped Chika in a bear hug, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Chika, don't go." This prompted Meredith, perched on Chika's shoulder, to express her disdain by pushing against Bridge's chubby face, determined to prevent his tears from soiling Chika's attire. Grafus, disregarding the surroundings, quietly lit a cigar. While Binns kept his gaze fixed on Chika, silently conveying his reluctance to part ways, Chika, somewhat exasperated, pushed Bridge away, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. "What is wrong with you all? We will see each other soon. Perhaps within a year, you will find yourselves aboard my ship. Do you believe that?" The other three paused, taken aback, with Bridge responding the quickest. "Of course. With your strength, Chika, achieving some merit should be a breeze. Right? Wouldn't that mean a swift rise through the ranks?" Admittedly, rise through the ranks might not be the most accurate expression, but the sentiment was clear. The trio's spirits quickly lifted, and Chika patted their shoulders before suddenly glancing in another direction. "What's wrong?" Bridge inquired. Chika shook his head, signaling that all was well. Meanwhile, Ayn, having silently withdrawn her gaze, lowered her head, her eyes falling upon her own toes. However, due to her physical development, what met her eyes were two towering peaks. "Will we meet again, classmate Chika?" After concluding his announcements, Zephyr declared a day of rest to celebrate the commendable performance of the training camp's participants, eliciting cheers from the students that lightened the atmosphere of farewell. Following this, Chika was once again summoned to Zephyr's office, where he found Zephyr's demeanor transformed from his usual sternness to one of warmth and benevolence. "Teacher Zephyr, is there something you need?" Chika inquired. "Nothing of great importance, just wishing to see you once more. After all, you may be quite busy for a while." Observing Zephyr's expression, Chika sensed his loneliness, and a pang of discomfort pierced his heart. Those damned pirates! The more Chika interacted with Zephyr, the more his aversion for pirates intensified. How could those scoundrels bring harm to someone once hailed as the admiral of non-killing? The thought stirred a tempest of emotions within him, leading Chika to boldly ask, "Teacher Zephyr, what is your current stance on pirates?" Taken aback by the question, Zephyr fell silent for a long moment, before responding with a counter-question. "What is your perspective on kindness?" Chika pondered briefly before answering solemnly. "Kindness must bear a sharp edge. Boundless compassion will only embolden others to take advantage. Unconditional mercy will only allow them to act with impunity. Must kindness possess an edge?" "How profound!" Zephyr chuckled self-deprecatingly, fully resonating with Chika's words, aware that they subtly undermined his previous notions of justice. But what of it? Would the justice of non-killing bring back his wife and children? Would it truly lead those pirates to genuine repentance? Chika's words served not only as a reflection for him, but also as a wake-up call to the pacifists within the Navy, many of whom had adopted an overly lenient definition of justice. While a Kainu-esque brand of justice was often deemed excessively radical, one could not deny that the seas today required a navy like his. The very fact that Chika could articulate such thoughts indicated he had begun to forge his own sense of justice. It was not for anyone to declare who was right or wrong. Yet, Zephyr acknowledged Chika as potential, firmly convinced that his future would not be limited to the rank of admiral. He was destined to become a fleet admiral or even ascend even higher. How he longed to witness that day. For that, he must ensure he lived on. Since stepping down from his position as admiral, Zephyr felt invigorated once more, determined to expend every last ounce of his energy to elevate Chika to the heights that awaited him. With this thought, he rose, placing a hand on Chika's shoulder. "Fear not, Chika. Your teacher will always be your staunchest support at the Navy headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office." Sengoku presented Chika with an official commission. "Chika, this is your appointment letter from headquarters. You have yet to graduate, but an exception has been made to grant you the rank of colonel to temporarily serve at Sabeti Archipelago." Sengoku handed Chika a document along with a set of colonel's uniform, awaiting his response. After skimming the document, Chika looked up at Sengoku. "Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Shall I depart immediately?" "Indeed, the delay has been considerable. Your assignment to Sabeti is not only at the headquarters' behest, but is also influenced by the will of the world government. So exercise caution." Chika raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "Have I caught the attention of the world government? What directives do they have?" Sengoku shook his head, indicating there were no explicit directives. However, he speculated, "Your potential displayed within the Navy has indeed been remarkable. The world government likely perceives your future standing within the Navy as significant and wishes to assess you. Remember, the celestial dragons frequently visit there to procure slaves, and your attitude towards them is of great importance to the world government." Having spent many years within the Navy, Sengoku had dealt with the world government extensively and could glean some of their thoughts. Nonetheless, this did not alter his underlying disdain for certain individuals, as he, being the fleet admiral, could not afford to display any signs of it. Chika nodded contemplatively, and Sengoku continued to emphasize, "If you encounter the celestial dragons, be sure to avoid provoking them if you truly wish to steer clear of them. Take care to avoid them altogether. They typically harbor no interest in the Navy." Sengoku was genuinely concerned that Chika, in his youthful zeal, might react impulsively to the actions of the celestial dragons, jeopardizing his future. Thus, he incessantly conveyed these matters to Chika, but, in truth, Chika's psychological age was not trivial. He comprehended all that Sengoku articulated. Therefore, he assured Sengoku that during the time in Sabeti, he would certainly refrain from causing any trouble. Reassured by Chika's promise, Sengoku waved his hand, signaling that Chika could take his leave. Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Chika fortuitously encountered Carp, whom he had not seen in quite some time. The moment Carp laid eyes on Chika, he threw his arm around Chika's shoulder and boisterously exclaimed, "Isn't this Chika? Come, let me treat you to some sunbae at Sengoku's." Chika chuckled and waved his hand, indicating that he had just come from there and would forego the sunbae. Noticing this, Carp did not press further. Observing the documents in Chika's hand, he inquired, Is that an appointment letter? Have you graduated early? Where will you be stationed? Chika replied, no early graduation, merely an internship of sorts. I will be stationed at Sabaody. Sabaody? What on earth are they sending you to that wretched place for? The celestial dragons frequent it. They're not good company, Karp exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation. To him, although it was not far from the headquarters, the place was rife with unsavory affairs. Karp detested the celestial dragons with fervor. Karp, what nonsense are you spewing? Get in here now. Sengoku's voice boomed from the office. Having overheard Karp's outrageous remarks, he hurriedly intervened, fearing that Karp's ramblings might reach the ears of the world government. Karp shrugged, making a comical face towards the office, then earnestly advised Chika, in any case, be cautious during your assignment, and try to minimize contact with the celestial dragons. Though Karp was typically boisterous and carefree, it did not mean he was entirely reckless. For him, one must be coarse when the situation demands it and meticulous when necessary. That is the way of things. Chika accepted Karp's goodwill, bid farewell, and departed. Upon exiting the building, he activated his powers to soar towards the port. Along the way, Medes, who had been quietly resting on his shoulder, suddenly asked, Master, what are the celestial dragons? Why are you advised to be wary of them? Are they very formidable? Chika disdainfully shook his head and replied, just a bunch of trash. I will eventually haul a few bags of rice to the Red Earth continent. Haul a few bags of rice? What do you mean, Master? Are you going to deliver food to them? Nothing of the sort. It simply means I will dispose of them. I see. Master, I will certainly help you with that. Hauling more bags of rice. I believe in you. Chika smiled softly, scratching Medes under the chin. Medes squinted her eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. You seem to have quite a bit of confidence in me. Of course, my master is the most formidable. With that, Chika arrived at the port. Following the instructions on the appointment letter, he began searching for the military vessel that would take him to his new station. After a brief search, he finally spotted the ship, but he couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the prominent character crane emblazoned on its sail. Among all the vessels in the headquarters, this one was undoubtedly associated with Vice Admiral Crane. Known as the Navy's chief strategist, A.S. Chika approached the ship to board. He spotted Gion waving at him from the deck. Since their intense verbal sparring that night, this was their first encounter. Recalling that evening, Chika couldn't help but press his lips together, earning a dramatic eye roll from Medes. Today, Gion donned the Navy's justice cloak, exuding a striking aura. After all, I am a colonel. Where is my cloak? Chika pondered, feeling a bit disheartened that he decided against boarding in the usual manner and instead soared directly onto the ship. Landing on the deck, Chika surveyed his surroundings and was surprised to find that all the crew members were female soldiers, who were equally curious about the newcomer who had descended from the sky. Who is that? Quite handsome. Look at his uniform. He seems to be a colonel. He looks so young. I wonder what he is doing here. Does he have a sweetheart stationed here? I don't know, but ISNT Vice Admiral Crane strictly prohibiting male Navy personnel from boarding this ship unless on official business. Upon spotting Chika, Gion's face lit up with a captivating smile. She hurriedly approached him in her high heels, suppressing the urge to embrace him due to the presence of her subordinates. Well, how about that? Did you expect me to be the one to escort you to your assignment? Indeed, I did not expect it, but I rather appreciate it. By the way, ISNT Vice Admiral Crane here. She not. She has to remain at headquarters. This ship is entirely under my command now. Haha. Then I look forward to your guidance, Gion. Well, it depends on your performance, Chika-kun. This day was bright and sunny on Crane's ship. Chika reclined on the deck with his head resting on Gion's lap, sipping juice that she had brought him, feeling utterly content. The female sailors standing guard averted their gazes, having grown accustomed to such scenes from initial shock to nonchalance. Gion gently nudged the nearly slumbering Chika and inquired, So, do you have any plans for your time at Sabaody? Chika stretched lazily and replied, No particular plans. I might just bide my time for a year. This time is mainly about building my credentials with the world government. The world government? How did they set their sights on you? Sengoku implied that they were considering an evaluation of me, and since Sabaody is a favored destination for the celestial dragons, they've assigned me there for a while. Chika, do you know what the name celestial dragons signifies? I do. It means a bunch of trash. All right, I've heard enough about them. Rest assured, as long as they don't provoke me, I won't bother with them. Seeing this, Gion chose to remain silent, hoping that Chica was well aware of the situation. Due to the proximity of the Navy headquarters to the Sabeti archipelago, the ship soon reached its destination. Upon disembarking, Chica was greeted by a line of sailors awaiting his arrival. Led by the highest-ranking officer there, Rear Admiral Ambuster. Ambuster was not merely there to welcome Chica, as Chica currently held only the rank of colonel. With a swish, Gion appeared behind Chica, prompting Ambuster to lead the sailors forward to greet them. It seemed that Chica's rank was still insufficient, and he chuckled to himself, not particularly bothered by it. Gion waved her hand at Ambuster, indicating that she had delivered Chica and was preparing to leave. Then flashed a smile at Chica, saying, "I can only take you this far. I must be off now." Chica nodded, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your efforts, Gion." Gion feigned annoyance. "Are we still being polite with each other?" After saying this, she playfully pinched Chica's cheek, intending to bolster his status and ensure he felt more comfortable here. Ambuster observed their interaction and wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that this Uchiha Chica was no ordinary individual. Especially at such a young age, he should tread carefully. After Gion departed, Ambuster hurried over to Chica, not daring to assume an authoritative demeanor. He warmly said, "You must be Colonel Uchiha Chica, sent from headquarters. I am Rear Admiral Ambuster, the commanding officer here. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Chica responded with a smile, "I have no immediate concerns. I will be serving under you for a while. So, I look forward to your guidance." Chica's demeanor put Ambuster at ease. It seemed that Colonel Uchiha Chica was quite approachable. It must be said that having connections truly opens doors everywhere. Even though Ambuster held a higher rank than Qianhe, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. After exchanging pleasantries, Ambuster escorted Qianhe to Zone 66 of the Shambadi archipelago, where the Navy was stationed. Upon entering an office, Ambuster was astonished to find two women already seated inside, completely unfamiliar to him. One woman, adorned with short, golden curls and dressed in an elegant orange gown, sat gracefully with her hands folded, smiling in their direction. The other appeared considerably younger, her long golden hair framing her face. With a cool expression, she wore glasses and was clad in a tailored black suit paired with a fitted skirt, her legs adorned with fishnet stockings and her feet in high black heels. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Ambuster, unable to appreciate the beauty before him, assumed a guarded stance, fixing his gaze intently upon the two women. Qianhe, displaying a calm demeanor, deduced their identities from their appearances. The woman in the white hat was Stussy from CP0, while the other was undoubtedly Khalifa from CP9. Noticing Ambuster's tension, Stussy rose and presented him with an identification document. Then, covering her mouth with a chuckle, remarked, "Oh dear, Major Ambuster, there's no need to be so tense that we mean no harm. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are agents of the world government. I am Stussy, and this is Khalifa." Agents of the world government? Ambuster's pupils dilated as he scrutinized the document in his hand, realizing he was in the presence of individuals he could not afford to offend. What exactly was Qianhe's identity that such high-ranking figures appeared so freely in his vicinity? Nevertheless, regardless of who they were, he, a mere major, could not afford to cross them. Steeling himself, he respectfully returned the document to Stussy and inquired, "So it's you, Miss Stussy? My apologies for the oversight. May I ask what brings you here?" Stussy resumed her seat, elegantly crossing her legs as she picked up a cup of hot tea, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Observing this, Meredith subtly expressed her disdain to Qianhe. "Master, this old woman is quite the actress. I almost want to give her a slap." Qianhe reassured her internally. "Let it be. This woman is of significant standing. Likely here with a purpose related to me. We should see what she intends." After finishing her tea, Stussy set the cup down, shifting her attention from Ambuster to Qianhe, still smiling as she spoke. "I have come to meet our Navy's rising star, Colonel Uchiha Qianhe." It was indeed him. Well then, as long as these important figures were not seeking him out, Ambuster discreetly turned to exit the office, kindly closing the door behind him. Once Ambuster departed, Qianhe addressed Stussy. "May I inquire what business you have with me, Miss Stussy?" Stussy shook her head with a smile, pointing to Khalifa beside her. "While I too wish to meet this generation's Navy star, I am merely here to introduce her to you. This is Califa, and during your time in Shambadi, she will serve as your secretary. Upon hearing her name, Califa promptly stood and approached Qianhe, executing a formal 90-degree bow. From Qianhe's perspective, he could see a pronounced curve of her figure. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Colonel Qianhe. Qianhe did not respond directly, but turned his gaze to Stussy, who recognized the awkwardness of the situation. After all, Qianhe was merely a colonel, and having a secretary seemed somewhat ostentatious. However, she had prepared an explanation. Assigning Califa as your secretary was a governmental arrangement, primarily to assist with your daily needs and work affairs. Given that you have just emerged from training camp and lack experience, and considering the unique nature of Shambadi, this is a gesture of goodwill from the government. Such flattering words, yet in truth, it appears to be a means of surveillance, perhaps to assess whether I possess the qualities of a loyal dog. Qianhe mused internally. However, he recognized that he had no grounds to refuse at this moment. With that thought, he gently lifted Califa from her bowing position, extending his hand towards her. Califa looked at him with a hint of confusion, but Qianhe smiled, saying, I will rely on your care in the days to come. Secretary Califa. Witnessing Qianhe's actions, Stussy nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself that Qianhe was quite perceptive, and her assessment of him rose subtly. With her primary task accomplished, Stussy prepared to leave, handing Qianhe a card with a flirtatious wink, saying, if you ever wish to unwind at the Pleasure District, feel free to seek me out before departing. Once Stussy left, the office was left with only Qianhe and Califa. True to her training as a covert operative, Califa quickly assumed her role as a secretary, fetching a cup of hot tea for Qianhe and standing attentively by his side, inquiring if he had any instructions. That it was Qianhe's first experience with a secretary service, and he found it rather intriguing. Although this secretary was technically a spy, the experience was nonetheless quite fulfilling. After some contemplation, Qianhe instructed Califa to compile a report on all significant events occurring in the Shambadi archipelago. He needed to gain a general understanding of the current situation. He couldn't possibly spend an entire year idly waiting for something to happen. Califa accepted the task and quietly set about gathering information. Before long, she returned with a stack of documents nearly half her height, placing them on Qianhe's desk. One could not help but admire her efficiency. Qianhe mused that had she not been an agent of the world government, he would have undoubtedly appointed her as his true secretary. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Qianhe began to review the materials Califa had organized. Through the documents, he gleaned much useful information. For instance, Zones 1 to 29 of the Shambadi archipelago were primarily known for gray market activities, such as human trafficking and lawlessness, where the celestial dragons often indulged in purchasing slaves. After perusing the documents for a while, Qianhe closed the folder and addressed Califa. Prepare yourself. We are heading to Zone 16. Califa swiftly notified a squad of Marines to stand by, then retrieved a white suit for Qianhe to wear. Following closely behind him as they set off towards Zone 16, they stepped into Zone 16. Qianhe keenly sensed the malevolent gazes fixated upon him and his entourage. It was evident that this area had earned its reputation as a lawless zone for good reason. The authority of the Navy held little sway here. Qianhe strolled through the streets as if on a leisurely walk, faintly hearing cries and wails, likely from slaves or pirates embroiled in violent disputes. Regarding the matter of human trafficking, Qianhe had no intention of interfering. The fact that such operations could persist under the noses of the world government and the Navy indicated that powerful figures were backing them. Whether it was the celestial dragons or other officials of the world government, none would permit anyone to disrupt such transactions. For now, Qianhe's focus was to fulfill his duties as a Navy officer. He would address these issues once he had amassed greater strength and influence. Meanwhile, within a house along the street, a group of pirates had been watching Qianhe and his party for some time. At the center of the room sat a slender, diminutive man who was guzzling beer from a barrel roughly his size. A subordinate approached him, reporting, "Captain Jerry, the Navy hasn't made any moves. They seem to be just strolling about." The small man, identified as Captain Jerry, leader of the Blood Rat Pirates with a bounty of 120 million berries, paused in his drinking, wiped his mouth, and in a high-pitched voice asked, "Who leads them?" "And Buster. I don't recognize him. He seems like a new face, but there is a woman with them, quite beautiful. A beautiful woman? Upon hearing this, Jerry's alcohol-clouded mind immediately cleared in this context. A beautiful woman signified something of great value. She was a walking bounty. In recent years, the availability of goods has dwindled significantly, and their quality has left much to be desired. Upon hearing the approach of a beautiful woman, he immediately dashed to the window, pushing aside a lackey to observe. Through the glass, he caught sight of Califa standing behind Qianhe. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her strikingly cold and alluring visage, instantly earned her the label of perfection in his eyes. Casting a glance at Qianhe in front of Califa, he scoffed at the sight. A mere boy, yet already a colonel. Undoubtedly, a privileged heir merely seeking to bolster his credentials. What a pity that his luck had led him here. Of all places, I'll gladly accept the arms of your troop and the woman behind you. Take heed in your next life, he declared, before summoning his entourage to charge out of the building and block Qianhe's group, arrogantly pointing at him. Kid, this is no place for someone like you. Hand over the woman and the arms, and I might just spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame Blood Rat Jerry for being unkind. Blood Rat Jerry? Qianhe furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected encounter during his routine inspection. Califa adjusted her glasses and diligently began to relay information about this Jerry. Blood Rat Jerry, with a bounty of 120 million, possessed the animal-type devil fruit, the mouse fruit, and could transform into a giant rat. He was notorious for his penchant for robbery, tormenting women, and had recently developed a disturbing interest in slave trading. After absorbing this information, Qianhe crossed his arms, concluding that Jerry was indeed a despicable scoundrel. Since that was the case, he would ensure Jerry never saw the inside of impelled-down prison. With this thought in mind, Qianhe lowered his arms, preparing to deal with this so-called rat. Observing his movement, Califa's gaze sharpened. Was he about to strike? She was keenly monitoring Qianhe's abilities and strength, yet the outcome was destined to disappoint her. Just as Qianhe was ready to act, he was halted by the interference of Medis perched on his shoulder. Meow, she exclaimed. Leave this rat to me, master. Are you confident? His bounty isn't insignificant, he replied. Rest assured. Master, I've got this. After all, he is merely a rat, she assured him. Qianhe considered her words. Medis had yet to engage in battle since her inception, making this an opportune moment to gauge her strength. Thus, while Califa eagerly awaited Qianhe's assault, she was instead met with the sight of Medis leaping from his shoulder and landing before Jerry and his band of pirates. What was she up to? Both Califa and the Marines were puzzled, as were Jerry's crew. What did it signify to release a pet in such a situation? However, Jerry felt a shiver run down his spine the instant he laid eyes on the dark figure. Unknowingly, he was engulfed by a primal fear. Shaking his head to dispel his trepidation, he thought, it's just a pet. Even with the powers of the mouse fruit, I shouldn't be afraid of it. With a determined meow, Medis leaped into the air, her form enveloped in a swirling mass of black flames that expanded until it reached the size of a small house. As the black flames dissipated, the onlookers gasped. The pet they once recognized had vanished, replaced by a pitch-black demon, intermittently flickering with dark flames. Medis licked her lips, her large eyes fixated on Jerry, as Qianhe recalled her voice. Master, I'm ready to go. Jerry's unease intensified, particularly after witnessing Medis assume a combat stance. What in the world is happening? He thought, while the surrounding pirates stood frozen, paralyzed by the chilling aura emanating from Medis. As if it were a harbinger from the depths of hell. At this rate, there would be no need for a fight. Surrender seemed the only option. Jerry, unwilling to underestimate the situation, activated his devil fruit ability. Half transforming, his physique ballooned several times larger, his once slight frame now resembling that of an average man, gray fur sprouting across his body, with his teeth now grotesquely large and glinting ominously. However, Medis only grew more exhilarated at the sight of him. She lunged forward, claws enshrouded in black flames, swinging with ferocity. Jerry, in turn, hardened his claws, positioning them defensively against her impending strike. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as Jerry was sent flying by Medis' blow, crashing through several buildings and disappearing amidst the dust and debris. Califa, beside Qianhe, adjusted her glasses, warily observing the formidable Medis. Given the force and speed of her attack, it was clear her combat prowess surpassed her own, honed through years of specialized training. Where on earth did Uchiha Qianhe acquire such a creature? She wondered, increasingly mystified by his existence. Returning to the fray, an explosion erupted as Jerry emerged from the rubble. Utterly disheveled, his shirt had been torn to shreds during his transformation, leaving him in tatters, with only his trousers barely holding together. The most unfortunate aspect was the deep claw marks etched across his chest. Yet strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds. They had been encased in a layer of solid ice. Jerry knew the ice was not merely a means to stem the bleeding. He could feel the excruciating cold seeping into his body, slowing his blood flow and clouding his consciousness. Slapping himself to regain focus, Jerry's gaze fell upon Medes. Nonchalantly licking her claws in the distance, he realized that if this battle dragged on, he would not leave this place alive. The young Marine behind him had yet to make a move if her pet was this strong. How formidable could its master be? Not daring to contemplate further, he resolved to unleash his most powerful attack to end this fight swiftly. Seeking an opportunity to flee. With renewed fervor, Jerry intensified his devil fruit ability, his form swelling even further, his eyes turning crimson, nose protruding, ears elongating, and his massive incisors growing to an absurd size as he assumed the complete animal transformation. Now he was a colossal gray rat with enormous fangs. Letting out sharp, piercing squeaks, his fangs cloaked in a layer of black haki, he prepared to unleash his most lethal attack, Blood Rat, Blacktooth. Aiming for Medes' neck, he propelled himself forward with explosive speed, a blur to all present, save for Qianhe. Observing Jerry's full transformation, Qianhe mused on the remarkable enhancements the complete animal transformation afforded him. His speed had escalated to the point where he needed to concentrate just to keep up. Yet, even in the face of Jerry's newfound strength, Medes remained unfazed, dismissively meowing twice as her fur morphed into denser black flames that surged outward. As Jerry's fangs made contact with the black flames, they froze, the icy tendrils rapidly spreading across his body. Panic gripped him as he realized the chilling ice was encroaching upon his face. In a moment of desperation, he abandoned his attack and redirected his momentum toward the ground. Crack! The pride of his formidable fangs shattered upon impact with the earth, scattering into countless fragments. Were it not for the formidable physical prowess acquired through complete beastification, the immense impact would have been sufficient to render him unconscious in an instant. However, despite remaining somewhat aware, the loss of his front teeth and the injuries he sustained had already compromised his ability to maintain the powers of the devil fruit, forcing him to revert from his fully beastified state. He lay pitifully on the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing their captain in such a state, the lackeys of the Blood Rat pirate crew dropped their weapons and fled, demonstrating that pirates are indeed pirates. Loyalty is a rare commodity among most of them. Such leaders attract such followers, and Chica would certainly not allow this scum to escape unscathed, with a glint of purple emanating from his Rinnegan eyes. Chica raised his hand and unleashed a devastating combination of universal pull and heavenly severance. The pirates of the Blood Rat pirate crew, desperately trying to escape, suddenly trembled violently, blood pouring from their orifices, collapsing to the ground like limp cotton. This method of application was particularly effective for clearing out such cannon fodder, as the combination of heavenly severance and universal pull, one force countering the other, invisibly crushed the pirates' internal organs, leaving them no opportunity to scream in agony. Chica's strike was instantaneous, so swift that Khalifa, standing nearby, had not even registered the event before every pirate had met their demise. The thought that such an ability might merely be the tip of the iceberg of Chica's true strength caused cold sweat to bead on Khalifa's forehead, stealing a glance at Chica's violet eyes. She mused, is this truly his power? What a terrifying man. It is utterly inconceivable that he is only 17 years old. The Navy soldiers behind her, who had merely been bystanders throughout the ordeal, were flushed with astonishment. None had anticipated that this seemingly excessively youthful colonel, Chica, who had arrived from the headquarters, possessed such formidable power. Only a leader of this caliber could command their respect. Meanwhile, Jerry, prostrate on the ground and witnessing the annihilation of his crew, forced a grim smile that was more grotesque than tears. Muttering nervously, Short-sighted, short-sighted indeed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as Modis appeared above Jerry without warning, in his half-beast form. Jerry was scarcely larger than Modis' claws, let alone in his human state. Modis raised a forepaw and struck down fiercely, obliterating the bounty of 120 million berries that was Blood Rat Jerry, leaving only blood in his wake. Eyeing the bits of flesh stuck to her paw pads with a hint of disdain, Modis summoned black flames to encase the filth, then exhaled softly, causing the impurities to dissolve into icy shards that scattered with the wind. With a proud meow, Modis shrank back down to her smaller form, leaping onto Chica's shoulder, prompting Khalifa and several other Navy soldiers to instinctively distance themselves from him. Observing Modis affectionately rubbing against Chica's cheek, they found it difficult to reconcile her with the fearsome beast that had just dispatched Blood Rat Jerry with a single strike. Gently pinching Modis' little rear, eliciting a series of shy meows, Chica turned to the assembled Navy soldiers and commanded, "The battle is over. Stop dawdling and commence the cleanup of the battlefield." Only then did they snap back to reality, each rushing to tally the bodies and loot, ensuring they did not displease their young commander, especially after contributing little to the conflict. Once the sailors had finished tending to the battlefield, Chica ordered the squad to regroup and depart. On the way back, Khalifa maintained an air of restrained anticipation, her expression suggesting she had something to say, which persisted until they returned to Chica's previous office. After assisting Chica in removing his suit and hanging it up, Khalifa slowly approached him from behind, instinctively beginning to massage his shoulders. As he closed his eyes to revel in Khalifa's ministrations, Chica thought to himself how no wonder the wealthy businessmen of Blue Star favored hiring secretaries, particularly young and attractive ones. Such a lifestyle was undeniably decadent. Gently opening his eyes, Chica caught Khalifa staring at him. Upon noticing he was awake, she quickly averted her gaze, prompting a chuckle from him. "If you have something to ask, do so quickly. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return." Khalifa hesitated slightly before inquiring, "I have heard that Lord Chica triumphed over a vice admiral in the year-end assessment and received a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Might I ask if you have consumed it?" Indeed, the world government's intelligence was remarkably astute. However, it was understandable given the rarity of mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, especially one bestowed upon a new recruit. After pondering for a moment, Chica concocted a plausible explanation, stating, "No, I have not consumed it. I fed that fruit to my pet." He gestured toward Modis perched on his shoulder, adding, "By the way, her name is Modis." Khalifa scrutinized Modis with a serious expression, silently nodding in understanding. This certainly explained the peculiar combat prowess and abilities exhibited by this creature. It must be due to the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. However, she pondered the rationale behind Uchiha Chica's decision to gift such a valuable fruit to his pet. Surely it would be fiercely contested on the sea. How generous of him! If only she could possess such a devil fruit. She thought enviously, casting a glance at Modis. Noticing the envy in Khalifa's eyes, Chica recalled that she had likely not yet consumed a devil fruit herself. He casually remarked, "You haven't eaten a devil fruit yet, have you? As my secretary, if I come into possession of an extra one, I shall certainly reward you with it." Chica deliberately emphasized the word "my," and Khalifa understood the underlying implication. The fact that she had been sent by the world government to covertly monitor Chica was an unspoken agreement between them. However, she did not take his words too seriously. A single devil fruit was insufficient to persuade her to betray the world government. Chica recognized that it was somewhat unrealistic to expect a mere devil fruit to sway Khalifa. He merely intended to gauge her reaction. Her lack of resistance indicated that as long as the terms were favorable, matters could still be negotiated. This capable secretary was someone Chica was increasingly reluctant to let slip away. Touching his right Rinnegan, Chica contemplated that he was but one devil fruit away from awakening the third tomoe in his right eye, a transformation he felt would be significant. Time was of the essence. With this in mind, he turned to Khalifa, who was still massaging his shoulders, and asked, "Do you know of any reliable avenues to obtain a devil fruit, preferably with confirmed abilities?" Khalifa was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Chica had not consumed the devil fruit yet. He was seeking a suitable one for himself. Despite her thoughts, she quickly responded with professionalism, As for devil fruits, there are occasional auctions held in Area 1 of Sabaody Archipelago. Though they predominantly feature slave sales and auction, Chica recalled that when Luffy and his crew first arrived at Sabaody, they indeed participated in an auction, causing quite the uproar and even striking a celestial dragon, which prompted Kizaru, the Marine Admiral, to respond, "It seemed that this was the very auction where the celestial dragons often frequented. Although they were not noble characters, they predominantly sought after valuable items. This auction was certainly worth attending." Nodding thoughtfully, Chica acknowledged Calipha's suggestion, snapping his fingers as he said, "Very well, make the arrangements. Let us venture to Area 1 tomorrow and test our luck." Understood. Calipha slightly bowed, ceasing her massage and preparing to gather further information regarding the auction and arrange the itinerary for the following day. However, just as she stepped out from behind the chair and passed by Chica, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, she found herself seated on Chica's lap, her surprise rendering her momentarily still. Being a girl, she quickly regained her composure and glared at Chica, indignantly exclaiming, "Let go of me. This is sexual harassment. Colonel Chica!" Chica regarded her with a bemused smile, tightening his embrace around her waist, causing her discomfort and prompting her squirm. Ignoring her resistance, he leaned closer to her ear, softly murmuring, "You are truly an invaluable secretary. I find it hard to imagine life without you." The sensation against her ear sent a jolt through Calipha, who was taken aback by Chica's unconventional behavior. She had heard rumors of his peculiar relationship with Vice Admiral Gion. Did he not fear her reporting him? "By the way, Gion, are you not concerned that I might relay this to Vice Admiral Gion?" Upon hearing the name Qianhe, Qianhe momentarily froze, then shook his head with a smile, maintaining his current posture, and continued to whisper in Calipha's ear, "Why should I be afraid? Qianhe is one of my own. What is there that cannot be said? And you, if I were to consume you, the world government might even be pleased, wouldn't they? That way, my leverage would be firmly in your hands. You, what are you saying?" That line of thought is perilous. Calipha was utterly flustered, for she knew that Qianhe spoke not a word of falsehood, that if sacrificing her own body could secure Qianhe, an individual of immense potential, destined to become a top-tier force of the Navy, then the world government would have already presented her to Uchiha Qianhe on a silver platter. The reason they had not done so was that among the Navy's historical elite, few had a taste for such things, each one colder than the last. The world government had scarcely even considered such a notion. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan rarely produced someone like Qianhe. After all, his soul ultimately hailed from Blue Star. Finding herself unable to escape Qianhe's embrace, Calipha's long legs, clad in fishnet stockings, tensed as she contemplated employing the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the Gale Foot. As a senior agent of the world government, Calipha was intimately familiar with the 6 styles, confident that even if her Gale Foot could not harm Qianhe, it would at least enable her to break free from him. However, the moment she made a move, Qianhe's shoulder was detected by Medes, who emitted a piercing shriek. Leaping from Qianhe's shoulder, her upper body slightly bent, her eyes flickered with black flames, exuding an aura of extreme danger as she fixed her gaze on Calipha. Gulping, Calipha swallowed hard, completely abandoning her previous intention, and obediently slumped back onto Qianhe's thigh. She had no doubt that should she dare to unleash her Gale Foot, Uchiha Qianhe's pet would instantly freeze her into an ice sculpture, meeting a fate no different from that of Jerry. Seeing Calipha settle down, Qianhe decided against teasing her further, releasing his arm to allow her to rise. It was sufficient to occasionally playfully ruffle the feathers of his charming secretary. Beyond that, it lost its allure. Rising, Calipha swiftly adjusted her disheveled attire, intending to glare at Qianhe, but faltering under Medes' threatening gaze, leaving with a hasty, "I'm going to work," as if fleeing, leaving behind Qianhe, who wore a bemused expression in his office chair. Having escaped from Qianhe's office, Calipha now leaned against a wall in a room, her right hand, clad in black leather gloves, pressed against her chest, where her heart raced with fervor. Taking a deep breath, she slightly calmed her tumultuous emotions. Then, she reached into the crevice of her chest, astonishingly retrieving a den mushi, dialing a number. After a brief wait, the den mushi responded, its visage morphing into a feminine form as it spoke. "This is Stussy." "What do you have to report, Calipha?" Indeed, Khalifa had just contacted her immediate superior, Stussy of CP0, that each occurrence from today was of utmost significance. As a competent spy, she would not allow personal feelings to interfere with her duties that today's surveillance target, Uchiha Qianhe, had ventured into the lawless area of Zone 16 and had obliterated the Blood Rat pirate crew. Oh, were there any survivors? Not a single one. Every pirate was crushed from within by his peculiar powers, and their captain, Jerry, was reduced to a pulpy mess by his PET. It seems Uchiha Qianhe leans toward a hawkish approach. This is indeed favorable. And regarding that pet, please elaborate. According to Uchiha Qianhe himself, the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit he received as a reward has already been fed to his pet, which possesses formidable combat prowess and can wield black flames with freezing attributes. The notorious blood rat Jerry, with a bounty of 120 million, appeared as nothing more than a toy before it, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. You say, with such combat capability, that is plausible. Excellent, your intelligence is highly valuable. Is there anything else you wish to add? Khalifa bit her lip, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Uchiha Qianhe seems to be quite interested in me. What do you mean by that? He wishes for me to become his, including the kind of relationship between a man and a woman. I never expected our Navy's rising star to have such inclinations. Nonetheless, this is good news. Do not yield too easily. Continue to observe. Uchiha Qianhe is sure to become a top-tier force within the Navy, if you can steer him completely towards the world government in this manner. It would be a significant achievement for both you and me. You understand? Understood. After disconnecting the den mushy, Khalifa exhaled softly, confirming her suspicions. Sacrificing herself to gain Uchiha Qianhe's favor would indeed be a highly advantageous trade in the eyes of the government's upper echelons. Yet, would she truly become a mere pawn? While Uchiha Qianhe was undeniably handsome and powerful, providing a sense of security, it was still... Never mind, it was too late to reconsider. She could only proceed step by step. The machinations of these high-profile individuals were beyond the influence of a fledgling spy like herself. For now, all she could do was arrange Qianhe's itinerary and prepare for the auction the following day. Early the next morning, Qianhe set off for Zone 1, accompanied solely by Medes and Khalifa. He was not donned in his Navy uniform, but rather wore his favored black robe, ensuring this outing was notably understated. Yet, even in such simplicity, as Qianhe and his entourage entered the auction, they attracted the gaze of the majority. News of Qianhe's annihilation of the Blood Rat pirate crew had spread throughout the Sabeti archipelago in a remarkably brief time, and his visage had been duly noted by numerous influential figures. Thus, upon his arrival at the auction, he was quickly recognized. That is the newly appointed Navy Colonel, Uchiha Qianhe, quite young, indeed. Indeed, I learned from friends at headquarters that Uchiha Qianhe topped this session's Navy elite training camp and even bested a rear admiral in the year-end assessment. Due to his overwhelming strength, he was dispatched here early. Yesterday, he wiped out the Blood Rat pirate crew entirely. Being young, he is full of vigor. Some pirates in Sabeti are destined for misfortune. Not worry. Certain prominent figures will not allow him to wreak too much havoc. You understand. Seated in a favorable position, Qianhe once more praised Khalifa's professional capabilities, noting that the choice of seating was undoubtedly arranged by her in advance. Since her arrival, Qianhe felt himself teetering towards laziness. Khalifa maintained her composure, adjusting her glasses as she settled beside Qianhe. However, the moment she took her seat, Qianhe pulled her closer, pressing her against him. This time, Khalifa offered only a token resistance. Turning her head to glare at Qianhe, he chuckled, gently patting her shoulder, saying, "The auction is about to commence. Behave yourself. Clearly, you're the one being unruly." Khalifa retorted helplessly, adjusting her posture as she turned her attention to the stage below. After a lively opening dance, a host appeared, announcing the commencement of the auction. The first item presented was a mermaid girl submerged in a tank of water, whose appearance could be deemed merely average. Yet, rarity breeds desirability. The fishtail of a mermaid was a significant attraction for many nobles with particular tastes. As the host declared the bidding open, numerous individuals eagerly began raising their bids. And before long, the mermaid girl's price had soared past the 100 million mark, leaving Qianhe somewhat astounded. These people truly possess wealth. Khalifa glanced at Qianhe and asked, Aren't you interested? She is a mermaid. After all, such an auction is not a daily occurrence here. Smack! Califa felt a sharp slap in a certain area, gasping as she turned to Qianhe, her face flushed, whispering indignantly, "Colonel Qianhe, that is sexual harassment. A little punishment. What do you take me for? What do you think?" In the depths of Califa's mind, Chica's name had become irrevocably entwined with the lecherous old manas he surveyed the stage. After several rounds of slave auctions at last, a fruit, entirely purple and adorned with peculiar patterns, was presented on an exquisite tray by the auction staff. It was indeed a devil fruit. Finally, it had arrived. Upon the emergence of the devil fruit, Chica withdrew his arm from around Califa's shoulder, leaning slightly forward, his Rinnegan narrowing as he scrutinized the fruit on stage. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a Paramecia-type devil fruit, and the fluctuations in his Rinnegan were notably intense this time, indicating it was a remarkable fruit. Indeed, the host's subsequent announcement confirmed Chica's intuition. The item up for bid was a treasure from a sea. A devil fruit, Paramecia-type, specifically the gravity fruit. Hearing the name of this fruit, Chica couldn't help but smile. Think it was the gravity fruit. As opponents grew more formidable, his fundamental abilities had begun to falter. Absorbing this fruit would undoubtedly enhance his powers significantly. With a subtle gesture towards the fruit, Chica murmured, "This devil fruit shall belong to me, Uchiha Qianhe." Compared to the slaves, the reaction elicited by the devil fruit was surprisingly muted. Perhaps it was merely Chica's good fortune, as nearly none of the attendees showed interest in this particular fruit. Nonetheless, there was still bidding, albeit not as intense as for the slaves. After several rounds of competition, Chica successfully secured it for 280 million, a fortunate acquisition. Considering the average market price for a devil fruit hovers around 100 million berries, the final price for the gravity fruit was substantial. At least for Chica, as it nearly emptied his coffers. Alas, he thought, how impoverished I am. With a wry smile, he dismissed the thought. After all, wealth is ultimately transient, while the enhancement of one's strength is far more tangible. Soon, a servant respectfully approached Chica with the gravity fruit, and within this auction, there was no need to fear any disruptions. Based on the information Chica possessed, the auction's backing was likely connected to one of the 7 warlords. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Accepting the fruit, Chica casually tossed the gravity fruit into his pocket dimension. He certainly would not employ the abilities of the Hungry Ghost path here, as such actions would likely attract the attention of the little spy. Califa, the secret of the Rinnegan could only be known by himself and those he trusted. Should outsiders discover it, Chica would have no choice but to silence them, even if that included the currently indispensable secretary. Califa, as expected. Upon witnessing Chica's actions, Califa immediately inquired, "Aren't you going to eat it?" Chica replied, "I already possess the power of gravity. I will keep this fruit for now." Hearing this, Califa ceased her inquiries, fearing she might inadvertently provide Chica with leverage against her, as she currently lacked the means to resist him. After acquiring the devil fruit, Chica found the subsequent auction items rather uninteresting. He leaned back in his chair, appearing on the verge of slumber. Observing his demeanor, Califa kindly asked if he wished to leave early. After a moment's contemplation, Chica agreed. Continuing to linger would only waste time. Just as he was about to rise, another slave was brought forth for auction. In contrast to the previous rare specimens, this one appeared utterly ordinary, a frail old man with graying hair. The only detail that might capture attention was the expression on the slave's face, which differed from the despair etched on the faces of the others. He maintained a smile, seemingly indifferent to his plight, as if he were merely on a leisurely outing. The attendees at the auction quickly lost interest upon realizing the slave was merely an elderly human. When the host declared the starting bid at 10 million berries, the bidding commenced. Yet for a moment, no one raised their hand. As the atmosphere grew tense, suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, 15 million berries. The host, as if granted a reprieve, hastily asked thrice if anyone wished to outbid. Upon receiving no response, he quickly finalized the sale, confirming the transaction. The unwitting fool who purchased the seemingly useless old man was none other than Chica. Observing his decision to buy such an inconspicuous figure, Califa, puzzled, asked, "What do you intend to do with him? He is just an ordinary human. Even if you wanted him to clean, he seems too old for that." Chica simply smiled in silence, while others might fail to recognize the old man. He, having watched the anime, knew precisely who stood before him. Who would suspect that the seemingly harmless old man on stage was none other than the Pirate King's right-hand man? Silver's Rayleigh? Paying $15 million for Rayleigh's appearance was, without a doubt, a bargain. With a wave of his hand and no further explanation, Chica took Califa by the hand and departed the venue to the back exit. A servant awaited, leading Rayleigh, who was now collared, to Chica for him to claim. Upon Chica's arrival, the servant handed Rayleigh over with a slight bow before departing. Rayleigh, intrigued by the young man who had purchased him, pondered his circumstances. He often found himself compelled to sell himself at auctions for a bit of coin, only to later use his conqueror's haki to incapacitate those who had bought him. Previously, he had been acquired by bored nobility, but now, unexpectedly, it was a young man. Having sold himself to the auction house in recent days, Rayleigh was unaware that a young marine colonel had recently arrived at Sabaody Archipelago and had decimated the blood-rat pirates. Chica, meanwhile, was assessing the Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh. Compared to his initial appearance at Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh now seemed significantly younger. Though he still bore signs of age, Chica understood the power contained within this body, one that belonged to a top-tier powerhouse from a bygone era. Without wishing to beat around the bush, Chica directly revealed Rayleigh's identity. "How long do you intend to keep up this charade?" Silver's Rayleigh these words. Both Califa and Rayleigh's eyes widened in surprise. Rayleigh had not anticipated that this young man would recognize him. Ever since Captain Roger's demise, he had kept a low profile, and the changes in his appearance had caused him to fade from public memory. Califa was equally astounded. The old man before her was the legendary Rayleigh. What a figure of such caliber! Having been raised within the world government, Califa had certainly perused his dossier, which detailed Rayleigh's formidable prowess. Just from those documents, she had grasped that Rayleigh's strength was beyond her comprehension. The very fact that Chica had so casually unveiled his identity left Califa feeling somewhat vexed. If you recognize his identity, at least keep a low profile. Do you think Uchiha Chica, with just the two of us, could possibly capture Silver's Rayleigh? Chica was well aware that with his current abilities, alongside Meredith, it was utterly impossible to subdue Rayleigh. He dismissed Califa's combat potential entirely. However, he also understood that Rayleigh had long since adopted a laid-back approach. He would certainly not cause any significant disturbance. In a confrontation, Chica would likely be defeated, yet he estimated he could escape without much obstruction and, at the very least, retain his life. Indeed, Chica yearned for a bout with Rayleigh to gauge his own capabilities. After all, the Uchiha clan was known for their penchant for battle. Moreover, Rayleigh was unlike any opponent Chica had encountered thus far. He was in a league of his own, even when compared to the likes of a Gion. Engaging Rayleigh in combat would provide a true measure of his current limits, a rare opportunity that was both fortuitous and elusive. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, young man, you dare to call me out after recognizing my identity? What is your objective?" "Objective? I am a Marine. You are a pirate. When Marines encounter pirates, is it not customary to engage in battle rather than sit down for tea?" Upon hearing Chica's words, Rayleigh paused, contemplating. This young man is a Marine. Yet, he mused, this generation of youth truly seemed a bit too audacious. Shaking his head, Rayleigh concluded that perhaps it was time to stretch his old bones and teach this young man a lesson. Chica followed closely behind Rayleigh until they reached a vast open space where Rayleigh halted and turned to face Chica, stating, "Here will suffice. Before we commence battle, I would like to inquire how the Marines discovered my location." In Rayleigh's view, the fact that even such a young naval officer is aware of his own identity indicates that information about him has spread widely within the Navy headquarters. However, despite his efforts to conceal himself, he could not fathom how he had been exposed out of course. He would never suspect that Qianhe was a time traveler, particularly one who had watched One Piece. Qianhe, of course, could not disclose that he had read the script. Instead, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Do not underestimate the Navy, even for mere pirates." This statement sent a chill down the spine of Califa, who stood behind him. She thought to herself, "My little ancestor, please refrain from glorifying the Navy. It is the world government that handles intelligence if they are unaware of Rayleigh's whereabouts. How could the Navy be?" Moreover, she urged him not to provoke Rayleigh further, for if he were to anger him, it would likely spell trouble for the two of them. Rayleigh smiled slightly, unfazed. Having lived so long, he had witnessed all manners of situations, and it was impossible for Qianhe's trivial remark to incite him. It appears I have underestimated the Navy. If you wish to engage in battle with me, let us see if you can withstand this first. Only then will you be worthy of challenging me. Upon finishing his words, Rayleigh's eyes widened suddenly. A surge of invisible pressure erupted from him, emanating as conqueror's haki. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the intensity of Rayleigh's haki was beyond question. Califa was immediately overwhelmed by this force, rolling her eyes back as her body weakened and she nearly collapsed. Qianhe quickly caught Califa, gently lifting her eyelid with his fingers upon the sudden flash of his Rinnegan. Califa jolted awake. Confused, she turned to survey her surroundings, only to find herself inexplicably in Qianhe's embrace, prompting her to instinctively break free. Strangely, Qianhe did not stop her this time, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. However, the memory of what had just transpired surfaced in her mind. She had been rendered unconscious by Rayleigh's unseen attack, and it was Qianhe who had supported her and awakened her. Embarrassed, Califa's cheeks flushed as she shyly thanked Qianhe. "Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble." This statement momentarily caught Qianhe off guard, as he had not expected his usually aloof secretary to show such humility. Nonetheless, he found her submission rather pleasing. Yet, he still refrained from looking at her, merely waving his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. That was Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. You should stay away from the upcoming battle. It is not something you can interfere with. Califa was not the type to be oblivious to the situation. She recognized that her strength would be of no assistance in such a confrontation and could potentially hinder Qianhe. Upon hearing his words, she swiftly used shave to find a relatively safe corner, lying on the ground with her gaze fixed intently on Qianhe and Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Rayleigh did not intervene. He had dismissed Califa, who had fainted under his conqueror's haki, and his interest lay solely in the young naval officer before him. It should be noted that the intensity of the haki he had just unleashed was sufficient to incapacitate many rear admirals. Even a vice admiral would be affected. Yet this young naval officer appeared unfazed, as if merely feeling a gentle breeze. After confirming that Califa was in a safe position, Qianhe turned to Rayleigh and smiled. "That was your conqueror's haki, right?" As expected of the Dark King Rayleigh, "I nearly lost consciousness myself." Rayleigh chuckled softly in response. "You're mistaken. I saw you handling it quite easily." His smile faded. Qianhe's expression grew serious, the purple light in his Rinnegan flickering unpredictably in his right eye. Two black tomoe began to revolve along their designated pattern. "Now, how about this?" A similar aura erupted from Qianhe, manifesting his own conqueror's haki. Having been impacted by Rayleigh's earlier haki, he had awakened his own. Rayleigh remained unperturbed, crossing his arms and passively absorbing the pressure, casually commenting, "Not bad. It seems you possess the qualities of a king." Such talent is rather rare within the Navy. A smirk graced Qianhe's lips. He had not anticipated his recently awakened haki would affect someone as seasoned as Rayleigh. However, he felt compelled to release it, lest he be overwhelmed by the pressure. Moreover, his conqueror's haki was not limited to this level. The fluctuations in his Rinnegan intensified, and suddenly, the aura around him surged exponentially, with Qianhe at its center. Countless blade-like shockwaves erupted in a 360 radius. Surrounding trees towering over 100 meters tall were cleaved in half as if they were mere tofu. Rayleigh, too, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer ferocity of this display, having to rely on his observation haki to evade the incoming shockwaves, all the while pondering, is this also Conqueror's haki? It seems to possess tangible destructive power. How is this possible? Did he not just awaken it? Yet the intensity of the earlier display was undeniable. The sudden surge of energy and the resulting shockwaves were not purely a manifestation of Conqueror's haki. They stemmed from the abilities of his Rinnegan. This technique, named Rinnegan pressure, allowed him to amplify the strength of his haki. Not only did it enhance the pressure, but it also unleashed shockwaves capable of inflicting real damage. This ability lasted for a full 5 minutes. And when Qianhe finally ceased, all present were momentarily stunned, as far as the eye could see. Every towering tree had been severed, and the ground was crisscrossed with countless fissures, transforming the once lush landscape into a scene of utter devastation. The ever-quiet Modi's gazed at her master with admiration, thinking to herself, truly, my master is a god. Meanwhile, Khalifa stood in shock, utterly astounded by the spectacle before her, which had completely surpassed her understanding. How could Qianhe possess such power without even lifting a finger? Was this truly the prowess of a mere naval colonel? Rayleigh, too, dispelled his previously relaxed demeanor, gradually drawing his sword from beneath his cloak. He turned to Qianhe, stating earnestly, "Young man, I acknowledge your strength. Now, please state your name." Qianhe brushed aside the hair falling over his forehead and replied, "Uchiha Qianhe." As he uttered his name, a purple hue appeared at the corners of his eyes, and the backs of his hands simultaneously manifested haki. Since his battle with Kaji, Qianhe had mastered the ability to enter an advanced state of haki simultaneously in both hands. Undoubtedly, he was now in his most formidable combat state. After all, his opponent was Rayleigh. One moment of carelessness could lead to his downfall. Confirming his readiness, Qianhe initiated his attack with 12 divine empty strikes, unleashing 12 fist-shaped shockwaves enveloped in haki that instantaneously sealed Rayleigh's movement trajectories, rendering him unable to evade. However, Rayleigh, being Rayleigh, remained unflustered in the face of this technique, which had previously obliterated Kaji. With a single hand on his sword, he seemingly nonchalantly waved it, slicing through the air wall formed by Qianhe's 12 divine empty strikes, allowing the attacks to pass harmlessly by him. Although Qianhe's assault appeared effortlessly deflected by Rayleigh, only Rayleigh understood the true power behind that move. Stabilizing his trembling sword, Rayleigh pondered aloud, "You compressed your haki and added some additional force. Did you? This is becoming increasingly interesting. Point 1 could only marvel at the prowess of seasoned warrior who had made a name for himself across the seas. With a mere glance, he recognized the extraordinary nature of the divine empty strikes. Seeing that Qianhe remained silent, Rayleigh chose not to prolong the conversation any further. In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed so astounding that even Qianhe, who possessed the Rinnegan, found it difficult to track. Nevertheless, the danger senses from his sage mode combined with his foresight from observation haki instinctively prompted Qianhe to evade. With a burst of repulsion and a shuanpa, he maximized his speed, reappearing 100 meters away. Boom! The ground where he had just stood cracked open, revealing a seemingly endless fissure, its dark depths obscuring its true depth. Rayleigh maintained his sword-swinging posture, flashing a slight smile at Qianhe, who gazed warily at the chasm. Relieved to have avoided a potentially disastrous blow, it seemed deceptively simple, just a basic strike. For a fighter of Rayleigh's caliber, techniques had reached a level of simplicity. Often, a mere swing of the sword could unleash terrifying destruction. Especially for swordsmen, the power of Mihawk's basic strikes have been vividly illustrated in the anime. Point 1 need only recall Kaido's seemingly grandiose Thunderboa, which in truth appeared to be nothing more than a hefty swing of a club. However, it was just a single strike from the spike club that nearly left the notorious pirate king, Luffy, incapacitated. It seems that in close combat, Qianhe still falls short of Rayleigh's prowess. He is well aware that his haki training has not progressed sufficiently. Attempting to exploit his shortcomings against another's strengths is undeniably foolish. With this realization, Qianhe clapped his hands together in prayer, momentarily startling Rayleigh. Just as Rayleigh was puzzled by Qianhe's sudden and peculiar gesture, he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. From a distance, Qianhe fixed his gaze firmly on Rayleigh and shouted, "Would release. Unleash the pants, Shinju no Jutsu." Not only is Qianhe the wielder of the Rinnegan, but he also possesses cells from Hashirama. While he may not match Hashirama's prowess in wood release, lacking the ability to perform techniques like the wood golem or the true thousand hands, he can still easily execute techniques of this magnitude. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath Rayleigh shattered continuously as colossal trees erupted from the fissures, surging toward Rayleigh as if imbued with consciousness. The absurdity of the scene momentarily left Rayleigh stunned, as the vines from the enormous trees ensnared his waist. Moreover, the instant the vines made contact, Rayleigh felt his stamina draining away, siphoned through the tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, while Rayleigh was momentarily restrained, Qianhe formed hand seals and positioned his palms toward Rayleigh. With his index fingers and thumbs aligned, taking a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully, Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Qianhe's mouth, instantly transforming into a vast sea of fire that engulfed the entire forest upon contact with the air. The flames became even more terrifying as they consumed the trees. My goodness. Qianhe's relentless and bizarre techniques even prompted the usually composed Rayleigh to curse, before being engulfed by the inferno. Not only Rayleigh, but from a distance, Califa watched with her glasses reflecting the burning forest, her pupils dilated in disbelief. Each of Qianhe's moves appeared utterly illogical to her, the swift shift in the combat style, leaving the poor woman disoriented. Her mind racing with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? Is Uchiha Qianhe even human? Buzz! A surge of energy erupted from the sea of flames, abruptly extinguishing the inferno that had raged moments before. Following that, several terrifying slashes cleaved through the dense forest, carving a wide path. Rayleigh emerged at the end of the passage, his demeanor no longer that of a carefree observer. The upper half of his attire had been reduced to tatters, remnants hanging from him, while a pair of shorts remained relatively intact, likely due to his conscious effort to preserve his appearance. After all, everyone has their vanity. Exhaling a plume of black smoke, Rayleigh cast a cold gaze upon Qianhe. Realizing it was impossible for him to regard Qianhe favorably after such treatment, it appears you harbor many secrets. Just who are you, Navy? Qianhe shrugged and replied, Actually, I'm a ninja. A ninja. Are you from Wano? Do you know Kazuki Odin? Here we go again. Whenever the topic of ninjas arises, most people here immediately associate it with Wano. But can those people truly be called ninjas? Just donning some ostentatious attire and claiming to be a ninja does not make one so. With a disdainful sneer, Qianhe retorted, Don't compare me to those worthless scoundrels from Wano, you fool. And what of Odin? He has nothing but trash among trash. What did you say? Hearing his comrade insulted, Rayleigh, who once sailed alongside Odin, was incensed. Transitioning from a one-handed grip on his sword to using both hands, Rayleigh ignited with fury. Exploding with a speed several times greater than before, he appeared directly above Qianhe. His sword aimed viciously at Qianhe's head. Recognizing Rayleigh's genuine anger, Qianhe felt he had achieved his objective, as he needed Rayleigh's combat prowess to test his newfound strength he called out in his mind. Metis understood master as Qianhe's psychic beast. Metis comprehended her master's intent without further instruction. She directed her gaze upward and unleashed a torrent of black flames that immediately enveloped Rayleigh, effectively freezing him in place. The dark flames, though unable to hold Rayleigh for long, provided Qianhe with sufficient time that a door materialized in the air beside Qianhe. He reached inside and grasped the gravity fruit he had recently acquired from the auction. No one could see what his hand was doing, but the hungry ghost path's power activated, allowing him to absorb the devil fruit's abilities into his body, with a new power coursing through him. Qianhe's ocular prowess surged, causing him to instinctively cover his right eye from the overwhelming intensity. Crack! The ice imprisoning Rayleigh shattered, and with a swift maneuver, he landed not far from Qianhe, apprehensively observing him. His instincts warned him that during the brief interval he had been encased in ice, Qianhe had undergone a perilous transformation. Ha! Ha! Qianhe's laughter echoed maniacally, leaving Rayleigh feeling uneasy and instinctively tightening his grip on his sword. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Qianhe lowered his hand from his eye, revealing a new black tomoe within his Rinnegan. A chilling voice escaped his lips. The real show is just beginning, King of Hell. Rayleigh. Observing Qianhe's bizarre demeanor, Rayleigh hesitated, recognizing the indelible impression left by Qianhe's seemingly inexhaustible techniques. Meanwhile, Qianhe seized the opportunity to assimilate the abilities of the gravity fruit he had just acquired. He discovered that the most notable effect of absorbing the gravity fruit was a dramatic increase in ocular power, particularly enhancing the capabilities of the Deva Path. With his current mastery of the Deva Path, he was confident that a single use of universal pull or almighty push against an opponent of Kaga-level caliber would result in a devastating blow, even if their internal organs were fortified with Uchiha Haki. Moreover, as Qianhe gazed skyward, he sensed that the power within his Rinnegan could penetrate the atmosphere and reach the cosmos, indicating he could unleash a particularly destructive skill. Not allowing Rayleigh to wait too long, Qianhe raised his hand and activated universal pull once more. This time, the force of universal pull was so immense that even Rayleigh found it difficult to withstand. He drove his sword into the ground, leveraging the Earth's resistance to prevent himself from being drawn into the vortex of gravity, yet the colossal trees and debris behind him succumbed to the gravitational pull, rapidly converging toward Qianhe. During this process, Rayleigh was relentlessly battered by various hard objects colliding against him, forcing him to envelop his back in Uchiha Haki. After all, he was no longer young, and he couldn't endure such a frequency of attacks for long without consequences. Countless fragments of trees and stones coalesced before Qianhe's palm, ultimately compressing into a massive sphere. With a fierce glare, Qianhe unleashed Almighty Push, propelling the colossal sphere towards Rayleigh with tremendous force. Recognizing the impending threat, Rayleigh acted quickly, withdrawing his sword from the ground and swinging it horizontally, unleashing a wave of sword energy to collide with the approaching sphere. Rayleigh, cleaving a sphere composed of rotten wood and rubble seemed trivial. However, was it truly so? Upon impact, the sword energy left a deep gash in the sphere, yet the sphere remained intact, hurtling toward Rayleigh with unwavering momentum. Damn it! Is the density of this object due to its extraordinary compression? Realizing the reason, Rayleigh's expression darkened as the massive sphere closed in for a collision. He concentrated, channeling energy through his sword arm, causing the blade to shimmer with ominous red and black lightning. Exuding an aura of sheer terror, King of Hell, severing the void, a strike infused with black lightning, exponentially amplified in power, was unleashed, shattering the sphere upon contact. However, the momentum of the slash did not abate. Continuing toward Qianhe. Such power. This must be the effect of Uchiha Haki. I, Uchiha Qianhe, acknowledge you. Among all the foes I have encountered, I would deem you competent. Initially, Qianhe had intended to declare Rayleigh the strongest, but realizing that the journey ahead was long, he refrained from such absolute claims. Let us not dwell on that. Your resolve is commendable. If you can, withstand the strike and show me what you've got. Rayleigh believed that even if Qianhe had somehow enhanced his strength, the strike imbued with Conqueror's Haki that he unleashed was beyond Qianhe's capacity to withstand. His gaze had already shifted towards Califa in the distance, contemplating whether to eliminate her as well. That moment, Rayleigh still harbored the ferocity of his pirate days. Provoked repeatedly by Qianhe, he was filled with murderous intent that a chill ran through Califa. She was acutely aware of Rayleigh's murderous aura, and under his piercing gaze, her heart felt as though it might cease to beat. Yet, she possessed an inexplicable confidence in Qianhe, a conviction that she would not come to harm that day. Though she could not decipher the source of this belief, whenever the image of Qianhe's eyes surfaced in her mind, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her, forcing her rigid body to move. Califa retreated several hundred meters, knowing that her sole responsibility was to avoid being a burden to Qianhe. If Rayleigh sought to intervene, perhaps she could delay him just enough to buy Qianhe a few precious seconds. As long as Qianhe was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. If he were to fall, then she too would inevitably succumb to the fate of death. Meanwhile, Qianhe, facing the impending strike, extended his arms in a straight line, a terrifying power brewing within his eyes. The moment the strike was about to connect, an immense repulsive force erupted from him. Super Shinra Tensei. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The ferocious repulsion engulfed everything within a radius of thousands of meters, leaving a barren wasteland in its wake. After a long pause, the attack ceased, and a pile of rubble exploded as Rayleigh leapt from within. The moment he emerged, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite having immediately fortified his body with Haki, the Super Shinra Tensei had inflicted significant internal injuries. However, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with his wounds. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to kill Qianhe. This gifted young Navy officer, if allowed to develop, would become a creature far more terrifying than the current three admirals. Conqueror's Haki surged violently into Rayleigh's sword, which emitted a low hum and trembled uncontrollably, dense black lightning coursing along its blade. Rayleigh was resolute. He would strike Qianhe down in a single blow. Yet this time, Qianhe would not afford him the opportunity to gather strength. He glanced upwards at the sky, then used a series of instantaneous movements to reach Khalifa, who was now dirt-streaked and disheveled, a kilometer away, pulling her into his embrace. This time, Khalifa naturally leaned against Qianhe's chest, feeling the warmth of his heartbeat. She softly asked, "Have you won?" Qianhe smiled and shook his head, replying, "You overestimate me. I am not yet his match. However, I will inevitably eliminate him myself. A deceased king of hell holds far more value than a living one. I trust you, but will he really let us go?" Qianhe turned his head to glance back, speaking with significance. "He will. I've left him two heavyweight gifts." Khalifa tilted her head in a moment of confusion, but obediently rested it against Qianhe once more. Falling silent, Qianhe looked down at the ground and activated Yomi's gate, causing a black hole to materialize, into which he and Khalifa plunged. Meanwhile, upon seeing Qianhe prepare to depart, Rayleigh instinctively sought to launch an attack, believing the force of his strike sufficient. However, just as he was about to act, his observation Haki delivered an alarming signal that he abruptly raised his head, and the sight before him rendered him motionless. Above, a colossal meteorite, measuring 200 meters in diameter, had breached the clouds and was hurtling towards the ground. This cataclysmic event was not only visible to Rayleigh, but also to others far removed from this location. "Look, what is that? My God, it's a meteorite. How could there be a meteorite here? This is terrifying." In contrast to ordinary folk, some hidden powerhouses across various areas sensed that the situation was more than it appeared. Meteorites had never been a phenomenon associated with Sabaody. The very occurrence of such an event was shrouded in enigma, as anticipated. The subsequent scene confirmed their suspicions, just as the meteorite was about to crash into the ground. A fearsome strike cleaved it in two. The assailant was none other than Rayleigh, who had intended that very strike for Qianhe. Once more, he unleashed a blow entwined with Confronting Haki, but the older Rayleigh found himself breathing heavily. He dared not relent, for the warnings from his observation Haki had not ceased. Indeed, a deafening roar erupted as a second meteorite, twice the size of the first, descended towards the same spot, with a bitter smile. Rayleigh braced himself and unleashed his conqueror's Haki once more. But given the larger size of the meteorite, he was compelled to strike twice. As both strikes were executed, the second meteorite shattered, crashing to the ground with a thunderous cacophony. Rayleigh, exhausted, sank to the ground, leaning on his sword, and gazed toward the place where Qianhe had vanished, murmuring, "Captain Roger, it seems I have left an incredible monster for the younger generation of the Navy." On Sabaody Archipelago, Area 16, Navy-based, a black hole abruptly appeared in Qianhe's office, for which emerged a man and a woman. Qianhe and Khalifa. As they stepped from the black hole, Qianhe stumbled, startling Khalifa, who quickly steadied him. Concern evident in her voice. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Qianhe's complexion was somewhat pale, but he managed to smile, saying, "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. A little rest will do. Besides, your concern as my secretary has already made me feel much better." Khalifa lightly scolded him. "Even in this state, you still have the energy to joke? Go rest now." With that, she helped him to a seat, turned, and fetched a cup of hot tea, gently blowing on it. She noticed the temperature had cooled slightly, and carefully brought the tea to Qianhe's lips, indicating for him to drink. Qianhe complied, sipping a few times. Seeing this, Khalifa felt a wave of tenderness swell within her. She moved behind his chair and began to massage his shoulders, wishing to help him relax, as he closed his eyes and reveled in Khalifa's delicate touch. After a while, Qianhe suddenly spoke. "All right, you must have work to do, right? News of my battle with Rayleigh will soon spread, that if your duties are delayed, it won't reflect well on you." Halting her movements slightly, Khalifa replied, "I ought to take care of you first. After all, you saved my life this time, didn't you?" Qianhe grasped Khalifa's hand and turned to her earnestly. "I'm already fine. Go attend to your duties. Besides, letting the government know of my current strength may not be a bad thing. But be obedient." "Fine." Khalifa, no longer insistent, prepared to attend to her work. As she reached the door, she glanced back at Qianhe, who offered her a reassuring smile. She quickly turned away, closing the door behind her. After Khalifa left, Qianhe closed his eyes and when he opened them again, the 3 tomoe in his right Rinnegan suddenly expanded and then contracted back to their original state. Instantly, his pallid complexion transformed to a rosy hue, and he appeared revitalized, showing no trace of his earlier weakness. This remarkable change was due to the ocular technique of his kaleidoscope period, known as SHCH Baimai, the daughter of the deity Yamada no Orochi in Japanese mythology. Symbolizes longevity and resilience. Qianhe's technique, named after her, instantly purges all negative states from his body, restoring him to peak condition, with the caveat that it can only be used once per day. Point 1 should not underestimate this limitation. Consider, if Aokiji could wield such a technique, wouldn't he be able to use it 10 times during his 10-day and night battle with Akainu? The battle need not endure for 10 days and nights, for Akainu's stamina is not boundless. He would inevitably fall to Aokiji halfway through, rendering such abilities akin to cheating. As the saying goes, the ocular techniques birthed from the kaleidoscope are largely intertwined with the intense mental yearning present at the moment of activation. The reason Chika was able to awaken this ocular technique lies in the profound sense of insecurity he experienced in the world of Naruto. Indeed, as a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, he faced ostracism from the higher-ups, was under the watchful eye of that cunning Danzo, and later had to contend with a certain filial son intent on exterminating his clan. Escape from death seemed impossible. Fully aware of the unfolding narrative, Chika was perpetually anxious about his own survival. Ultimately, during a minor skirmish, all his comrades who had been by his side met their demise, and the intense psychological shock compelled him to activate the kaleidoscope, granting him the ocular technique known as Ishibi Nagai. It can be said that the awakening of the 3rd tomoe was foundational. Upon returning to his office and feeling the weakness of his body, he found the key that, when combined with the former, reawakened this ocular technique, perfectly suited to replenish the vast energy expended in his confrontation with Rayleigh. It should be noted that in this battle, aside from several ordinary Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, Chika also utilized the significantly more taxing Super Shinra Tensei in 2 instances of Tenryu Seishin, resulting in considerable energy depletion. After all, his physical age here was still under 18. As for why he did not use it immediately upon returning, well, it certainly was not because he wished to indulge in Calipha's services for a moment longer. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, back in her room, Califa retrieved her Den Mushi once more, preparing to report to Stussy. Before long, the Den Mushi was answered. It could be said that Califa's calls held a high priority with Stussy. This is Stussy. Califa, do you have any intelligence regarding Uchiha Chika to report? Yes, just a moment ago, Uchiha Chika engaged in battle with the Dark King, Rayleigh. Nanny? The Dark King Rayleigh? The right-hand man of the Pirate King. Indeed, incredible. Such an individual was hiding there all along. Truly, darkness lies beneath the light. What was the outcome? Is Uchiha Chika still alive? Stussy, being no stranger to the terror that Rayleigh embodies, was more acutely aware of it than Califa. She had even witnessed Rayleigh's combat prowess firsthand during a previous operation. The apocalyptic imagery of warships being obliterated and the sea parting at a mere wave of his hand still lingered vividly in her mind. Now, the thought that Uchiha Chika had clashed with him led her to believe that the outcome could hardly be favorable. The youth are so impulsive. I fear Uchiha Chika may have met his end. With this thought, Stussy couldn't help but shake her head in regret. Such a talented genius falling in Sabeti Archipelago was indeed a cruel twist of fate, as Stussy pondered the possibility of Chika's demise. Califa felt an inexplicable discomfort, her tone stiffening as she stated, Uchiha Chika is unharmed. He merely suffers from severe exhaustion and is currently resting in his office. Moreover, in this confrontation, the Dark King Rayleigh did not gain a significant advantage and even sustained injuries. Unaware of Califa's suddenly disrespectful tone, Stussy, still reeling from the shocking news, took a moment before slowly responding to the Den Mushi. Califa, are you prepared to take responsibility for what you just said? I'm willing to bear full responsibility. You have performed admirably of late. I shall report this to higher-ups. If there is nothing else, we shall conclude this report for now. Understood. Califa hung up the phone and sat in silence for a while. In truth, she had not fulfilled her duty in this report. omitting details such as Chika acquiring a gravity fruit and his peculiar techniques during battle. She understood that it was wise not to disclose such information to the world government prematurely. Why, you ask? Perhaps it was merely a small act of gratitude for Chika's life-saving intervention. As for other matters, those remained her secret alone, but on the other side. Having ended the call, Stussy endeavored to calm the tempest of emotions swirling within her. After a while, once her composure was regained, she retrieved another den mushi from a hidden cabinet, firmly patted her chest a few times to ensure her emotions were fully settled, and dialed the number. The den mushi connected with a gurgling sound, and an aged yet authoritative voice inquired, "What is the report?" Stussy immediately responded with respect. "Esteemed elders, Stussy has critical information to relay regarding Uchiha Qianhe and the Dark King Rayleigh. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mariehua. Understood, we are aware. You may leave now." Yes, the bald, birthmarked elder hung up the den mushi and turned to the other four elders, stating, "Have you all heard? It seems our previous assessment of Uchiha Qianhe was rather underestimated." The only elder not clad in a suit, bearing a katana across his chest, nodded slowly. "Indeed, we are all familiar with the prowess of the Dark King Rayleigh. That Uchiha Qianhe could injure him and escape unscathed speaks volumes about his strength." The elder in a deep crimson suit with golden hair crossed his arms, looking down as he remarked, "I have heard that this Uchiha Qianhe's methods lean towards the hawkish side of the Navy." The elder with long, straight white hair tapped the armrest of his chair, saying, "Thus far, all the pirate crews he has eliminated left no survivors. They could not even preserve complete corpses." The final elder, wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, pondered for a moment before summarizing, "The current Navy is predominantly led by the dovish faction under Sengoku. Their attitudes towards pirates and even the world government do not align with our interests. If we could see more figures like Akainu emerge, it would be advantageous for us. Indeed, I suggest we promote his recent battle with the Dark King Rayleigh to build his reputation." According to Stussy, it appears that Uchiha Qianhe harbors a fondness for collecting devil fruits. What could his intentions be? That is inconsequential. We can present a worthy fruit as a reward for this occasion. Moreover, is it not true that Uchiha Qianhe seems particularly interested in that new agent named Califa? Califa is practically under open surveillance. I suspect Uchiha Qianhe a notice from the onset, yet he has remained silent, allowing Califa to linger, indicating he possesses a certain awareness. Let us proceed this way. Califa has outlived her usefulness. I shall instruct Stussy to inform him that from now on, Califa's handling is in his hands. This is a most favorable transaction. I concur. I second that. Thus, the dialogue among the elders concluded, sealing Califa's fate as if she were mere cargo. Furthermore, news of Chika's confrontation with Rayleigh began to spread across the seas at the elders' behest. As the news circulated, the entire ocean erupted in commotion that on the Moby Dick, a young man with a pineapple hairstyle, clearly a lowly subordinate, rushed towards Whitebeard, brandishing a newspaper with excitement. While Whitebeard gulped down his drink, he raised an eyebrow and took the newspaper from the young man's hands. At a quick glance revealed the headline, "Shock. Navy rookie Uchiha Qianhe battles Dark King Rayleigh. Result, Rayleigh injured and fleeing." Alongside a photograph of Qianhe. Upon reading, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and bellowed with laughter, "Kuahaha! Rayleigh is still alive. How splendid! As for him fleeing, just the Navy boasting." The young man, however, wore a worried expression. But even if the Navy exaggerates, this rookie named Uchiha Qianhe is not to be underestimated. The fact that he is still alive is undeniable. Once more, Whitebeard took a hearty swig and, wiping his mouth, declared boldly, "So what? He is merely a Navy brat. I am Whitebeard." The remaining three emperors shared a sentiment similar to Whitebeard's. Big Mom exclaimed, "Mamama, how boring. Bring me some cake." Kaido scoffed, "Rayleigh, just an old man. As for that Navy brat, should he cross my path, he will learn the terror of this sea." Shanks added, "Rayleigh, my first mate, it's been too long. I look forward to seeing you again. And I must tell you, I've found new hope in the East Blue. In a certain underground world, Don Quixote Doflamingo, with his hands firmly grasping a newspaper, gazed at the photograph of Uchiha Qianhe on its pages. A peculiar laughter escaped his lips. Fufufu, The Navy truly enjoys embellishing their own image. However, he mused, this Uchiha Qianhe is someone to keep a close eye on from now on. Wouldn't you agree, Corazon? Doflamingo turned his head towards Corazon, who was draped in a black feather coat, his gaze lowered and a cigarette clenched between his lips, offering no response, only silence. Yet Corazon's mind was anything but tranquil. He pondered the emergence of such a newcomer in the Navy and resolved to seek an opportunity to contact Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Sengoku's office, the Admiral stared incredulously at the documents in his hands, repeatedly confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully kicked open, and a boisterous carp burst in, brandishing a newspaper, followed closely by Tsuru and Akiji. Carp rushed to Sengoku's desk, slamming the newspaper down, spitting as he exclaimed, "Look at this! That kid Chika actually encountered the Pirate King Rayleigh and even managed to injure him. Who wrote this nonsense?" Sengoku paid him no mind, merely handing the document he held to Carp. Carp snatched the file, quickly scanning it, his expression mirroring Sengoku's earlier astonishment as he muttered, "It's true. He really did injure Rayleigh?" Tsuru, standing behind with her arms crossed, observed Carp's sudden stillness and turned to Sengoku, saying, "Sengoku, Chika's strength has reached such heights. What is your take on this matter?" Akiji beside her also looked towards Sengoku, equally shaken by the news. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku articulated his thoughts. This news was deliberately released by the Gorosei, and they wish for U.S. to promote it vigorously within the Navy. It seems they have high hopes for Chika. Tsuru nodded in agreement, adding, "Chika has decisively annihilated pirate crews on 2 occasions, employing somewhat ruthless methods, which likely aligns with their preferences. Moreover, he is humble and courteous, markedly differing from the usual conduct of most commanders at this point." Tsuru cast a glance at Carp and Akiji. Carp, entirely oblivious to Tsuru's gaze, remained engrossed, with Akiji, his former subordinate, mimicking his indifference that Carp's large fists struck together in excitement as he declared, "That kid is impressive. I always knew he was extraordinary. I must thoroughly assess his capabilities the next time we meet." Sengoku ignored Carp's sudden enthusiasm and directed Tsuru, "Assign this matter to the publicity department," instructing them to emphasize it within the Navy, as per the world government's wishes. Tsuru nodded, taking Carp and Akiji with her as they departed. Once they left, Sengoku fell into silence once more, casting his gaze upon the photograph of Chika that Carp had left behind. In the image, Chika wore a smile, his Rinnegan particularly striking, as he faced the camera with his palm open, a black vortex swirling within it, leaving Sengoku to wonder quietly, is it good or ill for you to be thrust into the public eye so swiftly? Chika. In the Navy training camp, Zephyr also received news about Chika. Initially astonished, his emotions soon transformed into a profound sense of pride. Indeed, he felt proud of Chika, reflecting on their time together in the training camp. Zephyr chuckled softly to himself. "I never imagined you would achieve such heights. Keep it up, for the vast seas of the future belong to you, Chika." In the girls' dormitory, the roommate excitedly thrust a newspaper into Ein's hands, exclaiming, "Ein, look, that Uchiha Qianhe is in the spotlight." Upon hearing this, Ein's eyes widened in alarm. The phrasing implied a potential danger to Chika's life. Snatching the newspaper from her roommate, she trembled as she read each word, her anxiety dissipating with each line until she finally exhaled in relief. Chika is safe. Her roommate, puzzled by Ein's reaction, persisted, "But he injured Rayleigh. You know, the Pirate King's right-hand man." Ein remained unperturbed, merely nodding to acknowledge the information. Noticing Ein's lack of enthusiasm, her roommate's interest waned, and she retreated to her bed to rest. After her companion left, Ein sighed softly, quietly lifting the newspaper once more, her eyes reflecting Chika's likeness. Yes, she gazed. She unconsciously raised a hand to caress the photograph, murmuring, "Are we destined to remain in separate worlds? Can you not slow down? It is so difficult to catch up to you." Aboard a naval vessel, Gion tenderly stroked Chika's photograph in the newspaper, pressing it firmly against her chest, her thoughts drifting to the dangers of battle. "I am truly sorry for not being by your side." In East Blue, in the village of Cocoa West, the slightly taller Nami hurried home, clutching a newspaper, calling out to Noki, who was tending to an orange tree. "Noki, sister, There's news about Chika. Startled by the mention of Chika, Noki accidentally clipped an unripe orange. Normally, she would be devastated, but today her focus was entirely on the news. Wiping her hands on her apron, Noki eagerly took the newspaper from Nami, reading each line with fervor. Nami clasped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Chika is amazing. He made that really flee. The news has reached us here." Seeing Nami's expression, Noki couldn't help but chuckle. This Nami, who had always challenged Chika, now openly expressed her admiration. Gently ruffling Nami's hair, Nami closed her eyes in delight at her sister's affection before suggesting, "Let us share this news with Belmir. She hasn't heard yet." Noki nodded, taking Nami's hand as they set out to find Belmir. Outside, the two girls joyfully raced along the country path until suddenly, bang! Ouch! Nami cried as she sat on the ground, shielding her head. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in shadow. Why has it suddenly grown dark? She thought, looking up with tear-filled eyes to see a terrifying sight before her. A nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid creature with a shark-like visage loomed over her, resembling a wall. Behind it stood others of similar appearance. A nauseating fishy odor assaulting Nami's senses. Noki, who had followed closely, was equally terrified but mustered her courage to help Nami stand. Trembling, Nami confronted the creature, stammering, "Who are you?" The creature lowered its head, coldly scrutinizing Nami and Noki, causing them to shudder. After a tense moment, it grinned, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and spoke in a chilling tone, "Human, I'm a noble fisherman. Gather the villagers to welcome the illustrious Arlong pirate crew. Otherwise, I shall slay every last human in this village." Naki's pupils dilated in fear as she grasped the paralyzed Nami and fled back towards the village. Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirates, watched the two girls retreat, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Come, my kin, let us enter the village and teach those lowly humans a lesson." A throng of fishmen followed Nami and Noki into the village. "Belmir, it's bad. A horde of monsters has invaded." Noki cried as she found Belmir, along with the village constable, Kinzu. Overwhelmed, Noki burst into tears upon seeing Belmir. After all, she was still a 13-year-old girl, without any adults nearby. How could she show weakness when she had to be strong for Nami? Thus, when she laid eyes on Belmir, she could no longer contain herself. Cradling Nojiko in her arms, she gently patted her back. Belmir turned to Nami and asked, "Nami, what exactly is going on? What is the monster that Nojiko spoke of?" Nami, who had been standing there in a daze, finally regained her senses and trembled as she replied, "They're all so tall and have fish-like faces. Oh, and they claim to be from the Arlong pirate crew." Fish faces? The Arlong pirate crew? Belmir's heart sank. She had already grasped the nature of their visitors. They were a band of fishmen pirates. She had some knowledge about fishmen. They were naturally endowed with a physique far superior to that of humans. It was said that their arm strength was generally 10 times that of a human. What was most troublesome, however, was that most fishmen harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. This was perilous that Belmir's complexion grew increasingly grave. After a brief silence, she turned to Nojiko and instructed, "Nojiko, take Nami and find a concealed place to hide. Do not come out under any circumstances." Nojiko, bewildered, nodded but suddenly recalled something and shook her head vigorously, clutching Belmir's garments tightly. "But what about you, Belmir? Why don't you hide with us?" Belmir forced a carefree demeanor and replied in an exceedingly gentle tone, "I will come to find you shortly. I must first alert the other villagers." Nojiko clearly did not believe her, as an instinct warned her that something dreadful was about to occur. Seeing Nojiko's reluctance to leave, Belmir grew anxious and shouted, "Listen to me. Hurry and take Nami away. Do not let me down." This was the first time Belmir had ever raised her voice so sharply at Nojiko. It was well known that Nojiko was always obedient and sensible, never provoking Belmir's anger. This time, it was evident that Belmir was genuinely frantic. Nojiko understood that Belmir was worried for their safety. Moreover, staying behind with Nami would only hinder Belmir. Wiping her tears away, Nojiko silently took hold of the stunned Nami's hand and sprinted towards their home. Behind them, Belmir watched the retreating figures of Nojiko and Nami, a tender smile gracing her face as she murmured, Nojiko, Nami, my beloved daughters, you must survive. Nojiko, where are you going? We're going home. Home. But didn't T. Belmere instruct us to hide first? Our house is too conspicuous. ISNT it. Nojiko did not respond to Nami's questions, but fell silent. Pulling Nami along as they quickened their pace, at T last, they arrived home. Nojiko dashed in her bedroom and retrieved the kunai that Chihiro had given her, which she had hidden beneath her pillow. Nami stared at Nojiko in disbelief, exclaiming, even at a time like this, you're still thinking about that kunai Chihiro gave you. Nojiko shook her head, the words Chihiro had spoken echoing in her mind. If anything dangerous happens while I'm away, hold on to this and call my name in your heart. Clutching the kunai tightly against her chest, she was unsure of its utility, but it was the only source of hope she had left. Embodied in her thoughts of Chihiro, Nami felt a surge of urgency, tugging at Nojiko's clothing, exclaiming, we can't waste any more time. Let's find a place to hide. We cannot let Belmere down. Hearing Nami's plea, Nojiko finally seemed to awaken from her reverie and nodded. The two turned to leave the house, which no longer offered them any sense of security. However, at that moment, the sound of gunfire rang out, paralyzing them in fear. After a moment, Nami trembled and stammered, that gunfire. It's coming from the village chief's house. Belmere is still there. With a swift motion, Nojiko seized Nami's hand, and they sprinted towards the village chief's residence. Almost all the villagers had gathered there, their faces filled with terror as they beheld a group of fishmen grinning maniacally like demons. Arlong held a gun, its barrel aimed at the villagers before him, while his foot pressed down on Belmere's head, laughing maniacally as he surveyed the scene, surrounded by the corpses of villagers. What a feeble race, before the noble fishmen. You are but ants. He then bent down, pressing the gun's muzzle against the bloodied head of Belmere, coldly declaring, you wretched human woman, how dare you attempt to escape with these people, and even dare to resist the noble fishmen? What, do you not welcome the great fishmen? Belmere spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing violently. Yet unafraid, she retorted, what noble fishmen? You are merely a band of wretched pirates. The Navy will eventually capture you all and imprison you in the deep-sea prison. At the mention of the deep-sea prison, Arlong's expression darkened significantly, for he had just been released from there. Belmere's words dredged up horrific memories of his time in confinement, both the physical tortures and the psychological torment he had endured. In that place, he constantly felt as if he were on the brink of death, treated as if he were nothing more than a mere object. The experience in the deep-sea prison had become an inescapable nightmare for him. How dare this woman once again reopen his wounds and mention the Navy? In a fit of rage, Arlong pressed down harder with his foot, causing Belmere to emit a piercing scream. Yet she quickly regained her composure, biting her lip so hard that blood began to seep from it. Seeing this human woman's tenacity only fueled Arlong's anger to him. Her fierce resistance was a manifestation of humanity's disdain for fishmen. Suddenly, Arlong had an amusing thought. Didn't this woman just mention the Navy? It seemed her hope lay with them. How delightful! A sinister smile crept across Arlong's face, making his shark-like visage appear even more grotesque as he bent lower. Addressing Belmere in a mocking tone, he said, human woman, it seems you have great faith in the Navy. With great difficulty, Belmere opened her eyes, gazing defiantly at Arlong as she asserted, justice will surely prevail. And that will be the end for you pirates. Ha! Arlong erupted in laughter, even shedding tears from his amusement. After a moment, he surveyed the villagers before him, sensing a renewed vigor among them upon hearing Belmere's words. With a disdainful chuckle, he raised his voice deliberately. How laughable! Do you not realize I am here with the Navy's tacit approval? You must know about that rat, Captain Mouse, right? Just for a mere box of treasure and a few threats. He willingly pointed me to a village, and lo and behold, it just happens to be yours. What did you say? Belmere's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept this cruel reality. How pathetic. The very Navy you place your hopes in is the one betraying you. How grotesque. Humans, are you not merely a race that delights in selling others out? Tears streamed down her cheeks as Belmere felt her faith shatter, plunging her into despair. Her previously tense body relaxed. Devoid of the fighting spirit she had harbored, observing Belmir's utter hopelessness, Arlong felt a surge of satisfaction. Tiger, did you see this? I avenged you. I will make these humans taste betrayal. For him, nothing was more gratifying than the mental destruction of humanity. With Belmir having surrendered, Arlong saw no need for further delay. He tightened his finger on the trigger, intending to torment this loathsome human woman one last time. Belmir sensed death approaching. She was unafraid of dying. Her only concern now was for Nojiko and Nami. Closing her eyes, she silently prayed, Nojiko, Nami, I may not have much time left. I am so sorry for not being able to watch you grow up. I'm not a worthy mother, but I wish for you both to live well, that I love you. However, the next two youthful cries shattered Belmir's heart completely to no. Release Belmir. That voice, could it be no Kigo and Nami? In her heart, Belmir fervently prayed, hoping that she had already perished and that the sound she just heard was merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, the truth is always so cruel. Today was destined to be Belmir's most despairing day. Oh, aren't those the two little brats from before? She nearly forgot about them, never anticipating they would come to her doorstep now. Arlong halted his actions, his fingers twisting the gun as he regarded the rushing Nokigo and Nami with a playful expression. Just as he was about to speak, Belmir suddenly erupted with tremendous force, breaking free from beneath his feet and charging towards Nokigo and Nami. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of two resounding slaps echoed, leaving a bright red mark on each of their faces. Blood and tears mingled horrifically on Belmir's face as she screamed at Nokigo and Nami. Why? Why are you so disobedient? Why did you come back? Nokigo clutched the kunai tightly, covering her slapped face in silence, while Nami shouted loudly, Because you are our mother! Belmir froze, momentarily stunned at who would have thought these two little brats were your daughters? How amusing. Ha ha! Arlong paid no heed to Belmir's sudden outburst. He had thought of something far more entertaining. He slowly approached Belmir and the two girls, seizing Nami by the neck and lifting her into the air. Let me go, Belmir. Save me. I feel so awful. Nami frantically beat against Arlong's arm, but her feeble strength was nothing more than a tickle to him. Ignoring Nami, Arlong grinned wickedly at Belmir and spoke. Would you like me to spare her? If so, kneel here and shout that the Navy is trash, that humanity is the most despicable race, and then take your own life before me. How about it? One life for these two little brats, and that bunch of humans should be quite a bargain, right? No need to thank me. I'm simply that merciful. No. Belmir, don't agree to him upon hearing such cruel words. Nami immediately ceased her struggles, urgently pleading with Belmir not to comply. Belmir looked at Nami, suspended in Arlong's grip, then turned to Nokigo and the villagers, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. She slowly stood up and walked towards Arlong. No. Belmir, I beg you, don't. Nami cried out desperately, while Arlong watched with excitement as Belmir approached step by step. Nokigo, who had remained silent, stared intently at Belmir's back, unaware that the kunai she held had been plunged deep into her thigh. Just as Belmir reached for her gun to kneel, Nokigo could no longer hold back. She yanked the kunai from her thigh, blood spraying forth, yet she paid it no mind. Closing her eyes, Nokigo summoned all her strength to shout to the heavens, Chinga, where are you? In an instant, a powerful blue arm soared into the air, accompanied by Arlong's piercing scream. Nokigo trembled as she opened her eyes, and her gaze fell upon a figure clad in a billowing black robe, fluttering in the wind. That a gentle voice resonated. Long time no see. Nokigo, Nami, you've both grown quite a bit. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Nokigo's face as she desperately flung herself into that familiar embrace. Feeling the warmth she had longed for, she felt as though all her strength had drained away. Nokigo buried her head in Chinga's chest, whispering softly, Long time no see. Chinga, Chinga. Upon seeing Chinga, Nami rushed over, squeezing into his embrace. Chinga held both girls close, patiently waiting for their emotions to settle. After a moment of weeping, Nami lifted her tear-streaked face and uttered her first words, Chinga, why do you always call Nokigo first? Chinga felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, thinking to himself, even at a time like this, she still notices such trivialities. It seems there is quite a grievance in Nami's heart regarding this matter. No Kigo also lifted her head from Chunga's embrace, gazing at him with adoration. Noticing No Kigo's look, Chunga gave her a reassuring smile before gently placing both girls back on the ground. He then turned to face the group of fishmen behind him, his eyes imbued with the power of reincarnation. Cold and terrifying, Arlong, pale and clutching his severed shoulder, glared at Chunga and demanded, "Who are you to dare lay a hand on me?" Chunga ignored him, simply turning to the Medusa perched on his shoulder, saying, "Medusa, do you like fish?" "Meow, meow. Master, these fish look too disgusting. I can't bring myself to eat them." Nodding, Chunga seemingly spoke to himself. What a pity. Witnessing the human before him sever his own arm and disregard him. Arlong lost his grip on his sanity. He opened his mouth wide, using his remaining arm to extract the serrated blade lodged within. Remarkably, upon removal, a new serrated blade grew in its place. Clutching the serrated blade, Arlong lunged at Chunga, yelling, "Die, human! Iron teeth technique." Boring to Chunga, Arlong's speed was no different than that of snail. Armament Haki enveloped his right hand, transforming it into a pitch-black mass that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Chunga raised his hand, striking at the serrated blade Arlong wielded. In an instant, the sound of bone cracking and flesh exploding resounded, and the once charging Arlong found himself face-first on the ground, collapsing in a heap. With both arms severed, the second arm shattered violently, the intense pain causing Arlong to writhe on the ground in madness. Swish! Chunga appeared beside Arlong, a black rod having mysteriously appeared in his hand, which he plunged into Arlong's shoulder. Arlong let out a series of anguished screams, and before he could catch his breath, Chunga produced another black rod, driving it into Arlong's other shoulder. The two black rods pierced through Arlong's shoulder blades and embedded themselves in the ground, emanating a bizarre energy that relentlessly assaulted his mind, causing visions of Chunga's reincarnation eyes to flood his consciousness, intensifying his terror. Puffed. Two more sounds of flesh being pierced echoed as black rods emerged from each of Arlong's legs. Clapping his hands, Chunga regarded the crumpled figure of Arlong on the ground. Feigning surprise, he approached Arlong, crouched down, and firmly grasped his head, lifting it to align his dazed eyes with Chunga's reincarnation eyes. In a devilish whisper, Chunga said, "What's wrong, noble fishman? Is this all you've got? Did I make you faint?" With that, a flicker of purple light flashed in Chunga's reincarnation eyes, causing Arlong to widen his eyes in horror, as if witnessing something terrifying. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Chunga's eyes, he screamed in sheer terror. Chunga, feeling somewhat annoyed, covered his ears, then delivered a powerful punch to Arlong's mouth. The force of the blow was immense. And when Chunga withdrew his fist, a spray of white fragments erupted from Arlong's mouth. His teeth had been pulverized. However, Arlong's racial talent was indeed impressive. Even with his teeth shattered, before long, a row of new teeth manifested within his mouth. Qianhe raised an eyebrow, sensing that these teeth were indeed rather confrontational, that a dark flame erupted from his hand, and as he pressed it against Arlong's mouth, the latter's terrified gaze met his upon contact with the black flame. Arlong's wide mouth was encased in a layer of impenetrable ice, rendering it impossible for him to open it, no matter how he strained. Satisfied, Qianhe withdrew his hand and continued to scrutinize Arlong's visage. After a moment, he found the long nose to be particularly irksome. Thus, he enveloped his hand once more in the ominous aura that instilled dread in Arlong, seizing hold of his nose. Gradually, Qianhe began to exert pressure, twisting it counterclockwise as if revving a motorcycle throttle. The excruciating pain caused Arlong's veins to bulge, and though he yearned to faint, he could not escape the agony. He could not scream, for his mouth was sealed shut, leaving him to convulse violently in a futile expression of his torment. The fishmen, who had stood frozen in fear for quite some time, finally regained their composure. It must be said that this band of fishmen had some sense of loyalty. A few mustered their courage and began to advance towards Qianhe with weapons in hand. With his back turned to them, Qianhe remained focused on his grim task, while Nami and Nojiko, observing from the side, grew anxious. They believed Qianhe had not noticed the impending danger and hurriedly called out, "Qianhe, behind you! Danger!" responding to their concern. Qianhe slowly turned his head, casting a dispassionate glance at the encroaching fishmen. The moment his gaze fell upon them, the armed fishmen froze in place, as if an invisible pause button had been pressed. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and one by one, they collapsed. The remaining fishmen rushed forward to check on their fallen comrades, only to be met with the horrifying sight of their companions lying lifelessly on the ground. One fishman sank to the ground in despair, staring blankly at the corpses of his brethren, muttering to himself in madness, "A devil. He is not human. He is a devil." Without further concern for the fishmen, Qianhe resumed his relentless twisting of Alung's nose. That moment, Alung felt an unprecedented hatred for his own nose. Lamenting its sturdy constitution, the suffering persisted, and all present bore silent witness to this brutal scene, none daring to intervene. Alung's previous actions had thoroughly incensed everyone around, and their collective sentiment was one of satisfaction. With a crisp crack, Alung's nose was finally severed from his face. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Alung writhed on the ground, his eyes rolling back in agony, while Qianhe placed a foot upon his head, toying with the severed appendage. Nami, upon witnessing this, rushed to Qianhe's side, clutching his leg and pleading, "Qianhe, can I have that?" Qianhe glanced down at Nami, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What do you want with that? It's rather filthy." Nami bit her lip, glancing at the bloodied Belmere, as if making a decision. She turned her gaze to the barely conscious Alung, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I want to use it as a weapon. I will slay every pirate. I despise them." Qianhe furrowed his brow, pondering whether Nami had turned dark. However, upon reflection, he found no fault in her hatred of pirates. As a naval officer himself, he could not afford to harbor any sympathy for them. If that Kobe fellow dared to confront him in the future, Qianhe resolved to crush him without hesitation. As for Shank's reputation, he dismissed that thought entirely. Ruffling Nami's hair, he replied, "That thing is too bloody and filthy. How about I have someone forge you a dagger instead?" Nami nodded vigorously, embracing Qianhe in silence. Having calmed her down, Qianhe kicked Alung a few times, discovering he still had a breath left after a moment's thought. He beckoned the remaining fishmen forward. The fishmen, looking bewildered, pointed at themselves in confusion, unsure of whom Qianhe was summoning. Growing impatient, Qianhe shot them an irritated glare, prompting them to hastily approach with a decisive motion. Qianhe tossed a gun to the ground, stating, "Whoever shoots your captain with this gun shall be spared." The fishmen, struck with terror, exchanged fearful glances, none daring to make a move. Without wasting time, Qianhe continued, "I will count to 3. 1.2. Bang." Before he could utter the second number, a slightly shorter fisherman snatched the gun from the ground and without hesitation fired a shot at the prone Alung. The latter convulsed violently, but remained alive. The resilience of fishmen was truly remarkable. The shooter turned to Qianhe with a hopeful expression, and Qianhe nodded, signaling him to depart. The fishman, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, bowed deeply 3 times before fleeing, vowing never to set foot in human territory again. Upon witnessing this, the other fishmen frantically scrambled for the gun, leading to a chaotic scuffle that soon erupted into violence. In no time, the ground was littered with the bodies of fallen fishmen. Qianhe observed the scene with mild interest before kicking Alung once more, taunting, "Look, how noble your fishmen kin are. They truly fight to the death against one another." Alung remained silent, utterly despondent, his faith shattered beyond repair. With no hope of redemption, all he desired now was to escape this world. Qianhe clapped his hands, and the previously chaotic fishmen promptly fell silent. "All right, you there, the one resembling an octopus." "Yes, you." Stepped forward, he was referring to Octopus Xiaoba, who had stood by, sorrowfully watching his kin slaughter one another. Upon hearing Qianhe's summons, he trembled and cautiously approached. Qianhe utilized his gravitational powers to draw the gun from another fishman and handed it to Octopus Xiaoba, instructing you, deliver the final shot. Xiaoba, trembling, cradled the gun as if it were the heaviest object he had ever held. Noticing Xiaoba's hesitation, Qianhe raised his hand and unleashed a devastating force, scattering the fishmen like mere fragments. Witnessing the horrific scene, Xiaoba completely broke down, but he aimed the gun at Alung and fired repeatedly like a T-last. Alung succumbed to the onslaught, tears still glistening on his face. Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, indicating to Xiaoba that he could leave. Xiaoba, still in shock, turned to depart when Qianhe called out to him once more, "Dodo, and when you return to Fishman Island, inform Jinbei that Alung and these fishmen were slain by my hand. If he wishes to discuss matters, he may seek me out. I am Uchiha Qianhe, currently a colonel in the Navy. Do you understand?" Xiaoba nodded, and Qianhe waved him off, allowing the already mentally exhausted Xiaoba to leave. Thus, the once mighty dragon pirate crew had been utterly decimated, leaving the villagers of Cocoa Village in a state of disbelief, as if awakening from a dream. Qianhe turned to the villagers, offering a benevolent smile, which only served to frighten them further. Although he had lived among them for a decade, they could not reconcile the image of the boy who once fished with the ruthless figure before them. However, Noki and Nami were unconcerned by this. They each took Belmir's arm and brought her to Qianhe's side, cheerfully calling out, "Qianhe!" Belmir regarded the somewhat unfamiliar youth with a complex expression. It had been less than a year since their last parting at the shore. And now the boy before her had grown tremendously. She was already aware of Qianhe's clash with the Dark King Rayleigh, thus understanding that the power he had just displayed was likely only the tip of the iceberg. What a terrifying talent! Why is the disparity between people so vast? Belmir shook her head in a bitter smile, as Noki, concerned, inquired, "Belmir, what is troubling you?" Belmir turned her head to look at Nojiko, who wore an expression of deep concern, and smiled reassuringly, signaling that she was fine. Meanwhile, Nami, upon witnessing Belmir's injuries, felt a surge of hatred wash over her. She turned to Chika and declared, "Chika, brother, I want to join the Navy. I want to slay pirates." It was evident that Nami had firmly allied herself with the Navy. Chika gazed at the resolute orange-haired girl with a sense of helplessness, pondering that if he were to take her to join the Navy at such a young age, he would likely be ridiculed by other Navy personnel. With an unexpected burst of strength, Belmir seized Nami's small ear and admonished her, "How old are you? What makes you think you can be a Navy officer? Have you forgotten what that Arlong just said?" Nami shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum and replied defiantly, "But Chika, brother, is also in the Navy. He was the one who saved us this time. Furthermore, isn't he a high-ranking officer in the Navy now? Joining the military must be a trivial matter for him." Hearing Nami's words, Chika couldn't help but smile. Although he held the rank of a colonel, which wasn't insignificant, it hardly qualified him as a high-ranking official. However, he had noticed Belmir's earlier comment and pinched Nami's cheek, asking, "We'll discuss your enlistment when you're older. But first, tell me what that Arlong said." At the mention of Arlong, a deeper hatred shadowed Nami's face as she embellished her account of the encounter with Captain Mouse for Chika. Nojiko, with tears streaming down her cheeks, nodded incessantly, reassured by Chika's presence that they would not be wronged. Chika's expression darkened as he silently stood up, casting a glance in a particular direction before inquiring, "I see, don't worry. I'll handle this. How is Granny Lisa faring?" Belmir, in a feeble voice, replied, "Granny Lisa is safe. The moment I received news of the dragon pirates, I hid her and some of the village elders in a secret chamber with the villagers." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chika let out a sigh of relief and bowed deeply to Belmir in gratitude. Belmir, struggling to rise, attempted to dissuade Chika, insisting, "No, it was you who saved us all. My efforts pale in comparison." Upon hearing this, the previously frightened villagers stepped forward, exclaiming, "Yes, Chika, you are the hero of our entire village. We apologize for being so frightened earlier and not expressing our gratitude. Thank goodness for you, Chika." Chika silently regarded the earnest villagers before him. His anger intensifying, he began to levitate slowly, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, and then shot off in a specific direction. Below, Nami anxiously tugged at Belmir's sleeve, asking, "Belmir, why did Chika brother leave so suddenly? Where is he going?" Belmir gazed in the direction Chika had vanished, her voice laced with venom. "He is going to eliminate the disgraceful Navy." At the base of the 16th Division of the East Blue Navy, in the office, Captain Mouse was greedily eyeing a small chest of treasure on the table. His mouth watering to the point that it had soaked the documents beneath it, he carelessly pushed aside the damp papers, clutching the treasure-laden chest tightly to his chest, meticulously counting the gold and jewels inside while muttering, "Pirates truly are generous. I could never accumulate such wealth in my years with the Navy. Is it beautiful? A voice suddenly echoed in the office, startling Captain Mouse and causing him to drop the chest, spilling its contents across the floor. Chica stood at the entrance, arms crossed, flanked by a group of armed Navy soldiers. However, the soldiers appeared visibly shaken, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Moments ago, when Chica had descended from the sky, the surrounding Navy soldiers had rushed to surround him, but Chica had merely emitted a faint aura of Conqueror's Haki, causing them to fall unconscious. The remaining soldiers dared not approach, aware that they were no match for the formidable presence before them. Yet their military duty compelled them to follow Chica into Captain Mouse's office. Meanwhile, Captain Mouse, sprawled on the floor, frantically gathered the scattered treasure, but the more he hurried, the more unruly the coins became. Slipping through his fingers, observing their superior's pitiful state, the soldiers lowered their heads in shame, fully aware of Captain Mouse's notorious reputation. They each harbored contempt for him, yet his rank as the highest officer in the division rendered them powerless. Realizing that using his arms was ineffective, Captain Mouse began to pick up the gold one by one, only to find his hand brushing against a pair of shoes. He looked up, bewildered, and locked eyes with Chica's piercing Rinnegan. As if confronted by a terrifying apparition, Captain Mouse sank to the ground, staring at Chica in a daze, stuttering, "Who are you?" Chica regarded the Navy disgrace with a lifeless gaze and replied coolly, "Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, Uchiha Qianhe. You are in the Navy?" Upon hearing this, Captain Mouse visibly relaxed. In his mind, as long as Chica was also Navy, there shouldn't be any problems. He composed himself, dusted off his trousers, and approached Chica with a sycophantic smile, hands clasped before his chest, asking, Colonel Chica from Headquarters, what brings you here?" It should be noted that although officers from the Navy Headquarters and those from divisions held the same rank, their status and power were not on the same level. Given Chica's youth, Captain Mouse believed he could easily flatter him to gain favor. However, what awaited him was a resounding slap from Chica. The sharp crack echoed throughout the small office, sending Captain Mouse spinning 10 full circles before he finally steadied himself, gaping at Chica with disbelief. What was that for? "I am a Navy officer." The audacity of this man claiming to be a Navy officer only served to infuriate Chica further. He produced a serrated piece of a nose, still stained with fresh blood, and waved it before Captain Mouse. Recognizing it as Arlong's nose, Captain Mouse fell silent as he comprehended Chica's intent. With Arlong's severed nose in hand, Chica glared at him and said, "Navy, the word coming from your lips makes me feel nauseous. Tell me, when you accepted bribes from pirates, did you ever think about your duty as a Navy officer?" At this proclamation, the soldiers behind Chica widened their eyes in shock, fully aware of Captain Mouse's dubious conduct. But accepting bribes, especially from pirates, was a matter of principle. The impact on their sense of justice was profound. One soldier, his voice trembling, inquired, "Captain Mouse, is what Colonel Chica said true?" Even at this moment, the upright soldier clung to a shred of hope. Choosing to refer to Chica without the title colonel, Captain Mouse, now cornered, blustered at the group of soldiers. "Of course not. I'm the highest-ranking officer here. I suspect this man isn't even Navy. Seize him at once." Upon hearing the command from their superior, the soldiers found themselves in a quandary. Indeed, their allegiance leaned more towards Qianhe, for Colonel Mouse's conduct had been utterly deplorable. Qianhe paid no heed to the soldiers behind him. Having no desire to prolong his engagement with this naval disgrace, in a swift motion, he appeared before Colonel Mouse, seizing him by the neck and lifting him as one would a mere chick. Colonel Mouse, standing at just over 1.80 meters, appeared diminutive in comparison to the towering Qianhe, and as he dangled in the air, his legs flailed helplessly while he shouted incessantly, "Release me! Release me! Even if you're a part of the headquarters, you have no authority to handle me." "Oh, I lack authority?" Qianhe scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the wretch in his grasp. With his other hand, he withdrew a din mushy from his pocket and dialed a number in front of everyone present. Rumble, rumble. Within mere seconds, the din mushy was answered, and the voice emanating from it left all present, save for Qianhe. Dumbfounded, "I am Admiral Sengoku. I this Qianhe. You've stirred quite a commotion with Rayleigh. What brings you to seek me at this juncture?" Sengoku's voice resonated from the din mushy. Just as Qianhe was about to respond, Garp's voice boomed forth. "Qianhe, impressive. You've injured the Dark King Rayleigh. Truly, you are worthy of the praise I bestowed upon you. Ha ha. The laughter abruptly ceased as Sengoku reclaimed the line, casting a scornful glance at Garp, his eyes filled with contempt. You claim him as your own? It is I who discerned his potential and afforded you this opportunity. Where was your insight all along? Perhaps you should have observed him a bit longer. After disdainfully addressing Garp, Sengoku fell silent. Anticipating Qianhe's response, in his estimation, Qianhe was consistently composed and decisive. His sudden outreach must signify something of great importance. However, the words that followed from Qianhe caused Sengoku's expression to shift dramatically, and Garp's demeanor darkened as well. Admiral Sengoku, I am presently disillusioned with the Navy. These words. Sengoku felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, he would have been quick to reprimand them. After all, how could one serving in the Navy express disillusionment? What ulterior motive lay beneath such a declaration? Yet, when those words emerged from Qianhe's lips, the sentiment bore a different weight. He was increasingly viewed by Sengoku as a potential successor, and even the five elders held him in high regard. For someone of his caliber to voice disappointment in the Navy was a truly alarming prospect. This wasn't merely a blow to the Navy's overall reputation and morale. Losing Qianhe would represent an incalculable loss for the Navy at this juncture. With this thought, Sengoku hastily inquired, What transpired? What is the matter? Qianhe, do not be hasty. Where are you currently located? I am at the 16th Navy branch in the East Blue. The East Blue? Were you not at Sabaody? How did you find your way there? It was notable that even traveling by naval vessel, a journey from Sabaody to the East Blue would take several days. Since he had received news of Qianhe's clash with Rayleigh at Sabaody, not much time had elapsed. How had Qianhe already arrived in the East Blue? Without elaborating on the circumstances of his arrival, Qianhe replied with an icy tone, How I arrived here is of little importance. What matters is that I have witnessed the filth within the Navy. This Colonel Mouse has accepted bribes from the Dragon Pirates and has turned a blind eye to their attacks on my village. What did you say? Sengoku's fury ignited at this revelation, golden light emanating from his form. Garp, too, clenched his fists, a hint of darkness swirling around them. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Sengoku spoke in a voice strained to the utmost. I understand. Where is that Colonel Mouse? I have matters to discuss with him. Before Qianhe could respond, Colonel Mouse, grasped by the neck, seized the opportunity to cry out to the Den Mushi, Admiral Sengoku. I am here. Save me. This Uchiha Qianhe attacked me without any evidence. Is this how a Navy officer should behave? I am, after all, a member of the Navy. Upon hearing Colonel Mouse's words, Sengoku furrowed his brow. He had never doubted Qianhe's account. Yet, as the highest authority in the Navy, he could not allow personal feelings to sway his judgment in such matters. For instance, despite his outrage at Akanu's orders to bombard civilian vessels, Sengoku acknowledged that from the Navy's and world government's perspectives, Akanu's actions could be construed as justifiable. With a heavy sigh, Sengoku found himself in a predicament. Garp, however, disregarded such considerations and slammed his hand down on the table with such force that it shattered into a mound of splinters. Sengoku stared blankly at the ruins, slowly regaining his composure as he glared at Garp. Garp was now genuinely enraged. He retrieved the Den Mushi from the debris and shouted, Qianhe, do not heed this scoundrel's words. You have every right to deal with this disgrace as you see fit. Any repercussions will fall upon me. Damn it. Sengoku regarded Garp with a complex expression, opening his mouth to speak, only to restrain himself in the end, tacitly approving Garp's course of action. However, the notion that any fallout would land on Garp was untenable. This matter was one that he, Admiral Sengoku, would bear the responsibility for. What was one branch colonel? After all, regardless of his potential connections, executing him without evidence would not yield any significant repercussions. Such considerations were now irrelevant. This time, he chose to unconditionally trust Qianhe to support him. After all, Sengoku had once been a fervent young officer in the Navy. Listening to the voice emanating from the Den Mushi, Qianhe's previously dark mood lightened considerably. These two endearing old men placed such faith in him, and he would not put them in a difficult position. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, I will ensure he reveals everything. With that, Qianhe slowly turned to face Colonel Mouse, his Rinnegan locking onto him as he coldly declared, "Before these eyes, you shall harbor no secrets." Under the gaze of Qianhe's Rinnegan, Colonel Mouse began to thrash about in terror, shouting that this was against regulations, pleading with the nearby Navy soldiers to rescue him. Yet, none responded. The only reply came from Qianhe's frigid words. "Hell's judgment. King Yan's decreed, I in dread." Colonel Mouse glanced back towards Qianhe. Within his line of sight, a gaping maw enveloped in violet flames appeared, revealing a horrific visage. The face bore eyes identical to Qianhe's, which, after a few eerie rotations, slowly turned to gaze at Colonel Mouse. Such a bizarre sight caused Colonel Mouse to lose control, and he soiled himself in fear. The surrounding Navy soldiers stared in bewilderment at the now terrified Colonel Mouse. For in their eyes, nothing had transpired, yet he had collapsed in sheer terror. The visage summoned by Hell's judgment could only be seen by the wielder of the Rinnegan and the target of the technique. Others remained oblivious. Qianhe looked at Colonel Mouse with an impassive expression, kindly explaining, "What you see is the King of Hell. Should you dare to utter falsehoods, your tongue shall be claimed by him, and you shall not survive." Colonel Mouse, trembling, shook his head vigorously, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Qianhe disregarded the wretch and inquired, "I ask you, did you accept bribes from the dragon pirates and allow them to pillage villages?" Colonel Mouse remained silent, merely shaking his head. However, the King of Hell showed no leniency towards such a scoundrel. A long purple tongue emerged uncontrollably from Colonel Mouse's mouth, only to be seized by the tentacle-like appendage extending from the King of Hell's maw. Slowly drawing it in, with wide eyes, Colonel Mouse sensed that once his tongue was consumed by that monstrous face, his life would come to an end, and even his soul would find no rest. I confess, it was all my doing. The treasures that Along gave me are right there. Uchiha Qianhe speaks the truth. I am a disgrace to the Navy. I deserve this. Please, spare me. It's terrifying. I don't want my tongue eaten." Upon hearing Colonel Mouse's confession, both the soldiers present and those listening through the Den Mushi, Sengoku, and Garp simultaneously exhaled in relief, for none wished to see Qianhe's future jeopardized due to this incident. With a sense of urgency, Colonel Mouse looked at Qianhe, a hopeful expression on his face as he ingratiatingly pleaded, "Lord Qianhe, I have said all that needed to be said. Would you consider releasing me?" Qianhe smiled faintly and replied, "Very well." The expression of sheer ecstasy suddenly manifested on the face of Colonel Mouse. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, Yan Wang, standing behind Qianhe, exerted a sudden force. With a sickening crack, Colonel Mouse's tongue severed before his despairing gaze, as Yan Wang voraciously chewed in front of him. Each bite felt as though it gnawed at his very soul, and the agony was such that he could not even cry out. At last, with a soft gulp, Yan Wang swallowed Colonel Mouse's tongue, who by then had rolled his eyes back, drooling foully, utterly lifeless. Releasing his grip, Colonel Mouse's corpse tumbled to the ground like refuse, and Qianhe coldly regarded the lifeless body, remarking nonchalantly, "You may let go, but you must first perish." With that, Qianhe turned and departed the nefarious office, under the awestruck gazes of the naval officers. Having eliminated the naval scum, Qianhe returned to Cocoa West Village. Intending to bid farewell, his visit had been rather abrupt, bordering on dereliction of duty, hence he could not linger in the East as he prepared to leave. Nami's eyes were red from weeping, while Nojiko hung her head, softly sobbing. Reluctantly, Qianhe promised Nami that he would allow her to join the Navy once she turned 18, which alleviated her distress somewhat. As for Nojiko, Qianhe found himself more troubled by this typically quiet little girl, for she was far more mature than Nami, making her harder to console. With a sigh, Qianhe approached Nojiko, lifting her in the same manner as their previous farewell, prompting a faint pout from Nami. It must be said that individuals in the pirate world mature rather swiftly. Within just a year, Nojiko had grown to a height of 1.60 meters, though she still paled in comparison to Qianhe's towering stature of over 2 meters. After shedding tears in Qianhe's embrace until his clothing was dampened, Nojiko eventually looked up, a shy smile breaking through her embarrassment. Qianhe gently teased her by pinching her nose, soothingly saying, "Enough of the tears. If you wish to join the Navy as well, you too can enlist once you reach 18. Taken aback, Nojiko hesitantly pointed at herself, questioning me. Can I really? I'm so weak. Qianhe waved his hand to interrupt her, asserting, you are not weak. Were you not quite brave in the face of Arlong? And besides, you can count on me. Nojiko responded with a bright, melodic tone, finally allowing a smile to grace her features. Having soothed the two young girls, Qianhe gently set Nojiko down and turned to wave goodbye to the villagers, led by Belmir, who had come to see him off. With a smile, he said, farewell, everyone. And with that, Qianhe's figure vanished from their sight. Watching the spot where he had disappeared, both Nami and Nojiko silently resolved that when they grew up, they would surely join the Navy, thus ensuring there would be no more partings. In Area 66 of the Sabiti archipelago, within the naval base office, Qianhe's figure abruptly materialized, startling Khalifa, who had just entered with documents, causing her to scatter papers across the floor. Casting a reproachful glance at Qianhe, she bent down to collect them, unintentionally revealing an alluring curve. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qianhe recalled that when he received the Flying Thunder God signal, Khalifa had been sitting on his lap, feeding him oranges. His sudden disappearance likely caused her to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Thinking of this, Qianhe raised his hand to activate a low-power gravitational technique, drawing the scattered documents back to the desk, arranging them neatly under his precise control. Once the papers were back in place, Khalifa stood up, adjusted her black skirt, and naturally began to massage Qianhe's shoulders, but he squeezed her hand gently, signaling her that it was unnecessary. Turning to gaze at his diligent little secretary with a sense of appreciation, that he realized that during his unexpected absence, Khalifa had likely handled all his work, which must have been quite taxing. It has been a tough time, hasn't it? Were you not curious about what I was doing? Khalifa tilted her head and replied, what you did is not important, as long as you return safely. Since receiving news from Stussy that she had been given to Qianhe by the elders, Khalifa had relaxed. Although it seemed like she had been treated as a mere bargaining chip, she harbored no resentment towards this arrangement. For as long as she belonged to Qianhe, everything was rather agreeable, was it not? Undoubtedly, her words struck a chord with Qianhe, who felt deeply moved. He pulled Khalifa into his embrace, gradually lowering his head. Sensing his intent, Khalifa naturally closed her eyes, anticipating what was to occur next. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was violently thrust open, and two men clad in black suits, sporting dark sunglasses, strode in carrying a box. Approaching Qianhe's desk, they forcefully placed the box before him, their tone brash as they declared, you must be Uchiha Qianhe. This is the devil fruit bestowed upon you by the esteemed elders. An animal-type mythical Zoan, the human fruit, Azura 4S, one of the blonde-haired men, cast a glance at Khalifa and Qianhe's arms. A mischievous smirk appeared on his face, making Khalifa feel extremely uncomfortable. The other man, with a crew cut, was more composed. After handing the fruit to Qianhe, he beckoned his companion, preparing to leave. Throughout their presence, Qianhe had maintained an expression devoid of emotion, regarding them as one might regard the deceased. Just as they were about to exit the office, Qianhe, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, you are truly fine dogs. Have you lost track of your worth after serving as dogs for so long? What did you say? Upon hearing such a deeply insulting remark, the blonde-haired man immediately turned around, ready to teach this disrespectful naval officer a lesson. In his mind, Qianhe was merely a figurehead thrust into the limelight by the Navy. While he was one of the elders' guards, how dare this man insult him so brazenly? However, as he turned, he was met with an ever-expanding palm. Boom! The blonde-haired man was slammed face-first into the wall by Qianhe's blow, his body embedded within it. The crew-cut man stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, for Qianhe's speed was simply astonishing. Hearing the commotion, several naval soldiers rushed in, their guns drawn. For to them, Qianhe was akin to a revered idol, having battled against the legendary Rayleigh. Now, news of their commander being Qianhe elicited envious looks from the other bases. After all, only such a formidable commander could inspire their unwavering loyalty and provide a sense of security. Ignoring the surrounding soldiers, Qianhe slowly retracted his hand, and at that moment, the previously arrogant blonde-haired man was no longer the same. He appeared utterly wretched. His facial structure had collapsed around his nose, and his sunglasses had shattered, with most shards embedded in his eyes. Even if he were to survive this encounter, his vision would undoubtedly be ruined. Witnessing his companion's dire condition, the crew-cut man turned pale, trembling uncontrollably that moment. Qianhe, now perceived as a devil, slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining black-clad figure. Under Qianhe's piercing stare, the crew-cut man ceased trembling, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Qianhe approached the kneeling man, towering over him, causing the crew-cut man to bow his head repeatedly, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disrespected you. Please don't kill me." Seeing this man's abject humility and recognizing his earlier compliance, Qianhe lost interest in punishing him. Instead, he crouched down, gently patting the man's shoulder, signaling him to raise his head. The man, still bewildered, lifted his gaze, desperation etched across his face, mistakenly believing Qianhe would strike. "I ask you, are you and that fellow the Elder's guards?" No. We are not worthy of being those great men's guards. We are from the royal palace of Lilia. That fruit was taken from the collection on the Elder's orders to be given to you as a reward. And what was the meaning of your earlier behavior? The man with a buzz cut and black attire stood in stunned silence for a moment, before comprehending that Qianhe was referring to the arrogant demeanor he and his companion had just exhibited. Stammering, he remarked, "Lord Lilia Palace feels that this fruit is somewhat inappropriate for you. We should be mindful of our attitude." Upon hearing this, Qianhe grasped the underlying message. This celestial being, named Lilia Palace, was displeased that her collection had been bestowed as a reward to a mere naval colonel. Wishing to use these two henchmen to vex him, a cold smile crept across Qianhe's face as he rose, signaling the surrounding Navy soldiers to withdraw. He then walked past the kneeling black-clad man and returned to his office. Though Qianhe had departed, the black-clad man remained frozen in place, terrified of providing Qianhe with an excuse to retaliate against him. It was not until Qianhe's voice echoed from the office. "You may leave now. Convey a message to your master. Thank her for the devil fruit. I am quite satisfied. I shall pay her a visit tomorrow night to express my gratitude in person." Yes, I shall remember." "Lord Qianhe, begone." Upon hearing these words, the buzz-cut black-clad man felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hoisted his barely conscious companion and scurried away from the naval base. After their departure, Qianhe stood in the center of his office, arms crossed, contemplating how to address the celestial being known as Lilia Palace. He had nearly offended her beyond reconciliation, and it was highly likely she would retaliate tomorrow night. If matters escalated beyond control, it would depend on the 5 Elder Stars' regard for him. Should they favor Lilia Palace, there would be little recourse but to prepare for the worst. Suddenly, Qianhe felt a soft pressure against his back, as a pair of delicate white arms encircled his waist. Turning around, he beheld his secretary, Khalifa. At that moment, Khalifa experienced a warmth she had never known before, sent by her father to be trained as a spy under the world government. Her childhood had been cold and devoid of compassion, surrounded by equally heartless individuals. Growing up in such an environment, she had become almost machine-like, monitoring Qianhe's every move. Yet, through their interactions, she found the ice within her heart gradually melting. Moreover, having been saved by Qianhe from the grasp of the infamous Rayleigh, the Pirate King's first mate, she had developed a deep-seated reliance on him. Now, witnessing him teach a lesson to that disrespectful fellow without a care for their status as henchmen, she felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Burying her face in Qianhe's back, Khalifa chuckled softly, and as laughter turned to tears, Qianhe noticed the dampness on his back. Frowning, he spoke in a deep voice. "What is it? Are you not satisfied? Or are you concerned about Lilia Palace's retribution? Fear not. They cannot harm me." His tone exuded a potent confidence that only served to enchant Khalifa further. Lifting her head from his back, her eyes brimmed with a sea of affection, causing Qianhe's heart to flutter. She rose on her tiptoes, her delicate face inching closer to his, pressing her lips against his. Witnessing this scene, Modis, observing from Qianhe's shoulder, rolled her eyes in delight. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Khalifa gently caressed Qianhe's face, her cheeks glistening with tears yet radiating an exquisite beauty that stirred the heart. With a soft smile, she declared, "Boss, from now on, I am yours," still entranced by the recent kiss. Qianhe was momentarily lost in thought until Calipha's voice snapped him back to reality. However, at that moment, his emotional intelligence seemed to have been drained, prompting him to ask a rather awkward question. Why do you call me boss? Calipha, taken aback by Qianhe's sudden dullness, found his naivety endearing. Stifling a laugh, she replied, because I was sold to you. Aren't you my boss? Oh, well, good, boss. Finally regaining his composure, Qianhe felt somewhat embarrassed by his previous reaction and mumbled a vague response to mask the awkwardness. Calipha gazed intently at him, as though she could not get enough of his presence. Her unwavering stare made him uneasy, prompting him to touch his face and inquire, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" With a narrowed gaze, Calipha earnestly replied, "Nothing, but I just think my boss is incredibly handsome. I can't seem to look away." At that moment, Calipha's charm was overwhelming, leaving Qianhe momentarily speechless, even in the face of the formidable Rayleigh. Noticing his silence, Calipha ceased her advances, gently brushing the dust from his attire and inquiring, "Boss, how do you plan to handle the meeting with that individual tomorrow night?" Hearing this question, Qianhe felt indifferent, his mind preoccupied with concerns about Gion. The thought of Gion brought a fresh wave of headache, and he furrowed his brow once more. Seeing Qianhe's expression, Calipha assumed he was troubled about their upcoming encounter. Biting her lip as she expressed concern, "What is it, boss? Are you worried about tomorrow night?" "It's all my fault for dragging you into this." Qianhe shot her a surprised glance. Realizing that his secretary had misunderstood his worries, he quickly clarified, "No, those people are of no consequence. I'm thinking about Gion." Calipha was momentarily taken aback by Qianhe's words, surprised that he still had Gion on his mind at such a time, and her unexpected reaction made her laugh. Puzzled, Qianhe asked, "What are you laughing at?" After a brief chuckle, Calipha composed herself, gently placing a finger on his chin, saying, "What are you worried about? You are my boss, and I am merely your secretary." Qianhe fell silent. Understanding that Calipha was encouraging him not to fret, she would not jeopardize his relationship with Gion. In essence, she was placing herself in a subordinate role. Sighing, Qianhe mentally scolded himself. My Calipha, I truly am a scoundrel." Indeed, this situation would be a curious tale even among the Uchiha clan, considering how a scoundrel like Qianhe emerged from a lineage of pure-hearted warriors. The following evening, Qianhe, accompanied by Calipha, arrived at the entrance of an opulent palace. Dressed in his favorite black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, he opted not to wear his naval uniform, anticipating the need for a swift escape if matters turned dire. Calipha, clad primarily in black, nervously grasped Qianhe's hand. He released her grip, gently patting her back to reassure her with a warm smile before turning to enter the palace, prompting Calipha to hastily follow. At the palace entrance stood two black-clad men, who immediately blocked their path. "Who are you?" "This is Lord Xiaolia Palace's residence, not a place for commoners. Be gone." Qianhe remained silent, resolutely pushing forward, seeking death. "Are you?" With a sudden thud, both black-clad men fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Witnessing this, Calipha sighed inwardly, realizing her boss was indeed prepared to confront the situation. What is happening? Such was the nature of the Celestial Dragon's Palace, where security was notably strict. Though the two men had fallen silently, the moment Qianhe stepped inside, a multitude of black-clad figures materialized around him and Calipha, their expressions menacing. Qianhe had grown weary of these loyal black-clad guards, narrowing his eyes as an aura of dominance surged from him. All the black-clad figures present followed suit, collapsing to the ground like the two at the entrance, leaving only a bewildered thin man standing in place. Calipha, observing the fallen guards, recalled how she had once lost consciousness to such an attack from the pirate king Rayleigh. Once again, Qianhe had demonstrated his mastery of the technique known as Conqueror's Haki. Surprising her with his proficiency, Qianhe cast a glance at the remaining gaunt figure clad in black, and with an air of indifference, remarked, "Go inform Xiaolia that Uchiha Qianhe has arrived." Without uttering a word, the emaciated man swiftly turned and set off to convey the message to his master. After a brief interval, he returned, his face now marred with blood, as if he had endured a severe beating. Upon seeing Qianhe, he hastily proclaimed, "Lady Xiaolia, command your presence. I shall guide you to..." As he spoke, Qianhe noticed that the man's front teeth were missing, evidently a result of Shiluya's wrath. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation of being haughty and dismissive of others. Nodding slightly, Qianhe followed the thin figure as they prepared to witness the so-called Shiluya. They entered a grand hall, where a broad crimson carpet stretched forth, leading deep into the chamber. Under the guidance of the black-clad man, Qianhe and his companions arrived at the carpet's end, where a raised platform awaited. Qianhe lifted his gaze slightly to behold Shiluya seated at the apex of the platform, flanked by two more imposing figures in black. Alongside a panting pug dog, the woman donned the distinctive space suit of the celestial dragons, her exaggerated orange hair styled atop her head, and she wore tinted sunglasses, beneath which was a transparent purple scarf, lending her an air of undeniable allure that moment. Shiluya's eyelids drooped as she regarded Qianhe and the others with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for mere insects. The gaunt man in front of Qianhe revealed a flicker of fear upon encountering Shiluya. Yet he stepped forward, respectfully preparing to report. "Lady Shiluya, I have brought Uchiha Qianhe." Before he could finish, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the hall. The frail man clutched his chest in disbelief, gazing upwards at Shiluya, his mouth agape as he coughed forth a torrent of blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shiluya, holding a smoking golden flintlock pistol, cast a disdainful glance at the fallen figure. Muttering, "Useless trash," without sparing another glance at the dead man, she turned her icy gaze towards Qianhe and coldly addressed him. "So you're Uchiha Qianhe? Are you aware that you injured one of my subordinates a few days ago? Have you forgotten your place simply because you have the support of the Gorosei?" Qianhe smirked dismissively, replying, "I merely taught a couple of dogs a lesson. Is there a problem with that?" Shiluya's fury ignited at Qianhe's audacity, and she raised her pistol once more, aiming it at him, intent on eliminating this disrespectful Navy officer. However, Qianhe had no desire to engage in further verbal sparring with this woman in an instant. He appeared at her side and seized her arm. Shiluya was momentarily taken aback, while the two black-clad figures beside her widened their eyes in terror, paralyzed by fear at Qianhe's audacious act. To them, Qianhe's actions were a transgression that warranted annihilation of his entire lineage. Regaining their composure, the two figures wasted no time in unleashing their haki, rushing towards Qianhe from either side. Yet, Qianhe could hardly be bothered to glance at their approach. Although these two were evidently stronger than the others, they were still no match for him. Maintaining his stance, Qianhe unleashed a burst of repulsive force. Before their fists could reach him, the two black-clad men were sent flying, crashing violently against the walls of the hall, leaving behind two streaks of crimson blood as they crumpled to the ground like tattered rags. The sight of their demise sent Shiluya into a panic. Having been the center of adoration her entire life, she had never encountered such a scene, rendering her speechless and frozen in place. As Qianhe's grip on her arm relaxed, he snatched the golden flintlock pistol from her grasp. Rendering her last vestiges of confidence moot, fear finally crept on her countenance, perhaps for the first time in her life. With a slight squeeze, Qianhe crushed the expensive weapon into a pile of fragments, which cascaded like snowflakes upon her transparent helmet, adorning it with a shimmering layer of gold, creating a rather striking appearance. Shiluya, rigidly turning her head to face Qianhe, feigned composure and exclaimed, "You lowly commoner. Do you have any idea who I am? Aren't you afraid that an admiral will slaughter you and everyone associated with you?" Ignoring her, Qianhe delivered a resounding slap to her helmet. The bubble-like headpiece shattered in less than a second, and his hand made intimate contact with Shiluya's face. The sound of the slap reverberated throughout the vast hall, sending Shiluya sprawling to the ground, rolling down the steps until she landed at Calipha's feet, who promptly recoiled as if avoiding a plague. Qianhe had not exerted much force. Rather, Shiluya's reaction stemmed from her frail constitution. Yet her consciousness remained intact, and after a brief moment on the ground, she struggled to rise. One hand pressed against her swollen cheek, casting a fearful glance at Qianhe atop the platform. Observing the once haughty Shiluya now devoid of her bravado, Qianhe let out a cold chuckle. "Now, tell me, who are you?" The hall fell into an eerie silence. Calipha stood silently in a corner, her gaze darting between the two on the platform, contemplating how her employer had truly crossed the line this time. Perhaps it was best to prepare for an escape with him shortly. Meanwhile, Shalia gazed up at Qianhe, lost in confusion, as a strange sense of nostalgia washed over her following the slap, a feeling that left her bewildered and uncertain of herself. Unaware of Shalia's inner turmoil, Qianhe frowned at her stillness before turning to sit in the chair she had previously occupied. He addressed her, "You. Come here." "What did you just say?" Shalia could hardly believe her ears, utterly astonished that Uchiha Qianhe would demand such a thing. Did he not understand the weight of the celestial dragons? Had he lost all awareness of his position? Little did Shalia know, she had inadvertently stumbled upon the crux of the issue. Noticing Shalia's hesitance to comply, Qianhe grew impatient. Raising his voice, "I said come here. Can you not hear me? Or do you wish to die?" Shalia, trembling at Qianhe's tone, found herself compelled to obey, crawling slowly towards him. As she moved, her heart brimmed with humiliation, yet was tinged with confusion. She could not fathom why she so readily acquiesced to Qianhe's command, as an overwhelming urge to submit overtook her. After what felt like an eternity, she reached Qianhe's feet, lifting her gaze to meet his with a face full of humiliation. Qianhe, taken aback by Shalia's sudden compliance, had merely intended to provoke her. To him, it seemed impossible that a pampered celestial dragon would genuinely lower themselves to such a degree. He had even contemplated that should she refuse, he would simply eliminate her, yet her unexpected demeanor left him momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, since she was so obedient, Qianhe decided to temporarily set aside his murderous intentions. He reached out and lifted her chin with a finger, teasing, "So, the exalted celestial dragon is capable of such actions?" Shalia remained silent, allowing Qianhe to manipulate her chin, her eyes desperately averting his gaze, unwilling to meet his. Witnessing her submissive state, Qianhe felt a peculiar sense of confusion. "Have you forgotten your identity as a celestial dragon? Where is your arrogance, you fool?" However, matters needed resolution. Qianhe stood and directed his hand towards Shalia, who lay prostrate on the ground. I could see that moment. Shalia, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, "Are you going to kill me?" Qianhe paused for a moment, then nodded, coldly responding, "Whether I kill you or not has become inconsequential, has it not? You are well aware that everything I have done tonight is unforgivable in your eyes. If I were to say that I no longer pursue the events of this evening, would you grant me my freedom?" Qianhe raised her eyebrows in surprise. If what this fellow said was true, then sparing her life was indeed a possibility. After all, Qianhe had initially planned to ascend to the pinnacle of the Navy and then devise her subsequent plans. Betraying the Navy at this juncture would undoubtedly impact her strategies significantly. But could she truly trust Shalia? The nefarious nature of the celestial dragons rendered them utterly unconvincing. Using illusions on her? This woman already appeared somewhat foolish. If she fell victim to an illusion, she would likely become a complete simpleton. Would the Gorosei not see through it? With that thought, Qianhe shook her head, and a transparent energy began to gather in her hand. Noticing Qianhe's actions, Shalia hurriedly exclaimed, "I speak only the truth. As long as you agree to protect me when I visit Sabaody, I will pretend that nothing happened tonight. I swear." Upon finishing her statement, Shalia's face turned slightly red as she covertly stole a glance at Qianhe. This situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. Qianhe observed Shalia's demeanor, which indeed seemed quite sincere. After contemplating, Qianhe decided that it was better to err on the side of caution. She extended her hand, gripping Shalia's neck and lifting her off the ground. Shalia looked at Qianhe in terror, confused as to why, despite her apparent sincerity, this man would treat her so harshly. How could he be so heartless? Lost in her thoughts, tears began to stream down Shalia's cheeks as she found herself sobbing in distress. Irritated by the situation, Qianhe snapped, "Silence! Look into my eyes!" "Ah?" Oh, Shalia immediately ceased her crying and obediently focused on Qianhe's eyes. Mumbling 1, 2, 3. Qianhe, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" Shalia quickly halted her counting, stammering, "Your eyes are so beautiful. I want to count the rings in them." Qianhe was at a loss for words yet again this evening. Without further hesitation, she activated her ability, Hell Path, King of Hell's Judgment. A terrifying visage emerged from the purple-flamed portal behind Qianhe, causing Shalia to widen her eyes in horror, her feet thrashing about chaotically. Behave yourself, but the monster behind you is truly frightening. Enough chatter. Alas, you answered it. If you dare to lie, this creature will rip out your tongue and devour it. Understood. Was what you just said true? Will you really act as if tonight never happened? Yes, I swear. Xiaoliya nearly shouted in excitement. Then, after a moment's thought, added weakly, but you must agree to be my guardian when I visit Sabaody. Ignoring her, Qianhe saw that the king of hell remained still, indicating that Xiaoliya was indeed speaking the truth, and thus relaxed her guard, dispelling her ability. As the terrifying visage began to fade and ultimately vanish. Xiaoliya remarked, "Your abilities are quite extraordinary. Is it a devil fruit? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you." Recognizing Qianhe's impatience, Xiaoliya finally fell silent. Qianhe, feeling disgruntled, leaped down from the platform and approached Khalifa, stating simply, "Let us go," and prepared to leave. Seeing Qianhe about to depart, Xiaoliya called out once more, "Are you really leaving?" Without turning back, Qianhe impatiently replied, "Am I to stay here with you?" There is that option, which I isn't entirely out of the question. Qianhe was utterly bewildered by this inexplicable behavior and, grasping Khalifa, executed a flying thunder god technique, disappearing from the scene. Xiaoliya stood there, staring blankly at the place where Qianhe had vanished, when suddenly a series of gurgling sounds emanated from her bosom. Snapped back to reality by the noise, Xiaoliya fumbled to retrieve a din-din mushi and connected the call, but a frail voice came through. "Xiaoliya, did Uchiha Qianhe visit? What was his demeanor?" Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoliya straightened her attire. Rising to her feet with a composed tone, he conducted himself admirably. "I am quite satisfied." "Was he not one of your assailants? Did he threaten you?" "Not at all. Merely a few disobedient hounds." Colonel Qianhe not only expressed his apologies, but also agreed to serve as my guardian in the future, ensuring my safety. He truly seems to be a commendable individual. "Splendid. We appreciate the update." After hanging up, Xiaoliya patted her chest, feeling relieved that the matter had concluded, albeit with an odd sensation lingering. At the Navy base in Area 66 of Sabaody Archipelago, Qianhe and Khalifa materialized in the office. The moment they arrived, Qianhe grumbled, "Is that Xiaoliya unwell? Are all celestial dragons like this?" Khalifa stood silently behind Qianhe, watching him with a peculiar expression that in truth, she had discerned something but lacked the certainty to voice it. So she remained silent. Suddenly, the din-din mushi on the desk began to gurgle, prompting Qianhe to answer it. Sengoku's voice came through, "Is this Qianhe? What did you do tonight that even the Gorosei sought me out to discuss you? They mentioned your recent diligence and suggested your rank is too low." Qianhe was momentarily taken aback. "Diligent? Are they referring to the destruction I caused in Sabaody with a super godly righteous decree or the slap I gave Xiaoliya tonight? I merely met with a celestial dragon named Xiaoliya. Nothing more." "What? Are you speaking of Xiaoliya from the Roseward family?" "Indeed." Sengoku fell silent on the other end for a moment. He was well aware of the Roseward family, a quintessentially celestial dragon clan known for their vile tendencies. Xiaoliya, as the daughter of Roseward Saint, held disdain for other races. Yet, Qianhe had met with such a person, and the Gorosei had informed Sengoku to commend Qianhe. It was hard to believe there was no connection between the two, but nevertheless, the outcome was positive. The quicker Qianhe advanced, the more power Sengoku could openly bestow upon him. The Navy's future was destined to belong to young talents like Qianhe. "Very well, return to the Navy headquarters tomorrow. I intend to promote you to the rank of Brigadier General. You shall attend a brief promotion ceremony." "Understood." After ending the call, Qianhe raised his head and noticed his secretary, Khalifa, gazing at him with an odd expression. Looking down at himself to confirm he appeared normal, Qianhe curiously asked, "What's wrong? Why you look at me like that?" Khalifa shook her head helplessly, indicating it was nothing. "Indeed, my superior, tonight I slapped a celestial dragon and returned to receive a commendation. This situation is utterly absurd." Qianhe rubbed his temples, his gaze landing on the box containing the azure fruit on the desk. He had nearly forgotten about this devil fruit. He had left such a mythical beast-type devil fruit sitting here for an entire day and night. How careless of him! Extending his hand, he opened the box, revealing a golden, mushroom-shaped fruit, albeit with 3 peculiar heads. Khalifa approached Qianhe, curiously inspecting the fruit, and asked, "Boss, are you going to eat this fruit?" Qianhe nodded. After all, it was a mythical beast-type fruit, perfectly suited to his needs. This time, without hesitation, Qianhe pressed his hand against the central mushroom head of the fruit and activated the hungry ghost path to absorb it. Before long, the absorption was complete, leaving only a regular mushroom on the desk. Califa covered her mouth in astonishment at the extraordinary scene before her, thinking to herself that her boss's experiences were always so peculiar. Qianhe closed his eyes, savoring the newly acquired power. When he reopened them, he noticed a fourth tomoe had appeared in his right eye. Califa also observed the change in Qianhe's right eye, inquiring with curiosity, "Boss, is the symbol in your eye a result of absorbing the devil fruit?" "Truly, my astute secretary, boss, does this mean you've absorbed 4 devil fruits? You also absorbed that gravity fruit, didn't you?" "Indeed, thus my need for more devil fruits. But fret not, I will ensure to find a suitable fruit for you in the future." With a nod, Califa leaned against Uchiha in silence. To be candid, the existence of a devil fruit had become inconsequential to her. Her sole aspiration now was to serve as an exemplary secretary to Uchiha. The following day, aboard the Crane's warship, reminiscent of their journey to the Sabeti archipelago, Uchiha lay back, resting his head on Gion's lap, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Gion gently stroked Uchiha's hair, her delicate visage adorned with a soft smile as she quietly observed him. Suddenly, Uchiha opened his eyes, his Rinnegan shimmering with a divine radiance, captivating Gion entirely. With a faint smile, he reached out to pat the spider tattoo on Gion's thigh and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you not done admiring?" "No, I truly wish I could gaze at you like this forever," she replied. Chuckling, Uchiha stretched and turned, saying, "Once I become a general, I shall assign you to my ship, so you can behold me every day. Let us see if you tire of it." Gion stood and approached him, adjusting the slightly wrinkled naval uniform on his frame, smiling as she remarked, "Very well, I eagerly await the day you ascend to the rank of general. But don't keep me waiting too long. Rest assured, that day is not far off." Inside the admiral's office, a series of knocks echoed. "Come in," came the response. The door swung open, and Uchiha sauntered in with one hand in his pocket, greeted by the sight of Sengoku engrossed in paperwork. "Long time no see, Admiral Sengoku," he said with a smile. As Uchiha spent more time within the Navy, his rapport with Sengoku and others had deepened, allowing for a more relaxed exchange devoid of excessive formalities. Uchiha, come, here are your Brigadier General insignia and uniform." Sengoku pushed a small box along with a coat emblazoned with the word justice towards Uchiha. Without a second glance at the insignia box, Uchiha's attention was entirely captivated by the coat. It is widely known that many who have watched One Piece admire the navy coat adorned with the emblem of justice. Wearing it is akin to a 4th generation donning a divine robe. Simply put, it exudes charisma. Uchiha had long coveted the one worn by Zephyr, and now he could finally wear it himself. Without hesitation, he grasped the shoulders of the coat and with a swift motion donned the navy attire. Standing over 2 meters tall with flowing black hair, Uchiha radiated an aura of sanctity and authority. Sengoku momentarily lost his composure, then shamelessly mused, "Not bad, though it still pales in comparison to my own time. Perhaps it surpasses Carp by a 10-fold. Shaking off the moment, Uchiha noticed the coat fit him sturdily, explaining why the Navy personnel during the Marine-Forward War could leap about without their capes billowing away. Once satisfied with the experience, Uchiha recalled that he should visit Zephyr during his return to headquarters. He had always treated Uchiha genuinely well, a fact Uchiha never doubted. With this in mind, Uchiha inquired, "Admiral Sengoku, is Zephyr still at the training camp? I wish to see him." Hearing this, Sengoku looked at Uchiha with a sense of pride. This was one of the reasons he held such high hopes for him. A person who understands gratitude and respects his mentors is always well-liked. However, Uchiha's goodwill might be in vain this time, as Sengoku waved his hand and replied, "No need. This batch of trainees is working diligently. Zephyr has decided to take them out to sea for exercises ahead of schedule, and they've already departed." "What?" Sengoku was puzzled by Uchiha's intense reaction to the news of Zephyr's departure for the sea. After all, it was merely a training exercise. Yet, trusting Uchiha, he asked, "What's the matter? Is there an issue with this outing?" Indeed, there is a significant problem. The film Z had previously mentioned that Zephyr was attacked by the second Whitebeard while leading his final group of trainees on a practice voyage, leaving only Ein and Benz aboard. Zephyr even lost an arm. Although history had changed and Zephyr had set sail early, it was still uncertain if he would encounter the second Whitebeard again. If things went well, that would be fortunate. But what if the outcome were worse? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chihaya's expression darkened further, and he urgently asked, "Where did Zephyr go?" "I'm not sure of the exact location. Let me check with the snail phone." Sengoku replied, dialing Zephyr's number. However, after a long wait, the call went unanswered. This unusual delay caused Sengoku's expression to grow grave. He looked up at Chihaya and asked, "What is going on? Do you know something?" With no time for elaborate explanations, the vast southeastern range felt too vague. Yet at this juncture, Chihaya could afford no further hesitation. He threw open the window of Sengoku's office, activating his abilities, and soared into the sky. The documents on Sengoku's desk scattered as Chihaya departed, but he had no time to concern himself with that. He summoned Akiji and ordered him to swiftly lead a group of soldiers to assist Zephyr. In a certain maritime expanse, the tranquil sea suddenly erupted as a massive serpentine sea king emerged, its 100-meter-long form breaking the surface, jaws clamping down on a giant whale, with a powerful bite. The whale's carcass was cleaved in two and swallowed whole. After a hearty meal, the Sea King, exhibiting a peculiar sentience, smacked its lips, preparing to descend back into the depths. Suddenly, a distant, expanding black that caught its attention. Squinting its enormous eyes, it attempted to discern what it was. However, the once diminutive black swiftly magnified, revealing itself to be a human. This was its final realization. "Get out of the way," with a violent impact. Chihaya collided with the Sea King's head, reducing it to mere pulp. In an instant, a deluge of blood rained upon the sea. Having been delayed by this encounter, Chihaya, who had been flying at high speed, came to a halt, his expression now dark and foreboding. The expanse of the sea was simply too vast. Even with the perception of his Rinnegan and observation haki, he had yet to locate Zephyr's ship. Damn it, was Zephyr and those trainees destined to face this calamity? He cursed himself for not leaving a flying thunder god marker with Zephyr. Had Zephyr's prowess led to his oversight, with a fierce punch. Chihaya struck the water surface, sending hundreds of tons of seawater soaring into the sky, creating a curtain of rain as the seawater splashed against his face. A technique he had overlooked surfaced in his mind, the Rain Tiger's Freedom Technique. This technique, employed by Pain and Naruto, involved creating rain clouds using chakra and infusing that chakra into the raindrops, thereby sensing everything within the falling rain's range. The IT was perfectly applicable in this situation. Chihaya closed his eyes, interlocking his fingers, raising his middle and index fingers to activate the Rain Tiger's Freedom Technique. As he did so, the skies above the surrounding sea, which had been clear moments before, darkened with dense clouds, and a torrential downpour ensued. Calming his mind to sense his surroundings, he detected a small cluster of life energy at a certain location, one of which was already faintly pulsating. Gaining this information, Chihaya swiftly opened his eyes and activated his abilities once more, vanishing from the surface of the sea in an instant. In another maritime area, aboard a lifeboat, a group of Navy soldiers clad in blue and white vests gathered together. Among them several familiar faces, Britch, Griefus, and Benz. Each of them bore traces of blood, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Yet their focus was not on their own wounds. Instead, they mournfully gazed at a blonde female sailor, cradling another with sea blue hair, who was weeping profusely. These two were Ein and her roommate, Alice. Ein, nestled in Alice's embrace, was in dire condition. Her eyes were half closed, long eyelashes quivering from the pain, while a horrific wound spanned across her abdomen, continuously oozing blood. "No, Ein, don't sleep. We'll be back at headquarters soon." "Damn it, why is it suddenly raining?" Alice cried out to Ein, her face a mixture of rain and tears, desperately trying to staunch Ein's bleeding with one hand. But the wound was far too extensive, and no matter how hard Alice tried, blood continued to seep through her fingers. Some of the other trainees could hardly bear to watch, while others turned away. Silently shedding tears, it can be said that a significant portion of their endurance thus far was due to Ein's efforts. What was initially supposed to be a simple naval exercise, led by former Admiral Zephyr, took an unexpected turn as they navigated a certain area of the sea. They encountered Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, along with Miss Bakken. Upon spotting the new recruits aboard their ship, Weevil, under Miss Bakken's direction, launched an attack, which Zephyr managed to intercept. However, given Zephyr's age and declining health, along with his need to protect the trainees behind him, he was momentarily careless and sustained injuries from Weevil's assault. It was Ein who, utilizing her devil fruit abilities, temporarily staunched Zephyr's wounds and even reversed his age by 8 years, having developed her powers further. Ein's intervention caught Miss Bakken's attention, prompting her to order Weevil to endure a punch from Zephyr in order to eliminate this uniquely capable female Navy officer. In this dire situation, Ein was struck by Weevil's blade at her waist, rendering her gravely injured and unconscious. With Ein's unconsciousness, Zephyr's abilities also faltered, placing them at a disadvantage against Weevil once more. Yet, Ein managed to awaken, forcefully activating her powers to once again reverse Zephyr's age by 8 years, and she sustained her consciousness long enough for the remaining Navy officers to bring her here. Upon hearing Alice's call, Ein opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Alice to cry even harder. Trembling, Ein extended her hand toward a package beside her and handed it to Alice. Wiping her tears, Alice accepted the package and inquired, "What is this? You even had Bridge bring it over when we left the battleship." It's something important." Seeing Alice take the package brought a sigh of relief to Ein, who weakly responded, "This is the devil fruit I obtained during the assessment. After we return, you must hand it over to Tea was meant for him all along." Just then, Uchiha descended onto the ship. With his arrival, the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky dissipated in an instant, allowing sunlight to bathe everyone's faces. That was Uchiha Qianhe. Boss Uchiha. The crew on board momentarily froze at the sight of Uchiha, but quickly regained their composure, rushing toward him, recognizing him as a savior. However, Uchiha waved them off, making his way to Ein's side. Grasping Ein's already cold hand, Uchiha spoke gently, "I'm sorry, I arrived late." Ein forced a faint smile. Her eyes filled with Uchiha. "It's not your fault. I was simply too weak. I will never catch up to you." Shaking his head, Uchiha carefully took Ein from Alice's arms, allowing her to lean against him. Ein slightly turned her head. Her consciousness was slipping away, and after taking a few deep breaths, she shakily raised her hand to caress Chia's face, using her remaining strength to speak, fearing that some words might go unspoken if she hesitated. "I feel as though this is my end. Chia, I've always held a yearning for you. I'll not say anymore. I understand your feelings. Just look into my eyes. Even on the brink of losing consciousness." Ein instinctively obeyed Chia's words, straining to widen her eyes and gaze at him. The 4 tomoe in Chia's right Rinnegan suddenly expanded, and with a burst of energy, Ein's eyes briefly reflected the 4 tomoe. A refreshing sensation flooding through her body. The others on the ship stared in astonishment at Ein and Chia's embrace. Their eyes. The horrifying wound on Ein's abdomen appeared to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and her pallid complexion began to regain color. This phenomenon seemed nothing short of miraculous. As the very subject of this transformation, Ein abruptly sat up from Chia's arms, incredulously looking down at her abdomen. Though the blood remained, the skin there was now intact. "All right, we shall discuss everything upon our return to Navy headquarters. Understood?" Ein gazed blankly at Uchiha, instinctively nodding. Just as she was about to say something, a deafening noise captured everyone's attention. Uchiha turned to look in the direction of the sound, and a worried Ein remarked, "It's Teacher Zephyr. He is still battling that pirate. That pirate is incredibly formidable. I wonder how Teacher Zephyr is faring." Hearing this, Uchiha turned back, patting Ein's shoulder, and smiled. "The battle may soon encroach upon this area. You all should leave quickly." Before Ein could respond, others on the ship hurriedly interjected. "Boss Uchiha, that pirate is truly fearsome. Even Teacher Zephyr finds it challenging to contend with him. We should quickly seek reinforcements. Indeed, Uchiha, you are Teacher Zephyr's most favored student. He would not wish for you to face such danger." With such sentiments voiced, Ein held her tongue, but gazed at Uchiha with a hint of pleading in her eyes. having witnessed the battle between Weevil and Zephyr and possessing some understanding of Weevil's strength. She was the least inclined to see Uchiha confront such an opponent. However, Uchiha was resolute in his determination. Aiding Zephyr through this calamity was a goal he had set from the outset, and he would not abandon it simply due to the enemy's might. For the Uchiha clan, which held emotions in the highest regard, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Turning his back to the others, Uchiha raised a hand to signal silence. His navy coat billowed in the sea breeze, the words justice emblazoned upon it standing out boldly. I am leaving. With those simple words, Uchiha launched into the sky, racing toward the source of the earlier noise. Meanwhile, another loud crash erupted, parting the sea with a deep fissure as two figures descended onto the deck of a severely damaged warship. Zephyr, panting heavily, wore a grave expression as he regarded the seemingly tireless monster before him, his thoughts lingering on Ein and the others who had left under his protection. Opposite Zephyr stood Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, who, with a dazed expression, exclaimed, "Mommy, this guy is so powerful. He's quite a handful." On a small boat beside the warship, Miss Bakken, petite and clad in a leopard print coat, scoffed derisively and shouted toward Weevil on the warship, "My dear son, after all, he is a former admiral of the Navy. But do not worry, he is certainly no match for you. You are the son of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Indeed, I am the son of Whitebeard. I will surely slay this guy." Energized by Miss Bakken's words, Weevil pounded his chest and, with a sudden burst of strength in his spindly legs, vanished from sight. Weevil launched his next attack. Zephyr quickly steeled himself, expanding his haki to the maximum in an attempt to anticipate Weevil's ensuing strike. However, after a prolonged battle, Zephyr's body had already sustained injuries from previously protecting the trainees. Although Ein's devil fruit abilities had lent him some assistance, he now felt increasingly outmatched in his confrontation with Weevil. Zephyr ultimately failed to anticipate Weevil's movement, receiving a heavy blow to his back that left him gravely injured. Without daring to hesitate, Zephyr swiftly utilized his shave technique to extricate himself from the battlefield. He staggered to a corner of the deck, nearly collapsing to the ground, as the severity of his wounds significantly impaired his combat effectiveness. Below, Miss Bakken, witnessing this, was filled with delight and shouted for Weevil to take advantage of Zephyr's injury and deliver the final blow. Weevil, once again exhilarated, let out a triumphant roar and raised his blade to strike at Zephyr. With no other choice, Zephyr dragged his wounded body to narrowly evade the impending attack. However, this time, Weevil seemed to have gained some cleverness. He had not exerted much force in his previous strike, resulting in minimal recoil, that he recognized that given Zephyr's current condition, evading one attack was a struggle, and dodging a second was nearly impossible. Seamlessly transitioning into a second attack, he aimed his long sword at Zephyr's right arm. Ready to descend upon him, Zephyr's pupils constricted as a sense of dread washed over him. There was no escaping this assault. A tinge of relief and regret surged within him. Relief at the thought of finally reuniting with his wife and children, and regret for not witnessing his most proud student, Qianhe, ascend to the rank of admiral. Just as Weevil's blade was about to cleave through Zephyr's arm, a laser beam shot in from afar. Striking the blade directly at Weevil's strike was deflected off course, crashing into the already damaged railing of the warship, creating a massive fissure along its side. Below, Miss Bakken squinted her eyes, contemplating a laser. Could it be that Kizuru has arrived? I need to find a way to retreat. Despite Weevil's formidable strength, she was well aware that he could not withstand the combined might of Zephyr and Kizuru. She had a clear understanding of her dim-witted son's capabilities. Mere moments after the laser appeared, a whooshing sound resonated, and Qianhe materialized above the deck. "Qianhe? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Qianhe, Zephyr felt not joy, but sheer terror. Having just risked everything to save a few students, he was now battered and questioned whether he could protect Qianhe in his current state, though Qianhe had previously injured Rayleigh. Zephyr believed that was somewhat exaggerated and merely a wound. The creature before him was undoubtedly not weaker than Rayleigh, yet in some respects, that relentless and pain-immune physique was an even more troublesome existence than Rayleigh. Miss Bakken, upon realizing that a young Navy officer had arrived, felt a wave of relief wash over her, and said to Qianhe with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, so you're just a little Navy brat? Quite young. yet holding a significant rank. It seems we have a naval genius here. Why don't you stay with Zephyr today? With him by your side, you'll surely make a name for yourself upon the seas. Qianhe shot a cold glance at Miss Bagan aboard the small ship, utterly disgusted by her appearance and demeanor. Raising his hand, he activated the universal pull, causing Miss Bagan to be yanked toward him. Terrified, she screamed, "Damn it! Is he a devil fruit user? Son, come save me, Mom!" Weibel, indeed a devoted son, disregarded Zephyr's presence upon seeing Miss Bagan in danger. He swiftly appeared in midair, extending his large hand to catch her. Confirming that Miss Bagan was unharmed, an expression of anger appeared for the first time on his chubby face as he turned to Qianhe and shouted, "How dare you harm my mother? I will break every limb of yours." Ignoring Weibel's threats, Qianhe assessed the two before him, realizing that the duo resembled Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball, with the distinction that Weibel was even more foolish and utterly obedient to Bagan. Weibel, lacking the ability to fly and with limited time in the air, descended after delivering his threats. Qianhe followed suit, as there was still the injured Zephyr on the deck. Upon landing, Qianhe, disregarding any sense of honor, unleashed a heavenly push, sending Weibel flying, then rushed to assist Zephyr, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Teacher Zephyr? I can still fight, but my combat effectiveness is severely limited. I received a deep wound to my back due to a momentary lapse in attention." Hearing this, Qianhe glanced at the deep gash on Zephyr's back, which was severe enough to reveal bone. Fortunately, given the resilience of those from the world of One Piece, if it were one of the fragile mages from Naruto, it was uncertain whether they would even retain consciousness, let alone survive. Qianhe had activated his stone-long arm once before, but that was to save the critically injured Ein, and he had no regrets about it. After contemplating, Qianhe opened the door space, urging Zephyr to rest inside for a while. Naturally, Zephyr was reluctant. How could he allow his most cherished student to face such a monster alone while he took a rest? Qianhe shook his head, offering a reassuring smile as he confidently stated, "Trust me, Teacher Zephyr. If I cannot handle an enemy of this caliber, how could I ever live up to your expectations? You should rest inside. You will be able to observe the situation outside, and if things go awry, you can emerge." Zephyr fixed his gaze on Qianhe, finding that the student before him was suddenly somewhat unfamiliar, not in an emotional sense, but rather in the realization that the once naive naval cadet had indeed matured into a competent naval commander. "Very well, I trust you, but should the situation become dire, you must flee at once. With your abilities, escaping should be quite effortless, correct?" Qianhe nodded, and Zephyr patted him on the shoulder before stepping into the door space. "Damn the Navy, daring to ambush me." The moment Zephyr departed, Weibel returned, cradling a Miss Bagan who had rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just moments ago, he had been inadvertently sent flying several miles away by Qianhe's heavenly push. Nevertheless, this fellow was remarkably robust, his thick skin rendering him relatively unharmed despite being flung away, standing nearly 7 meters tall and possessing a portly physique. Weibel resembled a mountain of meat, making Qianhe, who stood before him, seem diminutive, reaching only to his waist. This was largely due to Weibel's short legs. Now free of distractions, Qianhe refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Weibel. Instead, he activated his Sage mode in Armament Haki, delivering a powerful punch toward Weibel. Quick on the uptake, Weibel raised one hand to shield Miss Bagan while using the other to punch back at Qianhe's strike. A resounding boom echoed as their fists collided, unleashing a vigorous shockwave that shattered the warship beneath them into countless floating metal fragments upon the ocean's surface. After a brief stalemate, both fighters retreated. With Qianhe landing gracefully on the water's surface, he shook his arm, tingling from the earlier exchange, marveling at the strength Weibel possessed. No wonder Kizaru had mentioned his resemblance to a younger Whitebeard. Having experienced it firsthand, Qianhe confirmed that Kizaru's words were indeed true. Meanwhile, Weibel cautiously set Miss Bagan down on a floating piece of debris, turning to exclaim, "You little brat pack, quite a punch. But at this level, prepare to meet your demise." Little brat? Qianhe raised an eyebrow. At his age, being over 2 meters tall was hardly considered short. This fellow was simply grotesquely oversized. However, the term still irked him slightly. The fourth tomoe in his Rinnegan began to quiver, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his being, enveloping him entirely. The dazzling illumination made it difficult for Weibel to see, prompting him to instinctively raise one of his hefty arms to shield his eyes. When he lowered his arm, the figure before him caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. That moment, Qianhe had surpassed 20 meters in height, his cloak of justice and trousers expanding alongside his form. The words justice on his cloak glimmering in gold. His upper garments had been torn apart by the emergence of 4 new arms, exposing golden inscriptions across his body, with each arm adorned in the enhanced armament haki, now also transformed into a golden hue. Exhaling deeply, Qianhe opened his eyes, their depths swirling with an interplay of light and shadow. This state represented the capabilities he had assimilated from the Ashura fruit, a manifestation he termed law of heaven and earth, and it was the first time he had employed it. The Ashura fruit possessed a magnitude ability akin to Sengoku's Buddha fruit, and the 20-meter stature was a deliberate choice on his part. This fruit granted him an immense boost in strength, albeit with limits. His current size was optimal for battling Weibel. Weibel drooled profusely, his finger resting on his chin as he blankly inquired, "Who are you? Where did that guy go?" No one responded to him. Instead, he was met with a colossal shadow of a fist descending from the heavens. Boom! The surface of the sea was violently punctured, creating an unfathomable abyss beneath the blow. As the surrounding waters rushed in, Miss Bagan was reduced to mere fragments in her unconscious state, and Weibel's figure vanished into the gaping chasm. In his Ashura form, Qianhe floated in the air, quietly observing the bottomless void below. But he was far from naive enough to believe that this single strike had eliminated Weibel, who was reputed to possess the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. Indeed, moments later, 2 dark figures, one large, one small, erupted from the depths, and the abyss gradually filled with the encroaching seawater, restoring its original appearance. Weibel had lost his sword, now clutching a massive sea creature with rolling eyes. Upon surfacing, he hurled the creature aside to use it as a stepping stone, anxiously scanning his surroundings. "Where's my mother?" "What a devoted son." Qianhe, with a touch of kindness, reminded him, "Your mother may have already been swallowed by you." "What? Spit, spit, spit." Weibel's intelligence seemed insufficient as he gaped and spat, attempting to expel Miss Bagan from his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Qianhe felt somewhat exasperated and clarified. "No need to spit. Your mother is gone." Weibel froze momentarily before suddenly looking up at Qianhe. Gritting his teeth, "It was you. You killed my mother. I will kill you." With that, Weibel's body began to swell, muscles hidden beneath layers of fat bulging forth, transforming him from a mound of flesh into a muscular behemoth. Now towering at Qianhe's chest level, his form changed. It seemed his intellect surged as well, with his voice taking on a deeper resonance. Bending his legs slightly, he unleashed an explosive force, propelling himself toward the airborne Qianhe like a cannonball, his foot creating a massive wound in the sea beneath him. Boom! Faced with the wrathful Weibel, Qianhe did not dare to underestimate him. He exerted strength through all 6 arms to block Weibel's furious assault. The force transmitted through his palms made even the Ashura form of Qianhe feel strained. And oh wonder this fellow could reduce Zephyr to such a state, while Zephyr's strength could not compare to the current 3 admirals. He had once been an admiral himself. However, Weibel lacked the ability to fly, and under such circumstances his strength would soon dissipate. Once that happened, no matter how powerful he would have no foothold in the air, making it Qianhe's domain. Yet the next scene caused Qianhe's expression to change. Weibel's short legs began to kick rapidly in the air, producing a series of popping sounds. He was using moonwalk, with a peculiar smile. Weibel turned to Qianhe and said surprised, "That guy, Zephyr, used this move earlier, and guess what? I've already learned it." With the momentum from moonwalk, Weibel bellowed, his muscles tensing, and suddenly unleashed his strength, sending Qianhe crashing into the sea. Creating towering waves as Qianhe was submerged, he employed Shinra Tensei to create a spherical space in the ocean. Weibel, diving in, struck the boundary of the vacuum with a punch, causing the sphere to tremble violently. Qianhe quickly formed several hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Immediately, 2 water dragons emerged from the surrounding ocean, intertwining as they surged toward Weibel. What is this? Facing the 2 robust water dragons, Weibel had to free a hand to punch one, obliterating the first dragon. However, the second dragon followed closely behind, crashing into him and sending him tumbling through the water. Seizing the opportunity, Qianhe's 6 arms glowed with golden light, launching a ferocious assault on the tumbling Weibel. Wrath of Azura. 6 arms converged at one point, delivering a relentless barrage of blows, creating a cacophony of water explosions as the ocean around them began to evaporate, momentarily creating a vast vacuum. As the attack ceased, smoke continued to rise from Qianhe's 6 fists, and the golden glow of his armor dimmed. Weibel, who had hardly shown any signs of injury until now, was now bleeding profusely, staining the surrounding waters crimson, creating a spherical vision of blood from Qianhe's perspective. After floating for a moment, Weibel, seemingly losing consciousness, quivered and then righted himself, appearing to regain some strength. Observing this, Qianhe's expression darkened. This fellow's recovery ability was indeed abnormal. Could he be a modified human? Qianhe thought this because he noticed a series of stitches around Weibel's neck and wrist, particularly the one around his neck, resembling a severed connection. Weibel shook his head and looked at Qianhe, saying, "You're strong. You nearly killed me just now." Qianhe remained silent and charged forward to engage Weibel once more. Suddenly, the calm surface of the sea erupted, propelling 2 giants into the air. The giants were Qianhe and Weibel, both adorned with battle scars, even Weibel gasping for breath. Their fight had escalated to a point of explosive intensity, and both were showing signs of fatigue. Qianhe landed on a patch of sea, adjusting his breath. His Rinnegan flickered with violet light as his 6 arms came together in pairs, forming a peculiar triangular configuration. Seeing Qianhe's strange posture, Weibel tilted his head in confusion, unsure of Qianhe's intentions, and shook off the water from his body, preparing to attack again. That moment, Qianhe's technique was ready. He slowly separated the 3 pairs of palms, revealing 3 black orbs floating between them. The 4 arms behind him extended toward his chest, merging the 2 black orbs with the ones produced by his original hands. A singular, massive black sphere, darkened to the extreme, was lifted with one hand. As he released it, the sphere ascended into the sky. Weibel stared blankly at the rising orb, feeling a disquieting aura emanating from it. Without hesitation, he covered his right hand with Haki and activated Moonwalk to shatter the ominous black sphere. However, with a snap, Qianhe pressed his palms together again, shouting, "Kaiten, Earth Explosion Star." Buzz! An immense gravitational force erupted from the orb suspended in the sky, causing Weibel to panic as he tried to halt his advance. Yet his body was uncontrollably drawn toward the sphere. Increasing numbers of ship fragments were pulled from the ocean, adhering to Weibel's body, forming an iron ball around him. Following that, the overwhelming sea surged upward, compressing and coalescing until it formed a massive water sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the sky, casting a shadow over the area. Through the water sphere, one could see giant sea creatures being crushed within. The sea beneath Qianhe had sunk dramatically, revealing patches of soil at the center, resembling a basin in the ocean, while the surrounding environment appeared apocalyptic due to the Earth Explosion Star. Narrowing his eyes, Qianhe sensed a slight tremor at the center of the water sphere, albeit faint. It seemed Weibel still had some breath left in him. With that thought, Qianhe's body glowed brilliantly as he grew to 50 meters. His 4 arms transforming into cannon-like appendages, showcasing the powers of the Azura path. Aimed at the water sphere above, the 4 cannon mouths radiated blinding light, gathering terrifying energy, ultimately forming 4 azure energy spheres. Azura's assault. The 4 energy beams shot forth, converging mid-air into a robust beam of light that pierced through the center of the water sphere, producing a deafening explosion. The titanic water sphere began to collapse, and torrents of water cascaded down from the heavens. Like a waterfall cascading from the heavens, it plunged into the vast ocean below. A corpulent figure plummeted from the sky. Weibel, whose body was now utterly devoid of vitality, stained crimson with blood, every trace of health erased. Meanwhile, the lifeboat carrying Ein and her companions encountered Aokiji, who had come to provide assistance on their return journey to headquarters as soon as Ein boarded. She hurriedly informed Aokiji of Chika's deployment to support Zephyr and engage in battle with Whitebeard too. Upon hearing this news, Aokiji, who appeared languid and unconcerned, adopted a serious expression. He had heard whispers of Whitebeard too. A merciless and brutal individual whose bounty alone reached an astounding 400 million. It was likely that his strength surpassed even that amount. Nodding in acknowledgement, Aokiji inquired about the general direction for mine, then summoned his subordinates, commanding the warship to proceed at full speed. After his subordinates departed, Aokiji pondered briefly, concluding that the ship's pace was still insufficient. He then leapt onto the deck, propelling himself into the air, emitting a frigid aura that crystallized into a path of ice upon the ocean surface. Aokiji transformed into a humanoid ice sculpture, merging seamlessly with the icy pathway, swiftly vanishing from the sight of those aboard the ship. For Aokiji, both his mentor Zephyr and the promising recruit Chika were individuals of utmost importance. It was often said that he possessed the hottest heart yet consumed the coldest fruit, which could not be more accurate. Zephyr emerged from the door space, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wyber's lifeless body adrift on the ocean. Having witnessed Chika's battle in its entirety within the door space, he remained somewhat dazed. He understood that Chika was formidable, but he had not anticipated that his student had grown so powerful. Judging by the strength Chika had just displayed, he was already worthy of being considered a candidate for admiral. Chika reverted from his Ashura form, his body returning to its normal size, though his upper garment lay tattered from the 4 arms he had previously manifested, leaving him momentarily shirtless, exhaling a weary breath. Chika acknowledged that this battle had undeniably been the most arduous he had ever faced. Previous opponents had either been too weak and dispatched in an instant or had been strong yet restrained. This time, he had genuinely fought for his life against a formidable adversary, and the combat had been perilously intense. In a swift motion, Chika positioned himself atop the water surface beside Wyber's corpse, conjuring black flames that surged from his right hand and struck Wyber's chest. Zephyr observed Chika's actions with curiosity, pondering whether Chika had developed a penchant for desecrating the dead. However, the ensuing scene startled Zephyr profoundly, prompting him to once again envelop his forearms in haki, readying himself for battle. The cause of Zephyr's alarm was that Wyber, who had seemed utterly lifeless, abruptly opened his eyes, stiffly twisting his neck to gaze at Chika. "Chika, danger!" Zephyr disregarded his own injuries and dashed toward the floating Wyber, his haki-covered fist poised to collide with Wyber's rotund face. With a resounding thud, Chika crossed his arms to intercept Zephyr's strike. Feeling the pain radiating from his forearm, Chika could not help but offer a rueful smile. Having just battled Wyber, he still felt somewhat drained, and this blow had been entirely unnecessary. "Zephyr-sensei, you've misunderstood. Wyber is completely dead." Then what is this?" Chika sighed, rubbing the reddening skin on his forearm, and explained, "This is one of my abilities, control over corpses." "Control over corpses?" Zephyr found himself at a loss for words once again. Bewildered by Chika's eclectic powers, that he was aware that such abilities belonged to Moria of the 7 warlords. "Did you kill Moria?" No," Chika clarified, explaining that he had acquired this ability from the fruit obtained during the trials. Feeling no need to conceal it from Zephyr, nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding, Zephyr contemplated the seemingly nefarious nature of such a power. However, in Chika's hands, it seemed entirely reasonable and just. Should anyone dare to criticize it in the future, Zephyr would undoubtedly be the first to confront them. As the two conversed, Wyber's joints began to move with increasing fluidity on the water surface. Observing this, Chika nodded in satisfaction and opened the door space, unceremoniously tossing Wyber's massive body inside. Zephyr inquired, "What do you intend to do with him?" "For now, I'll set him aside, that a corpse controlled in this manner retains only 50% of its original combat capability. Upon our return, I will need to modify him further. So, Wyber will henceforth be your humanoid weapon. You could say that. Once my power grows further, I plan to integrate him into an organization subordinate to the Navy." "Oh," Chika, gazing at the somewhat aged Zephyr, felt a surge of emotion. He patted Zephyr on the shoulder and remarked, "Zephyr-sensei, do you not think the existence of the 7 warlords is somewhat superfluous?" Upon hearing Chika's words, Zephyr hesitated momentarily. Having once held the rank of admiral, he quickly grasped Chika's intention. Chika aimed to establish a powerful armed force that would be absolutely loyal to him and the Navy. The mere thought excited Zephyr, who had long harbored discontent toward the Seven Warlord system. However, even he, a former admiral, lacked the authority to interfere with such a system, now that Chika proposed to replace it. How could he not feel exhilarated? As for whether Chika's vision would come to fruition, Zephyr held no doubts. Such an idea was destined to succeed simply because it was Chika who proposed it. Undoubtedly, Zephyr was now the most ardent supporter of Chika within the upper echelons of the Navy. Has the battle concluded? It seems I have arrived too late, that a languid voice broke the silence. Followed by a path of ice extending towards Chika and Zephyr, the humanoid ice sculpture emerged, gradually solidifying into Aokiji. Having hurried to the battlefield, Aokiji found not the chaos of battle, but rather Chika and Zephyr engaged in what appeared to be a leisurely conversation. Upon seeing Aokiji, Chika and Zephyr both relaxed completely, with Zephyr teasing Kazan, "Did you slack off again? You only arrive after the fighting has ceased. Don't say that. Zephyr-sensei, I was moving at full speed. Look, I didn't even take the warship. Coming here using my abilities instead." Aokiji's tone conveyed a hint of defensiveness, for Zephyr had once been his mentor, and students often carried a touch of vulnerability in front of their teachers. With Aokiji's explanation, Zephyr refrained from further teasing, instead placing a reassuring hand on Aokiji's shoulder. He recognized that Aokiji had indeed rushed to the scene, yet his good mood compelled him to crack a joke. It was fortunate that Aokiji, one of the three admirals, had arrived. Had it been Kazuo, Zephyr likely would not have greeted him so amiably. After exchanging a few words, Aokiji suggested returning to the warship. With the battle concluded, his inherent laziness resurfaced, and he yearned to bask in the sun on the ship's deck. Understanding Aokiji's temperament, both Chika and Zephyr felt a mix of resignation. Zephyr sighed deeply. He was aware that Aokiji had not always been this way. Initially, when Aokiji joined the Navy, he was driven by a fervent sense of burning justice. However, following the O'Hara incident, his conviction in the Navy's justice had waned, leading to the development of this slothful justice. As Aokiji's mentor, Zephyr wished to counsel him, but his own non-lethal justice had not proven to be particularly righteous either. In the end, he could only place his hopes in Chika. Recognizing Aokiji's eagerness to return, Chika acquiesced to his desire. However, given that Zephyr still bore injuries, Chika employed the powers of the heavenly path to elevate Zephyr, slightly slowing their pace as they made their way back. Chika's actions prompted Aokiji to cast a sideways glance, subtly nodding in approval. The method employed by Chika is highly esteemed by Kuro, yet, given his somewhat reserved nature, he is unlikely to outwardly express this admiration. Upon returning to Kuro's warship, a soft body leaped into Chika's embrace. It was Ain. Heaven knows how deeply she had worried during his absence. Upon witnessing Chika's safe return, she could no longer restrain the tumult of emotions surging within her. Gently patting Ain's back, Chika chose silence, understanding that it would be best to allow her a moment to regain her composure. After a brief embrace, Ain slowly pushed herself away and produced a package from behind her. Extending it towards him, it contained the unknown devil fruit she had obtained during her assessment. Chika accepted it without hesitation, placing the package into his spatial door. Observing Chika accept the fruit, a subtle smile graced Ain's lips. Reminiscent of a neighborly young girl, so naturally beautiful, she gazed quietly at Chika before her delicate brows furrowed upon noticing the faint scars adorning his upper body. After all, Weevil's haki was indeed formidable. When cultivated to a certain level, such power could inflict hidden injuries. At first glance, the damage may appear minimal. Yet in reality, his body had sustained significant harm that Chika's recovery speed was already astonishingly rapid. During the Marineford War, Marco had been wrapped in bandages after a single punch from Garp, and that was with the advantage of the Phoenix fruit. Ain hesitated to reach out and touch the scars, withdrawing instead to ask, "Don't you possess a rapid healing ability? Why not use it?" Chika chuckled softly, shaking his head as he leaned closer to Ain's ear and whispered, "Foolish girl, that ability cannot be used continuously. However, if it were to heal you, it would be a different matter." To his words, Ain stood frozen, pondering the limitations of such a miraculous power. Could Chika truly justify using this precious opportunity on himself? Lost in thought, tears began to stream down Ain's cheeks, but she did not wish for Chika to witness her vulnerability. Turning away, she fervently wiped her face. Indeed, most girls are easily moved. What Chika considered trivial bore the devastating impact of a nuclear weapon in Ain's eyes. Rubbing his temples, Chika placed his hands on Ain's shoulders, gently turning her back to face him and tenderly wiping away her tears. "All right, take a deep breath. Upon our return, we shall likely attend the graduation ceremony. Given your accomplishments, you ought to be promoted to at least colonel. What say you, Colonel Ain?" Upon hearing Colonel Ain from Chika's lips, a spontaneous urge to laugh welled up within her, and she could not help but lightly punch him in the chest with her small fist. Chika feigned a wounded expression, as though her playful strike had inflicted great harm. Though his acting was subpar, it successfully deceived Ain. She hurriedly leaned in to inspect the spot she had just struck, even blowing gently on it with her small lips, appearing exceedingly endearing. Witnessing Ain's adorable antics, Chika could not resist leaning down to plant a kiss on her fair forehead, startled by Chika's attack. Ain sprang up from the ground like a frightened rabbit. Gazing at him in disbelief, Chika's face flushed, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, exuding an air of calm as though oblivious to the earlier incident. Observing Chika's playful nonchalance, Ain puffed out her cheeks in indignation, rendering her even more charming. "That I can't allow this to continue," Chika thought, feeling his resolve waver. With a dramatic flourish of his justice coat, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a parting remark. "After graduation, seek me out. I want you." Ain yearned to retort, "You can't just demand that." But the words caught her throat, and all that emerged was, "Then you best keep your word." Upon returning to headquarters, Zephyr was immediately surrounded by an awaiting stretcher team. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he reflected on his former stature as a vice admiral. Being carried away on a stretcher was a blow to his pride. Yet, with several nurses assisting him, he resigned himself to the situation, allowing them to half-push, half-drag him onto the stretcher. As the sturdy men stationed beside the stretcher swiftly lifted it and disappeared in a flash. Zephyr was taken care of, leaving the remaining stretcher team to fix their scrutinizing gaze upon Chika. With a dismissive pout, Chika leaped into the air, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Chika's departure led him to Sengoku's office. Whereupon entering, he was met with an urgent inquiry from Sengoku. "How did it go? Is Zephyr and the cadets all right?" Teacher Zephyr has sustained injuries, and approximately 1/3 of the cadets have suffered casualties. The assailant was Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Bang! Sengoku rose in fury, slamming his fist onto the desk, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "Damn pirates!" Chika fell silent, recognizing that despite his intervention minimizing casualties, perfection had not been achieved. This incident served as a reminder that his presence had altered the timing of certain events. Sengoku took a few deep breaths, pressing his palms against the desk to steady himself. Gradually, his rage subsided, and he returned to his chair, sliding a document across the table to Chika. "What is this?" Chika inquired, puzzled. "Your appointment as Rear Admiral. Your achievements are undeniable, having salvaged the Navy's future. Tomorrow, during the graduation ceremony of the training camp, I will conduct the awarding ceremony. Prepare accordingly." Incredibly, Chika had been promoted to Rear Admiral in less than a day since he had attained the rank of Commodore. Such rapid advancement in the Navy, particularly before the events of Marineford and the World Conscription era, was unprecedented. The Marine headquarters, Marineford, the central square buzzed with excitement. All the commissioned officers were present, and the surrounding area was filled with a dense crowd. A transponder snail was trained on the central platform. This year's graduation ceremony for the training camp promised to be the most grandiose yet, primarily due to the presence of Chika, whose combat prowess far exceeded that of typical cadets. Additionally, the number of remaining cadets had diminished following the Weevil incident compared to previous years. Therefore, the Navy aimed to thrust Chika into the public, while also encouraging the remaining cadets by arranging for the graduation ceremony to be broadcast worldwide. Sengoku, draped in his justice coat, appeared atop the platform, surveying the crowd below. Clearing his throat into the microphone, he commanded silence. The assembled military personnel promptly quieted down, as obedience to orders was ingrained in their very beings. Once order was restored, Sengoku delivered a brief address before stepping down, entrusting the awarding ceremony to Zephyr. After all, they were his students, and this particular cohort had intimately experienced life and death alongside him, making him the most suitable choice to conduct the ceremony. Subsequently, the cadets, with Ein at the forefront, ascended the platform to receive their ranks. Bridge, Grievous, and Benz were awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel, while Ein, due to her outstanding performance in the battle against Weevil, was promoted to colonel at Zephyr's recommendation. Most other training camp cadets received the ranks of lieutenant or major, and, as the last cadet, accepted their rank. Puzzled expressions appeared on the faces of all present. They were left wondering, where was Uchiha Qianhe? Everyone was acutely aware that the true protagonist of this ceremony was Uchiha Qianhe, considering his achievements, wounding Rayleigh, the Pirate King, and eliminating Weevil. Bestowing upon him the rank of Brigadier General would not be unreasonable. Due to Chica's brief tenure as Commodore, many were still unaware of his current status. However, even had they been informed, it would not have seemed strange. No one regarded Qianhe merely as a naval cadet any longer. This moment, the main character in everyone's thoughts, Qianhe, was backstage, being fussed over by Gion. Qianhe helplessly watched as Gion meticulously adjusted his attire, exclaiming, "All right, enough already. You're going to wear my clothes out." Gion shot him a sideways glance, firmly patting his uniform. "Do you have any idea how many people are watching you today? Your image represents the Navy's image. You cannot afford to be careless." Fine, I understand. I have to go now. If I don't hurry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will be frantic." With that, Qianhe vanished in a flash, leaving Gion to sigh in exasperation, wishing she could have adjusted his collar just a bit more. The figure of Qianhe suddenly appeared beside Zephyr, startling everyone present. Regaining his composure, Zephyr lowered his voice. "Where have you been? Don't you realize the significance of today's ceremony?" I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr. I'll be more careful next time." Seeing Qianhe's attitude was sufficiently sincere, Zephyr chose not to press further and took a specially made Navy Justice coat from a nearby soldier, draping it over Qianhe. This coat was a custom version. Most vice admirals wore coats with deep red cuffs and similar shoulder insignias, with only a select few vice admirals or higher-ranked generals donning specially tailored ones to Qianhe's coat. For instance, featured cuffs in the shade of his iconic purple Rinnegan eyes, complemented by a long strip of shoulder insignia edged in purple with golden tassels. Those who witnessed the coat's design through the image-transmitting snail were taken aback. AS members of the Navy headquarters. They recognized its uniqueness. This was attire reserved for commanders of vice admiral rank or above, and not just any vice admiral at that. They harbored a suspicion, but no one dared to believe it could be true, as it seemed utterly absurd. However, Zephyr's subsequent announcement left them utterly bewildered. In light of the strength and achievements of Cadet Uchiha Qianhe, headquarters has decided to confer upon him the rank of Vice Admiral. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Not only the audience below, but also the three admirals present, including Akainu, were equally astonished, as this news had been unknown even to them that moment. Sengoku stepped forward, stating, "Silence. The matter of Uchiha Qianhe's rank has been sanctioned by the world government and is entirely legitimate." With the Fleet Admiral Sengoku affirming this, the crowd could only suppress their curiosity and applaud. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of a talent like Qianhe within the Navy was undoubtedly a boon. The senior officers quickly acquiesced to this decision, not for any other reason, but due to Qianhe's recent rescue of Zephyr. It was well known that nearly all the vice admirals and admirals present had once been Zephyr students, and none wished for their mentor to come to harm. Thus, even those who were unfamiliar with Qianhe bore no ill will towards him. With no objections raised, Sengoku exhaled in relief. To be frank, Qianhe's rapid ascent was indeed unprecedented, and he had concerns that it might provoke discomfort among some. But to his surprise, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. And so, with all members of the Navy headquarters as witnesses, Qianhe turned, clad in the specially tailored justice coat, to face the assembly, a striking image broadcasted globally via the image-transmitting snail. Those watching the live stream across the world were witnessing the Naval Vice Admiral Uchiha Qianhe for the very first time. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard squinted at the image of Chika, finally taking a serious look at this naval newcomer. The other three emperors held varying opinions. Big Mom remarked, "What curious eyes. This naval brat must belong to some extraordinary race." "Mama, perhaps I could bear a child with him." Red-haired noted, "Is this the naval newcomer who fought alongside Vice Captain Rayleigh? His growth rate is astonishing." Meanwhile, Kaido smashed the image-transmitting snail before him, disdainfully stating, "Boring." Noki Gao and Nami exclaimed, "Chikan Ai is so handsome." In Mariewa, Shirlea watched Chika on screen, her little feet restlessly tapping the ground. Beside her, Charlos asked Sister, "What's wrong?" "Oh, I'm fine, brother. This Navy fellow named Uchiha Chika seems quite impressive." "Doesn't he?" "Huh, he's just a naval officer, right?" Upon hearing Charles's dismissive tone, Shirlea felt a twinge of discomfort, rising indignantly to storm off, leaving Charlos bewildered in her wake. As the dust settled, Chika flew alongside a naval vessel, surveying the ship before him. The warship appeared even larger than Crane's, its sails emblazoned with its unique insignia. While Crane's ship bore her name, Chika's displayed the Uchiha clan's crest, a ping-pong paddle. This was the exclusive warship assigned to Chika following his promotion to Vice Admiral, aptly named the Rinnegan. Naturally, naming it Uchiha would have seemed too ostentatious. After a moment's contemplation, Chika found it rather satisfactory, as it would save him the hassle of flying everywhere personally. Over 1,000 soldiers had lined up neatly at the embarkation point, with Ein standing at the forefront, upon seeing Chika's arrival. The soldiers erupted in a resounding cheer. Vice Admiral Chika. A year later, aboard the Rinnegan's deck, Chika reclined on a lounge chair, donning a pair of black sunglasses as he soaked up the sun. Ever since acquiring his warship, he had grown fond of this leisurely pastime. No wonder that Kizaru always enjoyed lounging like this. It was undeniably relaxing. Ein, clad in a smaller-sized justice coat, wore a deep blue short-sleeved shirt paired with denim shorts and black knee-high socks. Her feet adorned with black high heels. She stood beside Chika with a serious expression, embodying the role of a competent bodyguard. Her situation resembled that of Smoker and Tashigi from the anime. Though Ein lacked Tashigi's airheadedness, her demeanor was decidedly more composed. As Chika opened his eyes to glance at Ein, her earnestness elicited a faint smile from him. He patted the empty space beside him, saying, "You've worked hard. Why not take a break?" Ein shook her head, not due to reluctance, but because many soldiers were still on watch, making her hesitant to indulge. Chika, understanding, closed his eyes again to relish the sun's warmth. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking approached, and Khalifa arrived with a snail phone in hand. Glancing at Ein beside Chika, Khalifa's expression remained unchanged as she leaned closer to Chika, whispering, "Boss, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is looking for you." Chika raised an eyebrow. Since acquiring his warship, he had frequently set sail on missions, usually involving patrols or eliminating pirate crews, but this was the first time Sengoku had reached out to him directly. It seemed something significant had occurred. Nodding, Chika took the phone from Khalifa, and as soon as he connected, Sengoku's urgent voice came through. "Is this Chika? Hurry back to headquarters. A major incident has arisen that requires your attention." "This is Chika. What happened, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? The surgery fruit has appeared. It's of utmost importance that I'll explain everything when you return." "Understood." After hanging up, Chika rose, and Khalifa promptly retrieved his justice coat, draping it over him, causing Ein to pout slightly at the sight. Chika smiled at Khalifa before his expression turned serious. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded the warship to set sail for home. At Navy headquarters in the high-level conference room, the three admirals were absent from today's meeting, each occupied with their own affairs. However, in Chika's view, Akainu's absence was understandable, while Kizaru was likely off intimidating young girls again. And Yellow Monkey was probably slacking off. Shurho also did not attend. Crane had entrusted her with the warship, leading a group of female sailors for training at sea. Thus Shurho's desire to board Chika's ship was temporarily shelved, which Chika had consoled her about for quite a while. Sengoku sat at the head of the conference table, his expression grave. Once most of the other commanders had gathered, he began, "I believe you all know why I've called you here today. The surgery fruit is exceptionally rare, and the world government has issued a directive that the Navy must acquire it. Currently, It is in the possession of the barrel's pirate crew. Crane nodded from the side, inquiring, "So what are your plans? Are we sending troops to eliminate this pirate crew? I believe that could be rather risky. Perhaps we should consider a more diplomatic approach." Sengoku concurred with Crane's suggestion, as it mirrored his own thoughts. Indeed, the leader of this pirate crew, Barrels, was once a member of the Navy. He has already contacted us through underground channels, expressing his desire to sell the fruit. That sounds like the most prudent course of action. What price are we prepared to offer? 50 billion berries. What? Upon hearing the staggering figure from Sengoku, the assembled commanders could hardly contain themselves. That was 50 billion berries. It was likely that none of them would amass such a fortune even by the time of their retirement. If Huang Yuan were here, he would probably jump up in disbelief with this fruit in hand. Why bother attending classes? He could simply retire and open a kindergarten, merrily dancing PPAP with the children. Wouldn't that be delightful? Well, I digress. Even Carp, who has never paid much attention, widened his eyes in astonishment. What? 5 billion berries. How many packs of senbei could that buy? Among those present, the only ones maintaining a semblance of composure were Crane and Qianhe. Qianhe understood the value of this fruit, not to mention that a doctor consuming it would instantly become a world-class physician. Even the abilities of the surgery fruit in combat would make it a supreme treasure. Moreover, there were rumors of the existence of an immortality surgery, leading Qianhe to believe that 5 billion berries was still too little. In other words, the worth of this fruit could not merely be quantified in monetary terms. The world government is still quite stingy, Qianhe thought, shaking his head slightly in his chair. Crane pondered for a moment before speaking, stating that this price was not beyond expectations and that she found it acceptable. Carp turned his head in disbelief, now preoccupied with calculating how many senbei he could acquire for 5 billion berries. Crane's words seemed to him as though she were giving away senbei at the price of cabbage. With Crane's endorsement, Sengoku solidified his thoughts, finalizing the plan and preparing to dispatch personnel to ensure the security of the transaction. When it came to selecting candidates for this mission, Sengoku's gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Qianhe Sengoku. Among those present, only Qianhe satisfied the dual criteria of formidable strength and reliability. Despite the seemingly simple nature of these two conditions, few could fulfill both. It was akin to the rarity of simultaneously possessing good looks and wealth. In reality, only a select few, like the majority of a certain eggplant's readers and an author whose name begins with Bei, could achieve such a feat. Please don't hit me. Qianhe, sensing Sengoku's gaze, stood up and raised an arm, indicating his willingness to undertake the task. Seeing Qianhe so obliging, Sengoku couldn't help but smile like a proud father. Look at him, he is our most promising candidate. What species is that dazed fellow, Carp? Next to him, Qianhe sat back down, contemplating the details of this incident, as he had already intended to participate. He was determined to rescue Corazon, acquire the surgery fruit, and avoid being the scapegoat. Ultimately, the meeting concluded with Qianhe leading the team, accompanied by Crane, Mongoose, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider, as they exited the conference room. Crane called out to Qianhe. He felt a bit awkward, thinking perhaps Gion had informed Crane about his secretary and guards, but he maintained his composure and asked, "Is there something you need, Vice Admiral Crane?" Crane glanced around to confirm that everyone had left before stepping closer to Qianhe and speaking in a hushed tone. "I heard from Gon that you have a keen interest in devil fruits. Do you have any thoughts on the surgery fruit?" Upon hearing Crane's words, Qianhe was momentarily perplexed. What did this mean? Was Crane testing him, or did she have another agenda? Noticing Qianhe's silence, Crane deduced his thoughts and produced a small projection snail from her pocket, stating, "I know what you're thinking. Everything I say next will be recorded by this snail, so you need not worry." True to her title as the Naval Chief of Staff, Crane immediately recognized Qianhe's apprehensions and had prepared a contingency. Qianhe nodded, eager to hear what Crane had to say. "Qianhe, do you know why the celestial dragons so desperately covet this surgery fruit?" Qianhe shook his head. He certainly knew, but felt it best to remain silent. Both because he lacked knowledge of any hidden reasons and because the snail was recording. Observing Qianhe's reaction, Crane quietly commended him. Her respect for his vigilance was clear, in an extremely serious tone. She continued, It is said that when the surgery fruit is developed to a profound degree, it can grant others immortality at the cost of the user's life. Qianhe was already aware of this, yet he feigned surprise in the current context. Anticipating Qianhe's reaction, Crane elaborated, "I suspect the rumors may very well be true, as even I do not know how long the Gorosei have lived. If these individuals, including the celestial dragons, continue to exist, they will only become an increasingly heavy burden on the world." At this point, Qianhe could no longer contain himself. "What on earth am I hearing? Is such a statement permissible? And from Crane of all people?" After uttering that line, Crane switched off the projection snail and handed it to Qianhe. He accepted it in silence, gazing at Crane, eager to discern her intentions. Seeing Qianhe take the snail, Crane relaxed her expression and remarked, "Well, I merely wanted to convey that this fruit is of great significance, so you must safeguard it," when she emphasized the word safeguard. The underlying meaning was unmistakable. After saying this, she bypassed Qianhe and departed the scene. Qianhe stood rooted in place, mentally organizing the information he had just received. To be honest, this development was far beyond his expectations. He ultimately concluded that there were indeed many within the Navy harboring resentment against the celestial dragons. Carp was openly defiant, and now it seemed that others were too. Meanwhile, Sengoku returned to his office, where the telephone snail suddenly rang. Upon answering, the voice that came through was, "This is Xiaomi Guo from Daxian Bay." Hearing that voice, Sengoku's expression softened. This was the code phrase he shared with his adopted son, Corazon. Subsequently, Corazon informed Sengoku that Doflamingo was already aware of the surgery fruit and was preparing to acquire it, relaying the details of his plan. Sengoku, in turn, disclosed the transaction location to Corazon. However, just before ending the call, Sengoku cautioned Corazon, "The one responsible for liaising with the Barrel's pirates is Vice Admiral Qianhe. You can completely trust him. Do not act independently." The name Vice Admiral Qianhe immediately conjured vivid memories for Corazon of the world broadcast from a year prior, where Qianhe, with his Rinnegan, had left a lasting impression on him. Moreover, Qianhe had formidable achievements, having wounded Rayleigh and killed Weeble. However, this did not assuage Corazon's anxiety. He needed the fruit to treat Law's amber lead disease. It appeared that he would need to take action sooner, at least well before the transaction between the two parties took place. At this moment, Qianhe was unaware that his presence was altering the course of history once more. As he mobilized his forces and prepared to head to the transaction site ahead of schedule, upon arriving at the fleet's docking area, Qianhe surveyed the 5 ships involved in the mission, with his own vessel positioned centrally. Truth be told, this setup was nearly on par with a demon-slaying decree that Crane's ship had been temporarily assigned to Gion, so she was provided with another vessel instead. Mongoose, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider were already waiting there. Upon seeing Qianhe, they all approached to greet him, and after exchanging pleasantries, they headed to their respective ships. Qianhe squinted, scrutinizing the backs of these 3 admirals, analyzing them based on information gleaned from the anime. Mongoose was a commendable individual, deeply caring for the lives of his subordinates. In the anime, when he sought to summon the Empress, his entire unit perished. Yet he protected his subordinates for days and even requested the Empress to lift their petrification. Upon witnessing Zephyr's demise in Z, he shed tears, revealing him to be a passionate and loyal soldier. As for Fire Mountain, he always wore a smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. The manga described him as having a strong sense of justice, albeit somewhat lecherous. During the subsequent encirclement of the Empress, he became petrified, which remains an indelible blemish on his record. In summary, both Mongoose and Fire Mountain were fairly amiable and unlikely to obstruct Qianhe's actions. The true concern lay with Ghost Spider. His personality was extremely extreme. In battle, he might even harm his own subordinates. Making him a staunch supporter of Akainu. 1 could not apply conventional reasoning to such a person. If he sensed that something was amiss, it could lead to significant complications. Fortunately, among the other 4 participants in this operation, Ghost Spider was the only one warranting caution. Should he indeed pose an obstacle to Qianhe's plans, Qianhe would have to resort to some unconventional methods. Of course, he wouldn't kill him. After all, Ghost Spider was still part of the Navy. However, it would be quite reasonable for him to sustain an inexplicable injury or faint during combat, wouldn't it? After all, In the chaos of battle, a fist is blind to its target. The reasons behind the conflict and the identities of the adversaries remain shrouded in mystery. On board the Six Paths of Reincarnation, situated in the North Sea, Qianhe stood at the bow, arms crossed, his brow furrowed as if deep in contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, Khalifa gently inquired, "Is something troubling you, boss? Are you worried about this matter?" "Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that things are still precarious." "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Please inform Vice Admiral Crane along with I." Having learned from the past experience of the Wazifa incident, Qianhe recognized that he could no longer rely solely on information from the anime. His presence had already significantly altered the trajectory of this narrative. With that, he launched himself into the sky, heading towards Sea Swallow Island and on a nearby warship. Crane squinted at Qianhe's figure gradually fading into the horizon, silently uttering a wish. "I hope you succeed." Qianhe at Sea Swallow Island. Corazon excitedly presented a heart-shaped fruit to Law, his current state exuding optimism. Things were progressing remarkably well, with no injuries incurred during the fruit's theft. "Law, this is the Ope no Mi. The Navy is on its way. Hurry and consume it. Once you do, you'll be able to cure the amber lead disease afflicting you." Trafalgar Law, destined for a bounty of 3 billion berries after defeating Kaido and Blackbeard, was still merely a slight boy of under 12, his face speckled with white patches. Observing Corazon's exuberance, Law felt an undeniable stir of emotion, yet his current disposition prevented him from expressing it. Instead, he silently extended his hands, ready to receive the fruit that represented his very life. Just as Law's hands were about to touch the fruit, an invisible attack surged through the air, striking a nearby rock and cleaving it cleanly in two. The cut surface is smooth as glass. Both Corazon and Law froze in shock. Once he regained his composure, Corazon turned in fear to see the source of the attack, and Law followed suit. Stiffening in place, a tall figure clad in a pink feathered coat approached, hands tucked into his pockets. It was none other than Corazon's brother, Don Quixote du Flamingo, at the tea this moment. His demeanor was still within the realm of normalcy, devoid of the ruthless indifference he would later display. Behind him trailed 9 cadre members of the Don Quixote family, including the young baby. 5 Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with visible veins, his usual whimsical smile replaced by a terrifying scowl. It was evident that he had not been this enraged in a long time. Corazon had just mentioned the Navy's imminent arrival. How could he possibly know they had set off early? Doflamingo, too, was aware of the undercover agent Virgo's presence, which explained how he learned of the Navy's advance. Thus, Corazon's true identity as a spy was now glaringly apparent. Indeed, Qianhe had overlooked the existence of Virgo within the Navy. After all, a significant amount of time had passed since he last watched the anime, leading to inevitable lapses in memory. Virgo had yet to arrive at Sea Swallow Island, yet had already informed Doflamingo of the Navy's early approach. Doflamingo could overlook Corazon's act of passing the Ope no Mi to Law. If Law were to consume the fruit, he might merely punish Corazon and subsequently brainwash Law into becoming his puppet. However, if Corazon was indeed a Navy operative, the nature of the betrayal would be utterly different. Contemplating this, Doflamingo clenched his hands tightly within his pockets. "Law, consume that fruit at once." Corazon urgently grasped the Ope no Mi, intent on feeding it to Law. Yet in the next instant, Doflamingo's foot came crashing down, pinning Corazon to the ground, while he seized the fruit in his hand. Corazon, seeing his brother fall, Law rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches against Doflamingo's leg with all his might. "Do not disturb the young master, Law." Doflamingo remarked coolly that a mass of sticky substance erupted beneath Law's feet, ensnaring him and enveloping him until he collapsed to the ground, the result of Treble's sticky fruit powers. Ignoring Law, Doflamingo coldly addressed his brother, whom he had pinned beneath his foot. "You truly are a spy sent by the Navy. My foolish brother, do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who betray me?" In the face of such Doflamingo, Corazon remained unyielding. "You have completely lost your humanity. Following you will only lead to a grim end." At these words, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly frigid, rather than having his subordinates torment his brother, as depicted in the anime. He drew a pistol and aimed it at Corazon's head, wishing only for his brother's swift demise. Ugh. Witnessing the scene, Law desperately sought to intervene, but encased in the sticky substance, he could do nothing but writhe helplessly on the ground. Corazon looked at Law, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. He had yet to allow Law to consume the Op no Mi and could only hope that, after his death, Doflamingo would permit Law to partake of it. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no sign of movement. Corazon noticed Law staring blankly above him and instinctively lifted his gaze. What met his eyes was a Navy officer clad in a coat of justice. Standing behind Doflamingo with a hand pressed against his back, Qianhe had arrived. Observing the flamboyantly dressed figure before him, Qianhe spoke in a calm tone. "I advise you not to move." Doflamingo sensed the presence behind him and, without turning, retorted, "A Navy officer?" Qianhe remained silent. Doflamingo sneered dismissively, preparing to pull the trigger. Buzz, a powerful repulsive force suddenly erupted from his back, sending Doflamingo sprawling away, vanishing from sight, leaving only the Op no Mi in Qianhe's grasp. Qianhe examined the fruit in his hand, muttering to himself, "I told you not to move. Controlling my power can be quite troublesome." The cadre members of the Don Quixote family stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their master. Treble, standing closest, soon regained his composure and pointed at Qianhe, shouting in alarm, You are that Marine Vice Admiral Qianhe?" Qianhe turned his head, casting a cold glance at the repugnant Treble, and in a flash, appeared above him, delivering a powerful downward punch that struck Treble's head. Under the impact of that blow, Treble was unable to emit even a scream, his body shrinking down to a mere tenth of its original size, transforming into a trash can-shaped object. "How bothersome," Qianhe remarked disdainfully as he landed, looking down at the now unrecognizable Treble. With a swift kick, he sent Treble's garbage conform vanishing alongside Doflamingo in a remarkably brief span. Yet another member of the Don Quixote family disappeared. The remaining cadre members could no longer contain themselves and charged at Qianhe, even a young baby, 5 transforming her arm into a gun to attack him. Faced with the array of incoming attacks, Qianhe stood resolute, exuding a commanding aura that caused all the rushing family members to roll their eyes back and collapse to the ground in truth. With Qianhe's current capabilities, he could have easily dispatched this group with a single technique. However, among them were individuals with valuable fruits. Even if he did not wish to absorb them himself, he could save them for those around him. His door space was always stocked with an abundance of fruits on the ground. Corazon and Law stared in disbelief, especially Corazon. This was his first close encounter with the newly appointed Marine Vice Admiral. Previously, he had only gleaned information from newspaper articles. He had never comprehended Qianhe's true strength until now. Having neutralized all adversaries, Qianhe approached Corazon, crouching down to assess his injuries, finding that he was largely unharmed. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Extending a hand, Qianhe smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant Corazon. You can actually call me Razanani," Corazon replied, "HM?" Qianhe paused, recalling that Corazon was merely his code name within the Don Quixote family. And his true name was indeed Razanani. "I must admit, that was an oversight on my part," he chuckled. "Not at all. It's just that if you wish to reclaim your identity within the Navy, I would prefer to use that name. Please, do not take it to heart." Corazon lay on the ground, frantically waving his hands. After all, Qianhe was a savior, and that behavior had been exceedingly disrespectful. Indeed, Corazon could sometimes be a straightforward fool. Having said that, he grasped Qianhe's hand and stood up. Looking at the surgical fruit in Qianhe's possession, Corazon's eyes brimmed with longing. It was the key to saving Law. Noticing the intensity of Corazon's gaze, Qianhe smiled, placing the surgical fruit into the dimensional space, and spoke, "Do not look any longer. This fruit is a crucial item requested by the higher dash-ups that not make it difficult for me." Upon hearing this, Corazon's spirits dampened, his head drooping in disappointment. It seemed he would have to seek alternative methods. But did Law truly have the time to wait? Qianhe reached out and patted Corazon on the shoulder, moving to Law's side to clear the slime from his body. Turning back, he offered Corazon a reassuring smile. "Do not lose heart. I have a way to cure Law. You need not be fixated on the surgical fruit." "Nanny!" Corazon gazed at Qianhe in astonishment. How was it possible that Rear Admiral Qianhe could resolve such matters? However, A phrase from Sengoku suddenly echoed in his mind. You can trust Qianhe completely. Yes, at this moment, he could only, as Sengoku had advised, entrust everything to Rear Admiral Qianhe, who indeed appeared to be a source of comfort. Seeing Corazon regain his composure, Qianhe smiled knowingly, preparing to lead Corazon and Law away from their current location. Just then, an enraged shout echoed from afar. Damn Navy, what have you done? Both Corazon and Law shuddered. To them, it sounded like the voice of a demon, Doflamingo. After a moment, Doflamingo charged back. However, upon seeing him, the fear in Corazon and Law's hearts diminished significantly. The reason was clear. Doflamingo's condition was far from favorable. The most evident detail was the pink feather coat on his back, which bore a circular tear, exposing a large area of bruised skin. One of his glasses was shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As soon as he landed, Doflamingo gasped for breath, eyeing Qianhe warily. Moments ago, Qianhe had sent him flying thousands of meters with a single attack, and his insides felt as if they might burst. Had he not utilized his fruit's abilities to stitch himself together from the inside, he would likely be dead by now. Yet the surgical fruit and some of his important subordinates remained there. He had no choice but to return as soon as his wounds stabilized. Upon his return, he found his subordinates sprawled across the ground, and the surgical fruit vanished. The chaos of events nearly drove Doflamingo to madness as he glared at Qianhe. Gritting his teeth, you must be the youngest Rear Admiral. Uchiha Qianhe, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Qianhe remained silent, raising his hand to unleash a gravitational pull. Damn, not this again. Is it in reverse this time? Doflamingo was yanked toward Qianhe at an alarming speed. Just as he was about to reach Qianhe, another attack struck him. Doflamingo's body fell to the ground like a broken kite, spewing blood, some of which mixed with internal organ fragments. This time, his injuries were magnitudes worse. He could not rise, as he was not like Luffy, who could perform sit-ups. With a swish, Qianhe appeared in front of the barely conscious Doflamingo, looking down upon him. He spoke in a calm tone. I merely restrained my strength earlier to protect the surgical fruit, yet you had the audacity to return. How should I commend you? Doflamingo, still defiant, glared at Qianhe with fierce eyes. Weakly murmuring, do you know who I am? If you kill me, you won't fare well either. Upon hearing this, Qianhe laughed derisively, fully aware of Doflamingo's implication. Doflamingo was hinting at his lineage as a celestial dragon. I do not care who you are. All I know is that you are a criminal. With that, Qianhe ceased engaging in idle chatter, enveloping his fist in haki, preparing to strike down upon Doflamingo. Wait, Rear Admiral Qianhe. His identity is special. It would be best not to execute him on the spot. Qianhe raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the interjector behind him, Corazon widened his eyes in shock. He recognized the newcomer, Don Quixote family's first Corazon. Virgo, what are you doing here? You actually joined the Navy. Virgo, rushing towards them, froze upon seeing Corazon behind Qianhe, silently cursing, then ripped his shirt, covering himself in a layer of black haki. Ready for battle, he had seen Qianhe leave the warship and had stealthily followed, employing pure martial arts to swim faster than the ship itself. Realizing Virgo's presence, Qianhe finally recalled his oversight. He had forgotten about this undercover agent in the Navy. However, he did not regard Virgo as a significant threat. Unleashing his haki as he charged at Virgo, the two fists collided, and Virgo could not even withstand a second before he hastily retreated from the fight, clutching his injured arm in fear. He gazed at Qianhe, his arm hanging limply, clearly rendered useless. I almost forgot about this rat. You can stay too. Qianhe's indifferent voice rang out, followed by a dull thud as he kicked Virgo in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Having dealt with Virgo, Qianhe returned to Doflamingo's side, stating, the troublesome fellow is gone. Now it is your turn. That moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the land, causing Corazon and Law to faint. What is this? Stopping his actions, Qianhe looked up at the sky. The heavens had turned pitch black, a colossal figure flickering within, resembling a serpentine creature. Qianhe's expression grew grave as he murmured, the Yonko, Kaido of the beasts. The clouds above churned violently, revealing a gigantic blue dragon head. You Navy brats are a bit too arrogant, aren't you? A mere pirate. Who are you to speak thus to a Navy officer? Kaido's enormous dragon face furrowed in anger. And without further ado, he opened his mouth and unleashed a breath of fire from the sky, deliberately avoiding Doflamingo on the ground while engulfing Qianhe and Corazon in flames. Virgo was not within Kaido's consideration. Reduced to a mere charred corpse, Qianhe's pupils constricted. He could certainly evade such an attack, but it would be a tall order to carry the unconscious Corazon and Law away in such a brief moment. There's no other choice. Qianhe sighed softly and swiftly appeared beside Corazon and Law, his Rinnegan fixed on the approaching dragon breath. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as flames engulfed the ground, consuming Qianhe and the others within. Overestimating oneself, Kaido snorted, a plume of hot air escaping his nostrils, one claw holding Doflamingo, his massive body twisting as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, he hesitated. Leaving like this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Kaido looked down in surprise as a slashing strike extinguished the sea of flames. As the fire dissipated, a colossal figure, standing 60 meters tall and clad in armor, appeared amidst the remnants of the inferno. What is that? The colossal purple giant that appeared before them was something even Kaido, who had navigated the seas for many years, had never encountered. Unable to contain his astonishment, he voiced his question at this moment. Chika stood within the giant's interior, flanked by Corazon and Law, both of whom had just regained consciousness from the recent shock and were curiously observing their violet surroundings. This remarkable ability was the third form of Chika's Susanoo, akin to the one unleashed by Itachi during his battle with Sasuke, with a hue similar to Sasuke's but deeper in shade. During the year he was sealed by the Marine Vice Admiral, Chika had once again awakened the guardian spirit of the Uchiha clan, marking the first emergence of Susanoo in the pirate world. To his surprise, the initial use of Susanoo here was against Kaido. However, this opponent was indeed worthy of such a power. Without responding to Kaido's curiosity, Chika's expression grew grave as he raised one hand to his chest. Extending his index and middle fingers, with a low exclamation, the purple giant began to swell significantly. Inside the giant, Corazon and Law were utterly bewildered, watching in a comical fright as their bodies rose higher from the ground. Instinctively clutching one another to last, Susanoo sprouted legs, stabilizing at a height of approximately 200 meters, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's stature. Massive wings unfurled from its back, folding together, while a lengthy string of prayer beads adorned its neck. And a long sword was sheathed at its waist, all encased in ancient armor that enveloped Susanoo entirely. With a slight exhale of relief, Chika stood within the diamond-shaped space at Susanoo's head. Profoundly satisfied with its current size, he dared not compare it to the nearly 10-tailed Susanoo of the Sage of Six Paths, yet this form was surely comparable to Madara's. What is that? On the approaching warship, all eyes were drawn to the colossal dragon soaring above Hyank Island and the towering purple giant on the ground, prompting terrified shouts. Even the usually composed Tsuru's countenance shifted drastically. She recognized the dragon as Kaido, but the suddenly manifested giant remained a mystery. After much contemplation, only one name surfaced in her mind: Chika, gazing at the imposing purple giant that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure even from this distance. Tsuru murmured, "Chika, what manner of existence is your Uchiha clan?" She promptly commanded her fleet to hasten, determined to reach Hyank Island as swiftly as possible, even at the cost of the warship, observing Susanoo's expanding form. Kaido's demeanor grew serious as he scrutinized Chika, who stood at the giant's head. Having not paid much attention to previous reports and broadcasts, he merely found Chika's visage somewhat familiar. He inquired, "Kid, I feel I've seen you somewhere before. What is your name?" With his arms crossed, Chika regarded Kaido with an air of indifference, replying, "Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Uchiha Chika, da-da. So you're the much-discussed Marine newcomer. Very well, with that skill of yours. You have earned the right to be my opponent. Come, show me what you are capable of." With that, Kaido's dragon form soared higher into the sky, while Chika, with a cold smirk, commanded Susanoo's wings to unfurl. Crouched slightly and took flight, following Kaido into the heavens. Corazon and Law clung tightly to each other, tears streaming down their faces, while Chika, standing before them, could do nothing but sigh. He had no choice but to protect these two lively characters. Notably, Kaido's dragon form was indeed larger than Susanoo, as Chika's giant only appeared to be twice the size of Kaido's dragon head. However, size alone does not determine everything. Kaido coldly regarded Susanoo, knowing he should transform into his most battle-suited half-dragon form. Yet, akin to Chika's desire to protect Corazon and Law, he clutched Doflamingo in his grasp. Although he held Doflamingo in disdain, the latter was still expected to provide him with some intriguing information. Hence, he could not allow him to perish at the hands of this marine. With that thought in mind, Kaido made the first move, his entire dragon body spinning in place, generating a violent storm that dispersed the clouds surrounding Susanoo. Nevertheless, Susanoo remained steadfast in the air. Seeing his attack fail, Kaido was undeterred and twisted his form once more, unleashing a barrage of wind blades imbued with formidable cutting power. In response, Susanoo crossed its arms, shielding the diamond-shaped space on its forehead, bracing itself against the relentless onslaught of wind blades. Kaido's interest grew more intense, and he remarked, "Oh, your defensive capabilities are quite impressive. But what of your offensive power?" Upon hearing this, Susanoo slowly lowered its arms. The right arm extended to the left side of its waist, drawing forth a 100-meter-long sword that emanated a blinding radiance, gripping the long sword tightly. Chika fixed his gaze on Kaido, declaring with conviction, "Today, I shall sever this dragon with my blade." With a hum, Susanoo swung the long sword diagonally upward, and in an instant, the surroundings seemed to freeze. A radiant arc of sword light cleaved through the air. Wherever it passed, the sky was torn asunder, and the sword light struck Kaido, carving a deep wound visible to the bone. The residual force of the attack cascaded into the ocean behind, parting the waters, causing a warship to teeter perilously on the brink of the fissure, threatening to plunge into the depths. 3 figures appeared at the side of the warship, the 3 arriving vice-admirals, Gion, Weasel, and Fire Mountain. They were flushed with frustration, employing moonwalk to stabilize the vessel just in time. On another warship, Tsuru exhaled in relief before anxiously glancing toward the skies over Hyank Island, her mind racing with concern for Chika after witnessing that terrifying strike. To her, Chika represented not only the hope of the Marines, but also a potential brother-in-law from the Uchiha clan. Growing ever more restless, Tsuru summoned the other 3 vice-admirals, not waiting for the ship to dock, and immediately activated her moonwalk, racing toward Hyank Island. Above Hyank Island, Kaido's dragon form writhed violently, the recent attack from Susanoo having left a grotesque wound upon him, blood gushing forth and raining down upon the ground, creating a veritable downpour of crimson. Yet despite such grievous injury, Kaido paid little heed to his own suffering. His focus was instead on Chika's abilities. Casting a glance at his wound, Kaido bellowed, "Uchiha Chika, those eyes of yours. Are you not an ordinary human?" Kaido's inquiry stemmed from his own lineage as a member of a unique race known as the Oni. Given Kaido's background, it was evident that this was a formidable lineage, for otherwise Big Mom would not have had such vested interest in him during their time aboard the rocks. However, he pondered whether they had any offspring, perhaps Yamato, within the diamond-shaped space at Susanoo's head. Corazon and Law, now quiet, gazed curiously at Chika's silhouette, evidently sharing Kaido's intrigue. Sensing the inquisitive stares from behind, Chika discreetly rolled his purple eyes, but still provided an explanation for their confusion. "You would have heard of it, but I hail from the Uchiha clan." "The Uchiha clan?" Kaido ruminated, sifting through his memories of the seas for any mention of the Uchiha, ultimately concluding that it was indeed a clan he had never encountered before. Perhaps they are a rare and reclusive race, he mused. Nevertheless, Chika's demonstration of power suggested that the Uchiha clan was undeniably formidable. Kaido, being someone who valued talent immensely, could not help but propose, "You possess great potential. How about joining my ranks? Trust me, your status here would surpass that in the Marines." Upon hearing this, Chika scoffed derisively. "Do not jest. Even if you offer me your position, it would be far inferior to serving as a soldier in the Marines." "Well said," a resounding female voice echoed, drawing the attention of Kaido, Chika, and the others toward its source. The newcomer was Tsuru, arriving with astonishing speed, accompanied by Weasel and the others. One could not deny Tsuru's formidable strength, as evidenced by her swift approach. "Humph. Upon witnessing the arrival of Crane and her companions, Kaido let out a cold snort, his mind wavering with thoughts of retreat. This was not due to fear of these individuals. In his estimation, even if 2 more admirals were to join, he would remain unperturbed. However, the reality was that the timing and location were inconsequential. The most distressing factor was the discord among allies. Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, who lay incapacitated in Kaido's dragon claw, drawing more breaths than he could exhale. Recognizing that the battle no longer warranted continuation, Kaido resolved to cease wasting time. He unleashed a breath of dragon fire, leaving behind a menacing declaration. Uchiha Qianhe, I shall remember you. Next time we meet, you had best be stronger than you are now. With that, his colossal dragon form surged and vanished into the clouds. Confronted with the aftermath of Kaido's assault, Crane and the 3 other vice admirals wore grave expressions. Evading an attack of such vast magnitude in mid-air was simply impossible. They could only brace themselves to endure it. Among them, the most composed were Chica, ensconced within the confines of the dimensional space, alongside Corazon and Law. Chica remained unfazed by the dragon breath, while Corazon and Law were utterly awed by Chica's prowess. Particularly, Corazon had come to regard Sengoku's words. You can place your complete trust in Chica as an undeniable truth that, in the wake of this, Crane and the others observed the imposing purple giant, emanating a sense of overwhelming pressure. As it gripped its sword with one hand and delivered a decisive blow against the incoming dragon breath, Kaido's fiery exhalation dispersed beneath the might of this strike, splitting into 2 streams that vanished in opposite directions. As the immediate threat dissipated, Crane and her companions gazed at the towering purple figure, their astonishment lingering in the air. Despite having surmised that Chica was the summoner of the giant, Crane felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief upon encountering Chica standing atop Susanu's head. At that moment, Chica spoke. All right, everyone, the mission has been accomplished. Let us descend. With that, Susanu descended first, prompting Crane and the others to quell their surging emotions and follow suit back to the ground. Upon landing, Chica released his power, and Susanu transformed into an ephemeral silhouette, ultimately fading from existence. Chica, holding Corazon with one hand while Corazon cradled Law, gently lowered them to the ground. Crane approached, casting a glance at Corazon and the child in his arms. Then turned to Chica, expressing her astonishment. I never imagined that the purple giant was truly summoned by you. It is truly remarkable. Even the usually stoic Kurobutsu nodded in agreement, as in his mind. Chica Susanu had ascended to the same echelon as the calamity wrought by Aku's magma fruit abilities. He recalled the fierce struggle he and his companions had endured to protect the warship only moments prior. The most alarming realization came from observing that the devastation caused by Susanu's mere residual force was merely a fraction of its true capability. Chica smiled and casually remarked, that is known as Susanu. One might say it is an unadulterated deity of destruction. Yet for our Uchiha clan, it serves as our guardian spirit. Does that mean every member of your clan can wield such power? Not exactly. Even among the Uchiha, those who can manifest Susanu to such an extent are exceedingly rare. I see, Crane replied, her thoughts trailing off. Chica regarded her with mild exasperation, realizing she had understood his implications. Crane offered a sheepish smile, momentarily leaving Kurobutsu and the others in a state of bewilderment. It was indeed a rare occurrence to see such an expression on Crane's face. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, she shot a glare at Kurobutsu, and then turned her attention back to Corazon and Law. So, this is the Lieutenant Commander Azanani that Sengoku spoke of, and this child is upon being addressed. Corazon hurriedly stepped forward and replied, Yes, Vice Admiral Crane, I am Razanani, and I have been executing undercover missions within the Don Quixote family under the orders of Admiral Sengoku. This is Law, the sole survivor of the lead poisoning incident in Flevence. Crane cast a sympathetic glance at Law, recalling the tragic circumstances surrounding him. She sighed softly, alas. Noting her reaction, Chica refrained from mentioning his ability to heal lead poisoning, having already instructed Corazon and Law to keep that information confidential. He pointed to a charred humanoid figure nearby, informing Crane that as Virgo, a true identity assigned as an undercover agent by Doflamingo within the Navy, He was slain by Kaido during the recent battle. Corazon quickly stepped forward to corroborate Chika's assertion. While Crane, Kurobutsu, and the others had no doubts regarding Chika's credibility, the ever-skeptical Kurobutsu required further clarification due to his tendency to overthink. After introducing Virgo, Chika gestured towards the incapacitated members of the Don Quixote family, whom he had taken measures to protect. Awakening amidst the flames unleashed by Kaido's dragon breath, they had subsequently succumbed once more to the residual force of Susanoo. Chika's decision to save them was not born of compassion, as he regarded them merely as potential sources of valuable devil fruits. They are members of the Don Quixote family. Once the other soldiers disembark, we shall escort them onto the ship, Crane stated, refraining from questioning Chika's unusual leniency in this instance. Seeing that Crane had no further inquiries, Chika chose not to elaborate further, preparing to depart. However, he appeared somewhat fatigued and nearly stumbled. Crane quickly stepped forward to support him, allowing him to lean against her shoulder, while the others gathered around Chika. Observing his pallid complexion, Crane expressed her concern. "Are you all right? Did you sustain injuries during your confrontation with Kaido?" Chika shook his head, replying weakly, "No, it's merely exhaustion. By the way, this is the objective of our mission. The no am, in my current state, I am unfit to safeguard it. I must entrust it to your care for the time being." As he spoke, Chika retrieved a box containing the no me from his dimensional space and handed it over to that moment. Kurobutsu stepped forward, expressing his willingness to oversee the fruit's safety. He viewed this as a crucial directive from higher authorities, believing that it would be best for him to personally safeguard it given Chika's compromised condition. Crane furrowed her brow, reluctant to allow the celestial dragons to acquire the fruit. Sensing that Chika had his own reservations, would entrusting it to Kurobutsu affect Chika's intentions? As she opened her mouth to voice her concerns, Chika, supported by Crane, interjected, "That would be most excellent. I trust that Vice Admiral Kurobutsu will ensure the fruit's protection." His words seemed imbued with confidence in Kurobutsu, who, upon hearing this, fluffed his naval cloak, thinking to himself, "See, in the end, it's up to me." Crane cast a glance at Chika, sensing an underlying message in his words. However, since Chika had expressed his approval, she opted not to press further. After a while, a large contingent of Navy soldiers arrived, securing the members of the Don Quixote family, and, under Crane's guidance, returning to their warship. Crane assisted Chika into a room, carefully laying him down on the bed and then sitting beside him. She looked at the weakened Chika and asked, "Do you feel any better?" "A bit fatigued, but it is of no concern. A good sleep should suffice. Though I might sleep rather deeply, I hope nothing untoward occurs during that time. Then rest well. I shall take my leave now, but do ensure you recuperate." With that, Crane cast a lingering gaze at the frail Chika before rising to depart. After some time, Chika sensed that the area had fallen silent, likely due to Crane's deliberate reassignment of the soldiers. With a swift motion, he sprang upright from the bed. From a mere glance at his actions, one would hardly believe that he had just appeared so feeble. Indeed, Chika's declaration of excessive fatigue was nothing more than a ruse. He was certainly not akin to Sasuke from Boruto, who seemed perpetually drained of energy. Rising from the bed, Chika clapped his hands together and declared, would clone, a wooden figure resembling Qianhe, gradually emerged from behind him, subsequently being painted by someone, ultimately transforming into a being indistinguishable from Qianhe himself. After surveying the wooden doppelganger before him, Qianhe nodded in satisfaction that in the world of pirates, he seldom employed the technique of creating clones, as their strength typically paled in comparison to that of the original. His previous battles had rendered such a tactic somewhat superfluous, especially considering his relatively average power at the time. However, the current situation called for it. This was a wooden clone, endowed with a greater strength than the original, appearing more lifelike and proving resilient against attacks. Qianhe opened the portal of the door fruit, allowing the wooden doppelganger to step inside, and then controlled it to utilize the heaven and earth ability of the Shura fruit. Within the portal, the wooden clone's form began to enlarge, though it did not sprout arms. Subsequently, the doppelganger formed a seal, and with a loud bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped it. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, the figure of Kaido stood where the wooden clone had been. Indeed, Kaido was the scapegoat that Qianhe had designated for this endeavor. Initially, he had intended for Doflamingo to shoulder the blame, but that individual was far too cunning and would certainly refuse to accept such a silent loss. Moreover, his strength was insufficient compared to the top-tier warriors, making it easy for his shortcomings to be uncovered if pursued. Kaido, however, was different. That it wasn't that he was foolish. Rather, as a temperamental powerhouse, he was prone to fits of rage, even if he claimed innocence. It was likely that others would still target him, and given his nature, he would likely disdain elaborate explanations, opting instead for brute force. Furthermore, his strength was unquestionable, bolstered by the beast pirates behind him. If the surgery fruit were to fall into his hands, even the world government would have to swallow a bitter pill for a time. With everything in place, the portal closed, and the doppelganger, now transformed into Kaido, used the door fruit's ability to open a door leading into the air above a naval ship. Stepping through, as he emerged from the sky, he selected one of the two warships occupied by the Weasel and Fire Mountain as his landing site. Choosing the Ghost Spider-S ship would have been far too coincidental. The Kaido clone did not employ any hovering abilities, instead plummeting directly onto the deck of the Weasel's ship, with a resounding crash. A large hole appeared in the deck, prompting the Weasel and a group of Navy soldiers to rush over to investigate. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the gaping hole, causing the soldiers near the Weasel to roll their eyes and collapse. The Weasel's pupils constricted. This was Conqueror's Haki. Before he could finish his thought, a massive figure leaped from the hole, bellowing, hand over the surgery fruit. What on earth is happening? Swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures swiftly arrived on the Weasel's ship, the other 3 vice admirals involved in this mission. Upon seeing Kaido emerge from the hole, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider's pupils contracted, realizing the trouble at hand. Only Crane wore a contemplative expression. Sensing something amiss, she had just left Qianhe's room not long ago, where he mentioned he would be in a deep slumber. Now, Kaido happened to appear. At this moment, the Kaido clone wasted no words, his fists enveloped in haki. He struck at the nearest target, the Weasel. Confronted with the Kaido's attack, the Weasel dared not underestimate it. He swiftly drew his katana, positioning it defensively in front of him, attempting to block the blow. However, the power augmented by the Shura fruit was evidently beyond his capacity to withstand. The moment his katana met Kaido's fist, it shattered under the force, sending the Weasel crashing into the ship's railing. Witnessing their comrade being so easily dispatched, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider exchanged glances and executed the 6 powers technique. Racing towards Kaido, Kaido chuckled heartily, his right arm's muscles bulging as he swung sideways with tremendous force. With a thunderous impact, Fire Mountain met the same fate as the Weasel. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider seized the opportunity, his hair in the return-to-life state wielding 6 blades, along with the 2 in his hands. Aimed viciously at Kaido's back, clang! A metallic sound rang out as Ghost Spider, drenched in cold sweat, stared incredulously at the 8 blades lodged harmlessly in Kaido's back. This attack had inflicted no damage whatsoever. In truth, the Kaido clone's ability to block Ghost Spider's strike was not as effortless as it appeared, given that it possessed only half the original strength. The ease of the defense stemmed from the formidable physique granted by the Shura fruit combined with the brief mechanization of the Shura path. Kaido narrowed his eyes, seizing Ghost Spider's sword-wielding hand as if it were a mere chick, yanking him forward. Ghost Spider's eyes widened in terror as, in the next instant, Kaido exerted force on his arm, slamming him down onto the ground. With a deafening crash, another crater, shaped like a figure with 8 arms, formed on the Weasel's ship. Kaido yanked Ghost Spider from the ground, scrutinizing him closely at this moment. Ghost Spider appeared rather worse for wear. His nose was battered like a bruised pear, blood trickling from his head. The arm that had been gripped by Kaido appeared limp, likely broken, though he still bore some semblance of consciousness. Oh no, did I go too hard? The Kaido clone's mouth twitched, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Despite this individual's questionable conduct, he was still a vice admiral of the Navy. To have reduced him to such a state was indeed a bit excessive. However, seizing the opportunity while Ghost Spider was disoriented, Kaido pressed his hand against his head, employing the human path ability to extract his memories and ascertain the location of the surgery fruit. Meanwhile, the Weasel and Fire Mountain, having recovered briefly, charged forward once more, even Crane crossing her arms in front of her chest, seemingly preparing to unleash the power of her wash-wash fruit. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that if they did not act soon, Ghost Spider would meet his end. Kaido had no intention of dragging this out. Even with just half of the original's power, he could easily inflict excessive harm on both the Weasel and Fire Mountain. While Crane's strength remained uncertain, regardless of her abilities, Qianhe must not be harmed. With this in mind, Kaido roared, "Too weak. Get lost." Following this, he flung Ghost Spider towards his own ship and leaped after him. The Weasel and Fire Mountain trembled at Kaido's actions, fully aware that the surgery fruit was still aboard Ghost Spider's ship. Yet, given the current situation, their combat prowess was severely limited, making it exceedingly difficult to intercept Kaido. The only course of action was to head west. No, to awaken Vice Admiral Qianhe on his ship. With this thought, the Weasel hastily conveyed his idea to Crane, who nodded seriously in agreement. Crane furrowed her brow. Truth be told, she was increasingly convinced that this Kaido was most likely a creation of Qianhe, though she was unaware of the methods he had employed to produce such a convincing replica. Given his myriad abilities, it was hardly surprising that he could manifest another transformation. Moreover, did this Kaido harbor a grudge against Ghost Spider? Remarkably, while the Weasel and Fire Mountain had also sustained injuries, they appeared to be in relatively good shape. Now, as for herself, this Kaido had shown no inclination to target her. When had Kaido ever exhibited such gentlemanly conduct, refraining from striking a woman? However, if this Kaido were indeed a manifestation of Qianhe, it meant that Qianhe was no longer on his ship, thereby exposing the ruse. Vice Admiral Crane, what's wrong? We don't have time to deliberate. We know Vice Admiral Qianhe is currently in a bad state, but he is the only one who can stop this monster Kaido. But I'm fine. Let me handle this. Just as Crane was about to voice further concerns, a shout rang out, prompting her, the Weasel, and Fire Mountain to turn toward Qianhe's ship. Qianhe's vessel was situated just to the left of the Weasel's, not far apart. Upon seeing Qianhe's current state, the Weasel and Fire Mountain could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. The current appearance of Chica is nothing short of hollowed. The bow of the Chica warship, Califa and Ein are supporting Chica on either side. His complexion appears even worse, presumably due to the shout from the Weasel just moments ago. Ein's expression is somewhat subtle, seemingly on the verge of laughter. Earlier, when she witnessed Chica's feeble state, she was quite startled, even forgetting that Chica possesses the ability to recover in an instant. She had summoned purple flames in her hand, ready to press them upon Chica. Fearing that Ein's emotions might spiral out of control and trigger an awakening, Chica quickly intervened, anxious that he might revert to an infantile state. Subsequently, he earnestly revealed to Ein that he was merely acting, which calmed her down. Thus, now that she knows Chica is unharmed, she cannot help but find amusement in his theatrical display. Chica shot Ein a discreet glare, to which she pouted slightly, becoming more subdued. Alas, it is Califa who proves to be a source of reassurance. Chica cast a grateful glance toward her. Califa, with her expression unchanging, is well aware of her boss's true nature, and she understands that even if she were oblivious to the truth, she recognizes Chica's somewhat masculine disposition. In other words, he would never present himself in such a pitiful manner. Karu remained silent, merely squinting as he surveyed Califa and Ein, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chica's face, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Noticing Karu's stare, Chica felt perplexed. Was he not convincing enough in his act? Was Karu dissatisfied with his performance? Surely not, for Chica believed his portrayal surpassed even that of Kizaru. Regardless of Chica's thoughts, he could never fathom that Karu was actually defending her sister's honor, his assumptions being entirely misguided. However, since they were already in this situation, the play must continue in full. Chica lowered his hand from Califa and Ein's shoulders, activating his powers, and began to wobble toward Karu's warship. This spectacle made both Weasel and Fire Mountain wish to leap up using Moonwalk, fearing that Chica might plunge into the sea at any moment. Observing Chica in such a state, Weasel covered her face, speaking with exasperation, suggesting they should simply hand over the Ope no Mi. Given that even Kaido had become involved, which far exceeded the difficulty of their mission. A thunderous sound erupted from the sky as Kaido descended once more upon the ghost spider's warship. The ghost spider, having been flung earlier, had already crashed into the cabin and was likely unconscious. The soldiers aboard the ghost spider surrounded Kaido, who paid them no heed, unleashing a conqueror's haki that left many sprawled on the deck. Scanning his surroundings, Kaido sought the location of the ghost spider's quarters, having learned from the latter's memory that the no Mi was stored in a cabinet within his office. Just then, Chika and the others arrived at the ghost spider's ship. Kaido raised an eyebrow, addressing Chika. "You again. Your strength is commendable, but you seem to be in quite a state. What? Do you still wish to fight me?" Without further ado, Chika stepped forward, activating his enhanced armament haki, charging directly at Kaido. With a cold snort, Kaido similarly enveloped his hand in armament haki, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. A powerful shockwave radiated from their clash, leaving the deck of the ghost spider's warship cracked like a spider's web. Behind them, Weasel and Fire Mountain, initially eager to assist, were thrown back by the shockwave, only able to watch in awe as Chika stood his ground against Kaido. Weasel could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly the strength of Vice Admiral Chika? His body appears so frail." Fire Mountain nodded in agreement, remarking, "At this rate, his position as Vice Admiral won't last long." Upon hearing this, Weasel fell silent, contemplating what lay beyond the rank of Vice Admiral. Admiral. It represents the pinnacle of the Navy's combat power, the very backbone of the organization. The number of Vice Admirals is limited, especially in contrast to the few admirals, each a well-known figure. Despite their talent, even at a young age, reaching the rank of admiral seemed impossible. They were acutely aware of this reality, reflecting on Chika's age. The two could only lament. Heaven certainly has its favorites. Karu stood beside them, arms crossed, observing the battle between Chika and Kaido, and suddenly called out, "Chika, take care of yourself." In the heat of battle, Chika hesitated for a moment. He must admit, the sensation of battling oneself was rather intriguing. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, yet he realized that if this continued, his clone, which only possessed half of his strength, would soon find itself at a disadvantage. With this thought, Chika silently praised Karu, then feigned a vulnerability, allowing Kaido to land a blow that sent him reeling back toward Karu and the others. Before Karu could react, Weasel and Fire Mountain hurriedly supported Chika. Eye in their eyes, Chika's willingness to protect the mission objective despite his weakened state was truly admirable. Noticing the concern etched on Weasel and Fire Mountain's faces, Chika felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. He could only console himself, thinking, the no Mi must not fall into the hands of those from Marieho, Weasel and Fire Mountain. My apologies. Let this be for the sake of justice. Seeing this, Weasel mistakenly assumed Chika was overwhelmed by blood rushing to his head, suffering internal injuries. He quickly inquired, "Vice Admiral Chika, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, I'm fine." "It seems we are in genuine trouble," Chika replied gravely as he cast a serious glance at Kaido on the battlefield. Kaido erupted into a boisterous laugh, his form flickering as he reappeared where the ghost spider had fallen. He paid no mind to the unconscious ghost spider, merely scanning his surroundings. Sure enough, a cracked cabinet came into view, revealing the box containing the no Mi. Upon seeing the fruit, Kaido let out a sigh of relief. He had intentionally thrown the ghost spider toward his office. Though the precise location remained unclear, he had anticipated a struggle, yet the situation unfolded rather smoothly. Had he been unable to locate it, Kaido would have resorted to threatening the lives of those aboard to compel Chika and the others to surrender the fruit, a course of action that could lead to repercussions for everyone present later on. It could be said that this objective had been perfectly accomplished, and Kaido nodded in satisfaction. Casting a glance at Chika and the others, whose expressions were grim, he declared arrogantly, "I have taken the no Mi. If you want it back, come find me on Onigashima." With that, he covertly activated his powers, leaping into the clouds and vanishing from sight. Chika and the others stood in silence, watching Kaido disappear until after a moment. Karu spoke up, "The situation has changed. I did not expect Kaido to learn of the no M. That Akati must have been Doflamingo who informed him. Upon returning to headquarters, I will report this to Sengoku. Chika and the others nodded in agreement. That moment. A naval soldier rushed up from the ship's interior, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, 5 of the Don Quixote family's officers have lost all vital signs." What? Weasel and Fire Mountain stared incredulously at the approaching sailor. What in the world was happening? Karu remained relatively calm, dismissing the incident. Well, they are merely a group of criminals. It is likely that they were injured internally from Vice Admiral Chika's earlier attack. If they are dead, then so be it. Who remains alive? Is it that girl Baby 5 and Senior Pink? Yes, understood. Please keep an eye on the remaining 2. Yes. After the Marines departed, he cast a fleeting glance at Qianhe, pondering that this matter was likely instigated by him once more. Without a shadow of a doubt, his conjecture was correct. If she were to unlock Qianhe's spatial door, she would discover 4 devil fruits quietly resting within. Namely, the Tonkatsu fruit, the stone fruit, the boom boom fruit, and the art fruit. The previous owners of these fruits had evidently met their demise, while Qianhe dismissed Diamante's flamboyant fruit, opting to ignore it once it was dealt with. Baby 5 was still merely a pitiful little girl, abandoned by her mother and sold to the Don Quixote family. Her crimes did not warrant death, hence Qianhe spared her as for Peak, the user of the water fruit. It was not only the mediocrity of his fruit that stood out. Though it was named the water fruit, it could more accurately be termed the swimming fruit, as it allowed movement in every medium except water itself. A peculiar trait indeed. Moreover, this fellow was a paragon of pure love. Qianhe had harbored a modicum of fondness for this character while indulging in anime. Thus he let him off the hook. Nonetheless, he remained a criminal, and while he could escape the death penalty, evading other forms of punishment proved more challenging. He would be dispatched to the deep-sea prison. Perhaps one day he might earn his release. Upon returning to the headquarters, he reported the circumstances of the mission to Sengoku. Hearing that Kaido was involved in the incident sent a chill down Sengoku's spine. He was acutely aware of Kaido's formidable strength. Encountering Kaido, let alone twice in a single day, made the survival of the Marines who had ventured forth an occasion worthy of celebration. Fortunately, this mission had Qianhe at the helm. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled into chaos. It was crucial to note that both the Weasel and the Burning Mountain were among the most powerful of the Vice Admirals, and losing these 2 would undoubtedly constitute a significant blow to the Navy. He was a veritable flag-bearer for the Navy. Should anything befall him during this mission, Sengoku feared he might lose his composure, and Carp might impulsively charge into Onigashima seeking vengeance, as long as they all returned safely. The surgery fruit paled in comparison to the value of their lives. Reflecting on this, Sengoku concluded that the mission's failure was not of great consequence. After all, Qianhe had fought until he was exhausted. However, he would still have to exchange a few words with the 5 elders. Conversely, he expressed concern, inquiring about the stance from Mary Guaz. "Do not fret. I shall elucidate the reasons for this mission's failure to them. You and Qianhe should focus on recuperating." "Very well. I shall take my leave then, and I entrust you with the matter of dealing with those individuals, Sengoku." "Understood." With that, he exited Sengoku's office, while Sengoku proceeded to contact the 5 elders. Their fury was palpable upon learning of the mission's failure. Nevertheless, the blame could not rest solely upon Sengoku and the Navy. The crux of the issue lay with an exceedingly troublesome character, Kaido. It was probable that the intelligence regarding the surgery fruit had been divulged to Kaido by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Surely, Doflamingo had revealed the secret of the surgery fruit's potential to perform the ageless surgery. Otherwise, it was unlikely Kaido would have personally intervened. The fact that Doflamingo possessed such sensitive information stemmed from his former celestial dragon status. Ultimately, it seemed that the roots of this predicament lay with them. Yet, expecting them to admit fault was a futile endeavor. The failure of this mission would not incur further reproach, and the matter faded into obscurity. As for Qianhe, Sengoku had already granted him a week's leave. It was common knowledge that he was the one who had thwarted Kaido and the Weasel. Many even suggested extending Qianhe's leave further, allowing him ample time to rest. This Qianhe adamantly declined. After returning to his office with Khalifa and Ain, Qianhe retrieved the 4 devil fruits from his spatial door and placed them upon his desk. The simultaneous appearance of these fruits left Khalifa and Ain momentarily stunned, evoking a sensation akin to witnessing an enormous cabbage. In fact, Qianhe still possessed the fruit that Ein had gifted him, yet he had yet to ascertain which one it was. He planned to experiment with it on a pirate lackey in due time. He proceeded to introduce the names and abilities of the fruits to the two women, then turned his gaze towards Califa, inquiring if any of them piqued her interest. Ein had already consumed a devil fruit, and her presence was primarily to prevent her from feeling left out. Califa hesitated briefly before shaking her head. Truth be told, she held little affection for any of these fruits, although these four could significantly enhance combat prowess. She was no longer inclined towards such battle-oriented abilities. Rather, she yearned for a fruit with unique supportive capabilities. After all, with a boss like Qianhe around, she felt like the safest person in the world. Seeing Califa's disinterest in the fruits, Qianhe chose not to press the matter. Opportunities to acquire devil fruits would be plentiful in the future, and there was no urgency in this instance. However, among the four fruits, there was indeed one that caught Qianhe's fancy. The Boom Boom fruit that, as its name suggests, its ability revolved around explosions, a concept both straightforward and visceral. The self-detonation ability aside, its true potential lay in its capacity to detonate inorganic matter. In terms of destructive power and lethality, the damage it could inflict was considerable. Unlike the explosion fruit of Mr. Five, who utilized nose-picking bombs, the distinction lay in the fact that the Boom Boom fruit constituted a superpower, while the explosion fruit represented a form of superhuman capability. Yet, when recalling nose-picking bombs, Qianhe couldn't help but think of Carp, who had a penchant for digging for boogers, especially in Sengoku's office. The thought of him consuming this fruit sent a shiver down his spine. Such an image was too grotesque to contemplate. Shaking off these increasingly erratic thoughts, Qianhe's focus returned to the Boom Boom fruit. Its appearance resembled a plump black watermelon with a vine-like fuse protruding from it, a whimsical fabrication. Placing his hand upon it, he closed his eyes and activated the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path. Moments later, an ordinary watermelon materialized on the table. Califa, producing a small knife from seemingly nowhere, sliced the watermelon in half and offered one portion to Qianhe. She then extracted a slice for Ein, while she herself indulged in a piece, savoring it with abandon. Thus, Califa and Ein stood in the office, each cradling a watermelon, eagerly watching as Qianhe absorbed the powers of the Boom Boom fruit. Once the absorption was complete, Qianhe slowly opened his eyes, only to find the two of them staring at him with rapt attention. He blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Califa stepped closer, her lovely face inches from his. This caught Qianhe off guard. What was happening? Was this some kind of ploy? Ein was still right there. Califa examined Qianhe's right eye, nodding thoughtfully before exclaiming, "Indeed, another Magatama has emerged. How marvelous! Is that all?" Qianhe gazed at his secretary in exasperation, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "What else were you expecting, boss? What's on your mind?" Califa tilted her head. A look of confusion etched on her face, utterly failing to grasp Qianhe's sentiments, while Ein stifled a giggle nearby. How infuriating. This secretary was becoming increasingly audacious. Qianhe silently criticized her before centering his thoughts to fully appreciate the newly acquired abilities. After a brief moment, Qianhe extended a finger towards a cup, which suddenly expanded dramatically before shattering into a myriad of fragments, startling both Califa and Ein. Casting a glance at them, Qianhe's lips curled into a subtle smile, relishing the moment. This was a lesson for them in decorum. He then examined the remnants of the cup on the table, nodding in satisfaction, regardless of his control over the ability or the explosive force. He had far surpassed that of Gladius. He could effortlessly compress the explosion's radius while simultaneously amplifying its power. Otherwise, the explosion would not merely have resulted in a single cup. Rather, the aftermath would leave behind fragments instead of mere debris. Once the powers of the Nomi had been fully absorbed, Qianhe retrieved the remaining 3 fruits from the table into his door space, and then took out a solitary box. Upon opening the box, a heart-shaped surgical fruit emerged, resplendent in its crimson hue. Upon sighting this remarkable fruit, both Califa and Ein halted their casual banter and leaned in closely to examine the surgical fruit, which was priced at an astounding 50 billion berries. It must be said, the form of the surgical fruit is indeed exquisite, a finely crafted red heart, prompting even the typically composed Khalifa to steal a few extra glances. Unable to resist inquiring, "Boss, is this the fruit you mentioned that can grant the ability to perform the surgery of immortality?" Qianhe nodded in affirmation, carefully lifting the surgical fruit from its box and scrutinizing it, his mind racing back to the information regarding this fruit as depicted in the anime. Firstly, utilizing the powers of the surgical fruit demands an immense expenditure of stamina, to the extent that it could even deplete one's own life force. However, this posed little concern for Qianhe, as he possessed Hashirama cells, endowing him with formidable recovery and vitality. Moreover, his right eye, endowed with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, granted him unparalleled regenerative capabilities. Operating a room for an entire day would pose no challenge. It is also worth noting that the title of doctor is most aptly suited to one who consumes the surgical fruit, as it is not that non-doctors cannot perform the immortality surgery. This brings to mind Qianhe's experiences with Orochimaru in the Naruto universe. During his time outside of Konoha, Qianhe resided within Orochimaru's laboratory, participating in various experiments, including treatments for bloodline diseases, and had witnessed countless dissection scenes. In his quest to transplant Hashirama cells, Qianhe learned a multitude of skills from Orochimaru, acquiring proficiency in several surgical techniques that in the original narrative, Law is fundamentally a surgeon, inclined towards Western medicine, which stands in contrast to Chopper's more Eastern medicine-oriented approach. Regardless, the identity of a doctor poses no issue for Qianhe. With Orochimaru, the Vegapunk of the ninja world, as his mentor, his medical skills are assuredly exceptional. Qianhe is confident that he will ultimately unravel the secrets of the immortality surgery. And with the Rinnegan at his disposal, he harbors no fear of potential sacrifices, for the Rinnegan, a power that governs life and death, is not merely a hollow title. However, after absorbing the surgical fruit, it would be prudent to utilize such abilities discreetly. While Qianhe is indifferent to employing his other powers, as others are aware of their diverse nature, the utilization of the surgical fruit's powers could easily attract the attention of the world government spies, as it pertains fundamentally to the interests of the celestial dragons, a matter that could indeed provoke the Gorosei to act with hostility to acquire it. In truth, it is not overly difficult, provided an ambush is not encountered. Upon arriving at the battlefield, all that is required is to activate a large room in advance. The room's fluctuations are only pronounced during its initiation. Once established, as long as the room is sufficiently expansive, those within are unlikely to perceive its presence. Lastly, let us discuss the combat capabilities of the surgical fruit. It can be asserted that these powers are exceedingly formidable in battle, both in terms of range and the peculiar nature of their abilities. The surgical fruit can be likened to a space fruit. Within the created room, the user wields total control, even possessing the ability to rearrange the physical and spiritual forms of several individuals, a truly aberrant power. Contemplating this, Qianhe could not help but shake his head in wonder. This truly is an extraordinary fruit. Without further hesitation, he once again invoked the hungry ghost path to absorb the powers of the surgical fruit. Mere seconds later, the sixth tomoe manifested within his right eye. The instant the sixth tomoe appeared, a palpable aura of pressure erupted from Qianhe's right eye, causing the walls and floor of the office to fracture, leading Khalifa and Ayn to emit a muffled groan, collapsing onto one knee. Some high-ranking Navy officers still present in the headquarters sensed this extraordinary pressure. Sengoku abruptly rose from his chair, gazing towards Qianhe's office, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This pressure, is it Conqueror's Haki?" After a moment, he shook his head. As a fellow wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he could ascertain that this was not Conqueror's Haki, yet he could not articulate what it truly was. Ultimately lamenting, Qianhe's strength has increased once more. Returning to Qianhe, upon noticing that Khalifa and Ayn were struggling to withstand the pressure, he hastily shut his right eye, allowing the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire Navy headquarters to gradually dissipate. Khalifa and Ayn rose from the ground, their expressions indicating discomfort. Ayn cast a resentful glance at Qianhe, making him feel somewhat awkward. After all, the fault lay with him for failing to control the power of the Rinnegan. However, absorbing two fruits at once had pushed his right eye into a full state of 6 tomoes, which even Qianhe felt could lead to an overwhelming surge of power. Feigning a cough, Qianhe slowly opened his right eye. Observing his actions, Ein and Khalifa instinctively took a step back, as if to evade a plague. Qianhe looked at them in exasperation, signaling that he could now control the power of his right eye. Upon reopening it, the 6 tomoes, resembling Sasuke's Rinnegan, appeared, shimmering with an eerie glow. After a brief pause, Qianhe snapped his fingers. A hum resonated as a small cyclone manifested at the point where Qianhe had snapped his fingers, swirling for a moment before abruptly expanding, forming a semicircular transparent space that enveloped Qianhe, Khalifa, and Ein. Curiously, Ein and Khalifa surveyed their surroundings, with Ein even prodding at the boundary of the room. Naturally, her finger passed through the boundary without any hindrance. Retrieving her finger, she inspected it before asking Qianhe, "Qianhe, what exactly is the use of this ability?" Qianhe smiled slightly, extending his palm toward Ein and Khalifa, slowly sliding it to the right in the air. For reasons unbeknownst to them, as they beheld Qianhe's movements, both Ein and Khalifa felt an odd discomfort. Ein could not help but ask again, "Qianhe, what are you doing?" "I feel rather uneasy." Khalifa nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring confusion. Qianhe shrugged, replying, "Did you not inquire about the capabilities of the surgical fruit? Just now, I employed a scanning ability to assess your physical conditions. Upon my diagnosis, you both are in perfect health." Upon hearing Qianhe's words, both Khalifa and Ein blushed, with Khalifa instinctively wanting to retort, "Boss, stop." Qianhe quickly gestured for silence. "For heaven's sake, I merely performed a room scan, akin to having an X-ray at a hospital. Perfectly legitimate." Utilizing the powers of the surgical fruit, Qianhe completed the X-ray for Khalifa and Ein, then fixed his gaze upon the two, softly uttering, "Exchange." With a swift motion, the positions of Khalifa and Ein were directly swapped, leaving them both in a state of bewilderment as they stared at one another, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Since Qianhe's surgical fruit abilities were activated through the Rinnegan, there was no need for any gestures. Merely locking eyes on the target sufficed, making it exceedingly convenient. The previous actions during the room scan were merely a result of his newfound curiosity and an attempt to tease both Khalifa and Ein. Indeed, as his strength grew, Qianhe's mischievous nature became increasingly difficult to conceal. Observing the dazed expressions of the two, Qianhe activated the surgical fruit's abilities once more, abruptly appearing next to Khalifa, who, now aware, looked at him with exasperation, saying, "Boss, are you done playing? The abilities of the surgical fruit are truly bizarre. Ein and I have already experienced it firsthand, so please refrain from using us as test subjects any further." Qianhe glanced at Ein, raising his hands in innocent surrender, indicating that it was Ein who had been the curious one, not him. Ein sensed the teasing gaze of Qianhe and rolled her eyes, pulling Khalifa away from Qianhe's office. After the two women departed, Qianhe proceeded to utilize his teleportation and exchange abilities several times within the room. His figure flitted about the office like a specter, appearing in one location after another. Ultimately, after rearranging all the furnishings in the office, Qianhe materialized in his own chair. Observing the transformed scenery around him, he could not suppress a hearty laugh, which grew louder until it reached Khalifa and Ein, who were situated next door. Exchanging glances, Ein remarked, "Being Qianhe's secretary must be quite taxing, don't you think?" "Oh, not at all," Khalifa replied, "that I've heard the boss mention that it is a tradition among the Uchiha clan. The stronger ones tend to enjoy such laughter. Is there really such a tradition?" Ein pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Thus, the reason behind Qianhe's fits of laughter, no, his uproarious mirth, was revealed. In their clan, it served as a testament to one's strength. Returning to Qianhe, he had calmed down, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk, clearly in high spirits. The abilities granted by the surgery fruit, which allowed for the manipulation of objects within the room and teleportation, reminded Qianhe of Sasuke's Rinnegan's exclusive ocular technique, Heavenly Hand Power. The function of Heavenly Hand Power is to forcibly exchange the positions of objects or individuals within the user's line of sight. However, based on the battle with Madara, this technique has distance limitations and a cooldown period, the specifics of which remain unclear, but it undeniably exists in the room created by the surgery fruit. These limitations vanish. Firstly, regarding distance, As long as the room is sufficiently expansive, Qianhe can appear at any location within it or swap the positions of all objects contained within. Yet, as demonstrated in the anime's Onigashima battle, if the being swapped possesses sufficient haki, they can resist the surgery fruit's forced exchange at AS for the cooldown issue. As long as Qianhe's stamina holds out, he can manipulate freely within the room, exhibiting a level of audacity. Hence, with the surgery fruit, Qianhe has effectively acquired an optimized version of heavenly hand power. One might even say it is a true heavenly hand power. How could he not feel exhilarated? Furthermore, when it comes to the exclusive ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, Qianhe's satisfaction only deepened. Fixing his gaze upon a potted plant in his office, a gray vortex suddenly enveloped the entire plant. Swirling in a clockwise direction, the vortex spun. The green leaves of the plant began to wither and fall, ultimately reducing the entire plant to a pile of lifeless remnants. Once the gray vortex dissipated, Qianhe approached the remains, crouched down, and pinched a fragment of the debris, examining it. The once lush plant had now transformed into the utterly lifeless residue in his hand. With a gentle breath, he scattered the remnants into the air. Indeed, this peculiar ability activated as a result of Qianhe's right eye gathering 6 tomoe, manifesting as his exclusive ocular technique. This power, known as Year God power, operates by creating a clockwise rotating temporal vortex within the user's line of sight, accelerating the flow of time for objects or beings within the vortex. The speed of acceleration is contingent upon Qianhe's ocular power and the strength of the target. With Qianhe's current ocular prowess, taking Doflamingo as an example, once locked by the Year God power, he could cause Doflamingo's life to wither away entirely within 5 seconds at full throttle. In truth, Qianhe's Year God power is akin to the awakened Uchiha Qianhe techniques. In other words, it was cultivated the moment his Rinnegan activated. Qianhe speculated that his regression to a 6-year-old state upon arriving in the pirate world was a result of frantically unleashing the powers of the Rinnegan amidst a crisis, triggering the Year God power. However, currently, the Year God power only accelerates the passage of time and does not reverse it, likely due to the left eye's ocular power not being fully saturated. Like the Rinnegan, the Uchiha Qianhe can only unleash its full potential when both eyes are harmonized, as exemplified by Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan techniques. A single Rinnegan eye allows for the creation of only one shadow. Yet once he reclaimed the second Rinnegan eye, the number of shadows increased to 4, a substantial enhancement. Thus, based on Madara's situation, when Qianhe's left eye reaches full power, the Year God power will undoubtedly receive further augmentation. Whether a second exclusive ocular technique for the Rinnegan can manifest remains uncertain. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Qianhe felt immensely satisfied. This journey to Haikao Island had proven to be remarkably fruitful, absorbing both the bomb fruit and the surgery fruit in one go. His right Rinnegan reached a state of 6 tomoe, unlocking his own exclusive ocular technique. What more could one desire? Feeling the vast ocular power within his right eye, Qianhe clenched his fist with his current strength. Should he encounter Kaido again, he could undoubtedly engage in a genuine battle with him. Moreover, with an array of emerging abilities, he might even seize the opportunity to defeat Kaido outright. This was merely the state of a single eye with 6 tomoe. And Qianhe mused whether unlocking 6 tomoe in his left eye would enable him to directly access the 6 paths mode and utilize the truth-seeking orbs to obliterate all obstacles. However, he must not grow complacent. After all, the saga of One Piece has yet to conclude, and the secrets of Mariewa and the true extent of M's power remain shrouded in mystery. Therefore, Qianhe's next objective is to collect formidable devil fruits, unlock the 6 tomoe of his left eye, and subsequently create 6 paths puppets to expand his influence. These are foundational steps, essential at any juncture. In the marshal's office, Sengoku gazed kindly at the figure of Corazon standing before him. His tone gentle as he proclaimed, "Welcome back to the Navy, Razanani." Corazon felt a surge of emotion. This moment could be described as a miraculous escape from death. Ever since his father was shot dead by his brother, he had been left utterly alone, only to be adopted by Sengoku, who became his foster father. In Corazon's heart, Sengoku had taken on the role of a biological father, teaching him how to navigate life, imparting the meaning of justice, and guiding him into the Navy, endowing him with extraordinary combat capabilities. It could be said that Sengoku had helped him rediscover the essence of his existence. Reflecting on this, Corazon struggled to speak, his voice trembling. "It's been a long time, Admiral Sengoku. I have returned." In truth, he yearned to call Sengoku father, but the weight of such a title was too heavy for him. Whenever he uttered the word, memories of his father's death would flood his mind, causing him unbearable pain. "It's good to be back. Very good indeed. I owe it all to Qianhe. He is your benefactor and mine." Sengoku, too, was moved, and Corazon could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his face. Before long, his visage was awash with tears, and Sengoku, overwhelmed with emotion, felt his own eyes moisten. That moment, a loud bang echoed through the room. "Sengoku, bring me some senbei." "Huh." Carp burst through the office door, poking his head in, only to freeze in place upon witnessing the scene inside, remaining in a state of shock. "Vice Admiral Carp, it has been quite some time." "Haha." Corazon quickly wiped his face, feigning nonchalance as he greeted Carp. Though his expression betrayed a hint of awkwardness, the large appeared on Sengoku's forehead. Veins bulged in his fist as he swiftly appeared beside Carp's head. "You inconsiderate fool. No sunbae for you. How many times must I remind you to knock before entering my office?" With that, he delivered a punch to Carp's forehead, producing a dull thud that, I'll be damned. It was evident that Sengoku held a long-standing grudge against Carp. This punch was undoubtedly one of the hardest he'd thrown without using any devil fruit powers or Haki. One could not help but wonder how it compared to the punch he would later deliver to Luffy during the Marineford War. Clutching his head, Carp crouched on the floor, his features contorted in pain, presenting a comical sight. Sengoku stood over Carp, gazing down at his battered form, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, as if he had been rejuvenated by 10 years. Thus, in the future, should he consider a pre-battle warm-up, might it involve landing a punch on Carp. Sengoku raised a fist he had just struck Carp with, pondering the notion. "You bastard Sengoku! How dare you hit me? After all these years, this is the first time you've struck me with such force." "Very well. I'll remember this." Carp suddenly sprang to his feet, his face a mask of indignation as he glared at Sengoku. His eyes reflecting a mix of grievance, anger, and disbelief, a classic case of the old fan-shaped chart of emotions. "Humph. Let this be a lesson for you." With a disdainful snort, Sengoku returned to his position, only to lift his gaze and find Corazon staring at him with a peculiar expression. This was bad. He had momentarily lost his composure due to Carp's provocations. Such a display was unbecoming of an admiral of the Navy, tarnishing the majestic image he had cultivated over the years. Sengoku's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat twice and, with an air of solemnity, declared, "In any case, you must remember the life-saving grace of Vice Admiral Qianhe. Not only did he rescue you, but he also saved that child who holds great significance in your life. Such a debt of gratitude is one you will find difficult to repay in your lifetime." Upon hearing this, Corazon earnestly replied, "I understand, Admiral Sengoku. Though my abilities are limited, I will not hesitate to risk my life if Vice Admiral Qianhe ever requires my assistance. No need to go that far. Even Qianhe himself could not accomplish such feats. Even if you were to sacrifice your life, it would be of no avail." Corazon felt a twinge of awkwardness. He recognized Sengoku's concern for him, yet the words sounded rather odd. "Well, your undercover mission is now complete, and you have performed admirably. Following this, I shall promote you to the rank of colonel. You may take your leave and rest." "Yes, sir." Saluting, Corazon turned to exit the office, casting a furtive glance at Carp, who was still cradling his head in existential despair. After Corazon departed, Carp could not refrain from inquiring, "What has Qianhe done this time?" "Care to enlighten me?" "Nothing much. Just didn't spend the time in the office sipping tea or enjoying sunbae. Oh, I'm out of sunbae. Could you spare me some of yours? Get lost? I've already told you." There isn't even a scrap of the packaging left. The following day, in a desolate area, Corazon interlaced his fingers nervously, fixated on the distant silhouette of Qianhe. Before Qianhe stood the small figure of Law, who stood awkwardly, too intimidated to meet Qianhe's gaze on Hiyama Island. Law had witnessed the effortless manner in which Qianhe dispatched Doflamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family, with Virgo arriving too late to make any impact. an encounter that felt akin to a mere offering of heads. Though momentarily dazed by Kaido's conqueror's haki, Law eventually regained consciousness and bore witness to a spectacle he would find astonishing for the rest of his life. The towering purple giant against the backdrop of the azure dragon hovering in the skies. Everything Qianhe exhibited was beyond Law's wildest dreams, elevating him to the status of a deity in Law's eyes. Faced with such a figure of reverence, it was impossible for Law to remain unperturbed. Qianhe lowered his gaze to the fidgeting Law and chuckled softly. Was he truly so intimidating as to frighten a child into such a state? Shaking his head, Qianhe bent down and gently ruffled Law's hair, causing the boy to tremble in shock. With a tone of gentle reassurance, Qianhe said, "Fear not. Trust me. The process of healing will be devoid of any pain and will be over in an instant." "Why, yes." Roomed at a low hum resonated as a small semicircular space enveloped both Qianhe and Law. Corazon, observing from a distance, was curious but failed to connect this ability with the surgery fruit. He knew the surgery fruit could heal. Yet the specifics of its application remained a mystery to him. Scanning Law's frail body, Qianhe perceived it as a human-shaped figure, albeit marred by irregular patches of white. It appeared that these white patches were the root cause of his illness. Identifying the source, Qianhe wasted no time. His eyes narrowed, and the white patches within Law were swiftly extracted. He procured a test tube, transferring the removed patches into it, now resembling a small mass of white paste. This illness was indeed formidable, warranting caution. After all, one's health is the most precious of treasures. Once the treatment concluded, Qianhe dismantled the room space and beckoned Corazon to approach. Observing Qianhe's gesture, Corazon hurriedly ran over to Law, lifting him and scrutinizing him attentively. Upon noticing the absence of white patches on Law's face, Corazon was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming loudly to the boy he held aloft, "Law, you are cured. Your fate has changed." "Huh." At that moment, Law was still in a daze, having only perceived Qianhe conjuring a mysterious space around him, shooting him a scrutinizing glance, followed by Corazon rushing over, brimming with excitement to announce his recovery. Without looking at Corazon, Law awkwardly turned to Qianhe. His eyes filled with confusion, to which Qianhe smiled and nodded affirmatively. Law's expression gradually morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment, almost contorted, as the magnitude of this unexpected joy left him momentarily disoriented. Corazon enveloped Law tightly in an embrace, and the two knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Qianhe silently observed the pair, recalling how he had resonated with their story while watching the anime. Both characters were beautifully crafted, leaving a profound impact. This time, he had fundamentally altered their destinies. Corazon had survived, and Law would undoubtedly follow Corazon into the Navy, perhaps eventually becoming a skilled military doctor on their path to greatness. Why not mend the regrets of the pirate world? Not wishing to disturb the emotional moment shared between them, Qianhe swiftly vanished from sight. In a flash, he reappeared at his office, where Califa merely glanced at him before resuming her work. She had grown accustomed to her boss's sudden appearances and disappearances. Qianhe watched Califa for a moment, then curiously inquired, "Califa, do you find joy in following me?" Taken aback by Qianhe's question, Califa thought him somewhat peculiar today. Yet she earnestly replied, "Yes, what brings you joy?" "Because you are here. Very well." Califa's resilience against Qianhe's inquiries remained formidable. He had intended to say more, but her response quelled his thoughts. After a brief silence, the phone snail on the desk rang. The moment it stirred, Qianhe answered, and before he could speak, a gruff voice boomed. Moshi, is this Qianhe?" "This is Carp. Are you free lately?" Qianhe paused at the mention of Carp. Typically, Carp shared an office with Sengoku, and he was often privy to information promptly. Did something significant arise this time? With that thought, Qianhe's tone grew serious. "This is Qianhe. That I have no pressing matters at the moment." "What is it, Vice Admiral Carp?" "Well, could you make a trip to the East Blue?" The East Blue has a formidable pirate emerged. The first name across Qianhe's mind was Shanks, yet he recalled Shanks had already become one of the 4 emperors, indicating he had journeyed to the East Blue. Could history be shifting again, with Shanks making a triumphant return? No. What I meant was for you to visit Windmill Village in the East Blue and help educate my grandson. His name is Luffy." "Oh, No thanks, don't be like that, Shinji. I heard from Sengoku that you possess a unique understanding of child education. That shy little brat behaves like a docile lamb in your presence. Shy little brat. Are you referring to Law? Shinji thought to himself that he had given Law a taste of the exhilarating experience from the cockpit of a mecha. Did Carp own a mecha? Hearing Carp's words, Shinji felt exasperated and was about to hang up. Sensing the silence on the other end, Carp quickly shouted, "Don't hang up. Luffy has been bewitched by that rascal Shanks, insisting on becoming the Pirate King. My attempts at gentle discipline have been futile. Can you consider a vacation in the East Blue?" Carp's tone was so earnest it seemed as if he'd bow his head in humility. At that moment, another voice chimed in. "Shinji, this is Sengoku. We've received reports that the Golden Lion has recently been sighted in the East Blue. If possible, you should make that trip. The Golden Lion, having severed his own legs to escape Impel Down, is likely far weaker now that if you can eliminate or capture him, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors. The meaning of the Warring States period is quite evident. It involves entrusting the Golden Lion to Chika, allowing him to attain a significant achievement on his path to becoming a general. As for whether Chika can triumph over the Golden Lion, the Warring States has not entertained that possibility. Based on Chika's past victories and the formidable pressure he exerted a few days ago, the Warring States is entirely confident in Chika's capability to conquer the current Golden Lion. Of course, whether the Warring States' advice for Chika to venture to the East Sea is influenced by a desire to assist his old comrade Carp remains uncertain. After all, the Warring States during his time as a fleet admiral was rather prideful. His words have prompted Chika to seriously contemplate this journey to the East Sea, as he recognizes that his ascent within the Navy has indeed been remarkably swift. However, achieving another promotion in such a short time frame presents considerable challenges. The primary obstacle is Chika's age. He is simply too young. This is not the era of world conscription following the Summit War, when possessing formidable strength could catapult one to immediate success within the Navy. Even those who directly ascended to the rank of admiral, like Fujitora and Green Bull, are not particularly youthful, with Fujitora being in his 50s and Green Bull appearing somewhat younger, yet not significantly so. Moreover, the Golden Lion is not merely a trophy for Chika, he is an exceptional material resource. Let us first discuss the float fruit. This fruit grants its user the ability to fly and allows objects to levitate. Judging from its portrayal in the films, the objects levitated by the Golden Lion can be manipulated at will, showcasing remarkable versatility. However, Chika believes the apparent strength of the float fruit is partly due to its cinematic portrayal, and also due to its user's immense power. The Golden Lion has undoubtedly awakened the fruit's capabilities. In terms of abilities, Chika's gravity fruit coupled with his heavenly path power would exceed that of the float fruit. Thus, he does not intend to absorb this fruit, but will not let it go to waste. The Golden Lion, endowed with the powers of the float fruit, serves as an ideal material for creating a heavenly path puppet. Should he succeed in defeating the Golden Lion, leaving the fruit within the Golden Lion's body while projecting his heavenly path abilities onto it could yield a puppet that might match or surpass the Golden Lion's strength in life, which would indeed be a formidable force at the level of an emperor. One must not be deceived by the Golden Lion's defeat at the hands of Luffy in his Gear 3rd form. It is essential to remember that this transpired in a film, where even the King Luffy depicted would struggle against a resurrected Roger, likely receiving a couple of slaps before obediently returning to his coffin. In the East Sea, aboard the Six Paths reincarnation ship, Chika ultimately resolves to make the journey to the East Sea, intending to procure his heavenly path puppet materials while also imparting some lessons to Luffy. Of course, Chika does not harbor the illusion that he can sway Luffy back to his side. That task would be far better suited for Naruto, another anime protagonist who possesses a knack for verbal finesse. Alas, bringing Naruto into this world is utterly impossible. When Chika traversed worlds, Naruto had only just been born, and he is now unaware of the current state of affairs in the Naruto universe. Upon recalling Naruto, a similarly golden-haired figure materializes in Chika's mind. The yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze that Chika's influence on the development of the Naruto world is exceedingly limited. Minato still perished during the Nine Tails incident. Reflecting on his past in the Naruto world, Chika's expression inevitably darkens. He has altered the fates of many in the pirate world, but could not change that of his dear friend. Even though Chika possesses foreknowledge of future events in the Naruto world, he cannot disclose all of this to Minato. Setting aside whether Minato would believe him, his character makes it likely that he would inadvertently reveal this information to the third Hokage and others. It is worth noting that at that time, Minato held immense respect for the third Hokage. And if the third Hokage learned of it, how long would it be before Danzo found out? Danzo, who was already intent on eradicating the Uchiha clan, would seize the opportunity to arrest Chika under the pretext of harboring ulterior motives in the Naruto world. Chika lacks any system or miraculous abilities. All he possesses is knowledge of the future. With his own safety in question, how could he assist Minato? All he can do is subtly hint at certain matters, yet that remains a mere drop in the ocean. During the Nine-Tails incident, Chika had already attained the Mangekyou Sharingan, but dared not reveal activity by the time he arrived at Minato's side. The couple had tragically passed away, even with the power of the Sharingan. Chika was powerless to change fate. He can never forget that night, standing helplessly beside the corpses of Minato and his wife, with only the sound of Naruto's cries echoing in his ears. It was from that moment that he resolutely decided to leave Konoha. If only he could possess the ability to traverse worlds and return to the Naruto universe once more. With this thought, Chika let out a sigh. Standing beside him, Califa and Ain turned to him, having heard his sigh. When they noticed the sorrow etched upon Chika's face, they were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time they had witnessed such a sight of him. To them, Chika, with his myriad abilities, seemed capable of accomplishing anything. What could possibly bring him to such a state? Califa and Ain hurriedly approached Chika, each taking hold of one of his hands, feeling the warmth radiating from their grasp. Chika glanced at Califa and Ain, recognizing the concern and worry in their eyes. Suppressing his sorrow, Chika offered them a reassuring smile and said, "What's wrong? Have you begun to show concern for me? Boss, are you thinking of something sad? About your family?" Califa could only surmise that Chika's thoughts were about his family, having learned from him that he was the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan in this world. She could not fathom what had led to such a powerful clan being reduced to just Chika, and could only speculate as to the reasons behind his sorrow. Waving his hand, Chika remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I am fine. I was merely reminded of a friend. Is he no longer with us?" "Yes, but perhaps we may meet again. Can someone who is gone truly be met again?" Califa did not grasp Chika's meaning. But considering his diverse abilities, she nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Ain, who had been silent, pointed towards a direction and exclaimed, "Chika, look over there. There's a small island." Both Chika and Califa turned to Ain simultaneously, gazing at her as if she were a simpleton. Since departing from the headquarters, countless small islands had passed by. Ain's exclamation was akin to saying, "Look, there's a car," while on the road. Realizing that Chika and Califa were staring at her, Ain's face flushed slightly as she recognized the silliness of her remark. However, she had intended to divert Chika's attention. Unlike Califa, who often understood Chika's thoughts, Ain felt rather foolish in this regard. Thus, she could only attempt to alleviate Chika's sorrow in her own way. Not anticipating it would come off as a humorous blunder, Ain stood there, slightly embarrassed, and murmured, "I just wanted to help you take your mind off things." Upon hearing Ain's soft words, Chika and Califa couldn't help but laugh. Califa promptly embraced Ain, speaking to her in a tone reminiscent of a mother to her daughter. "Ain, oh Ain, you are simply too adorable." Chika stood aside, observing the heartwarming scene before him, feeling the gloom in his heart dissipate. He had already acquired many things in the pirate world that he had once deemed unattainable. The regrets of the past, thanks to his Rinnegan, were not insurmountable losses. Thus, he resolved to cherish those around him in the present. At that moment, a sailor aboard the warship suddenly rushed over, pointing towards the small island Ain had just mentioned, his expression frantic. "Deputy Chika, there are strange sea currents near that island. The ship has already been caught in them and is at risk of being swept away at any moment." Hearing the sailor's words, Chika furrowed his brow. Had they only just realized the currents upon nearing the island? Wasn't that a bit too late? It is indeed not fair to blame the navigator. The crew of the Chika warship was meticulously selected based on the highest standards of the Warring States period, ensuring their professional competence. The danger that has arisen this time is solely due to the unexpected emergence of those ocean currents. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Chica has developed a desire for a top-notch navigator, someone who could facilitate smoother voyages and minimize complications. He did not press the navigator further, merely stating, "Understood. You may leave now. Do not worry. I will have the warship anchored nearby, and I shall investigate what peculiarities lie upon that island." Yes, the navigator departed, and Chica took a moment to examine the island that Ein had just pointed out. Realizing it possessed certain unusual characteristics, as the warship was drawn closer to the small island by the currents, he noticed an immense number of gigantic birds circling above. Moreover, the area surrounding the island was increasingly engulfed by the currents, which were relentlessly tugging at the Chica warship. Humph. Feeling the ship sway more violently beneath him, Chica let out a soft grunt, levitating into the air and gliding to the side of the warship. Placing one hand firmly upon it, Shinra Tensei, with a resounding hum, a repulsive force erupted from Chica's palm, enveloping the warship and propelling it beyond the reach of the currents. That Chica's control over Shinra Tensei had become exquisitely refined, and this application did not inflict any harm upon the ship's structure. After extricating the vessel from peril, Chica turned in midair and propelled himself toward the nearby island, eager to uncover its hidden secrets. Upon successfully landing on the peculiar island, Chica surveyed his surroundings. Debris from numerous ships littered the area, likely remnants of merchant or pirate vessels that had been ensnared by the currents encircling the island. The combination of currents, colossal birds, and shipwrecks led Chica to believe he had heard of this place before, yet he could not quite recall the details. Shaking his head, he wandered around the island a few times, ultimately finding little of significance. Returning to the shore, Chica felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated encountering some hidden quest, only to find an ordinary island with a hint of danger. However, having ventured here, he was reluctant to abandon the endeavor. With so many shipwrecks present, it was likely that treasures lay hidden within in a certain sense. He was not particularly affluent. Perhaps he should scour for valuables and take them all. With this thought in mind, Chica snapped his fingers. Room. Buzzing, the room space expanded, enveloping the entire island within its confines. In no time, the appearances of all objects aboard the ships materialized within Chica's mind. He could not help but be taken aback by the sheer volume of treasures. Extending a hand, he opened a portal in the air, and with a mere thought, all the treasures from the ships instantaneously transferred into the room space. Inside the room, it gleamed with golden radiance, an extravagant sight to behold. Chica cast a satisfied glance at the mountain of treasures amassed within the room, contemplating that if no hidden wealthy individuals existed within the Navy, he might very well become the richest among them. That he wondered about the financial standing of the Yellow Monkey. Once he became a marshal, he could consider increasing his salary to verify the saying. With a proper salary, even the 4 emperors can be subdued. After collecting the treasures, Chica did not depart. Instead, he utilized room swap once more. While scanning the ships earlier, he had detected a life form within one of their holds, which appeared to be a gigantic bird. Swish. Indeed, a colossal bird materialized before him, its size nearly rivaling that of a ship. It was a mystery how it had managed to squeeze into the storage of that vessel. The giant bird stood there, seemingly dazed. Having consumed a fair amount of decayed food and a few treasures in the hold, it was bewildered when everything suddenly vanished. Moments later, it inexplicably found itself in this new location, a sequence of events far beyond its comprehension. The enormous bird shook its massive head vigorously, scanning its surroundings until it finally acknowledged Chica standing at its feet. Oh, a newly delivered morsel. Indeed, the giant bird was familiar with the existence of humans, perceiving the ships on the shore as akin to takeout. Each time a new vessel appeared, it would often yield several little morsels like Chica. Squawk! The giant bird called out excitedly, relishing the scent of the little morsel. Moreover, it had been quite some time since it had encountered such a little morsel, and its anticipation was palpable. Chica watched the foolish bird in silence, dismissing the room space and delivering a light punch to the bird's belly, exerting just enough force as one would use to swat a mosquito. Bang! Squawk, squawk. The bird yelped in pain, tears streaming from its eyes as it opened its beak to expel an assortment of items, including a beautifully adorned small chest. After regurgitating, the The giant bird gazed fearfully at the little morsel below. Most of the previous little morsels had been feeble and barely alive, devoured as if at a buffet. This was the first time it had encountered a little morsel as formidable as Chica. Never mind. If I cannot provoke it, I can at least evade it. The giant bird unfurled its wings, preparing to flee. Sensing the bird's intention to escape, Chica shot at a sharp glare, and as his Rinnegan locked onto the enormous avian, beads of sweat began to form on its massive head. It silently retracted its wings, curling its body into a compact shape, its eyes beseechingly fixed on Chica. Without acknowledging the foolish bird, Chica shifted his focus to the small chest that had just been expelled from the bird's beak. Muttering to himself, could this be an explosive equipment? Raising his hand, he summoned the chest to his side and employed a water technique to cleanse it. After all, it had just emerged from a bird's mouth. Upon lifting the box, Chica did not initially utilize room to scan it. He was unperturbed by the possibility of an explosion or toxic gas attack. Instead, he sought to relish the joy of opening the box. With a hint of excitement, he slowly lifted the lid, revealing a fiery red fruit within. Upon seeing the fruit, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chica's eyes. He recognized it immediately. Its appearance was akin to a dragon fruit, adorned with flame-like skin, a clear indication that it was the infamous Paramecia-type, a fruit reputedly unappealing even to dogs. In no wonder, he felt an air of familiarity upon setting foot on the island. This was indeed the ant nest hell referenced in Ace's side story that it was here that Ace had consumed the Paramecia-type, having split the fruit with another individual out of sheer hunger, with Ace swallowing his half first, thus acquiring its powers. That it was certainly a straightforward quest, and given the relatively low level of the creatures here, the loot was not particularly remarkable. Reflecting on this, Chica could not help but glare at the cowering giant bird, which shied away, retracting its head as if attempting to hide it within its body. After intimidating the giant bird to vent his frustration, Chica turned his gaze back to the Paramecia-type in his hand, feeling somewhat bemused that it must be said that Chica was experiencing a classic case of a well-fed man unaware of the hunger of the starving. After all, the Paramecia-type was still a Logia-type devil fruit, inherently possessing considerable offensive capabilities. Though it bore the moniker of being unpalatable even to dogs, that was a sentiment held in high regard among elite circles. Later, Doflamingo had even used it as a prize in a competition, attracting numerous formidable contenders, which attests to its value. However, for Chica at this moment, the Paramecia-type was indeed rather lackluster. He certainly would not waste a slot to absorb this fruit. Moreover, given that this fruit was countered by a Kainu, although the controversy surrounding magma countering flames persisted, Oda's stance on the matter was definitive, and thus he had no choice but to accept it, as the ultimate authority rested with him. Chica pondered that none among his close acquaintances would be suited for this fruit. However, since he had acquired it, he certainly would not be giving it to Ace. There was no significant connection between them. If Ace were to become a pirate in the future and cross paths with him, there would be no need for Blackbeard to intervene. Suddenly, a wicked smile crept across Chica's face as a particularly mischievous thought took shape in his mind. Pressing his hand against the ground, he called out, summoning technique. Boom! A creature, slightly larger than the colossal bird beside it, and possessing 3 heads, emerged as the most formidable spirit beast in the realm of beasts, second only to Modi's, the split hound. Chica tossed a burning fruit into the mouth of the central head of the split hound, and the fruit slid straight into its belly. Moments later, flames ignited from the 3 heads of the split hound, transforming into 3 fiery orbs shaped like dog heads. Chica gazed at his creation with satisfaction. The split hound, having consumed the burning fruit, had unequivocally morphed into the legendary Cerberus, who said that dogs wouldn't eat burning fruits. After retracting the split hound into the spirit realm of beasts, Chica cast a glance at the giant bird trembling nearby, contemplating how to deal with it in the realm of beasts. There was also a bird-like spirit beast, albeit smaller than this one, and judging by the attack it launched against Chica, its strength was commendable, perhaps a consequence of feasting on those pirates. The giant bird seemed to sense that its fate rested in Chica's hands, and a sycophantic smile crept across its face as it stretched its neck and lowered its head to the ground, appearing to submit. Amused by the bird's unexpected compliance, Chika stroked his chin and decided to accept it as a spirit beast. Approaching the bird's head, he assessed the creature and declared, "You appear rather clumsy. Henceforth, you shall be known as Rookie." The rookie squawked twice, indicating its acceptance of the name. Meeting the rookie's gaze, Chika activated the powers of the realm of beasts, and its enormous eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. From this moment on, it became Chika's spirit beast. Patting the rookie's head, he instructed it to ascend into the skies while he remained grounded, casting one last look at the small island. Chika bent down and pressed his hand against the earth. Such a place ought not to persist. And as soon as he uttered these words, the entire island trembled violently, and the ground began to fracture. Blinding white light emanating from the crevices. With a thunderous roar, the island exploded like a balloon, vanishing entirely from the seascape. Having obliterated the island, Chika ascended and settled onto the circling rookie. The rookie let out a piercing cry and soared towards the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Upon witnessing the giant bird approaching, the naval soldiers on deck hurriedly reported to Khalifa and Ayn, as the 2 women were now the highest-ranking officials aboard the warship in Chika's absence. By the time Khalifa and Ayn reached the deck, the giant bird was already quite close. Ayn stepped forward, preparing to utilize her moonwalk to deal with the bird. However, Khalifa restrained Ayn, shaking her head in disapproval. She had a premonition that this bird was somehow connected to their boss. Sure enough, as the giant bird hovered above the warship, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke, from which Chika descended onto the deck. Upon seeing Chika, Khalifa and Ayn exhaled in relief and wordlessly turned away to attend to their respective tasks, not bothering to inquire about the peculiar bird he had brought along. After all, as long as it was related to Chika, its oddity was easily overlooked in a tavern in Windmill Village. Makino stood behind the counter, absent-mindedly polishing a glass. Not long ago, Sabo's small boat had been destroyed by the celestial dragons during his voyage, and he had been missing ever since. Luffy and Ace were profoundly affected by this event, their spirits dampened over the past few days, leaving Makino deeply concerned for the 2 young boys. After a while, Makino paused her actions, sighed, and reflected, "Poor Sabo. I wonder if Luffy and Ace are feeling any better. They must still be training in the forest, I suppose." Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "Excuse me, could I have a glass of orange juice?" "Ah, I'm so sorry, I was lost in thought. I'll get that for you right away." Shaking off her reverie, Makino raised her head to look at the customer. However, upon seeing the individual before her, she was momentarily taken aback. Captivated by the stranger's eyes, they were a striking shade of purple, each eye adorned with intricate black patterns, and the right eye bore 6 mysterious symbols. Just gazing into those eyes made Makino feel as though she was being drawn into their depths. The visitor was none other than Chika, who had anchored the warship nearby, changed his attire, and ventured alone into Windmill Village. Noticing that Makino was still staring at him, Chika offered a polite smile and asked, "Is something the matter? Do I appear frightening?" Jolted back to reality by Chika's words, Makino realized her previous behavior was quite impolite. She vigorously shook her head. "I'm so sorry. It's just that your eyes are truly remarkable, which compelled me to look a bit longer. I apologize once more. Your orange juice is on the house." "No need for that. Just carry on with your duties," Chika replied with a chuckle. "Certainly." Makino turned to prepare the drink, and after a short while, she placed a large glass of orange juice before Chika. Gazing at the oversized glass, Chika expressed his gratitude, took a few sips, and discovered the flavor surprisingly delightful. "Your skills are quite impressive," he complimented. As Makino wiped the counter, her face lit up with a smile upon hearing the customer's praise, her initial trepidation dissipating. "Thank you for your kind words. You seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first visit here?" "Indeed, I was entrusted to look after his grandson. Oh, may I inquire who that might be? I know most of the children around here. Certainly, his name is Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy, upon hearing Luffy's name, Makino halted her actions. Astonished. "Then you must know Mr. Garp? Are you a Navy officer?" "Indeed." "May I ask your name?" "Of course, Uchiha Chika." Uchiha Chika. At the mention of his name, Makino instinctively covered her mouth. She had heard of this name. It was now widely recognized across the seas he was the youngest rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, possessing terrifying strength beyond ordinary comprehension, and it was said that it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of admiral. The other patrons in the tavern also turned their attention towards Chika, eager to catch a glimpse of this prominent figure. Chika was taken aback by Makino's reaction to his name. After all, she was acquainted with Shanks, who had become one of the 4 emperors, while he was still only a rear admiral. Pondering this, Chika tentatively inquired, "Are you familiar with Shanks? Has he visited here?" However, upon hearing Shanks' name, Makino's response further surprised him. A look of disdain crossed her face as she indignantly replied, "Of course I know him. That red-haired guy influenced Luffy to want to become the Pirate King." Ah, Chika recalled that in the anime, Makino had a good relationship with Shanks, even having a child with him. What was going on now? Was history changing yet again? This was troubling. It seemed his advantage of knowing the future was diminishing. Rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, Chika conceded, "All right, please tell me where I can find Luffy. I'd like to see him." Imichim, Luffy should still be in the Eastern Forest. He has been quite down lately. I hope you can help him feel better, and perhaps guide him to abandon the notion of becoming a pirate king. I will do my best. Before departing, Chika, still somewhat unconvinced, asked Makino, "Did Shanks and Luffy come here?" "Yes, a group of mountain bandits came that day and attacked Luffy." "That sounds right. What do you mean by that?" I meant what happened to those mountain bandits in the end. Of course, they were apprehended by Mr. Garp. Wait, wasn't he that when he was supposed to appear?" Chika felt utterly confused and pressed on. "How did Rear Admiral Garp return that day?" "I heard he was coming back to pick up a new recruit to enlist in the Navy. So he stopped by to check on Luffy." At this point, Makino lightly tapped her palm with her small fist, realizing that new recruit must be you, Mr. Chika. What a coincidence. Both Luffy and I owe you our gratitude. Without you, Mr. Garp would have had a much harder time returning. Is it truly related to myself?" Chika is genuinely at a loss this time. Isn't Garp usually free to go wherever he pleases? Did Sengoku happen to deny him a day off in the original story? With a hand pressed to his forehead, Chika weakly inquired. And then what? Surely, when Vice Admiral Garp encountered Shanks, he couldn't have done nothing. Mr. Garp ended up clashing with Shanks, causing quite a bit of damage in my vicinity. Was it merely about breaking things? It seems those two managed to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, the existence of this village would surely be in jeopardy. What happened in the end? Did Shanks still manage to escape? Well, Vice Admiral Garp did mention he was in a hurry to fetch you, and shortly after he left, Shanks returned, spending some time with Luffy. After Shanks departed, Luffy kept shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King. By the way, Luffy's body has also taken on a rather peculiar form, resembling that of clay. After hearing the sequence of events, Chika nodded thoughtfully. He, too, felt that Shanks becoming one of the 4 emperors was somewhat premature, evidently a chain reaction triggered by his own arrival. With this thought in mind, Chika raised his head, smiled at Makino, and said, "All right, I understand now. I shall go check on Luffy. Do remember to return for a drink once you're done. I shall waive all your expenses while you're here. Then I shan't be polite. Farewell." With that, Chika downed his orange juice in one go, his eyes narrowing slightly as he activated his room space. Sensing the general direction of the eastern forest, with a flicker of thought, Chika vanished from his seat. Makino, momentarily stunned, gazed at the spot where Chika had sat, bewildered as to how the person who had been there just moments ago had suddenly disappeared. Once Makino regained her composure, she glanced down to see the berries left on the counter. Furrowing her brow, grabbing the berries, she dashed out of the shop, calling out at the entrance, "Mr. Chika, I told you there's no need to pay." After shouting, Makino stood at the door, hands on her hips, fuming. After a moment, she burst into laughter, shaking her head slightly. What a peculiar person. In a forest to the east of Windmill Village, Ace watched mockingly at Luffy, who lay on the ground. "Is this all you've got? Luffy, you might as well stay in the village and behave yourself." Provoked by Ace's words, Luffy shouted in anger, "I will definitely get stronger, for Sabo's sake. I will become the Pirate King," upon hearing Sabo's name. Ace fell silent. Sabo's death had become an inescapable nightmare for both him and Luffy. The past few days he had been relentlessly training with Luffy, seeking to vent his frustrations through their fists. Yet he found it unavoidable that Sabo would be brought up. What a fool Luffy is! With this thought, Ace clenched his fists, just as he was about to say something when he was interrupted by another voice. "Hey kid, what did you just say you wanted to become?" Ace's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had been enveloped in a shadow. A cold sweat broke out on his body as he rigidly turned around, only to see Chica's face, a layer of shadow cloaked Chica's features, save for his pair of Rinnegan eyes, which glimmered with a purple HU. An overwhelming sense of pressure washed over Ace, rendering him frozen in place. That he opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but was again interrupted by the single-minded Luffy. "I said I want to become the Pirate King." "Oh no." Ace instantly sensed the danger and raised his hand, intending to strike. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Chica's body, an invisible force erupted. Bang! Ace was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree before slowly sliding down to the ground, sitting there in a daze. Yet he still mustered all his strength to shout at Luffy, "I can't move. Luffy, you need to run." Glancing at Ace, who still had the strength to call out, Chica felt somewhat astonished. Although he had used a very mild version of Shinra Tensei, even an adult struck by it would typically be bettered in for a week or two. The fact that he hadn't passed out was indeed impressive. After all, he was Roger's bloodline. Regardless of his thoughts, Chica maintained a stoic expression and calmly stated, "If you dare to strike at me again, you won't have the chance to speak ever again." "Damn it, who are you?" "A Navy officer." Upon hearing that Chica was a member of the Navy, Ace found himself at a loss for words. It is well known that pirates and the Navy are natural enemies. It was understandable for this Navy officer to react as such to that moment. Luffy also managed to stand up, his face contorted with anger as he saw Ace unable to move. That he swung his arm in a wide arc, muttering, "Rubber." Sensing Luffy's intent and recalling Chica's earlier warning, Ace disregarded his own predicament and shouted again, "Luffy, stop. Doing this will get you killed." "Huh. But Ace, you," Luffy replied, looking puzzled at Ace, yet his actions did not pause. Seeing Luffy was still about to launch an attack filled Ace with anxiety. He suddenly felt an inexplicable force surging within him, and he shouted, "I said stop. Do you hear me?" "Buzz!" As Ace's emotions surged, a domineering aura erupted from his small frame, sending a gust of wind that rustled the hem of Chica's black cloak. Luffy's rubbery face contorted comically in the wind. This overwhelming aura persisted for a brief moment before dissipating, leaving Ace unconscious, while Luffy's expression returned to normal, bewildered as he looked around. It seems something extraordinary just happened. What was it? Only Chica stood there, arms crossed, his lips twitching. He certainly knew what had just occurred. Ace had inadvertently unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. However, among those present, aside from Chica, Luffy also possessed this quality, and thus the Conqueror's Haki had no effect on either of them. Consequently, it appeared as if nothing had transpired at all. Whether this was Ace's first awakening of his Conqueror's Haki remained uncertain. If so, what did that make him? A master like Chica? Yet, according to the typical narrative, he should have been the one to strike Luffy first, leading to Ace's subsequent eruption of Haki. How had it turned into Ace inadvertently awakening his Haki while reprimanding Luffy? One could only say that everything had completely unraveled. Where am I? Luffy. After an indeterminate amount of time. As night fell, Ace groggily opened his eyes, Luffy's face appearing before him. When he finally discerned the scene in front of him, he felt a rush of blood to his head, and his entire body trembled violently. At that moment, Luffy was left with only his head, eyes tightly shut, while his arms, legs, and body were bound, lying beside Ace. Luffy. Ace's eyes widened with rage as he struggled to rise and approach. Suddenly, Luffy, with only his head remaining, opened his eyes upon hearing Ace's voice, exclaiming in surprise, "Ace, you're awake?" "Nanny?" Ace halted in disbelief, staring incredulously at Luffy's head, trembling as he pointed a finger. "Luffy, you, calm down. That guy's fine. It was the voice of that Navy officer." Ace abruptly turned his head to see Chica sitting by the fire, roasting a large piece of meat. Noticing that Ace had awakened, Chica stood up, clapped his hands, and addressed Ace. That guy was just too unruly. So, Chica made a slicing motion with his hand, then removed the meat from the fire and took a bite. commenting that it tasted quite good. Ace swallowed hard and awkwardly asked, "Will Luffy be able to return to normal?" "Who knows? Perhaps once I finish eating." Upon hearing Chica's response, Ace sighed in relief. As long as he could return to normal, that was all that mattered. However, before he could relax, Chica added, though he might never return to normal. Considering he has such a hyperactive disposition, Luffy, visibly displeased, shouted, "Damn it. Once I'm back to normal, I'll show you my." With a loud thud, Ace landed a punch squarely on Luffy's face, causing Luffy's head to deflate like a basketball. Thud! Ace retracted his fist, and Luffy's face sprang back. Returning to its original shape, he looked up at Ace with a pitiful expression, mumbling, "Ace, why did you hit me? You fool. Do you want to live like this forever? Don't you want to set sail?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was already unfortunate enough to have transformed into a landlubber after consuming a devil fruit. What if his body were to change further? How could he possibly sail the seas then? It must be noted that Luffy's thought processes often veer into confusion, particularly in his younger days. Suddenly, Luffy opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, then tightly closed his lips, puffing his cheeks into a round, balloon-like shape. Ace, covering his face, looked at the fool before him and inquired, "What are you doing?" Speak." With a whoosh, Luffy exhaled the air from his mouth. Gazing at Ace with a puzzled expression, "Ace, are you an idiot? Am I not being quiet and still? Who, then, is the real fool?" Ace suppressed the urge to punch Luffy again, walking over to Uchiha's side, silently observing as Uchiha savored his roasted meat. Ace hadn't eaten for an entire day, and upon witnessing Uchiha indulging in the feast, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Noticing the shorter Ace beside him, Uchiha tore off a generous piece of meat and offered it to Ace, continuing to munch on his own portion. Ace accepted the morsel with a grateful nod, devouring it ravenously. Luffy, still puffing up his cheeks, swallowed several times and exclaimed, "I'm so hungry. Can I have some?" Hearing Luffy's plea, Ace paused, glancing at Uchiha. Before he could voice his request, Uchiha waved him off nonchalantly, saying, "If you wish to share, go ahead." "Thank you." Ace felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him. He had developed a genuine fear of this enigmatic Navy officer, anxious that Uchiha might disregard Luffy's needs if displeased. Sprinting over to Luffy, Ace promptly stuffed a large portion of meat into Luffy's mouth. The properties of rubber allowed Luffy to stretch his jaw wide. After all, he was the one who had invented the art of swallowing large bites. Delicious. That guy with the swirling eyes is truly a good person." Upon hearing Luffy's words of praise for Uchiha, Ace felt a chill creep down his spine, daring not to glance behind him at Uchiha. Ignoring the grease smeared across Luffy's face, Ace instinctively covered Luffy's mouth. However, Uchiha's voice, like that of a devil, emerged from behind Ace. "No need to cover him. I've already heard." Ace spun around abruptly, bowing deeply. "I sincerely apologize. Luffy is simply a big fool. Please, don't take it to heart." Uchiha walked past Ace, kneeling before Luffy and gazing intently into his eyes. Luffy, under the penetrating gaze of Uchiha's Rinnegan, felt an unsettling chill, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of Garp. This was not to imply that Uchiha's strength surpassed Garp's. Rather, it stemmed from the blood connection he shared with Garp, which limited his fear to room. A hum resonated as the room space unfolded. Ace, fearing Uchiha would turn aggressive towards Luffy, shouted in alarm, "Don't," splicing. "Huh." Luffy blinked, vigorously shaking his arms and bouncing on the spot. Then, an expression of joy spread across his face as he embraced Ace. "Ace, I'm better now. I've recovered." Ace, still bewildered, could not fathom how Luffy's body had returned to normal without Uchiha even lifting a finger. Intrigued, Ace could not help but ask Uchiha, "Have you ever consumed a devil fruit?" "No, don't ask so many questions. You too, come with me." With that, Ace fell silent, and Luffy, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased his antics as they both followed Uchiha back to the campfire. Uchiha settled on the ground. Turning to see Ace and Luffy still standing foolishly beside him, he chuckled softly, gesturing for them to sit. "What's the matter? You were full of energy earlier. Take a seat." "Okay." Ace and Luffy hurriedly sat beside Uchiha, exhaling deeply. After a day of turmoil instigated by Uchiha, they were utterly exhausted, relishing the chance to rest. Especially Ace, who'd endured the brunt of divine punishment, a testament to his formidable talent. Otherwise, he might not have even regained consciousness. Not to mention being thoroughly frightened by Luffy the previous night, that if he could, he would wish to lie in bed and sleep soundly. However, Uchiha's next statement sent a jolt through his nerves, dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. You know who Roger is to you. I don't know what he is to me. All I know is he is a scoundrel. Upon hearing Roger's name, Ace's reaction was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Uchiha remained unfazed by Ace's outburst, merely nodding in agreement. He is indeed a scoundrel. The so-called Great Age of Pirates is largely due to him. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry aspires to become a pirate. You might want to consider how many lives have been shattered by these sea scum. Uchiha's words pierced Ace's heart like a dagger. He had long harbored disdain for the bloodline of Roger, and now an inexplicable sense of guilt welled within him. Though Luffy could be somewhat oblivious, he was inherently kind-hearted. After a moment of silence in response to Uchiha's words, he eventually muttered, "But pirates are the freest people on the seas. I still want to be a pirate. I will definitely become the Pirate King." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Luffy felt an uncontrollable force yanking him towards as he reached Uchiha. The latter seized him by the neck, causing Luffy's face to flush bright red. Let go of me." Ace rushed forward, attempting to rescue Luffy, only to be met with a fierce glare from Uchiha. His outstretched hand freezing in place, he understood that intervening in Uchiha's actions was utterly futile. Uchiha's cold gaze bore into Luffy, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. "If you dare mention becoming the Pirate King again, you will remain here forever." Luffy was equally taken aback. From Uchiha's eyes, he understood that the threat was genuine. Thus he fell into an unusual silence. Without looking back at Luffy, Uchiha addressed Ace. "And you, despite resenting Roger, still wish to tread the same path and become a pirate?" Ace hesitated. To be honest, his desire to become a pirate was partly influenced by Luffy and Sabo, who viewed pirates as free spirits, and he yearned for that freedom. Another reason was to prove himself by becoming the Pirate King. He did not wish to live forever in Roger's shadow, but rather to surpass him. Yet, after Uchiha's lesson and his words, Ace admitted to himself that he was somewhat wavering. He understood why many harbored resentment towards his father. Over the years, from news and discussions with those around him, he learned that most pirates indulged in plunder and destruction, committing atrocious acts that ignited his fury. Seeing Ace falter, Uchiha subtly nodded, sensing an opportunity. Ace and Luffy differed greatly in temperament. Ace, due to Roger, had always lacked a sense of identity and belonging, as evidenced by his subsequent joining of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace's resolve to become the Pirate King could not be deemed weak, yet it paled in comparison to Luffy's determination. Were it Luffy, he would never agree to join the Whitebeard Pirates, even if it meant death. Could he truly sway Ace? Contemplating this, Uchiha continued, "If you seek to prove you are stronger than your father and wish to completely replace him by becoming a pirate, I must say you are quite naive and trivial." Those words stung, and Ace's expression darkened. Uchiha paid no heed to Ace's emotions, continuing unperturbed. "Does that sting? To harbor such trivial thoughts while becoming the very person you once despised. Do you not find that utterly foolish?" As Uchiha's words pierced his heart repeatedly, Ace found tears welling in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Then what should I do? I want a life of freedom. I don't want to live in that person's shadow. What else can I do besides becoming a pirate?" Luffy stared blankly at his emotionally charged brother Ace, an instinct whispering to him that some change was about to unfold within Ace. Yet he could not articulate what that transformation would entail. Meanwhile, Qianhe maintained an air of calmness, as if he bore no responsibility for the provocation of Ace's agitation. "Excellent. This is precisely the reaction I desired." Qianhe's heart blossomed with delight as he stoked the flames in the fire pit, while simultaneously fanning the flames of Ace's emotions with his words. "When has freedom ever been associated with piracy? The lawless freedom you seek will ultimately lead you to nothing but emptiness. So, what am I supposed to do? Do you want me to join the Navy?" Qianhe merely shook his head. It was best to abandon that thought. Ace joining the Navy would undoubtedly be the worst choice, akin to walking into a trap. With Ace's remarkable talent, he would certainly not remain obscure within the Navy. Once he began to shine, he would inevitably attract the attention of official investigations. Moreover, being almost like a second grandson to Garp, should he join the Navy, Garp's character would not allow him to feign ignorance, thus making Ace even more conspicuous. If Ace were to truly join the Navy, he would become a ticking time bomb. Once it exploded, the repercussions would not only affect him, but would also ensnare Garp and Qianhe, who had led him into the Navy. Therefore, the prospect of joining the Navy was absolutely untenable for Ace. That notion was far too idealistic. However, it was not entirely impossible. Perhaps it could be reconsidered after Qianhe dealt with Mariewa. Observing Qianhe's reaction, Ace's gaze dimmed once more. Could it be that this vast ocean truly has no place for him? Is he destined to live his life in the shadow of Roger? Just as Ace's spirits reached their nadir, Qianhe posed a seemingly unrelated question. Do you happen to have a brother named Sabo? At the mention of Sabo, Ace's heart sank further. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed bitterly, "He is already dead, killed by the celestial dragons." Is that so? Have you seen his body? No, his ship was blown up, and he vanished into the sea. Then might there be a possibility that he is still alive? Upon hearing this, both Ace and Luffy widened their eyes in disbelief. Ace, momentarily forgetting Qianhe's fearsome nature, rushed forward and grasped Qianhe's sleeve, his emotions boiling over as he shouted, "Why do you say that? Do you have news of Sabo? A person as strong as you wouldn't joke about this, right? Please tell me. If you provide me with any information about him, I swear I will abandon any thoughts of becoming a pirate. I would even agree to stay in Fusha village for the rest of my life." Please, Luffy rushed over as well, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Qianhe. Torn between his own dreams and his brother, he found himself at a loss. Qianhe refrained from answering Ace's question further, merely shaking his arm to signal Ace to release his grip. The fabric of his sleeve was already emitting a faint tearing sound. If Ace did not let go soon, it would become a sleeveless vest. Nonetheless, it was evident how deeply stirred Ace was. Ace quickly released his hold, repeatedly apologizing, and then stood beside Luffy, both gazing at Qianhe with hopeful expressions. Qianhe did not elaborate much, simply stating, "Perhaps you could consider joining the Revolutionary Army." The Revolutionary Army? Ace looked at Qianhe with confusion, as he had yet to familiarize himself with this organization and was unaware of the significance of Qianhe's mention. Without explaining what the organization was, Qianhe glanced at Luffy and said, "Sabo has been rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His name is Monkey D. Dragon, and he is the father of this fellow." Luffy's father? Ace turned in astonishment to look at Luffy, only to find Luffy equally bewildered. He was also unaware of his father's identity, having learned about it only when he encountered Garp after setting sail. It must be said that Luffy's thought process was quite peculiar. Despite growing up, he had never shown curiosity about his father, which was rather unusual to that moment. Ace set aside the need to understand who Luffy's father was. He recognized that from Qianhe's words. He had received the most pivotal news of all. That Sabo was still alive, he did not doubt the truth of Qianhe's words. After all, what reason would a powerhouse like Qianhe have to deceive two children like himself and Luffy? Ace turned and embraced Luffy tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Luffy, did you hear that? Sabo is still alive. He didn't die. He was saved by her father." Luffy, still in a daze, snapped back to reality as Ace embraced him. In an instant, tears and snot flowed freely as they both wept uncontrollably. "Wah, my father is truly a remarkable man.